Matt opened his eyes. A small boy was poking his thigh. He recognized this child as it was his nephew. He looked around noticing that he was in the backyard that belonged to his cousin. He didn't know how he got here, but the youth was holding on to a ball and he wanted to play. He could see some other family members around as he stood up from his chair. The boy smiled and started kicking the ball towards him while he just kicked it back. The boy miskicked to the side that made the ball tumble away from him, so Matt decided to go after it as it was still closer to where he was. He bent over to pick it up, but then when he turned around there was no one around anymore. The whole place looked devoid of life, his family members nowhere to be seen. He tried calling out but no one replied, then he noticed something. The ball that he was holding had a strange texture to it. He looked down to see that he was holding on to a man's head. The head belonged to the man that he had slain not so long ago. Tears of blood were coming out of the dead-looking eyes that gazed at him with disgust. He screamed out in shock, waking up to find himself in the same pool that he had dozed off before. He panted a bit while grasping his chest for air. Not much time had passed since he had entered this room and no one came to bother him. He gathered his thoughts and stood up, the water running down his muscular body as he grasped a tower that was on the side. He gave out a sigh while gathering his thoughts, trying to forget about what happened today. Still not used to this shit. He frowned while walking back to the main bedchambers, pulling up his status screen to focus his thoughts at something else. Name, Zhang Dong. Affiliation, Zhang Clan. Spirit points, 192,084. Cultivation base Qi, core formation middle stage 5%, lightning core. Cultivation base body, foundation establishment great circle 0.5%, silver body. Techniques, lightning Qi cultivation art, silver body arts, thunder light sword, thunder movement art. Dao, Dao of heavenly lightning, Dao of smithing and crafting. Other, senior aura. Guess none of those other core formation cultivators died, only got those points for the Fire Lord guy. He didn't manage to cripple any of the other elders in that fight. He didn't get any spirit points for most damage done to the enemy either, as you tended to get in some games. Zhang Jin had finished off the defeated cultivators, but the one that he took out at the start had gotten away, not like he really cared that much for them. He took out the ring that he got from the big baddie and scanned it with his spiritual sense, discovering quite a bit of spiritual stones in there. There were even some middle-grade ones in there, but just a handful. If he absorbed those he could probably get the next level of the crafting abode, which would let him make earth-grade weapons and clothes. There were also some beast cores in there, some cultivation manuals and a couple of weapons. He pulled out a spear and tried to examine it. Grand Fire Spear Earth lower grade. He wondered how much he would gain in his body tempering technique if he absorbed a weapon that was above the grade it was currently in. Previously it went up by 20% if he used high-grade weapons while being in the middle stage, so it should be at least that, might be more, as this time around it was a weapon that was not just one small grade above but a whole realm above. Should I try it? But it takes a while to absorb. What if someone walks in? He shook his head as he was still new to this place. He needed to figure out how he stood with this so-called Zhang clan of his. He was supposed to become its patriarch apparently, so he tried to remember what a patriarch is actually supposed to do. From what he knew, they were the leaders of the clans. Some were hidden in the background and didn't show themselves to the public, while some took an active part in the clan's business. His grandpa told him that he shouldn't worry too much and that he wouldn't really need to run things. Matt went back to fiddling with the spear, but instead of absorbing he dumped some points to level up his appraisal skill. He wanted to know if anything would show up and it was just 100 SP for the first one. Nothing seemed to change at first, but after he kept looking at it another window popped up. Name Grand Fire Spear. Grade, lower. Attribute, fire. O, it did work. There are more stats to see now, could have figured out the attribute through the name. The rest are just question marks. Guess I need to invest more points to see the rest, The next level cost 500 and the next one 1000, he also dumped in 2000 points to get another one in. Name Grand Fire Spear. Grade, Earth lower. Attribute, fire. Durability, medium. Condition, fair. Advanced grade, C. C? Is this school or something, though that would mean that it's slightly below average if it goes from F to A. Should I dump 5000 SP to get the next level? Think I'll stop for now. I'll see how many points I have left after I clear out those spirit stones. Also Zhang Jin said that he would give me more of the spoils later. He looked stingy though, hope he doesn't scrooge out on me. Unlocked durability and condition as well, guess that will come in handy when buying things. Don't want a weapon that will break after one swing even if it has high attack power asterisk. Matt placed the weapon back into the storage ring and started examining some other items. His crystalline flying sword came out with a pristine condition with an advanced grade of A+, guess it was on the top end of high-grade flying swords. He also brought up one of his skills, wondering if it would show any other statics now. Name, Lightning Chi Cultivation Art, upgradable. Grade, Immortal Low. Attribute, Lightning. Advanced grade, B. Chi limit high. The statics were self-explanatory, the chi limit just meant that he had a big gas tank, guess the higher the more chi-related attacks he could do. The thing that was the most peculiar was the upgradable part in the brackets, he didn't remember it being there before. He hovered his finger over that and it took him to a new menu with some more options now. But it looked like a skill tree in a game this time around, with only 2 options for the first branch. He didn't have many options, one only said Empowered Lightning Chi Cultivation Art and the other said Grey Lightning Chi Cultivation Art. It kind of made it seem like it was a choice between 2 major schools that he had to take. He hovered his fingers to see if there was another explanation and there was. Empowered Lightning Chi Cultivation, a superior version of the Lightning Chi Cultivation Art, further upgrades unlock other options. Grey Lightning Chi Cultivation, a darker path unlocks for the cultivator that follows this cultivation art. Asterisk, I guess the grey one is the dark side choice. Though shooting black lightning at people would be cool, hope I won't get pink lightning with the other choice, asterisk. He didn't want to go with some kind of evil cultivation art, then end up looking like a wrinkled up raisin. He also wondered if this was actually a good thing. Should he upgrade his cultivation art, or get a new one later? The system said that this would last him up to the Great Circle of Core Formation, he would have to get a new one when he wanted to get to the next level. But the prices for nascent soul cultivation manuals were quite high, plus he had to reach the Great Circle stage first and level up his body tempering skill too. He looked at the skill tree from the Empowered Lightning Chi Cultivation Art, he could see a skill tree leading up to the nascent soul. He just needed to unlock 2 of them to get to the nascent soul one. There were even color options for golden, violet and azure. The colors probably meant something as the nascent soul would be in that color later on. Asterisk guess I'll decide on that later on. Asterisk. Also, he recalled the battle from today, then the dream he had and decided to look up something else in the cash shop. Void Mind 20,000 Spirit Points. The cultivator abandons his emotions for a sharper mind, nothing can phase a cultivator that studies this technique. Tranquil Mind 30,000 Spirit Points. This mind technique helps keep the cultivator's demons at bay and helps to calm down his emotional state. It improves the state of mind to keep calm under pressure. Berserker's Mind 15,000 Spirit Points. Exponential increases the cultivator's battle strength with the side effect of entering an enraged state. He focused on the Tranquil Mind technique, he could really use that. He realized with the last battle that he wasn't getting accustomed to this world fast enough, the problem was his attitude. He didn't have that killer personality and a lot of times he froze, not knowing what to do. During this fight, he hesitated, almost causing him to die in the process. He felt a bit disgruntled about killing the guy, but he knew that he was a typical murderous cultivator with a high body count. If he wanted to improve, he would have to change his mindset. He would probably have to take lives in the future, but he didn't want to end up as a senseless murderer. The rest of his current skills just showed the advanced grade and instead of the chi limit it just showed had a marker for how much spiritual energy you needed to use the skill. Like his javelin skill was quite low, while his avatar transformation was at high. He would probably be buying some stuff after he got the rest of the things those enemy cultivators had, or at least what the Zhang clan Gramps didn't pocket himself. He wanted to start absorbing spirit stones and spending all of them on upgrading his cultivation, as well as getting that mind skill to ease his troubled mind. But at about that moment the doors to his new penthouse apartment opened up and his good old Gramps walked out with 2 people that were closer to Zhang Dong's age group. The man looked a bit stern and calculated while the woman looked somewhat motherly with a smile on her face. He almost did a business greeting in the form of a handshake while looking at the other male from the group, but then placed his hands behind his back and gave the people a nod. The 2 clasped their hands as they did a formal greeting and didn't talk, they let Zhang Ji do that instead. This is Zhang Ye and Zhang Kuo, they are my disciples and can be trusted, we need to talk about a couple of things. The 2 looked up at Zhang Dong, trying to feel him out. Ah, I guess you want to talk about me becoming the next patriarch, are you sure about that, Gramps? The two people twitched a bit after they heard the man call their clan's only core formation elder Gramps. The man in question just grasped his belly and laughed out loud in a jolly voice. No one ever called me Gramps before, but yes, it's about that. Some members are against you becoming the new patriarch, they don't want someone from the side family to be in that position. The man shrugged, kind of not caring about what those other clan members thought. He didn't put much weight in the purity of the blood, all Zhang clan members were equal in his eyes. He was more interested in their character, drive, and actual battle prowess. Well, not like they can do anything about it, they are mostly hot air. If they offend you in any way, be sure to give them a good thrashing. Also Ya and Kuo will help you out with your patriarch duties, if you need anything just give them a call, they'll be your guides around the clan grounds, don't need to worry about making these two work hard. The man laughed some more before giving the two people behind him a pat on the shoulder. The female just smiled while the man rolled his eyes slightly. It's a pleasure to meet our clan's savior, it's going to take some time to set up the ceremony and banquet. Matt tipped his head to the side while looking at the woman, question marks appearing next to his head. Ceremony, banquet. This time the man stepped out and replied. Yes, the patriarch candidate is adorned with the title during the ceremony, all the core clan members have to be present during it. After the title is bestowed we host a banquet, then it's customary for the patriarch to visit the city so that everyone can witness his grand appearance. While the man was talking the woman slowly went behind Matt and started patting him down. He noticed that she had a measuring tape in her hands. We need to prepare your robes for the ceremony, your white battle robes aren't suited for the festivities, also the color isn't very eye-catching. The woman said while chuckling to herself and doing her measurements, her eyes were sparkling as she did it, making it seem that she was really into this task. We still have to make repairs to the grand formation, account for the loss of lives in the attack and prepare for any further intrusions. Do you think someone will attack us again? Matt asked. No senior, we should have eliminated the core fighting strength of the clans that attacked us. The Tsai clan will probably try to hold up in their domain, the Wu clan lost their patriarch that was their strongest cultivator, the Wang clan retained some of their cultivators but don't think we will see them again. Due to senior showing his power, the other clans will probably think twice before planning anything. We should be safe for now, unless one of the stronger clans or sects gets involved. Matt just nodded while stretching his hands out so that the woman could measure his arms. She giggles when she managed to take the measurements of his biceps. He didn't really tense up like the last time a woman was touching him, guess the previous encounter did change him slightly. It will probably take about a month till the ceremony, you can just take your time and get used to living around here. After it's official we'll talk about retaking our lost assets. I bet those bastards are shaking in their boots right now. Zhang Jin said while clenching his hand. The clan had lost most of its assets and was chased out of cities that they were managing, one of them being Moonlight City that Matt previously visited. After a while, the measurements were done and the woman excused herself to prepare the ceremonial garb. The stern-looking man also excused himself, leaving Zhang Dong and Jin in the room alone. I didn't want to say it next to the juniors, but you should prepare yourself for the future. This will be turbulent times for our clan, we might have won the battle this time but we don't know what will happen next. The Dark Palm sect might be a problem later as well, they were the ones that forced our patriarch to act in that failed expedition. But in their eyes we were just a tool that could be used, let's hope they order some other clans to finish the job instead. The Zhang clan was more or less a medium-sized clan, they had their territory but in reality, this belonged to the Dark Palm sect that was the real hegemon in the area. They used the clans to manage the cities and resources for them, taxing them for protection and using that to grow their sect. There was no rule against clan members joining sects, it was common for them to do so as if they were deemed worthy they would inherit powerful cultivation skills. But the further you were on the ladder the more you were expected to put the sect on a higher pedestal than your clan or previous life. That was also the reason why most sects only recruited younger members, as it was easier to indoctrinate the young. But you probably don't want me to prattle on all day, so I'll leave you be for now. Maybe if you look around your memory will return. Zhang Jin said while heading out, but stopped after Matt asked him a question. Aren't you forgetting something? The man looked back at his grandson's face, he was squinting at him and looking at a certain place. He followed that gaze and noticed that he was eyeing his storage ring. This made him sweat a bit as he thought he could pull a fast one on his grandson that might be busy with getting to know the ropes around here. Oh, ho ho. Silly me, here. He tossed Zhang Dong a storage ring, just one, as he did say that he would have some people sort through them. He scanned its content to see some more spirit stones and resources, it looked to have similar things to what the Tsai leader's ring had, so he reckoned that was the stuff from those two other elders inside. He didn't spot the bow that one guy used that he choked out though. Did he get away or was Gramps holding out on him? Well, then my dear, loving grandson, Grandpa will be leaving. Wait, didn't one of them use a bow weapon? Old Gramps twitched and caught a couple of times into his hand, before taking out another spatial ring and tossing it over. Oh, it was just such a nice bow, so I just couldn't resist, forgive your old grandpa. The man laughed while looking at Zhang Dong that had a deadpan expression on his face as he pocketed the storage ring. You sure are a piece of work, Gramps. I'll make you something better than the bow, later on, just provide me some resources. Matt knew that there were enough spirit stones in those rings to let him buy the next stage of the crafting abode, then he could make earth-grade weapons next. Oh, you are also adept in the Dao of blacksmithing? What a talented grandson I have! The man just laughed while removing himself from the room as he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He would let Zhang Dong have some time to himself before seeing him again. The man in question just gave out a sigh while moving back to the room. He had to examine all the items and start absorbing the resources. It was time to level up. A pile of dust could be seen on the ground. It was the remains of the spirit stone that Zhang Dong had absorbed. He noticed that not every lower grade spirit stone gave him exactly 10 points. They mostly ranged from 7 to 10 while the middle graded one gave him 100 times that amount a pop. He now had quite enough points to spend on the crafting abode upgrade along with the tranquil mind skill which he did. He felt a slight migraine as the knowledge got injected into his brain once more, the process getting less painful each time. The first thing he did after that was going to the ground, spring water around. He started cultivating this skill, hoping that it would relieve the stress he was feeling. He took a long breath then exhaled, his breathing slowing down as his body relaxed. His bodily functions slowed along with his breathing, the noises beside him getting quieter with each passing moment. He felt his spiritual energy inside his body, moving through his meridians. His mind was getting clearer with each passing moment, he was becoming one with the surroundings. If someone were to enter they would have a hard time spotting him even if they were looking directly at him. There wasn't anything grand happening, not flashy effects taking place. Matt just sat there. His breathing was non-existent at this point as his head was void of any thoughts. He didn't feel fearful, angry, or spiteful, he managed to reach a state of tranquility. He opened his eye, the day had turned to night as he stood up and looked outside. The city was covered in yellow lights, the springs were giving off a greenish hue as the light bounced off them. Well, it did calm me down. He felt the stress levels declining significantly after he was done with his cultivating, even after he recalled the death of the man he slew. He still felt relaxed. I don't feel any different. He placed his thumb to his chin while doing a test. He recalled the night that they had with the Busta cultivator. His lower area reacted to the stimulation, showing him that he still felt emotions. Asking your little brother was the proper way to get a feel for your emotions, yes. Maybe it works more on negative emotions. He wondered if he would be harder to anger now, but he would need to face an opponent to see if this technique would affect his fighting potential. Keeping calm under pressure was quite the big deal, he felt a lot calmer than before. There were some things that he wanted to do, first buy the crafting abode, then see how well he could craft the earth-ranked weapons. He also wanted to get his body tempering up a notch and then try to enhance his cultivation skill to the advanced version. With those boosts, he should probably be able to fight people even stronger than at the late stage of core formation. He had a month's time till the patriarch ceremony was supposed to happen, so he had enough time to test things out. After buying the abode he entered it, it had increased in size and he noticed that there were some other things he could do now. He could edit the items now, he could also reforge old ones. For instance, if he created a high-grade sword, he could reforge it with some materials like the beast cores that would improve the advanced grade and add special effects. He did some tests on the cheap common grade items, he could keep boosting the weapon past an A and into an S grade, after that it would jump a grade. So he could well just keep upgrading one weapon that he liked, instead of forging new ones in the hopes of getting the stats he wanted. He also needed a real weapon, he saw the limitations that his sword skill had if he paired it against an earth-graded weapon. Also, he needed to constantly use up spirit energy to keep it going. A shame though, it's super cool looking. He lamented that he had to give up on one of his favorite skills, who didn't like playing around with laser swords. Wait, there might be a way though. He thought about something. What if he could find a weapon that he could combine his Thunderlie sword skill? He started scrolling through the many sword diagrams he could get and after a while found something that could work. It was a long sword, it had some dragon patterns in the hilt while the blade looked to be made from some semi-transparent metal or crystal. The thing about it was that in theory it was supposed to absorb external sword skills, letting the blade have a second form. So if you pumped in fire chi into it, it would start forming a flame sword. He bought it, but even just the schematics cost him about 10,000 points as it was an earth-grade weapon. He wanted to try crafting right there and then, but then he looked at the costs of the resources that had increased by quite a bit. He needed to dump at least 60,000 into making one weapon, so if he failed he would be losing quite a lot. He recalled the prices for earth-grade weapons on the low end and they sold for about 2,000 spirit stones up to 4,000, he would need to make a middle-graded one just to break even. I bet this rhythm game will just get harder, I had it easy with the previous ones because my cultivation was already high. I should upgrade my cultivation technique and my body tempering before doing this *. He had decided on upgrading his cultivation instead of buying a new one later, he was already used to it, so changing midway could be detrimental. He pulled out one of the weapons he got from fighting the enemy clan members, it was a lower graded earth weapon. He started absorbing it as he did previously with the other weapons. It took longer as this was a higher graded weapon, but even with just one it pushed his cultivation of the Great Circle to 40%. His eyes gleamed as he took out another weapon, moving his cultivation up to 80%, his silvery body started changing color slightly as it started looking somewhat golden. He took out another lower graded earth weapon, it slowly started dissolving into liquid metal and getting fused with his body. This time around the change was different. Many cracks could be seen on his body, they looked like spider webs. The sound was akin to steel bending and breaking as chunks of the first layer of his silvery skin started peeling off and drooping to the ground. The process took a while, but afterward, his skin started gleaming with a golden hue. Cultivation base body, core formation early stage 5%, golden body. He was drenched in sweat, the golden luster subsiding after a while. Matt started poking his body, trying to feel if anything was different but couldn't really tell. He should be sturdier now, but he needed to test it out first. The bow that he had is a middle-grade weapon, plus he had the Tsai Patriarch's saber, which was also a middle-graded weapon. He had absorbed 3 lower-tier weapons that were the flying swords of the weaker cultivators he fought. He still had that fire spear though, so he took it out. Okay, hope this works. Matt grasped the spear closer to the pointed tip and pointed it at his hand. He then started pushing it into his palm, trying to check if it could pierce his now improved golden body. In theory, he should be able to tank the hits, and to his surprise, the spear wasn't able to cut him. He tested it further, poking himself harder, not getting more than a scratch. Then he took out the saber that was used against him previously and poked the tip with his finger. This weapon was a grade higher, so after some poking he got cut, blood run onto the weapon while he pulled his hand away. The small cut healed itself rather quickly, showing that his body tempering technique wasn't just about defense, there was some added regeneration involved. He looked inside his storage ring. In it, he had 3 middle-grade weapons and 3 lower-graded earth weapons. This wouldn't get him past to the middle stage, but he didn't really want those weapons, he wanted to craft one of his own for use. Man, this is one expensive technique, though the good thing about it is, that it's fast to level up if you have the resources. He absorbed the rest of the weapons and then left his crafting abode. For the time being, it was time to upgrade his cultivation technique. The bathing area looked like a good place to do this. The walls were enhanced to keep the spiritual energy inside, and the water in there was rich in chi. Plus he could open up the ceiling to take in any incoming lightning strikes. He sure hoped his new neighbors wouldn't mind some thunderous weather though. In the middle of the pool, there was a platform to sit on. It was directly under the roof that could be opened and was probably used by the previous patriarch to cultivate. Matt didn't know if the process would be painful or not, so he hesitated before clicking the empowered lightning chi cultivation upgrade and gulping afterward. The moment he did that, information started rushing into his brain again, but this time around it was quite a bit more painful. Lightning energy started forming around him, making rumbling sounds. The chi inside of his body started getting switched out. The pale blue lightning that he used changed to a deeper blue color as you could see it getting discharged into the surroundings. The upgrade cleansed his body from some impurities that were formed during the cultivation of a lesser graded method, making his sweat glands push out dark-looking goo in the process. The usual vomiting of black blood soon followed, but it was a lot less than what happened when he first arrived in this world. The change was more or less contained and he managed to not pass out in the process. Name: Empowered Lightning Chi Cultivation Art, Upgradable. Grade: Immortal Middle. Attribute: Lightning. Advanced Grade: B+. Chi Limit B+. Matt stood up and gathered some chi into his fist, throwing a punch upwards into the open ceiling and watching as his lightning attack got discharged. He sure felt a lot stronger now. He felt that he might be able to battle that volcano construct without needing to change into his avatar form and win. That monster battle power was in the upper echelons of the late stage, maybe on the cusp of getting into the Great Circle. In theory, he should be equal with core formation experts in the Great Circle realm. If he reached the late stage himself, he should be able to tussle with multiple of such opponents at once. He had the trophy cultivation art that broke the level boundaries. Maybe if he upgraded it further he could go up against a weaker early stage nascent soul cultivator. About a day had passed since he got to this room, but he didn't really feel like leaving just yet as he started to get into the zone with his cultivation. He decided to sit down and gather up some energy. The process was more or less the same, but the upgraded cultivation technique showed him a way to purify the energies in the surroundings even more. The purer the chi he absorbed, the stronger he would be, and this wasn't even the final form of this technique. Soon the sky turned black and lightning bolts rained into his cultivation/bathing chamber. The clan members thought they were getting attacked, but after Zhang Jin went to check up, they noticed that it was their patriarch-to-be. They could feel the terrifying energy fluctuations coming out of his chambers, so they weren't willing to bother him to stop. The storm clouds only remained directly above the main building, and thanks to the reinforced cultivation chamber the thunderous sounds were somewhat contained. After getting in the zone, Zhang Dong breathed out, the area filled with lightning energy that crackled through the spring water. About a week had passed since he got here. He never left this room and didn't really feel like eating during his cultivation period. His cultivation had gone up to about 20%, which was a lot slower than before, but still was quite fast if he compared it to people around this world. He wondered if it was due to the level of his cultivation method, which was in the immortal grade. He decided to try crafting his weapon before heading outside, as he was cooped up in this room for far too long. There were sights to see. So he entered his crafting abode. He had about 100,000 points left. This would allow him to have 2 goes at it at most. The things that he found in the spatial rings weren't really useful for crafting. As for this sword, he needed something called crystal alloy. After he got the position, he needed to check if he could get some free crafting materials, as he didn't want to spend all his points on those. He just wanted to boost his body refining skill further and maybe earn some dash on the side. He selected the weapon schematics and brought out the core of the Thulhu look-alike monster to boost his chances of crafting. He even threw in some random Foundation Establishment monster cores, hoping for the best. A new kind of music started playing, and as he thought it was a lot more fast-paced than before. But thanks to his tranquil mind, he wasn't tense. He started hitting the spots as he was directed to, but even with his enhanced cultivation and body, he wasn't able to hit everything perfectly. Maybe due to luck or the number of cores that he dumped into this crafting, he managed to get a high grade one. The weapon didn't look all that grand, but after he used his Thunder Light Sword technique, the sword started to shine, literally. The weapon got coated in plasma-like light, electricity shooting from the blade. Matt swung it around and it made familiar whooshing noises. The blade was covered with bluish light and you could feel the spiritual energy emanating from it. He didn't really have anything he could test this weapon out on, but he felt that it would probably slice anything below a high-graded earth weapon in half. He still had some points left, so he decided to dump 5,000 into his appraisal skill again. Name: Spirit Infusion Longsword. Grade: Earth High. Attribute: None. Durability: High. Condition: Perfect. Advanced grade: B. Special traits: this weapon can fuse with the user's chi and increase its resistance and sharpness in the process. Works best if the user combines it with weapon constructs techniques. He deadpanned at the added explanation window, as it was more or less the same thing he got when he was buying the blueprint for it. He left his crafting dwelling afterward. He had about 45,000 points left, but he would save those for later. He didn't really have anything he wanted to get. Maybe a technique that let him shoot beams out of his eyes? Or lightning breath? Those sounded a bit silly but probably would catch people off guard. Maybe he could come up with his own techniques if he tried. He had the chi control down and he had that Dao of lightning knowledge. He also didn't have many healing pills left, so maybe it would be good to stock up on those for later use. He could regenerate somewhat, but that required him to use up his stamina. So maybe some chi regeneration pills and stamina regeneration ones would be good too. He also found out something after he examined his clothes. After the special trait window got revealed, he found out that was more to these clothes than just self-mending. These white robes could actually change color and also blend into the environment if you didn't move for much. All of this could be done by inserting some spiritual energy and giving a special command to the robes. He could even upgrade them to add new functions, but it didn't come cheap. Matt played around changing the color to black and red, then blue. Guess if he covered his head with the hood no one should recognize him as the cultivator in white if he ever needed to lay low. For the time being he changed it back to white as he walked out of the previous patriarch's room, well now it was his. There were some people around so he just gave them a nod while passing, they seemed a bit tense as they saw him walking towards them but they just gave him the usual bow of respect. He felt kind of strange walking around this place, everyone was showing him the utmost respect, no one talked to him. Was it rude to talk to someone of a higher status than you? Or were they just being shy? Well, not like he wanted to talk to the unknown people, he was still an introvert that liked his peace and quiet. But now he had to take center stage on some kind of inauguration ceremony to his new position. It was already a big step for him that he didn't just refuse the position and leave this clan instead. But he would rather stay here, than wander the lands as some rouge cultivator with no place to call home. Also, they had quite the nice springs around here, Matthew was quite fond of taking long relaxing baths. After walking for a bit he noticed that someone was walking behind him. When he turned around there was no one to be seen. He could feel the presence of two people behind the corner, they had been following him for some time now. Were they some bodyguards that were supposed to keep tabs on him or something? Were they assassins that were sent by some vengeful clan? Probably not, as the two people were in the chi condensation level, he could probably snort them to death at this point. So, are you two going to come out? Or are you going to be following me for the rest of the day? He crossed his arms over one another while waiting, soon the stalkers were revealed. It was the brother and sister duo that showed a lot of courage while standing up to the Tsai clan pursuers. The two teenagers walked out while holding their heads down, probably not knowing what to say to the man in front of them. Oh, you're the two kids from last time, glad you are safe. Did you two want something from me? The two raised their heads, perking up a bit as they were glad that their uncle remembered them. Uncle Dong, we just wanted to thank you for what you did. The girl said while bowing in a graceful fashion. Matt raised an eyebrow at the uncle part. Most people would put senior in there, or even in front of the uncle part, but those two made it seem like he was their real uncle. Did he have any siblings that he didn't know about? Uncle. He looked at the two children in front of him, trying to see the resemblance. They looked more or less like what your typical male lead and female lead in a cultivation world. They had dark hair, auburn eyes, the girl was a jade-like beauty, though to him she just looked pale. The boy had a serious-looking face, a bit too serious for his age. Ah yes, our father was your cousin. He noticed the change of tone when the girl's father was mentioned, she also slumped her shoulders a bit. The boy replied afterward instead. Our father went to the expedition with the previous patriarch, they never returned. Zhang Dong placed his hand on the male's shoulder, not really knowing how to react, so he kind of gave him an awkward pat on it. My condolences, I'm sure he was an honorable man. I'm sorry about not recognizing you two, I left the clan a while ago and my memories are a bit hazy from that time. He tried to change the uncomfortable subject, wondering what these two wanted from him. Great-grandpa Jin told us about that, no need to apologize Uncle Dong. The boy exclaimed in a somewhat startled voice. Asterisk Great-grandpa Jin? So that would mean that they are from his side of the family? That would mean, asterisk. He figured out that him being from the side family, would mean that old Gramps had a harem going for himself. He shuddered at the thought of having multiple family members that would start popping up from nowhere. Ah yes, Gramps. So, what do you two need? He rubbed his chin while looking at the kids that started fidgeting side to side a bit. It looked as if they were trying to ask about something but weren't sure how to do it. After a moment both of them looked at each other, nodded to themselves and dropped down to their knees to kowtow. Please Uncle Jin, take us in as your disciples. They both shouted in unison while their foreheads hit the marble floor. Matt started recalling that tribe he met in the forest, as they were fast to drop to their knees. Wait, what? The two were prostrating themselves in front of the man, he was a bit dumbfounded by the whole thing. He didn't know anything about teaching people or guiding them in any way, shape or form. You want me to be your master? I just met you two. Why would I even take you in as disciples? The two kept their heads down, not looking into his eyes while trying to get his approval. Please honorable uncle, we want to be strong to protect the clan. We almost lost everything before you arrived, we can't let it happen again. The girl from the group did most of the talking, while the boy mostly just said yes and nodded his head, which only caused him to hit the ground with his forehead. The whole scene was quite uncomfortable for Matt as he had no idea how to even train those two if he agreed, also this would be quite the long-term binding contract. Masters in the cultivation world tended to be treated as your own parents, sometimes they were put on an even higher pedestal. He didn't really want to be responsible for teaching them some strange things, which would get them killed later on. Don't think that's a good idea. I need to go take care of a couple of things, so see you around. He just bolted out of there, trying not to think about it too much. The kids would probably forget about it, leaving him alone. Also due to the fact that he didn't eat much for the past week when he was cultivating and making items, he was famished. He wondered if he should just go to the city and find himself a restaurant, or ask someone about food. He could probably get some here if he wanted. Matt was curious about the city though, it looked nice from the top of his peak-top apartment. Would it be a problem if people recognized him in the streets? Though not many people had actually seen his face. He looked around, there were some people here and there doing their thing. No one was really keeping tabs on him, he didn't have any bodyguards as no one in their right mind would want to attack a cultivator that could take out 4 core formation cultivators. He figured OL Gramps probably gave the order to not interfere in his business too much unless asked directly. Matt thought that he would probably get the rundown of the place only after he officially got the Patriarch spot. For not he just hopped onto his sword and flew around the city a couple of times before coming down into an empty alleyway. He swapped the color of his robe to a brown one, this being quite common. He finished his disguise by covering his head with his hood. He also debated on putting on some cool shades to hide his eyes but have up on the idea. A cultivator with dark shades would just look out of place around here. Also, he could use his cultivation to mask his appearance somehow. If people tried looking at his face they would see it blur slightly, but that only worked for people below his strength level. He mingled with the crowd, slipping from the empty alleyway. He hit some stalls on the way, getting some noodles and slurping them as he continued to walk. There were quite a lot of things to see, from street performers playing on their zithers to various monuments and statues. He had spirit stones and regular money so he wasn't a Scrooge as he tipped the street dancers while enjoying the day. The day seemed quite peaceful. He walked into one of the larger restaurants that looked quite busy. By this time he knew how things worked in these types of places. The people with more money would get better treatment. In most restaurants the higher you were seated the greater your status was. So after flashing the serving lady some spirit stones he was guided upwards into a more peaceful booth where there weren't as many people around. He ordered something similar to Kung Pao chicken, though the poultry used for it had some spiritual chi in it so the taste was somewhat better. Spirit Spring City also was quite famous for its spirit mineral water, so he ordered that with it instead of alcohol. He thanked the cute serving girl that brought him his food and then started munching. The view outside the window reminded him a bit of the previous city he visited. He hoped that he wouldn't bump into some spoiled brats on his way out though, as this time around they would probably belong to the Zhang clan. It would be quite the sight to see if the future patriarch would get run down by his own clan members. The thought of brats made him recall the 2 kids that begged him to become their sensei. He wondered if that would even be possible. He brought up his system screen. By this time he was quite sure no one was able to see it beside him. Would this thing even help me with disciples and stuff like that? Didn't it give me some prompt about clan building when I got here? This system was kind of wonky, it would sometimes hide things from him and only show them later. Was there some kind of trigger for it? Maybe his power level counted or some steps needed to be taken to unlock things. He glanced at his system screen, it looked like a computer screen just hovering there. His eyes twitched as there was indeed a new icon there, it looked like a scroll with some Chinese symbols on it. He poked at it while wondering what was inside. As the window changed he could see that there wasn't much inside, but there were a couple of tabs. There was one for disciples. When he clicked it the inside was just empty. There was also one for disciple candidates, that showed up with a red mark. It looked like a friend invite, but there was more. He could see a window with some statics for both of them. Name, Zhonglu. Age, 16. Cultivation, Qi condensation 9th level. Potential, B. Trust, 70%. Alignment, chaotic good. Name, Zhang Xuet. Age, 15. Cultivation, Qi condensation 7th level. Potential, B. Trust, 75%. Alignment, neutral good. He looked at the prompts and numbers, taken aback by the D&D styled alignment 1. Also, the trust percentage was quite high. Was me saving them enough to bring it up so high? The potentials were the same and quite high. B should probably be above average as you started off from F with the worst kind. I guess they have potential, but wait, if this is letting me see those stats, could it be possible to change their potential later? The system was quite overpowered, it had really many functions, but it also needed a lot of points to run on. He didn't think changing someone's actual inborn potential would come cheap. I do have all those manuals in my storage ring, they always appear after I buy skills, and I have all the ones I got from the start too. He had all the materials he needed to teach people his skills, even the Dao of Lightning passive skill had a big manual coming with it. The techniques had basic manuals for Qi condensation practitioners if it was feasible for them to learn a weaker version of it. Like his cultivation art went from the newbie stages up to the core formation stage. The stages you needed to take to go from Qi condensation to foundation establishment, forming your lightning Dao pillars were all explained. He also had the knowledge in his brain, so in theory, he should be able to teach, plus if the system let him spend points on his disciples it would be even easier. The two seemed like promising candidates, they were good kids and had high potential, but he was still on the fence about the whole thing. He was never really good with people, to begin with, now someone wanted him to guide them while he himself didn't really have things figured out. But maybe this would also be a good way for him to come out of his shell. For now, he moved the thought to the back of his mind and went back to eating. He wasn't really in a hurry. He finished his meal but was still quite hungry, so he wondered what he should order next while looking at the menu. At the same time, he could hear a woman's scream followed by some plates breaking. When he turned around he could see some people sitting in a booth not far away from him, bothering the serving lady that was serving him before. "Oh little missy, look what you did. You dropped all the food." The man laughed while the girl was hiding her rear end behind the serving tray. Probably one of the men had touched her there. "You perverts!" the woman replied while fuming with anger. Matt kind of facepalmed as these things kept happening around him. Wherever he went there were some people in trouble. Some damsel or kids in distress. Did he really have to go over there, or could someone else handle this? Weren't there any bodyguards around here? One guy from there was in the foundation establishment level, probably the leader, the rest were probably just his goons. "Listen here girlie, big bro here is a big shot in a big clan, you little Zhang clan can't hold a candle to it. Be glad that he showed interest in you." The big bro in question was a sleazy looking man. He just licked his lips and yanked on the girl's wrist, making her fall into his lap. Zhang Dong doubted that claim to fame, as the group was quite shady looking and didn't conduct themselves as people from a prominent clan. Their clothes were quite shabby as well, so they clearly were low on cash. "Aw shit, here we go again." He was slowly getting used to this, so he just stood up from his seat and slowly walked over to the booth the goons were sitting in. They quieted down after seeing the unknown cultivator. They tried to say something, but before they could do anything the man grasped their leader by the face, lifting him up while not letting him speak. The man thrashed about, kicking, punching and trying to move Zhang Dong's hand away, but to his horror, it wasn't budging at all. The whole group kind of figured that this man was strong from the way that their leader was just squirming around not being able to break free. The female escaped and went behind Matt, who turned his head to her and asked, "Hey, could you open that window, miss?" While the girl was still getting a hold of herself he tested something out. He could only analyze people's names and cultivation levels from afar. But what if he had direct contact like when he identified items? It did work, the man did indeed lie about belonging to a clan. He also had a fitting name for his attitude. Name, Hu Dung. Age, 65. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Early Stage. Affiliation, Dung Gang. Alignment, Chaotic Neutral. Asterisk Dung Gang Hui? Well, at least he isn't evil, asterisk. The girl looked back nodding, she didn't say much and just followed the order. As soon as the window was open, the cultivator walked over to it, just holding the thug with one hand while his feet dangled around. The rowdy character was chucked out of the window. He made a nice arc before falling face first into a pile of horse excrement. "Ha, bullseye." He then turned back to the rest of the thug squad while shrugging. "You guys still here?" The group looked at each other and then started running to get to their captain, just leaving the place altogether while hanging their heads low. "Hey miss, could you bring over some meat dumplings?" He sat back in his booth while the female employee thanked him. The restaurant owner showed up later too, as he was grateful as well. Security around here had dropped since the Zhang clan was busy with other things like the siege and the patriarch ceremonies, so they didn't blame them that much. Matt just ate his fill, probably staying there another hour as he got a good deal. Time moved on. His daily routine consisted of cultivating in the night, getting 3 hours of sleep as he didn't need more, going to the city to sightsee and eat delicious meals. Then go back to the Zhang clan stronghold while trying to evade the two teenagers that pestered him about accepting them as his disciples. He started noticing a strange occurrence though, whenever he went out to town. The man was just enjoying the sights while trying to tour the 10 million large city, but whenever he did that, trouble was always around the corner. Not for him though, but for other random people. Just like on the first day, things seemed to go astray as he kept running into people that got mugged, assaulted or were brawling. On one occasion, two fathers were duking it out, punching each other left and right while their kids watched. Apparently one of the father's sons had asked for the other dad's daughter's hand in marriage. But that one strongly disagreed, so they got into a fight, one claiming that his daughter was too good for the likes of them, while the other got offended. He found himself pacifying the situation and forcing the family to talk it out like civilized people while he watched. In the end, he ended up handing over one chi enrichment pill to the people as a gift. They were in one of the rings he got earlier, so he didn't care much about it, but the people sure did. The people even wanted him to be part of the family after they got all buddy-buddy with each other. But he was afraid that they would try to milk him dry if he ever accepted to do that. At one point he wondered if he should change his robe to a black color and put a bat symbol on his chest. The amounts of robbers he beat up and sexual harassers was quite high. He didn't know if it was just how things were around here or if someone had put some kind of curse on him. Well, it would be a lie if he said that he didn't enjoy beating up the bad as the man having a bit of a hero complex, but when you did it all the time, every day, it started to weigh on him. When he got that patriarch position, he would be sure to form some kind of police force. He couldn't be busting up criminal rings while being the king of the city himself. Though, he was doing the exact thing at the moment. It was less than a week till the patriarch ceremony, so the clan members were busy with that. He was eating a shish kebab while walking. He wasn't sure where he was, but by the banners outside the buildings, it was probably a similar place to the pleasure district in Moonlight City. While he was walking past one of the alleys, he heard some muffled screams. His senses were quite up there, so he stopped. Two people were in front of that alleyway, probably some goons to scare off others as they were giving him the stink eye. He just went over there nonchalantly and took a peek behind them while the two were shouting things like, "Do you want to die and FK off, bastard?" Sure enough, there was a woman getting held down by some goons. He gave out sigh and then looked at the two shouting men in front. He did something he saw in cartoons or movies. He grabbed the two by the heads, bumping their heads together and then tossing the two to the side. The people inside pulled out their weapons, one of them swinging his scimitar right at him, but he just caught it between his index and middle finger. After disabling that attacker with a little jolt of electricity via the metallic weapon, he moved forward. The other two were soon down on the ground with some missing teeth and broken noses. This wasn't the end though. The woman in question started begging him to help rescue her sister that was abducted by the baddies in question. Guess he stepped in on a human trafficking situation. He just shrugged and told the girl to lead the way. He was a bit surprised by the fact that there were things like this taking place in this city. He thought the Zhang clan wouldn't allow such things to happen, but later it was revealed that yes, they were a lot better than the other clans. But still, some people could still be bought out, they just kept things more secret. So there weren't things like what the young bratty masters did back in Moonlight City. This made Zhang Dong mad. He didn't want to have people forced into a life of prostitution. While some Zhang clan official turned a blind eye while getting paid some spirit stones. He wanted to go back to the clan abode to get some people to check this stuff out, but the girl was just yanking on his robe and crying. So, after giving out another sigh, he told the woman to show him the way. What happened next was people flying out of windows like in an old western saloon scuffle. He was just too strong for them. Without needing to use any of his chi cultivation, he just walked in the building, weapons shattering and denting the moment they touched his reinforced body. In the end, he brought the big crime boss to one of the Zhang clan's establishments. They were scattered around the city and told one of the people there to go get Zhang Kuo. He was still covering his face, plus he wasn't that known, so the clan member inside didn't really want to listen. That was until he released some of his cultivation on him. After Kuo got here, he told him about the whole thing and wanted the man to get apprehended. Zhang Kuo didn't argue, he just looked at the beat-up man and some girls that were standing behind him. The girls were the ones that he saved from the baddies. The man was quite good at organizing things, so he had the man brought in while having the women questioned about their situation. The patriarch-to-be wanted him to get them back to their families, or if they didn't have any, to organize a place they could work at instead. He thought this was a bit too excessive for the Zhang clan to get involved this much, but it was a noble endeavor and his boss gave the orders, so he couldn't really refuse. After acting as a vigilante, he returned home to find Lu and Shui sitting by the entrance to his room. They were kowtowing there for close to 2 weeks, not moving an inch even when their mother came over to pick them up. He was slowly feeling bad for them. Did those two even pee? God damn you brats, I have no idea how to teach you anything. He hid inside his room and bit his lower lip. Will those two just sit there till they are skeletons? Their mother was giving me strange looks lately. When he looked at the disciple tab, there was not much he could do. He couldn't even remove the disciple candidates in the system or accept them. He figured he needed to tell them that he accepted it. He had that senior aura, but most it did was just make people agree with him more. Impartation of knowledge, upgradable, 30,000 teaching was never this easy. All your disciples will absorb your teachings like sponges with just a touch of your finger. Skills and techniques thought this way will transfer a faint amount of the mentor's knowledge into the student. Imposing will 35,000. This skill makes your disciples listen to you more, increasing their blind devotion towards you. Mentor's eyes 20,000. Having trouble with picking up the flaws of your students? With this skill, you'll be able to see any shortcomings that your pupil is experiencing. I guess if I want some devoted minions, that imposing will would be good. But don't really want some crazy zealots. The other two will help me teach them faster while picking up on the flaws in their cultivation. Should I try it? He gathered a bit more points during these weeks, getting some clan resources and making weapons without having to spend points of them. But the earnings were so-so. He had enough to get those 2 skills, also he had a hunch that he might be needing those skills in the future to make the Zhang clan stronger. After buying them he looked at his mirror, checking if he wasn't looking funny. He then opened the door and said in a stern-sounding voice. Lu. Shui, stop sitting around there and get in here. The 2 youths moved their heads up after they heard the words. They looked slightly emaciated but were in high spirits after they heard their uncle's voice. They closed the door behind them and looked at Zhang Dong that had his hands behind his back while standing up straight. So, do you two want to become my disciples? The 2 looked at him, nodded and replied excitedly in unison. Yes, uncle. My cultivation techniques are very volatile. If you fail in your cultivation, it will mean certain death. He said with a frown on his face as the lightning chi that he used was quite chaotic and hard to use. If the cultivator made a mistake, the backlash could kill them. This was probably why the rank of his cultivation was up there. While asking, he moved his hand out, electricity crackling through his fingers as he demonstrated. The 2 kids gulped while looking at that lightning chi. They were quite gifted, so they knew that what the man in front of them was doing wasn't that easy. But they made their decision long ago, they would risk it. Also, you must give up on your revenge, extinguish your rage. Pursuing power for revenge leads to many demons in your Dao heart. This will delay your progress significantly and at worst, will cost you your life. He wasn't lying, as this was the truth in this world. The knowledge that he was implanted with told him that inner demons were created from negative emotions, and unless you were planning on cultivation some demonic technique, you were better off without them. If you agree, then you may call me master. He said while opening up his hands, the bottom side of his palms pointing at each individual in front as if he was beckoning them forward. The 2 thought about for a second before, kowtowing one last time. Then replied, determination in their voice. Yes, master. Accepted Zhang Lu as your disciple. Accepted Zhang Shui as your disciple. Gain 10,000 spirit points for accepting your first disciple. Congratulations. He perked up at the prompts. He thought that he might be able to earn points by training disciples, as otherwise, he would be spending resources and not getting much in return while others got stronger. Guess he could become the greatest disciple trainer in the world. I can even feed them pills to get stronger and choose their move set. Matt wasn't a person of this world, so he didn't really get the whole master-disciple dynamic that well. He wasn't against teaching kids some things here and there, but wasn't really thinking about the cult-like behavior disciples mostly had towards their masters. The more he would teach them, the more devoted they would get. This could be a double-edged sword, but the kids didn't look like the type to get into trouble. He sure hoped that his trouble-attracting aura wouldn't rub off on them. After seeing the prompts, Matt noticed that Shui and Liu's faces were now in his disciple window. When he clicked on them, he could see all their statics, how far they were into their cultivation, what skills they had learned, and how well they knew those skills. They all had the usual low, mid, high and perfect grading, so it was easy to figure out. Zhang clan, being a clan based in a city full of springs, made them mostly have water techniques. Maybe this was the reason why the Tsai clan that was fire types hated their guts so much. Now he would have to make a decision. to either buy new water-based techniques for the kids or just teach them what he had already. He didn't think there was a reason to do the earlier, as his cultivation method was superior to the other ones. He also had many resources dumped into his lightning Dao way, that it wouldn't really make sense unless the kids didn't have the aptitude for it. First, he needed to change their main cultivation method, only after that could he start teaching them his techniques. Then, he might need to get them a better body tempering skill. He didn't want to give them his as it was far too resource heavy. Maybe it would give them an initial boost as the first levels would be easy, but later on, when the resources get scarce it would become a problem. They had no system to help them craft weapons that they could absorb. This type of technique was only good for people that were loaded. Take a seat you two. He beckoned them over, letting them sit down while he stood up, brows furrowed slightly before he began speaking. Qi condensation, you take in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the surroundings, to temper your body from the inside. You prepare your body for your foundation. You two have already started, but luckily it is not yet too late. The breathing techniques that you have learned allow you to extract qi from the surroundings, filtering out the water elements and then storing them inside of your body. My cultivation method is a bit different. Zhang Dong said as he stuck out his index finger and pointed it at his new disciples. After a moment the two could see a qi bubble forming in front of it, but it was a bit odd. It was weaker than normal and didn't seem to have any elemental energy inside. But after a moment it started crackling, turning a deeper shade of blue as it appeared in the form of a small lightning bubble. You don't just gather the spiritual energy, you transform it, feel the heavens around you, bend them to your will. He kind of recited what the knowledge in his head was telling him. It sounded like hogwash but the two kids were eating it up. He also had to agree with it because he was actually pulling out heavenly lightning from thin air. But he didn't plan on making many speeches though, as he took that handy impartation of knowledge technique. He did have the books on him, but he didn't want to explain everything like a math teacher when he could just upload stuff directly into the brain. Also, the skill had a small bonus of already giving the one that was receiving it some proficiency in it. The first steps were always hard, so this was a big plus. He also could spend points to upgrade it later, so that the impartation would let the pupil learn more from the get-go. I'll impart my cultivation technique for the qi condensation level to you, but also another technique. It's called the tranquil mind. I want you to study it first before you attempt cultivating my lightning qi cultivation art. He thought that the bonus from the tranquil mind technique would aid the kids in keeping a calm mind, so they wouldn't make a blunder during the cultivation period. The two were giddy with anticipation as their master walked over and placed his index finger on Liu's forehead. The two didn't know what Zhang Dong was doing as they have never seen a teaching technique like this. You might feel a tiny bit of pain, so endure. Before Liu could nod he felt information rushing into his head. He could feel discomfort penetrating his mind and sweat going down his forehead. He never felt something like this before. The knowledge of the tranquil mind, the cultivation art and even the Dao of lightning was getting shoved into him. The whole thing didn't take long but the poor teenager almost passed out during it. The Dao of lightning was probably the hardest to comprehend, as it was the absolute principle of lightning. Asteriska, maybe it's too much information at once? I managed to survive that info dump, they should be okay. It's a lot less info than what I had to endure asterisk. He went over to the girl that was shivering slightly now but there still was determination in her eyes. She survived the headache but was rubbing her poor forehead while on the ground trying to process the information. I have imparted the basic teachings to you too, you can head back and start cultivating after you rest up. Also, take these and copy them down, don't show them to anyone else, then return them to me. He handed them the cultivation manuals with the techniques as well. The impartation skill wasn't perfect, they might need the techniques in written form for reference and the system didn't have a copy function. The two teenagers wobbled out of his chambers while grasping their heads. He might have overdone it but he smirked a bit as he wasn't the only one who had to endure migraines while learning new things. Haha, you two are young, you can power through it. I think that should take them a while to process before I have to teach them other things, but I sure would like to have a body refining technique for them, one that lets them get to the nascent soul at least. But those would be in the heavenly grade, those don't come cheap. He had spent most of his points now. He wondered if he could get Zhang Jin to fork up some spirit stones that he could absorb, or maybe he could get their mom to do it, but she was a widow now so he thought that would be inappropriate. Wait, there are those upgradable skills, maybe I can buy one that starts at the qi condensation stage but I can upgrade it all up to the nascent soul stage, maybe even higher. That was the good thing about those upgradable skills. They might end up costing more in the end but you could use them at a lower level. A person at the qi condensation level couldn't use core formation skills even though they were of a higher grade, they required just too much qi to use. But not like someone with no body refining skill would be weak. Qi cultivators were more of a mage class, while body refiners were more akin to warriors. The strongest people cultivated both, but most of the time one path was the main one while the other was just a bonus. Like Zhang Dong mostly used his qi cultivation instead of his body, but that was mostly due to his body refining being behind his qi cultivation, but now it had finally caught up. So he would probably win against someone with a similar qi cultivation if their body refining level was low, as he would take less damage and tire himself out less. His qi cultivation was of a high level, so the kids didn't need a super hard to learn body refining technique, more or less something to add to their repertoire would suffice. But he still wanted it to be somewhat good. There were a lot of techniques that could be upgraded and had skill trees to them, but none of the attack ones he had. That kind of evolved as he upgraded his cultivation technique. He also had a skill tree for his body refining technique, but he couldn't up the grade, but instead, he had attacks that he could unlock. The copper body skill let him choose a grasping technique, his fingers would become metallic and his griping power would increase exponentially. He had already gotten that and tested it out, it also got a free buff when he rose his level of cultivation. The silver body let him deliver explosive strikes with his fists and legs, as they also changed to metal. He could also raise his defense past his cultivation realm for a brief moment. The golden body let him go into a special state he would perceive time slower while moving faster, so it was more or less a boost in speed and reaction time. All in all, it let him fight better at close range while using up his stamina instead of his spiritual energy. But wait, the upgraded skills work on me as I have the system. Can I upgrade them if someone else learns it? He didn't take that into account, he was the person with the system. He could buy skills, but he had to use them himself to get the required knowledge to pass on. So he checked out his cash shop and found another way. Some skills could be bought a tome at a time if needed. So he could buy the first tome of the skill and pass it on, then when they were done with it just get the second tome without having to pay the whole price for the skill or technique up front. So while his new disciples were bumbling with their cultivation efforts, Zhang Dong took his time in examining the body refining skills. He also was really close to becoming the patriarch, he sure hoped that nothing wrong would happen during the ceremony. Behemoth Body, Tome 1, 2000 Cultivator absorbs Demon Beast cores to enhance the body. Gains monstrous strength, can transform body parts like nails into claws. Practitioners might experience violent tendencies. Profound Physique, Tome 1, 2900 Through rigorous training, tempering and absorption of heaven and earth energies, the cultivator can transform their body into the perfect weapon. Mostly focus on defense and power. Devil's Frame, Tome 1, 3500 By performing specific rituals, the practitioner can gain the body of a devil, it boasts high regenerative abilities. Sylph Physique, Tome 1, 2850 Suited for female cultivators, it focuses on speed and evasion instead of resistance, while still giving a moderate increase in defense and regeneration. He didn't find anything out of the ordinary, the behemoth body seemed good as it only needed beast cores, but the violent tendency part was a bit iffy. The devil one was out of the question, he didn't want his disciples slaughtering infants. The profound one looked like your regular body refining skill, with no downsides besides being hard to learn. It looked like it would boost the cultivator's skills without the mental or moral downsides. The sylph one would probably suit his female disciple, while the profound one would be better for the male one. He would give those later to his disciples, maybe he could even give it to some other clan members as those looked to be good high-grade all-around refining techniques. Plus it was just for the qi condensation level, so they was rather cheap. There was also one other thing he learned while he was examining the cultivation manuals that he got from the core formation cultivators he defeated. When he examined it with his system out, he noticed that he could actually refine the cultivation techniques. Also, the costs were lower. He would pay less for upgrading a low earth graded skill to a high earth graded skill than to buy a new high graded skill. So maybe if he got his hands on those water cultivation tomes that the clan had, he could upgrade them. It would be probably better to learn a better version of a technique you were already familiar with than to start practicing a new one. For now, he didn't have many points left, so he just resumed his daily activities. The day of the coronation was coming. His progress had slowed down with time, the qi around the place was also thinning out as he was absorbing it at an increased rate. His cultivation was above 50%, but it started stagnating. The good thing was that even without achieving a breakthrough he was getting stronger. Each percentage counted, he was a lot stronger at 50% than he was at 1% of the middle stage. Plus he had managed to get his body cultivation into the middle stage as well. He wore a golden robe as the patriarch ceremony was upon him, looking kind of regal as Zhang was fixing him up. He was even wearing a strange ceremonial hat, which made him look like a pope or sect leader. The hat had some strange strings with small beads attached to them that just dangled around. The sleeves were very long and wide. This was certainly not a robe meant for fighting. He looked at himself in the mirror while his attendant was fixing up his clothes. He wanted to crawl into his bed and hide, due to his silly appearance. Patriarch, you look stunning. I bet all the prominent clans in the area will send marriage proposals as soon as they see your stunning appearance. The woman said in an excited fashion. This didn't help at all, as Matthew didn't really feel like getting married. He also knew how things worked around here. The marriages were mostly political and were meant to bind clans together while the parents were supposed to pop out babies like crazy. Well, not like he had much against the baby-making procedure, but he would rather do it with someone who actually liked him. He still remembered that one woman just running away the moment she heard his clan name. Well, I'm the patriarch so they can't force me to marry anyone. If someone tries, I'll force them to marry a goat. That will show them. I'll even bring some spirit grass for the goat as a wedding present. He was slightly nervous but quite less as his tranquil mind was in full effect. He just needed to do a couple of those breathing exercises and he was good to go. He had been living in this place for a month now. He had met some of the elders and core members for the clan. But he was quite bad at remembering names. It was even worse to attach those names to faces that kind of blurred together. So most of the time he ended up just nodding while greeting people. Zhang had explained everything to him, but he went through it once more in his head. First came the ceremony in the main building hall. Everyone from the core members would be there. He would get the official title there. He would have to sit down on that big throne and get greeted by everyone, which could take a while. After that, he was supposed to go to the mausoleum and pay his respects to his ancestors. A lot of this involved kowtowing and getting kowtowed back. These people sure had a thing for that. He liked handshakes more. Following that, he would have to get on a magical platform that worked like a flying sword. He would have to show himself to the citizens and either say something wise or just wave at them and nod. Then came the strange parade through the city, ending it all with some kind of banquet where more people were invited to. The clan would receive gifts from other clans, which was more or less a friendly gesture to keep good relations. He wasn't expecting much as the clan was in decline, so there weren't many other powers trying to get on their good side just yet. This is going to be a long day. He gave out a sigh and headed out. It was time to get this over with as the day had only started. The whole thing was supposed to take quite a bit. The banquet was taking place at night, so till then he would be greeting people while stoically looking at them. Zhang Jin gave a long-winded speech about the clan's future, that the families should come together to form bonds or something like that. Matt wasn't really listening as he was trying not to fall asleep during it. Afterward, many people came over to pay their respects. Some people he remembered, some were new. He kind of waved his hand about while nodding, playing the role of a more silent lord, but it was mostly due to not knowing what to say. This took a good chunk of the day. There were many clan members as he kind of underestimated the massive size of his clan. Some looked happy, some looked dejected as the side families kind of forced their way into the whole ceremony, proclaiming that if the patriarch was from a side family as well, they had the right to be there. The reigning Grand Elder had set this all up. These were troubling times, so the clan needed unity more than tradition. Some people almost started fighting, but with one good snort they quieted down fast. After that was done, the mausoleum part was next. He was alone kneeling in front of some statues and graves. He just lit some incense sticks here and there while bowing at the ancestors. He felt kind of weird doing this as he had no relation to these people whatsoever, besides the system bestowing him with the body of the so-called Zhangdong. He had thought a bit about that. Was this a game world? Or was this just some parallel world and he now inhabited the real Zhangdong's body that existed in reality? Maybe the owner of this body died during the battle with the monster that slew his parents. He just got inserted into it, though that would be unlikely as he was the one that picked the name. He was leaning into the direction of a godly being making this whole world, for some shits and giggles. Probably watching him dance like a puppet while laughing. This was kind of unsettling, but he couldn't do much about it. Next up, was the part he wanted to do the least, his public appearance. He was radiating his senior aura at max while looking down at the people. There was a huge amount of them. It looked like a sea of people crammed into a small space, just looking up at him while he focused on his tranquil mind technique and recalled what he wrote down beforehand. even though he remembered it mostly from movies and games. Thus he started speaking with a slow steady voice. This day does not belong to one man, but to all. Let us together rebuild this clan, this city, that we may share in the days of peace. In order to succeed in this endeavor called life, we must come together with one heart, one mind, one love, and one determination. Unity is strength, division is weakness. Only together can we achieve greatness. Individually we are but a drop of water, but together we are an ocean. He tried quoting some political propaganda that he remembered from some internet surfing back in the day, but he wasn't sure if it was working, as you could hear a pin drop after he was done with his speech. But soon cheers could be heard around the whole city, probably because most of the people in this world had a big individualistic mindset, gaining power for themselves to raise up in society. The whole work together thing was a bit new. While the people on the bottom pole were eager to share and work together, the people on the top would probably still cling to their resources. He just waved and flew along the road as the parade started. The platform he was on had a big throne on it. So he looked like some lofty magical king just floating while getting escorted by traditionally dressed clan members. The people looked quite happy to have him there, which made him glad, but he just wanted to get out of these uncomfortable clothes. Also he was really bored. While he was just sitting there, he decided to see how his disciples were doing. He hadn't seen them much in the past week. The last time was just after they returned him his original manuals to the skills he gave them. Name, Zhonglu. Cultivation base Qi, Qi condensation 9th. Cultivation base body, Qi condensation 1st, profound physique. Techniques, tranquil mind, rainwater sutra, empowered lightning Qi cultivation art, flowing water art. Dao, Dao of heavenly lightning, 0,5%. The kids had started learning his skills. The tranquil mind skill wasn't that hard to learn, so afterward they concentrated on the Dao and lightning cultivation art. His lightning cultivation art already transformed into the empowered one. He hoped that when he upgraded it again he could teach the kids the improved version with no problems. The Dao bit looked hard to learn though. It wasn't even at 1%, but that was the hardest thing to learn as it showed the cultivator the right way. The peculiar thing about his disciples, that after absorbing the lightning Qi, their hair started showing white strands. Guess that was the side effect of this art, silvery hair. The girl wasn't much behind the boy. She had the Dao understanding a bit higher at 0,7%, but had more trouble with the new body tempering technique. You could say she had more talent for Qi-related techniques, while the youth for body-related skills. But it just might have been a different mindset. The last thing on the agenda was the banquet, so they all returned to their main base. He was back at sitting at his throne while people were buzzing about. Some other more friendly clans came to pay a visit. They were mostly the weaker ones, just trying to be polite, but there were some others gathering some info about the new guy in town. Matt was trying hard not to yawn, which might have given the wrong signals as his face quite stern looking. The people were happily chatting between themselves. Zhang Jin was quite fond of the lady cultivators as he seemed to be working his adult charms on them. Zhang Dong sighed as he didn't want to get a new uncle. But the pleasantries came to an end there, because everyone could feel an overbearing aura suddenly fill the whole place. It was an unannounced visit. No one knew how the person got here as the guards didn't notice their arrival. Matt was also surprised as he couldn't feel the person before they released their aura. The aura felt quite strong. It was at the level of a core formation expert at the Great Circle. But it wasn't just one person, there were more. 6 people walked in, filling the room with their oppressive spiritual energy that pushed anyone below the core formation level down to their knees. The 5 people behind the strongest person were all at the late stage. Matt had gotten stronger in the past month, but he probably wouldn't be able to handle all those experts alone. Well, isn't the little Zhang clan going to pay their respects? One of the people in the back spoke up. All of them were wearing similar yellow robes. The person in front had the most expensive looking one on him. The thing that stuck out was a symbol of a black hand embroidered to the back of the robe. The person in the front looked a lot younger than the people in the back. He was also the strongest, probably some kind of genius young master type. The people in the back were all older men, looking to be in their 50s. The lofty young master had long dark hair, a more tanned complexion and some kind of jewel sticking out of his forehead. Might have been some kind of treasure, or maybe part of a cultivation method. The 6 were of course members of the Dark Palm sect that ruled this region. The first one to react was Zhang Jin. He was also the only one that could move beside Zhang Dong in this situation, as the former was a bit baffled by the situation. This was actually the first time that Matt was in front of someone that he wasn't a senior to. Jin went in front and made a bow to the younger male, offering his greetings in a pleasant voice. You honor our small clan with your presence, O honorable seniors. Zhang Dong was a bit slow to react, which caught the eye of the sect members, who started eyeing them down, almost ready to pounce on him for not showing the due respect towards them and their young master. To them, he was just a country bumpkin that was a leader of a small insignificant group of cultivators. Ah, excuse my rudeness. He quickly got off his throne and bowed his head in front of the sect cultivators, this being the first time he actually had to do it. Most of the time he was the strongest person in the area, so he kind of got used to acting nonchalantly around others. The young master seemed to be a person of few words as he looked dejected to even be here in the first place. He just looked at Zhang Dong for a second and then turned his face to one of the elders behind him. His tone was quite condescending. Just give them the orders, don't want to be in this backwater place any more than I have to. The elder that was spoken to, took out a jade slip and threw it over to Matt that quickly scanned its contents. He started frowning more and more as he read on what was written in there. This. Follow the orders in the jade slip, you know the repercussion if you decide otherwise. Know your place, whelp, you might have won against some trash clans, but don't ever forget that the Dark Palm sect is the one that lets you have your petty squabbles in the first place. The man spat on the ground, as he didn't like how Zhang Dong was slow in giving them face. After the elder gave them the warning, they withdrew their aura, jumped onto their swords and headed out. As their master had stated, none of them wanted to be here in the first place. The clan people started getting off the floor while panting, knowing well that there was probably nothing good in that jade slip. Zhang Jin walked over with a solemn look on his face, he was past the jade slip, his eyes going wide-eyed in the process. Those damn bastards! Did we somehow offend them? Matt let Zhang Jin keep the jade slip as some other elders started reading through it. Due to the previous expedition ending in failure, there would be another one. The secret ground opened up on set intervals and required a set amount of people to take part in it. Their clan was ordered to supply them with 1 core formation cultivator, 20 foundation establishment cultivators and 200 chi condensation cultivators. Also, they specifically ordered the new patriarch of the clan to take part in it, if not the sect would replace them with another clan. There was also an explanation about why this specific number of cultivators was required. After going to the secret grounds, the people there found 10 large platforms. The whole thing was created by some immortal cultivator, if they completed a trial they would get some cultivation technique of his as a reward. There was also a giant door in that chamber, in the text it stated that if the trial is successfully finished the giant door would open and reveal the treasure inside. The Dark Palm sect was very much interested in what was behind that giant door, they tried to brute force their way inside but even their nascent soul cultivators couldn't put a dent on that massive door. They decided to bring enough people for the trial, but they didn't want to use their own disciples. They brought in the clans for that, some of them went in for the spoils as the sect did offer rewards. But no one could actually refuse them. So the first time around, the Zhang clan went over with 3 of their core formation elders, 60 foundation establishment experts and 600 chi foundation warriors. These were the best warriors of the clan, as the clan was going to get paid well if they succeeded. The rest was filled by other clans. In the end, no one returned. The secret grounds forcefully expelled everyone that came inside and the entrance to it got sealed off. But it was later revealed that the seal was weakening with the passage of time and that it would open again. The ever-greedy sect cultivators decided to throw more people at the trial, they didn't care about what the clans thought, they could be replaced later. The opening time would be in about 3 months' time, they were required to bring their forces there or suffer the consequences. If they succeeded the sect would offer them some spirit stones and resources, also they would let them have whatever was in the trial. Probably because they thought that there wouldn't be much worth in there. The atmosphere was solemn in the room as everyone got the news, the banquet was ended prematurely while the people in charge went to the main hall to discuss things, Matt went with them of course. We have 3 months, we are done for, the previous patriarch couldn't best that trial with our strongest forces, how are we supposed to do it now? One of the men in the room said while pulling his hair out. We could try running. And what? Become bandits? Join another clan? The moment they find out our roots they would execute us. They really want us dead. Matt listened to the old men bickering, the trial was strange as it had designated spots and a set amount of people. The composition was strange, the core formation experts seemed like generals of their forces, the formation establishment cultivators like officers and the chi condensation warriors as soldiers. Asterisk maybe it's some military game where they compete against each other? But then one of the teams would have won and been alive to tell the tale, asterisk. He tried thinking about novels and how most of those pocket dimension dungeons worked. Mostly there were a lot of traps involved, people competing to get some strange herb or treasure in the end. But this one had a treasure outside it, while the people taking the test were inside. Asterisk sounds like a place to test your forces or something, maybe people inside have to work together to win. If so, that might be bad, asterisk. He knew well how things worked around this world, sometimes a sibling would backstab their family to get that magical pill. Working together wasn't really something that was associated with cultivators. Being a murder hobo, popping pills was more the Xiangxia way. Asterisk I guess if everyone was from one sect it would work out, but if you put in clans that probably have some grudges with each other and tell them to work together for one goal. I think I need to get more points asterisk. After becoming the patriarch he had unlocked the clan window, he could see how many people were in it and what cultivation levels they were. It kind of looked like Sim City, he could see the approval ratings in the city, what cities he had, the crime rate and so on. There was even an achievement tab, that showed him that he could get points for things like getting the approval rating up to a certain point. Building a hospital, building more martial arts schools and bringing the strength and knowledge of the citizens up. More or less he got points the better the clan and the city did. Also, he gained passive points each day though at the moment he was gaining a whooping 2 points a day. He decided to act a bit more like a leader, slowly filling the room with his aura as she said with a booming voice. Organize a citywide tournament for our clan members, tell them about the new expedition. Chi Condensation Juniors and Foundation Establishment cultivators from the clan can participate. We will select the right number from the strongest from them. Do it within a month's time. Zhang Kuo, find me a list of any strong beasts or demonic cultivators that have bounties on their heads, best if they are in the core formation stage. Do it as fast as you can. He needed to train his forces up, which would require quite a bit of points. The fastest way would be slaying monsters or cultivators at the core formation level. He had to get enough points to upgrade the skills for the chosen elite warriors from the tournament. He could hide the fact that the winners would get conscripted, but he would rather have some weaker people that have the guts to fight, than having to force them to come along and then have them abandon others in the middle of battle. The strongest warrior wasn't always the best one for the job. The people in the room, mostly knew what the patriarch was going for with the tournament to choose the best warriors. But was a bit surprised that he wanted to hunt some bounties? But they guessed that he wanted the cash rewards to aid the clan, so there wasn't much resistance from them. They discussed some other things, with him there, mostly the logistics of getting the tournament ready. Zhang Dong returned to his chambers and flopped like a dead fish on his large bed. His face was down in the pillow as he just wanted to go to sleep. But before he could do that he heard knocking on the door. He turned around and stared at the ceiling for a moment before standing up. Who is it? We apologize for the intrusion, Master. It was the two kids, they were looking at him with embers in their eyes. They had apparently heard about the whole Dark Palm sect expedition. Probably overheard it from their mother or one of the other clan members. Please Master, teach us fighting skills, we want to participate in the expedition. He looked at the two youths, the two looking quite determined. There's going to be a tournament, if you can get into the best 200 you can participate. But is your mother okay with this? Mother will probably take part in it too, we overheard her talking to Grandpa about it, we want to join her and our brothers and sisters of the clan. The two were taking it quite seriously, which made Matt a bit hesitant. He didn't want to get these two youths involved that much, they had a bright future ahead of them and quite the high talent. But if they failed the clan would probably be done for anyway. Fine, you two continue with your cultivation, but also use this. The two were getting the hang of it, but most of Zhang Dong's techniques required high amounts of lightning chi. The most he could give them is the basic fighting techniques along with the lightning punching and kicking arts. If they could advance with those, they might stand a chance in the tournament. He also wanted to learn a sword art for himself, he didn't have one yet but he would need to get more points for that. The two left his chambers with a splitting headache again and some manuals to copy from while Matt decided to cultivate for the rest of the night. He expected to get the info on potential targets in the morning, he would head out to gather points, his goal was to get into the late stage of the core formation stage, his progress was slowing down though. He started feeling responsible for these Zhang clan people, the closer he got to them the harder it was to let go. He might have been an introvert but that didn't mean that he wanted to be alone. The next day the news was spreading through the city, making the citizens quite unruly. This was understandable because if this expedition ended badly like last time, there would probably be a new attempt on the city. No one thought that there would be anyone rescuing them again if that happened. Some people were thinking about abandoning the clan and city in general, but then they also heard that other clans in the area were in similar situations. No one was really safe from the sect overlords, and it was hard to abandon an established life to start anew. Matt was in his cultivation chamber, trying to raise his power level. But his gains had slowed down the further he progressed. The storm clouds were coming down less, the spiritual energy in the area was thinning out. He was thinking about his plan. Would it even work? He left and went over to Zhongjin. He wanted to know if he knew anything about the last expedition. After the two greeted each other, then his grandpa explained everything in detail. The old patriarch left with 2 other core formation elders. This happened about 3 months ago. They didn't have many details on what happened inside as the communication jades didn't work. The spirit tablets started breaking after about a month, so the people inside that dungeon didn't just get wiped out. They remained for quite some time, fighting for their lives. It took another month for everyone's tablets to break. Maybe it was some kind of prolonged attack or some kind of maze. The thing Zhang Dong was sure of was that he needed to get as many points as he could, but he wasn't about to go on a killing spree. That's why he told Kuo to get him that fugitive list. He wanted to hunt some monsters and get spirit stones as rewards to boot. He needed a lot of resources. Did everyone have the best available weapon for their disposition? Could he upgrade their cultivation method? This was a team event, so he needed to arm his men and women to the teeth, and he knew that the previous expedition drained the clan's coffers dry. I have brought you what you asked for, Patriarch. Matt nodded and took the jade slip. It had information about various baddies and monsters around the whole empire. He scanned it for core formation enemies. Would be nice if he could grab a nascent soul beast, but a monster like that would probably one-shot him. Ravager demonic cultivator, last seen near the 5 dread peaks by the city of Frost River. Cultivation base in the later core formation stage. He has killed hundreds, maybe thousands of people in pursuit of power. Reward 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lesser calamity dragon evil beast residing in the volcanic areas of the Inferno mountain range, regularly seen raiding nearby cities and villages causing havoc on the populace. Cultivation base in the late core formation stage, reward 12,000 low-grade spirit stones. Blood demon cult, an evil group of renegade cultivators. They act in the shadows and are hard to track. People have reported children getting abducted in the night. Reward 8,000 spirit stones, cultivation base unknown, possibly in core formation, not confirmed. He mostly looked for opponents in the late stage of core formation. After fighting the Fire Lord and upgrading his skill, he thought that he could take those on. He noted down the cult as well, as the city that they were doing their evil deeds was between the other 2 places he was going to go. He could head there after taking care of one of the assignments. After he finished up with those, he would decide if he could do more before returning to the clan. He thought that maybe he could stay here and relax for longer, but now his life was at stake. There was always an option to leave and hide, but he was the Zhang clan patriarch. Everyone probably knew him by now. He would probably be a wanted one like that Ravager guy on the run. But there was also an option of a disguising skill, though if he did that the people from this clan would be dead meat. He didn't want to have that on his conscience. I really need some sword skills. I can't actually do any fancy attacks with this sword of mine besides swinging it around. Matt knew that there were many flashy sword styles, that if mastered let the user unleash powerful attacks. He would like to get a technique with a lot of potential, best if he could use it from the get-go and be able to raise its prowess later. He had an eye on one particular sword art, that came under the umbrella of lightning elements, so he got a discount. It wasn't an upgradable skill or anything. It was divided into tomes, though if he bought the Earth Grade 1, he would get the previous ones for the lower ones. The manuals were called Thunder God Sword Scripture and had various sword attacks and stances that went well with his empowered lightning chi cultivation method. He wanted to grab the lower level ones, but if he bought them one by one he would just lose points. For now, he decided to spend the rest of his points on chi recovery pills and healing pills, as well as some detoxification pills against poison attacks. He knew well how those evil cultivators liked to poison everyone, though his golden body had quite the high resistance to poison attacks. After checking out his map and marking down the first 3 waypoints, he could see that the closest area was the volcanic one. Also, this one actually pointed out the whereabouts of his target, the other ones were kind of vague. Maybe after he got the points from the dragon he could find some kind of tracking skill. He wasn't sure if he would be such a good detective and find that cult or that evil cultivator. Those guys seemed like the types that were good at hiding. The plan was simple: go out, slay some baddies, get points, upgrade the cultivation methods of the clan members after they are done with their small tournament arc. Who knew, maybe some kind of protagonist type would appear during the tournament that he could focus his resources on. There probably had to be a reason why that secret ground required lower level cultivators, so probably everyone was important and he couldn't just power through it with his own strength. Guess I'll be off to saving some damsels in distress, maybe that dragon will be hiding a cute princess somewhere. Matt thought to himself jokingly while making sure that he had everything he needed in his spatial ring. He took the excessive pills that he got from the previous battles with him. You never know, low-grade pills could come in handy as well, he could always sell them later for more spirit stones. While he was heading out, his grandpa Zhongjin was waiting. He looked at him with concern in his gaze, fidgeting slightly before speaking out. Don. Patriarch, are you sure you want to leave the clan at this moment? What if something happens to you? He was informed about what Zhang Dong was doing. He wasn't sure what hunting some criminal and evil beasts would accomplish in the span of 3 months. The clan sure could use more spirit stones for weapons and gear, that was true. He was slightly concerned that the new patriarch could die during his travels. They had no Dao protectors to accompany him as he was the strongest member in the clan, they would only slow him down. Don't worry Gramps, I'll be back. This is kind of how I get stronger. I might even have a breakthrough in these 3 months. I already said it to Ya and Kuo, but try to gather some crafting resources, I might be able to forge some weapons for the winning clan members afterwards. He replied in a calm voice, that tranquil mind technique working out quite nicely as previously he would have probably been stuttering all over the place. Zhang Jin raised his hand as if he wanted to say something, but then instead nodded and gave his grandson a pat on the back and some words of reassurance before sending him off. Don't worry, I'll protect the clan while you are away. Zhang Dong smiled slightly while just nodding back, then he jumped onto his flying sword that started glowing as he inserted his spiritual essence into it. With a thunderous sound, he vanished from the spot and you could hear a resounding sonic boom. Some other clan elders and members were also there. They had a myriad of feelings about the whole situation. Some thought that this young cultivator would probably abandon them. Some were hopeful that their new patriarch would deliver another miracle and get them out of this situation. Some were just confused, others were mad or fearful. Everyone dispersed after Zhang Jin told them to move their asses in motion and get to work while squinting. The patriarch had a communication jade slip with him this time around. The defensive formation was repaired so he would be able to come back if something went wrong. They had to follow orders, so they got busy with the tournament plans. Zhang Dong didn't mention how exactly the tournament was supposed to function, but he did say that he didn't want people to just get eliminated if they lost a fight. Everyone was supposed to have multiple chances to get their rank up. One fight wasn't enough to decide a good or bad fighter. Also, the fighter's stamina was important, so the combatants had to fight people in succession. Weapons were allowed, but they had to be of the same grade as the opponents. The clan had a designated sparring area just for that, with built-in formations that kept people from getting killed or fatally injured. The people got to work while Zhang Dong flew through the air, the increase in cultivation making him fly twice as fast as before. If someone went into his patriarch chamber they would notice that the grand bed was missing. Matt sure as hell didn't want to sleep on that straw mattress that he got from that tribe. The new bed barely fit into the upgraded crafting abode, he really needed to get something he could comfortably spend his time in. 2 people were walking, one was an older woman holding onto a big basket filled with laundry. Next to her was a young child, it was the woman's daughter. The day was nice and sunny as they made their way to the river to wash their clothes. The previous day the people in the village spotted some beasts fighting in the mountains, but they just hid till the powerful auras subsided before coming out. This wasn't such a rare occurrence, powerful experts and beasts fought among each other for various reasons. The residents were used to such things, but no one really cared about their little village so they were mostly left unscathed. The mother and daughter duo arrived at their destination. This world wasn't that advanced, there were some spiritual artifacts that could be used as washing machines but only rich sects and clans could afford such things. Normal people usually did it the hard way, just washing them in the river. It was supposed to be just a day like any other but then suddenly the small child spotted something. Mommy, Mommy! What's that? The child bounced around while pointing at a spot by the river. The mother smiled at her daughter and then looked at where she was pointing at, her eyes going wide at the sight. Quickly, go call your father! The woman shouted at her daughter while quickly dropping her basket and running to that spot. She jumped into the water, yanking and pulling at what appeared to be a person. She managed to drag the large man out of there but he looked to be in awful condition. She could see that his white robe was all torn up, there were scratches and cuts all over his body. The river water diluted the blood, so you couldn't see how injured the man was. After the husband arrived they both dragged the man out of the river, ear to the chest wondering if he was even alive. These were simple people, so they didn't know about CPR, but after further inspection, they could hear a faint heartbeat. The man was clearly Zhang Dong, his robe wasn't mending itself as it required the user's spiritual energy to do that. The wife and husband quickly discussed the situation. The man looked to be injured but alive, he was clearly a cultivator, but they had no idea if he was friendly or not. But these were quite honest and good people, so they both decided to patch him up to their ability. The man was quite heavy and felt like he was made from metal, so with the help of horse and carriage, they managed to get him back to their farmhouse which was nearby. You could see other farmhouses around, the village entrance was quite near as well. They placed him in one of the rooms and the wife tended to the man's wounds while the husband kept watching, a bit apprehensive about the whole affair. It looked like the cultivator suffered some kind of beast attack, this made them remember yesterday's fight between some strange magical beast. They theorized that he probably got involved in the fight of those monsters and barely escaped with his life. We should probably report this to the village elder, we have no idea what this cultivator will do when he wakes up. The husband said in a hushed tone while edging his wife to go along with the daughter as he didn't want to leave them alone with the unknown person. The two females headed out but soon spotted some strange people around the village, maybe it was just a group of adventurers passing by. There were some by the mayor's house, giving them strange smiles as they were passing by. "Excuse me, is the mayor around? I need to report something." The wife said to one of the mayor's attendants that were standing in front of the house. She didn't have to wait for long as the moment she said that the mayor and a strange man walked out of the hose. The mayor was wiping sweat from his brow while the man was grinning. "Oh? Can I listen to that report too, young missy?" The man smiled in a mocking way, while the mayor looked at the woman that he knew from the village. She informed them about the strange cultivator they fished out of the village and how they brought him to their house to tend to his wounds. This made the other strange people whisper among themselves before the leader barked out an order to her. "Interesting. You won't mind if we tag along, right mayor? Think it might be one of my men." The mayor wanted to refuse but he wasn't really in a position, these people had just barged into this village asking about yesterday's monster attack. He told them what he knew, where the spot was that the fight probably occurred. He even lent them a guide as he was afraid that if he didn't he would end up with a dagger in his throat. These people were clearly some band of bandits or renegade cultivators, probably trying to find something in that beast attack. Having no other way out, the wife and mayor headed to the farmhouse while the unwelcomed guests followed after them. As they arrived, the people that left with the guide returned, but without him. They whispered something into their leader's ear, the man just smiled and nodded while whispering something back. The group arrived at the farmhouse to the husband's surprise, there were quite a bit of those cultivators around and the mayor was also there. This left the man with furrowed brows, but his wife explained that they were the friends of the cultivator they saved. The leader and two other men walked into the room where the silver-haired man was, he looked like a mummy with all those bandages wrapped around his torso. The strange thing was that the family was also forced into the house along with the mayor. The leader of the so-called cultivator friends started speaking. "Okay boys, we hit the jackpot. Our brothers found a dead beast, it's worth a fortune. This unlucky sap must have been fighting it, just leaves us to finish the deal," he said while grinning. They were bandits, they were on the move as they came across the fight in the distance. Being the curious bunch they decided to see if the people that battled left something for them to take. They expected at most to get some scraps, maybe a half-chewed-up cultivator carcass where they could find a working storage ring. But instead, they found a dead dragon and the cultivator was right here, they just needed to finish him and take all his bearings. There was only one problem, the villagers. They couldn't let them live now. If this guy was some prominent figure and someone came looking for him they would be done for. Kill him, take all of his treasures, then kill all of the villagers, let no one survive, do it quietly so that they don't run. The family and mayor looked on in horror, backing away with the little girl in the back. "No, you can't do this, the ruling clan won't let this happen," the husband shouted out, while the bandits started pulling out their daggers. "The clan? Like that bunch of arrogant bastards would even lift a finger for some useless villagers." One of the bandits replied while licking his dagger. "Hey boss, can we have some fun with the girls?" Another one from the bandits asked. This one was quite wide, looking like a pig. "Girls? Hee, little bro, you sure like them young, don't you?" Everyone looked on in horror as imminent death was approaching. The father tried protecting their family but instead found himself with a dagger stuck in his shoulder. The mayor was getting beaten while the wife and child looked on in horror. Hee, just blame your bad luck. One of the bandits said while his axe came down at the bandaged-up cultivator's head, aiming to chop his neck right through. This didn't go as planned though, as the weapon shattered into pieces the moment it collided with the man's neck. The struck spot shone with a golden metallic luster. Before the man could reassess the situation, he felt his neck getting grabbed, as the seemingly passed-out cultivator awoke. You know what, I was willing to let you live, but then you had to open your big mouths. There is a certain place in hell for bastards like you. The bandit was lifted up into the air as the white-haired man stood up. He looked at the man that just tried to chop his head off, then he looked at the injured village residents. The bandit in his grasp had a strange expression on his face as he thrashed about, but soon he could feel electricity run through his entire body. The man lit up like a Christmas tree. Death came fast and without much pain due to the overwhelming amount of electric energy. The man's charred remains hit the floor. He looked like a baked skeleton with some meat attached here and there. Please, Senior, appease your anger. The bandits knew well that they couldn't handle this guy. He had killed that giant dragon that was still radiating with power. They were just simple chi condensation cultivators, with no backing to speak of. The man was slowly walking towards them without replying, so they just bolted for the exit. Running away was the only option. All of them scattered, hoping that the mad expert couldn't get them all or wouldn't even bother. Matt walked out of the farmhouse. He could feel the auras of all the bandits in the small village. The bandits were in close vicinity, so he could sense all their unique murderous auras. He gathered chi into his hand, forming a big spear of light. He threw it up into the air. The javelin went straight up. At the apex of its trajectory, it exploded, splitting into many smaller spears. Guided by his senses, they homed in on the escaping cultivators, piercing through their bodies as he left none of them alive. He knew that those men were killers and rapists, but it still left a bad taste in his mouth as he looked at the dead people scattered around the vicinity. The previous day he had gone to the spot where the Calamity Dragon was supposed to have its lair. It was there like on the wanted list, but the problem was that it was a lot stronger than what he had anticipated. The moment the dragon noticed his presence, it attacked. It was in the late stage, but the problem was its body. His attacks kept bouncing off the scales, his sword left flesh wounds while he himself took hits after getting too close. In the end, it ended up with a battle of attrition as he used his avatar form in a last-ditch effort, wrestling with the thing while it sunk its claws into his enlarged body. He managed to snap the dragon's neck in the end, the two fighting it out near a waterfall where he passed out. Afterward, he was carried downstream and ended up by the village where the villagers carried him home and tended to his wounds. He realized that the Tsai clan patriarch wasn't a good reference point. He had just broken through and his cultivation technique was more or less trash. This dragon was at the pinnacle of that stage, plus it had a hard body that might have been its main cultivation method. He wasn't as strong as he had thought. Mistakes were made. He had also gotten some innocent people involved in this debacle. He went back into the house and handed the injured people inside some healing pills. The villagers were grateful, but there was fear in their eyes. They just witnessed a man killing so many people with ease. Matt apologized to the residents, leaving behind some money as thanks before heading out. He flew back to where the dragon remains were, taking it into his storage ring as he could use the body for crafting materials. Asterisk, I guess 1 down and 2 to go. At least I got some points now. Asterisk. Name, Zhang Dong. Affiliation, Zhang Clan. Spirit points, 215,432. Cultivation base Qi, Core formation middle stage 57%, Empowered lightning core. Cultivation base body, Core formation middle stage 3%, Golden body. Techniques, Empowered lightning Qi cultivation art, Golden body arts, Thunder light sword, Thunder movement art. Dao, Dao of heavenly lightning, Dao of smithing and crafting. Other, Senior aura, Impartation of knowledge, Mentor's eyes, Appraisal. Matt was on his sword munching on some healing pills while his wounds were regenerating slowly. He didn't like how his first mission went down. He almost died fighting that dragon, then some crazy bandits wanted to chop his head off. He even got some innocent people involved, then had to kill. He'd give himself an F and for handling things, the and just for not being dead in the end. He kind of figured that he shouldn't rush into these kinds of things without gathering some intel first. Though not like there was anyone around that volcanic mountain range to ask questions about. He could also use a detection skill of some sorts. Maybe if he pined the location of that dragon before it noticed him, he could have gotten a sneak attack in. First, he used the new points to get the first 3 manuscripts of the Thunder God Sword scripture, to increase his attacking power. Each manuscript taught him one special move, but they also contained the knowledge about sword stances, methods of attacking and defending. The first one was an attacking technique. The sword practitioner would release sword energy and deliver a slicking attack that would cut anything in its way. It also added some lightning laws, and besides slicing and dicing your opponent, it would kick up a storm in its wake. It had the name of Thunder God Slash. It also increased in power with every higher ranked manuscript. There was also a variation of the skill called Thunder God Thrust. The second one was called Thunder God Domain. It was a defensive move you formed in illusory domain, calling up lightning elements and storms. In this domain, you could perceive all incoming attacks and react accordingly. The last one was a charge-up attack called Sever the Heavens. It was similar to the first one, but it would deliver an immensely powerful strike and couldn't really be spammed like the Thunder God Slash move. He decided to try out his new repertoire before moving on, starting with the basic Thunder God Slash. It was more or less a sword light type attack. If he did a slashing attack, it would send out an energy blast from his sword, that would cut anything in its path. He tried it out, managing to slice up quite the big boulder with no problem at all. He could also do thrusting attacks with it. This left a big gaping hole in another large boulder that he abused. The domain technique gathered lightning energy and sword intent around an area of about 10 meters in all directions. He threw a rock up into the air and closed his eyes, waiting for it to fall down. The moment the object got into his domain, he could sense it along with its trajectory, slicing it in half without needing to open his eyes. This was quite a handy skill to predict enemy movement. The last one was a bit harder to pull off. He grasped his sword with both his hands and started pumping his energy into it. The sword blade started expanding upwards, getting longer and wider. He performed a diagonal swipe with the charged-up weapon, slicing a smaller mountain peak in the process. He was left drained, sweat running down his forehead as he panted. I can't use this one too often. After getting the gist of his new sword techniques, he thought about the next destination. The closer one was the city where the cultists were in, but he needed some things before that. He looked for a fitting detection technique, maybe something to mask his aura or looks as well. He recalled that many Xiangxia protagonists always had a handy technique to hide how they looked so that they could escape into the crowds whenever getting into trouble. Also, if the cultist noticed that they had someone sniffing around town, they would either try to kill that person or lay low if they were too strong. He looked at the earth-graded skills as always. He aimed for something that worked on core formation experts and below, as he couldn't really afford heavenly rank skills and didn't know if he could actually use them. There was one, just named Earthly Disguise Art, that was supposed to work on core formation experts and below, masking the user's appearance along with his or her aura. It also helped the users detect people that were using disguising arts of lower and similar grade. Then there was an enhanced version called the Heavenly Disguise Art that was a direct upgrade of this one. He also wanted to snatch a better aura detection skill, maybe an aura tracking skill. People tended to leak their spiritual energy into the surroundings. It did dissipate after a while. He could maybe home in on this dissipating energy to track the evil cultivators. He felt that these were some quality of life skills, so he decided to drop some points into them as well. Matt closed his eyes and focused his mind on his surroundings. The enhanced aura detection skill let him home in on the beasts and animals in the surroundings quite a bit more. His range also was increased by multiple kilometers. He dropped down to the ground. He noticed that if he used his new tracking skill, a sort of mist appeared. It was a trail that he could choose to home in. If he followed after it, the person or animal in question would be at the end. He thought that this system was a bit too overpowered. It had way too many functions and was only limited to the number of points he could get. He wondered if after some time there would be some kind of drawback. Would the prices suddenly increase? With this thing around, he could probably go into seclusion hunting weak beasts, evil cultivators, or search for things he could absorb for points. Guess he couldn't absorb magical treasures for points. Also, he couldn't see anything above the immortal grade in there. He didn't want to abandon the people he was now feeling responsible for though. With the new skills and techniques, his points dropped by about 100,000. The dragon did give him a lot of points though, so he still had some left. He didn't want to waste them as he had no idea how many he needed to upgrade his clan members' cultivation techniques. Also there were some treasures with steep prices that he wanted to get to aid them as well. Asterisk, it always comes down to points. Well, I still have to go pick up the Spirit Stone reward. Think it was issued by the clan around here. What was it again? The Huo, or Ho clan, asterisk. Matt was still having trouble with all the Oriental names. For now, he headed to the city to get his reward. He also shifted his clothes to a black color and used the new disguise technique to change his appearance. His facial muscles started shifting around, the color of his hair turned to black, he even grew a full beard as he looked like an old kung fu master. He wanted to see if he could pass for someone else in this town. No one needed to know that the Zhang clan was out hunting monsters. Also, he wanted to get a higher reward for his troubles. Would be easier to bicker with people if they didn't know who he was, but could also get him into trouble. While Zhang Dong was on his way to get his reward, the people back in Spirit Spring City were getting ready with the tournament. Everyone from the clan knew about the second expedition and that they were testing everyone. Some people didn't want to participate, but most felt a deeper bond with the family clan and were going to give it their best because if not, their families would be done for. The clan was quite large, it had many foundation establishment fighters and even more chi condensation ones. There were about 20,000 clan members scattered around, that wasn't really a big number considering that the city had 10 million people in it. From those 20,000 members, only about 1,000 were in the foundation establishment level. Most in the early and middle stages, the rest were just chi condensation juniors. People below at the 6th and lower levels of chi condensation weren't even allowed to participate. Zhang Shui barely made the cut, but no one was expecting her to get far. Her brother stood a chance as there were a lot of free spots to be taken. Though no one knew that the two people in question were experiencing a colossal change. It had been about 2 weeks since they picked up the new cultivation method. Their old cultivation art was more or less trash compared to this one. This could be seen by the amount of silvery hair that the two now possessed. Shui managed to advance into the 8th stage while her brother was close to breaking through the bottleneck of the 9th stage. The two were frantically training with all their might, hoping to be of service to their new master and to their clan which they held dearly in their hearts. The way the tournament would work was announced. It wasn't a bracket system as they didn't want to get one strongest fighter. The participants would fight multiple bouts in one day. If they lost they got 0 points, if they won they would get 2, if the time ran out or if it was a draw they would get 1 point. The ones with the most points would move on to the next day where more fighting would take place. The first couple of days would be the worst, as there were just so many participants. This wasn't really an event for the masses so everything was closed off. The sound of fighting resounded in the Zhang clan compound. After the first day, the two disciples managed to get some wins while losing to some more experienced fighters. People were somewhat surprised as the two youths were able to defeat cultivators that were of a higher realm. They seemed to use some new techniques. Shui was adept at kicking while Lu at punching techniques. When their kicks and hands collided with their opponents, sparks flew about while the adversary became momentarily stunned, leaving themselves open for attacks. The two kids looked promising as the tournament continued, but it would take some time till it ended. A youth could be seen slowly breathing while sitting in a lotus position. His eyes were closed, his body was exuding a strange glow while several glowing wisps hovered close to his body. Those looked like tiny soap bubbles. One of them started slowly approaching his danshan. The youth's face showed a frown as the tiny bubble entered his body and the energy from it started circulating throughout his meridians. The force that entered began crackling and sizzling, slowly shifting into a tiny stream of electricity. The new form of the bubble was quite rowdy as the young man tried to keep it in check, slowly managing to make it part of his body. The young man was Zhang Lu. He was practicing his new cultivation method. It was a lot harder than his previous one, but it was also a lot more powerful. Even though he wasn't able to condense and transform much of the spiritual energy into the lightning type, he could feel his energy reserves increase exponentially. He stood up and took on a fighting stance, his fists moving forward at a rapid pace as they gleamed with a faint electric aura. His long ebony hair had started turning pure white. He was getting close to having a salt and pepper type of look now. He was still in the 9th stage of chi condensation, but due to this technique, he felt that his bottleneck was about to be broken. Master's cultivation method is so powerful, I can easily contend with others at the same stage as me. I can even beat the ones on the 10th level. He took a look at his body, it looked somewhat more profound. It wasn't his muscles, but his skin. The first part of the profound physique refining art enhanced the skin of the cultivator. It made it a lot more resistant and elastic. He could take a lot more punishment thanks to that, but the way you trained it was quite painful. He had to perform strange poses and chants, holding them for hours while concentrating on his fleshy body. This was extremely painful. His body ached all over as his refining technique destroyed and then rebuilt his cells to be tougher. But he powered through this all. His defensive capabilities increased, and if he mastered this technique he would be rewarded with an impenetrable shell. The skill had 4 stages. If he passed it, the resistance would increase exponentially. The first one was the bronze skin stage, then came the iron skin stage, followed by the silver skin stage, then the golden skin. He had passed the first and second one. This put his body on the level of a 6th chi condensation fighter, the third would put him at the 9th and the last would be the 12th. There was one skill that came with this refining technique: the cultivator could temporarily raise their defensive and offensive capabilities. Their skin would start shining slightly, taking on bronze, iron, silver or golden color depending on the stage the cultivator was in. It was kind of similar to Zhang Dong's technique, but Mats also worked on his internal organs, so this one was weaker. People were surprised at how much the young master and mistress had progressed in these past 3 weeks. The fighting tournament was in full swing and both of them were still in it. The brother was doing better as he was older and had more experience as well as a higher cultivation method. But the younger sister wasn't doing bad either. The combination of her speed and fast kicking attacks had brought her into the middle stage of the tournament. The older brother preferred overpowering his opponents, while the sister took her time in analyzing the fighting patterns and methodically taking people apart. She managed to get many draws due to her evasive tactics. Her brother took some losses due to his bravado instead. Their master would probably have to take a different approach to each student after they advanced further in. Giving the girl a more speed-focused technique at the start was a good first step for the newbie senior. The two were doing so well that their mother was worried. If they continued like this, they would surely be chosen to come along to the expedition. Being a doting parent, she would rather have them remain back here. If the expedition failed again, her kids still had a chance of survival. She also knew that she would probably be one of the Foundation establishment elders selected, as she was in the upper late stage and there were only 10 or so elders in the Great Circle stages. At least she could protect her children if they went there together, and she knew that they wouldn't forgive her if she did something to make them lose. The new patriarch seemed to have some kind of plan, so she had high hopes for him. They also had a bit of a scare with his magical life-telling plaque. It rumbled for a second but didn't break. They contacted him afterward. The patriarch just replied that he got in a bit of trouble but he handled it already. Back in Zhang Shue's room, she was also cultivating diligently. She edged out her brother when it came to cultivating in spiritual arts, but did worse with her body refining skills. She had already reached the 8th stage and was going for the 9th one. On the other hand, her sylph physique was still in the 1st stage. It was different than what her brother used. It mostly focused on her lips instead of her skin in the first tome. It was aimed at increasing the cultivator's speed and dexterity. In short, each stage gave a boost to the girl's quickness. The special skill let the practitioner send wind blades with their kicks. The wind energy synergized well with the lightning one, so her kicks were even more ferocious. The side effect of this was that her long legs started putting on some meat. This made the male youths in the surroundings quite ecstatic. During the tournament, they were giving her strange looks, as they discovered a new world after getting stepped on by their junior sister. The clan people were more or less loosely related, so this wasn't as strange as some people might think. Though most people scoffed at inter-clan relations, as you mostly wanted to bring in new blood from the outside or marry your daughters off to strong clans to foster better relations with them. But it did happen, where some cousins tied the knot here and there. So while Zhang Shui was looking at the weirdos in disgust, days went by. The tournament continued while more and more people got eliminated. Zhang Dong was now in a city called Spirit Tree City, and would you know it, it had a giant tree right in the middle of it. He was just walking out of the ruling clan house with his spirit stones. He had arrived and scared the people a bit after dropping the massive dead dragon out in the open so he could get his cash reward. He tried to sneak in some snorts and grunts to look menacing, but the people in there didn't want to give him even one more spirit stone. They did want to buy the dragon though, but he refused as he didn't trust them on getting a good deal for it. He'd rather people back in his base do it instead. They wouldn't lie to him. Ah, why do you have to be so stingy? Well, surprisingly I didn't run into any cartoon-like villains stealing candy from a baby this time around. Should I just bolt for the next town or get something to eat first? This place looks like it has some interesting grub. Matt didn't really have many things to do besides cultivating and getting more points, so this left him quite bored most of the time. He was used to watching movies, playing games in his free time, but none of these existed here. The music was also bad. They played those zither things most of the time. It wasn't bad but just made him want to sleep. I don't think I'll find anyone rocking out with a guitar around here anytime soon. He went to go eat and not much happened afterwards, so he just left for the next city. But due to his now enhanced aura skills, he noticed that after he left, some cultivators were trailing him. He could feel 3 people, all in the core formation stage, 1 in the middle stage and 2 in the early. He wasn't worried that much, so he led them away from the city so that no one could see them before confronting the group. Of course, it was people from the clan that was stationed there. They came to the conclusion that Zhang Dong probably stole the dragon body from somewhere and just came for the reward. He was, of course, hiding his power level to be at the lower end of the early core stage, but he didn't think people would be so dumb to attack him. "Leave your belongings behind and scram!" one of the uncles shouted out at him while they all pulled out their weapons, looking like hungry wolves that just saw a succulent piggy. "Well, aren't you people from the Ho Ho clan quite fierce?" Zhang Dong replied in a mocking tone as he wasn't really fearful of the bunch. He actually thought this would be a great time to test out his sword fighting skills. So he pulled out his glowy sword while beckoning them over like you would in martial movies with your palm. The three elders just scoffed at him and flew right at him, thinking that this guy was courting death. The moment they got into the cultivator's range, they felt a strange aura surrounding them. They started attacking him from all sides, thrusting and slashing with their weapons. To their surprise, the cultivator was able to parry all of their moves with just his sword hand. He held one hand behind his back while playing around with the attackers, honing his use of his domain skill. The three flew back, deciding on a group-ranged attack. They fired off various colorful magical skills at him. The fluctuations of core formation experts fighting could be felt in the surrounding area, which made everyone close scatter. He took those skills head-on, using the first sword move, releasing powerful sword slashes that disintegrated the incoming magical attacks. The three men were just realizing that the man in front of them might have actually been the person that killed that dragon himself now. But before they could apologize, the man closed in on them. He started pummeling them to submission till they were a twitching mess down on the ground. After clearing up the misunderstanding, he was richer but quite a lot of spirit stones, though those people didn't have much on them. He just gave them a good old thrashing and left them naked in a forest. He made sure to put them down in a triangle. Each enemy cultivator was resting his head on another man's posterior. He nodded to himself after looking at his marvelous work. The only thing missing was a camera to snap a picture for later. I guess this also is a valid way to get more resources, and they attacked me, not the other way around. I can use their flying swords to upgrade my body refining level *. He thought to himself while rubbing his chin, as he thought that robbing from the rich and giving to the poor wasn't such a bad idea. He arrived at the city that the so-called cult was supposed to be in. His new disguise was of a rugged-looking old man, a big scar over his face and short brown hair. He figured out that he could change the length and volume of his hair at will. He could also shift his muscles around on his whole body, but couldn't really change his bone structure. Matt decided to play it safe, not knowing if the cultivators that he robbed would put up any wanted posters of him. The town looked kind of gloomy. The sun was covered by a thick layer of clouds. Matt noticed that the weather tended to change rapidly depending on the location he was in. Sometimes he would arrive at a tropical area with lots of natural beaches, only to fly for an hour in another direction to arrive in a snowy area. This might have something to do with the nature of spiritual energy around this world. Places tended to be warmer where fire elements gathered. The city was called Fogmire, which was a peculiar name given that most towns had those Xiangxia-sounding names. This one was just dim, murky, and the moment he stepped inside it started to rain. The notice came from this town, so he wanted to go get the details. Fogmire, as any other in the area, was governed by a clan. The city had about 5 million people living in it. On Earth, this would be a capital city, but here it was just a regular mid-sized town. His robe was pitch black. As he flew close to the city, he descended in the nearby forest while hiding his aura. He didn't want to alert people to his high cultivation, his flying sword being a dead giveaway. It took him about half an hour to walk to the main gate. He paid the toll normally and then asked one of the pedestrians about the clan that governed the place and about the cult. Fogmire was governed by a side family of the Qin clan. Their leader wasn't all that strong, but he still was in the core formation. When he asked about the cultists, the person looked at him with wide eyes, then bowed deeply before running away. Guess the people were more scared of that cult than of his new menacing appearance. Well, I guess I'll go check out the main clan building. They should have all the info there. Your disciple Zhang Shui has reached another level in the Sylph Physique, 500 spirit points gained. Those prompts started popping up here and there. Whenever his two disciples gained insight in his skills or advanced, he would get rewarded. Guess it was a good decision, as he already had earned back the points that he spent on the two rascals. He wondered if he could just make a martial arts school and have everyone swear him in as their master. But then he looked into his disciple tab. He could see a 2/5 counter in the upper right corner. Guess the system wouldn't let him use it like that. Maybe if he cleared some hidden quests, the limit would increase? Matt had picked up a habit lately, every new place he visited he was drawn to their restaurants. The food in this world was quite tasty, probably due to the added spiritual essence in the plants and animals. Work can wait, first it's time to check out the local cuisine. He rubbed his palms together as he strolled through the city, trying to find a nice restaurant for himself. It was getting late, the gloomy town was becoming even bleaker as it lit up with the faint light of the street lights. The lights didn't run on electricity, they were simple magical treasures that used up spiritual energy from the surroundings. Matt finally found a place to eat, it looked like a tavern that you would see in those fantasy games. It even had a sign with a beer mug outside, but it seemed kind of quiet. He pushed open the double doors as he walked in, the people inside slowly turned their faces towards him giving him cold stares. He was hiding his cultivation base, so they wouldn't know of his level. Matt thought that people would be having fun inside as it looked like a saloon, but it was rather quiet inside. The floorboards creaked with each step as he made his way towards the counter where he saw a lone bartender person standing. He wondered if he walked in at a bad time as the place felt gloomy, even more than on the outside. He wondered if he changes genres as the inside looked like your run-of-the-mill Western fantasy establishment. Still, the people were wearing robes even though they were on the shorter side. Before he could ask for some food, the man behind the counter spoke up in a hoarse voice. "Greetings, stranger, you shouldn't be out here, all alone." He. The man was strange looking, his eyes vacant and a pale unhealthy complexion. When he was laughing Matt could see the rotten teeth and the accompanying bad smell that came with them. The motion of ordering any kind of food from this place went out of the window after getting a load of those chompers. These people were kind of strange, he felt multiple gazes of people from behind and the barkeep was acting loony. Zhang Dong had gotten that new skill where he could see people's auras in a more visual form. He decided to turn it on, wondering if this would shed some light on the situation. What is this? He took a step back after seeing a black smoke-like aura enveloping the man in front of him. This wasn't any old chimney smoke, this was evil miasma mostly seen on demons. He turned to the side, the people in the establishment were all covered in the thick, eerie aura. The whole place was covered in it, did he just walk in on the main evil base or something? Were those people evil cultivators, or some kind of monsters? The demonic aura was really thick on them. Matt decided to do a test, he flicked his finger at the man that was still laughing. A little bit of his electric chi flew out and bonked the man in front on the forehead. The good thing about his Dao of heavenly lightning was the heavenly part. Apparently anything that involved the heavens was the bane of anything that involved demons and demonic energies. The lightning jolt was really weak, it wouldn't really do much to a normal person but when it came in contact with the man he started shaking furiously. Strange growls escaped from the man as he twitched around, his head was twisting in impossible ways. Soon his head shot up into the ceiling while the body collapsed onto the floor. The head had spider-like legs and had multiple eyes protruding out of its body. It gave out a high-pitched scream that seemed to rouse the other monsters in the room. Everyone inside started transforming into nightmare creatures, lots of teeth, claws and even tentacles. They all pounced at him in unison, biting, clawing and gnashing all their various appendages. The creatures were stopped by a barrier. The moment those creepies touched it they were sent flying backward due to an electrical shock. Matt was inside, really glad that he had bought this skill before the monsters wouldn't be able to get to him now. Without my tranquil mind skill, I'd be aciding bricks right now, asterisk. Besides their gruesome horror appearance, the things were more or less just trash with chi condensation level strength. They were all quite brainless as all of them continued attacking him while bouncing off the electric shield over and over again. Matt just wanted to obliterate the whole building with the monsters inside, not really keen on touching those ugly-looking things. But if he did that, he could harm people outside also there could be some innocents in here as well. Instead, he formed a couple of smaller lightning dragons, sending them outside his barrier to do the fighting for him. They were the size of larger snakes but packed a punch. They started chomping, pouncing, and just charging through the monsters quickly clearing the place up. The small lightning snakes coiled their bodies around some of the humanoid monsters, causing them to sizzle and evaporate as they discharged heavenly lightning into them. None of the monsters was spared, Matt only came out of his bubble after he didn't feel any demonic auras in the building. He looked at the dead bodies that were quickly turning into black sludge, frowning. He toured the tavern, hoping to find normal people inside but it was barren. The most he could find is some gnawed-on remains, probably a midnight snack to these monsters. Well, this whole thing became rather unsettling, think next time I'll go fishing. He went back to the bottom floor and dipped his finger into some of that black sludge. Even though the thing was dead, it still had a faint demonic aura to it. He tried focusing on this type of evil energy, closing his eyes as he let his senses guide him. Then he noticed a certain spot that was radiating this kind of energy. He opened his eyes and hopped behind the bar counter, going into the pantry. The food looked rotten and there were flies buzzing about. The demonic energy was coming from behind the wall, there might have been a secret passage behind it. He started patting down the walls in the hopes of finding a switch or lever, but to no avail. Guess it wasn't as easy as they made it look in those adventure movies. He did the only logical thing afterward, punching the wall and uncovering a secret narrow passage behind it. He cleared the rubble and took a step in, the demonic aura was leading inside. The passage quickly turned to narrow circular stairs that were going downwards. This was a textbook example of a horror setting, he expected to find even more of those monsters below. This was probably the moment in which he had to decide if he should continue downward or just report this to the people in the city and have them risk their lives. Maybe it was just bravado, but the man felt that he should be able to handle himself. Also, if the monsters got alerted to his presence, they might start killing those people that they abducted, that is if they were still alive. He started going down, the stairs went on and on as he walked for a good half an hour before finally arriving at the bottom. There were torches lining up the walls, illuminating the interior faintly. After descending the stairs he started hearing strange chants in a language that he had never heard of before. The walls were made from old bricks, the corridor started getting wider and wider the further he went in, the strange chanting louder and louder. PHLWMGLWNA. Ulhu, Yehoga FHT, N. He was almost there, he could see green light outside of the tunnel. He slowly moved forward, trying to not let his aura seep out into the surroundings as he peeked out of the tunnel. He saw some cultists kneeling down in front of an altar, some babies in front of them crying their little hearts out. Those were probably the sacrificial offerings, to the thing that was on the altar. When Matt saw it his jaw dropped. What is that thing doing here again? The tunnel Zhongdong was peeking out was not the only one, there were many and they all led into this massive cavern. The other tunnels were also probably connected to other places that those demonic beings had taken over. Matt didn't know where they were, but they were probably deep under the city. The cavern was circular with a high ceiling. In the middle was an altar, pedestals with torches around it and a familiar-looking mass of tentacles in the middle. I thought that thing back in the forest died, are there more of them around? LTL Fulhu the Corrupted One, Core Formation Late Stage. Asterisk LTL. Little? Is that even bigger than Mini? Asterisk. This monster was certainly stronger than the last one of its type. Zhongdong looked on as the monster was just a head peeking out of a mass of tentacles, similar to the way the other one looked when it powered up. He took a quick glance at the people that were standing around the altar. They were holding curved daggers in front of some infants that were placed on smaller sacrificial altars in front of the monster. What they were doing was quite clear, he had to save the children and he couldn't let the monster evolve further. There were 8 infants, 2 on each side of the rectangular altar. The people seemed to be finished with their chanting as they started pointing those daggers at the babies. First Matt bolted out of his hiding place, making enough sound so that everyone would notice his arrival. He wasn't really worried about the cultists, they weren't strong but he had to get those kids to safety first. The cultists quickly started going through their demonic transformation as they reacted to the threat. While the baddies were focusing their attention on him, he surrounded the children with his spiritual energies forming small barriers around their frames. This was a bit taxing on his mind, but he managed to pull through before the monsters could shish kebab the poor babies. The monsters were up on him at that point, trying to devour him whole while their big boss was flailing around in the tentacle mass, mad that it couldn't get its meal. The lackeys weren't really a problem as they got bisected in an instant by his blade. He started cleaving them apart left and right while gathering up the infants from the altars. LTL Fulhu wasn't having any of this, the tentacle mass started coming together to form his body. He looked exactly like the monster that he fought back in the forest, but it was a lot bigger. The good thing about its size was that it was taking some time for that body to form, this was time he needed to get the kids out. The children floated around him in those tiny barrier bubbles while he hopped onto his sword. He couldn't really battle this thing while thinking of the babies, so he decided to fly straight upwards. He shot through the air like an arrow, while holding out his sword that was glowing deep blue. The ceiling had some strange rune-like patterns drawn into the rocks, probably some kind of formation that prevented the demonic aura from seeping out. It only worked one way though, as Matt could feel that the rock wasn't all that thick. He used his thunder sword thrust to launch a flash of powerful lightning sword energy at the ceiling in front of him. The people in the city could suddenly hear a rumbling sound, followed by thunder as Zhang Dong busted from beneath the clan estate. Yes, the monster lair was right under the governing clan's main building. But the clan in question didn't seem to be working with the demonic cultists as they were baffled by the situation as well. The Qin clan members just witnessed a cultivator bust through their backyard, surrounded by thick spiritual energy. After the man flew out, many winged monsters started clawing their way out of the hole, screeching and roaring in the surroundings. This certainly woke everyone up. The cultivators started fighting with the monsters that they previously came across but could never pinpoint their location. No one in their right mind would have thought that the demons were hiding right under their estate. The monsters gnashed their teeth at the human cultivators that attacked them with spears and swords. While the creepy crawlies were distracted with the other cultivators, Zhang Dong descended to the side. He looked around, spotting some female cultivators that were running somewhere. He dropped down right next to the group of females. The sight of a big burly cultivator with balls of light hovering around him made the people stop and stare. Hey, those demons were trying to eat these babies, bring them out of here, I'll take care of their boss. The women blinked in surprise while Zhang Dong opened up the barriers surrounding the infants, doing it one by one while handing the crying children to the women. One of the women quickly ran up to a specific baby, grasping it close to her chest. It's Baoer, he disappeared 2 days ago. Guess this one was one of theirs, so the women quickly took the babies away. The surroundings rumbled once more and a strong demonic aura could be felt by everyone. The people started screaming, blood coming out of their ears and eyes. This was clearly an aura attack performed by the huge ugly boss monster that started emerging from the hole in the ground. It was a lot bigger than the one he met in the forest, about 3 times as tall. All of the monsters roared as their master was emerging, not affected by the aura. The human cultivators were close to losing their minds, but then they felt a powerful aura enveloping them. This aura pushed the demonic one away, forcing the smaller monsters back as well. The people saw a fearsome cultivator emerging on his sword, his body was covered in lightning, his eyes glowing with a deep blue hue. Hey, sh*T head. Your opponent is me. Matt sent another sword thrust at the ugly-looking beast, aiming for the head. The monster covered itself up with its huge palm which blew up sending flesh and black goo flying. The hand regenerated quite fast afterward though, the black blood sizzled against the pavement as it had corrosive properties, it even dissolved one of the smaller demons in the process. Zhang Dong flew upwards on his sword, throwing his ranged skills at the monsters just poking it while the thing finally burst out fully through the rocky ground. It didn't look like he was doing much damage as the thing had high regenerative properties. This wasn't really his plan though, he just wanted to make it mad so that it would chase him instead of remaining in the city. His plan seemed to work as the monster spread its webbed wings taking off into the air. The huge size making it blow away its own demon minions along with the weaker human cultivators. Matt flew away while throwing his javelins at the demon, slowly making the demon follow him to a more secluded location. He thought that the Qin clan members should be able to take care of the weaker demons, they also had a core formation elder among them. People in the city could see the giant being flying above them, its loud booming roars waking everyone up in the city. They could see that the behemoth was chasing a man on a sword, that was attacking it with some ranged attacks. It looked like the man was fleeing while the beast was chasing him down, it looked bleak for the cultivator. The two vanished in the distance after a couple of minutes, the sounds of fighting could be heard in the Qin clan compound as well as in the distance where the flying horror and the cultivator headed to. Okay, this should be far enough. Matt looked at the Thulhu-looking fiend, it looked quite similar to the mini version. Red glowing eyes, squid face, huge burly arms and frame. He thought to the last time he was battling this thing, that time he just overpowered it after finally mustering up some courage to fight. This time around it wouldn't be that easy, the thing was a lot stronger and a lot bigger. But he had also gotten a lot stronger and he actually knew how to use his techniques. I wonder how long you can keep regenerating, didn't last that long the first time we fought. He grasped the air, forming another spear of light. He charged it up for a longer period before chucking it at the incoming baddie. The spear split into smaller parts and pierced into the tough green skin of the monster, damaging it in the process. LTL Thulhu roared annoyed at the wounds it was receiving, the holes where the small spears pierced into healed in the span of seconds. Well, at least you're slow and stupid. Matt thought that he would just tire the thing out with some guerrilla tactics first. Poking till its regenerative abilities run dry, then he would either slice and dice it or match its size with his avatar ability. But as he was charging up another one of his ranged attacks, the beast roared and released a deep red energy blast from within its hideous mouth. The blast of energy headed right for him. In the nick of time he managed to dodge it to the left side, the blast only grazing his arm slightly. This was enough to disintegrate his clothes on his right side, his arm getting a bit charred in the process as he felt a massive amount of pain. The energy attack flew by, crashing into a forest below, creating a giant explosion. Dirt and dust flew up into the air as the only thing remaining afterward was a giant crater. It looked like a meteor had crashed in the middle of the forest. Matt's whole arm twitched. He felt a sharp pain, but luckily nothing was broken and the pain quickly subsided thanks to his body refining skill. I guess it has more tricks up its sleeve. The creature started blasting him with various ranged attacks. Besides the breath attack, it also could shoot out its huge pointy claws at him. He managed to parry them thanks to his new gained swordsmanship while counter-attacking with some timely placed thunder god slashes and thrusts. Matt didn't think he would have so much trouble with this thing, but his inexperience in battle showed. He couldn't just rely on his stats anymore. These enemies were close to his level and he had to start taking things seriously, which he was trying. He wasn't keeping his distance anymore. He was like an annoying fly buzzing around the creature's head as he used his small size to his advantage. The demon couldn't really use that huge ranged attack on him if he constantly moved, so he did. He sliced and diced the large body, managing to chop one of those webbed wings clean off. He evaded the large claws that were swung at him. The creature then promptly fell to the ground with a resounding boom. He examined the detached wing that just turned to black liquid the moment it got removed from the main body. Another wing started growing right back, but the regeneration was getting slower and slower. The angry monster fired of another mouth blast in Matt's direction but missed by a mile. It looked quite pissed off as its face tentacles thrashed about menacingly. He had been fighting it for an hour now. The thing was quite sturdy, but after he learned its moveset it was just a matter of dodging the telegraphed attacks while getting one or two of his own hits in. He could test his fighting prowess on this raging monster that was at around his level. He was able to test out his skills on a moving target, upping his fighting experience. I guess I could test this new move out on this thing. He was mostly focused on his swordsmanship in this battle. It was a lot easier to use his weapon than to rely on his fists. While the monster was down on the ground, he also descended and started charging at it. The angry behemoth brought down its giant fist at the annoying cultivator, but instead of hitting him, it felt a jolt of electricity running through its whole arm as it hit a lightning afterimage. While the monster was feeling a tingling sensation in its huge arm, Zhang Dong appeared behind it with his sword in hand. He breathed in while concentrating, his body giving off a golden color. Everything seemed to slow down in the surrounding area as he activated the skill he achieved after upgrading his golden body. This skill let him perceive everything in slow motion while increasing his speed. He used this in tandem with his Thunder God Slash, slashing out with his sword energy. He didn't just slash once, nor twice. He delivered hundreds of these less powerful slashes in a matter of seconds that quickly turned the monster's body into sashimi. He breathed out, feeling his stamina getting drained due to the multiple usages of skills that was taxing his body. Delivering so many light sword slashes in unison was quite strenuous. He looked on as the giant's body started breaking up into cut-up cubes that turned into black goop. The monster was quite in a bind as it tried reassembling itself back to its original form. Matt was a bit surprised that the creature was still alive, as he hoped that this special move would bring the thing down. Do I have to disintegrate this thing to molecules or something? He performed some hand seals, pointing his hands on the cut-up monster that was slowly reforming its head. He pumped his cultivation into his next attack as a giant dragon head started forming. This dragon construct was huge, its head easily able to gulp up the monster remains as it was ordered to. Matt guided the dragon upwards, while the wiggling mass of tentacles and thick black liquid tried to escape outside. The oversized lightning dragon could be seen from afar flying towards the heavens only to explode, disintegrating any remains from the Thulhu lookalike, as the heavenly lightning that it was made of was quite effective. LTL Thulhu, the corrupted one slain. Core formation late stage, gained 192000 spirit points. The clouds parted, revealing the starry sky to the denizens of the gloomy city. The multiple moons shone down upon the people as the battle was over. Zhang Dong fell down onto his butt, his forearms propped up on his own knees as he panted. He had slain the monster. He didn't take much damage as the thing was all power and no speed. Still, he was gassed out that chi regeneration pills weren't tasty at all as he swallowed them whole. He was slowly getting the hang of this fighting stuff. He grabbed the leftover core that the monster dropped and hopped onto his sword. He didn't know if the people back in the city were able to handle the monsters, so he sped back. He didn't need to worry though, as the warriors from the Qin clan managed to clear them up. He also noticed that some monster stragglers were just dissolving. The beasts might have been part of the big boss monsters, it probably was just using them to gather in resources. Though this one had an acquired taste for infants, Matt didn't know how many of them fell to the beast, but at least there wouldn't be any more casualties after this. He also wondered if this was really the last time he would see this type of demonic being. He landed back in the Kin clan estate. People were a bit apprehensive about his arrival as they saw him leaving with the huge overpowered monster. The clan came out to have a talk with Zhang Dong, that gave them a quick rundown of the things that happened to him after he arrived in town. He also told them that he was here to collect the bounty for the monster he defeated as it was put up by this here clan. The clan members didn't have a reason to doubt his story as they started examining the hole beneath their estate, finding the ritual cavern and the tunnels heading into various establishments around the city. They all gulped hard after realizing that the whole city would have probably been devoured by those devils if this cultivator didn't show up. They were so grateful that they even doubled his salary, which Matt was grateful for. They invited him to stay over for the night, though it was close to dawn at this point. He took the denizens of the city up on their offer. He was quite hungry as the demons interrupted him when he was trying to get some grub. He was led to a nice-looking room where he was offered various spirit foods. Some cute ladies were even playing harps and slow dancing on the side to add to the atmosphere. The only awkward thing about this was that he was still in his disguised state and had to come up with some fake name. Being the big-brained individual that he was, he gave himself the genius name of "Just call me Lei Yingluo." He almost choked on his drink after coming up with that name, trying not to laugh while the people around him tried to please him. After some nightly pleasantries, he was guided to a nice room in which he just for a couple of hours. He left early in the morning, checking if he hadn't forgotten anything. The people were nice enough to see him off, or maybe just being courteous. He looked at his status and counted the spirit stones that he had gathered until this point. 2 weeks had passed since he had left. He should be able to get to that last wanted person. He would have about a week to take care of him before returning. He had a hefty amount of points now, but having more wouldn't hurt. He left this disguise on this time around as he swished towards his next destination. It was a couple of days away from this spot. He really wished that he could get a smartphone with music or movies that he could look at during his boring flight. It was fun in the beginning, but now it was boring as hell just looking at the blurry ground below him as he zoomed by. The Ravager sure sounded like an edgy character. He imagined someone dressed all in black with a strange haircut. Or maybe he would have a long coat and a mask covering his face. Though his body count seemed to be no joke, as the notice said that he might have killed thousands of people. The town he was heading was called Frost River. He wanted to check it out before going to those 5 dread peaks. Maybe if he was lucky he could get this done in just a couple of days. This tracking skill he had now was quite nifty. For now, he just churned his cultivation power, the crystal flying sword glowing brighter as he dashed through the clouds. The milky sky marshmallows parted as his sword surfing board pierced through them, leaving a triangle-shaped path behind him. The wildlife below him scattered after taking in his overbearing aura, people craning their necks as they heard the sonic booms. "Watch out, Ravager, Lei Yingluo is coming for you." Back in Spirit Spring City. It had been about 3 weeks since Zhang Dong left on his adventure and the tournament was coming to an end. All the Foundation establishment elders were set in stone at this point. The Qi condensation participants would be ending their bouts in a couple of days as well. Zhang Lu had managed to break through his bottleneck of the 9th level and reached the 10th. The combination of his hard-to-crack skin and lightning combat arts had propelled him to the top in his age range. Shui was able to reach the 9th level due to the overwhelmingly better cultivation art that she possessed now. She wasn't doing as well as her older brother, still getting a lot of drawn out that ended in draws. She was still holding her ground somewhere at the end of the brackets. The two were increasing their battle prowess with each day, getting some practical sparring experience during the tournament while concentrating on their insights into the Dao that their master had left them with. The two missed their masters a bit, as they had many questions concerning their Dao path, as the scriptures that they received had many hard-to-understand passages. "Hey Shui, do you know what this one about the Prime Meridian means?" Lu asked while squinting at the copied-over manuscript. "I'm not sure, brother, it's challenging to understand." The sister replied while looking over the shoulder of her big brother, the two trying to trade pointers with each other during these 3 weeks they were cultivating. "Maybe it's too soon for us to understand? We'll have to wait till Master returns to ask him about it." The two wanted their uncle to return from his journey. They wanted to receive some input on their advancements, but also didn't want to bother him too much, so they were trying to progress by themselves as much as it was possible. Mother has been chosen as one of the seniors to participate in the expedition. Lu gave out a sigh as he handed his sister the manuscript with the Dao of Lightning written down. Well, at least there will be someone to knock some sense into you there. His sister chuckled into her long sleeve while her brother scoffed at her reply. They both were nervous about the future of their family. Their father was already dead. The whole predicament was due to that sect. The two felt a burning rage towards it. Their master told them to abandon that anger, otherwise, they would form some inner demons. But even with the new tranquil mind skill, the male from the group was finding it hard to drop his vengeful feelings. Remember what master said, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering. Though I'm not sure what he meant with dark side when he was talking about it. The girl contemplated on the cryptic meaning of her master's wise words. The month was coming to the end and their master would be returning, so they focused on their training. A couple of days earlier, Zhang Dong was arriving by the city of Frost River, as he had thought it was covered in snow. It looked like a blanket of white was covering the entire surrounding area. He even saw an abominable snowman as he was flying by some mountain peaks. He used his travel time to slay a couple of demonic beasts, gathering up more points in the process. This didn't slow him down all that much, considering he could kill the weaker beasts with one thrust of his sword. Time was running out though, he didn't have much of it left, so he wanted to catch this demonic cultivator and return back home. First, he needed to gather some intel, so he directly landed in front of the city gates and just asked the guards if they knew something about that Ravager fellow. The men looked at the strong-looking cultivator and told them that he should talk to one of the merchants in the city, as the man would probably know where to find the man. Oh? Well, maybe I won't need to search for him that much then. He was pleasantly surprised that he had a lead right from the start. Matt was a bit surprised by the authenticity of all the wanted reports he had. All of the leads were panning out. These people sure had a good information network going around, even without any internet. Guess those communication jades came in handy. Wonder if I can get something better than a communication jade. They said that they couldn't talk with anyone that went to that secret grounds after they entered it. He recalled a couple of pocket dimension dungeon tropes that went around in novels. Some of them had random teleportation traps that sent people all over the place. If something like that occurred, a communication device would come in handy. He would check that out later, but for now, he headed to a large merchant building. The emblem on it looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember from where. Probably seen it in some restaurant in another city. Matt was still in his disguise, having the more menacing scarred-up face look. He kind of liked playing the role of the grumpy-looking cultivator. He found it funny how women quickly grabbed their kids to the side whenever he was walking down the street. It was certainly a good look if you were going with an intimidation approach. The merchant business building was huge. There were carriages coming in and out of it. He could see some muscular-looking brothers unloading and loading merchandise. There were various types of weapons and items scattered around. He could even see someone selling fresh fish in the corner. This kind of made his tummy grumble. If I don't stop eating so much, I'll get fat. He shook his head while going in and looking for a clerk that he could ask for directions. As he entered, a little bell rung and he was greeted by a nice-looking lady, though the woman twitched a bit as she noticed that a fearsome-looking uncle just come in. But she quickly gathered herself, showing a bright smile. "Welcome to the Red Lotus Merchant Group. How may I be of service, good sir?" Matt pulled out a jade slip on which he stored only the part with the Ravager fellow. On it was the description of his last location as well as his appearance. The woman looked through the jade slip, her eyes moving between the storage device and the man in front of her. She was staying silent for some reason, so Matt decided to get the conversation on track. "I'm looking for that man. The guards by the city told me that you people from the merchant group should have some information." The woman certainly knew something as she was fidgeting around, not sure what to do. After a moment she excused herself, saying that she would bring over a manager. Matt waited for a bit while tapping his finger on the bar counter. Other people started whispering amongst each other while glancing at him but evading his gaze when he looked back at him. They are certainly bad at keeping secrets. After 5 minutes or so the lady worker came back with an older-looking gentleman. He was wearing glasses and looked like a strict teacher type. He examined Matt from top to bottom before speaking out in a serious tone. "Could I know why sir is looking for that man on the wanted list?" Matt crossed his arms together, trying to look slightly more menacingly before he replied. "To get the rewards, of course, what else?" He shrugged nonchalantly while grinning, kind of making it look like it wouldn't be a big deal. The two were a bit taken aback by the man's claims and confident act. "Sir, are you sure? That man is a powerful demonic cultivator, he had killed many men." The man replied with concern in his voice. Zhang Dong raised his eyebrow. he still didn't know if they were protecting the man or just trying to not get strangers into trouble. Guess they didn't trust him, so he decided on a demonstration of his power. He slammed the counter with his hand, making it break apart in the process, his core formation aura filling the whole merchant building. Everyone felt the strong aura around them, but they weren't getting pushed to the ground or bleeding from their orifices as Matt just wanted to show his level of cultivation and not cause the people harm. "Stop stalling, you dare hide information from this Lei Yingluo!" He shouted out so everyone could hear him, almost breaking his act after he told the people his name. He stopped releasing his aura, letting the people gather their senses as they were still panting. Before the scared manager and the lady could reply, a chubby man waddled out from the side. The man was quite rotund, his cheeks jiggled around as he ran towards the group of people. The man came to a stop in front of him and quickly started bowing. "Boo-hoo! Please senior, save my daughter, that bastard took my little girl away." The man dropped down to his knees and started hugging Matt's thigh, crying and sobbing like a little child. He started shaking his leg, but the ball of a man was clinging to him like a spider monkey, just bawling his hair out. The man was the owner of the merchant group here. He had apparently lost his daughter to the demonic cultivator in question. Lei Yingluo delivered a bonk to the chubby man's head to calm him down, hoping that he could get an explanation. Matt felt a bit perplexed as he looked at the rotund man that was rubbing his forehead. The manager and the lady tried to help their boss up to his feet, but he was just too heavy for the two of them. They fell on their butts after the woman slipped and lost her grip on her boss' arm. After the people were done with their comedic routine, they finally started to talk, recounting the previous day. He came at sundown. He somehow managed to remove the city's protective formation. The experts in the city cowered in fright and didn't even dare to come out to face him. Damn cowards! The man blew his nose and continued speaking in a solemn tone. The demonic aura soon filled the whole area. It was truly overbearing. He said that he demanded 10 beautiful women as his brides and that he would pick them out himself. He then used some kind of strange purple glowing treasure that looked like a medallion. The chubby merchant wiped some sweat from his brow. He looked like he was about to cry again. He started pointing that thing at the poor girls. They got sucked into it. He got my little girl too. Matt rubbed his chin while listening to what the man was saying. It looked like the demonic cultivator probably captured the women to perform some kind of ritual. Could also be part of his cultivation method. He knew that some cultivation methods required people to sleep with each other. He didn't like where this was going. Would he sacrifice those girls to some demon, or suck their life energy? None of those choices was any good. Tell me where he went. There is probably not much time left for those girls. He didn't want to sugarcoat it as he replied in a serious tone. He would try to save those girls, but he didn't want to give these people high expectations. The manager stepped in this time around, telling Matt in what direction the man left. Also, when that man come here, did he touch anything? Or do you perhaps have something that belonged to your kidnapped daughter? He had his tracking skill by now. Maybe he could get a whiff of the man's aura that would point him in the right direction. He might also be able to home in on the aura trail of the girls. He received some kind of hair accessory that was giving off a faint spiritual signal. He could see a purplish energy trail going all around the merchant house, which didn't help him out that much. In the mess of trails he could point out an ominous-looking one. It looked like a strand of vapid smoke just drifting about and out of the front door. He stepped outside to follow the trail that was mixing with some other random aura trails. If he didn't home in on it in the merchant building, he would probably not be able to single it out in this piled-up mess. Okay, I got his trail, I'll be leaving then. He jumped up into the air, skillfully removing his flying sword from his spatial ring and whooshing into the distance before the people around him could say anything back to him. Truthfully, the merchant and his workers didn't expect much from this man. They thought that he would either flee or die. Still, the father prayed that his lovely daughter would be rescued. The more I stay in this world, the bleaker it gets. Demons, monsters that kidnap infants in the night. People that care more about power than the well-being of others, rapists and murderers everywhere. Not sure why people like these kind of worlds in those novels, prefer them less chaotic. Wonder if I can change the people's mindset. He rubbed his glabella with the eyes closed before opening them up and following the smoke trail. He was set on rescuing those women, hoping that he would make it in time before it was too late. He tried to be positive, but the surroundings were throwing him curveballs every time. The trail brought him towards a mountain range that looked even more gloomy than the town he was previously in. The wind was whistling and storm clouds were gathering, lightning and thunder filling the surroundings. It looked like these were the so-called Dread Peaks. The moment he got close, he noticed that the trail was getting thicker and thicker. leading him towards one of the mountain peaks. He arrived at the spot, his sword drawn as he could feel quite a bit of demonic chi around. But besides some trashy-looking demonic beasts there was no one in sight. He focused on the trail, but it turned from one smoke stream to multiple ones and soon just filled the whole surrounding area so much that he had no way of telling where the demonic cultivator went. His sightum map didn't show much either, just pointed out some dots here and there, but it could pierce through the mountain, not showing any life signals. His demonic chi is filling the whole mountain top. I can't tell where he went from here. Is there some kind of secret passage? The cultivator was at a high level and he managed to survive for so long even with people on his trail. It was wise to assume that he had some kind of hidden lair or some kind of treasure that hid his presence. Maybe if Matt could find the entrance he could figure something out, but his tracking skill wasn't pointing him to it. He thought about the hair accessory that he received from the merchant. He pulled it out in the hopes that maybe he could home in on the woman's aura instead. The tracking ability was quite easy to use, he just needed to concentrate on one energy signature and it would show him the trail if that type of aura was in the surroundings. He concentrated, the dark smoke vanished as he focused on the accessory that gave out its own light purple smoke signal. Okay, I've locked onto it, let's see if I can find something here. He looked around while hovering on his sword, trying to pick up the purple aura. It only took him a couple of flights to finally spot the trail in question. He followed it to an unsuspecting wall. It didn't seem like there was anything there, just a part of the mountain, not even a cave. The purple smoke was clearly going into the rocks, telling him that there should be an entrance somewhere. Asterisk, should I just bust through? But won't that alert that guy to my presence? Asterisk. He changed his trail vision back to the evil cultivators, dark smoke filling his vision as he looked around. He spotted a certain spot that was a lot darker than the rest. It was a tree stump with a hole in it. After fiddling for a second he actually found a lever in there. After pulling on it he could hear some kind of mechanism getting turned on. The wall started rumbling and suddenly vanished into thin air, revealing a corridor behind it. Great, more corridors. He placed his flying sword back into his storage ring while pulling out his spirit infusion longsword. He also thought that the name for his weapon was a bit too long. He would have to give his weapon a better name like Lightbringer or Thunderfall. For now, he hid his aura as much as he could and went into the tunnel. Inside he was rewarded with some stairs, though they were going upwards into the mountain peak and not down this time around. The peak in question stretched into the mountains for quite some time, so this might have been a long walk. Asterisk, what's with all these damn stairs? Asterisk. He focused back on the purple trail that continued on. The daughter of that merchant had to be here somewhere. He had to hurry up and rescue her along with the rest. Luckily it didn't take him half an hour like last time, as he came to a clearing and could even hear some voices in the distance. He started sneaking towards the noises. There was light coming from that area and the door seemed to be open. The demonic cultivator probably wasn't expecting any visitors. Matt tippy-toed his way and slowly peeked out of the door entrance while remaining vigilant. It wouldn't be funny if he got attacked the moment he looked in, so he kept his guard up. What he saw inside was a strange-looking room. He was on the upper floor and there were handrails in front. When he looked down he could see a circular room. The 10 women were there. The females were bound and strung up on what looked like one of those bondage contraptions. It was in the shape of an X with spaces to bind the hands by the wrists and legs by the ankles. There was a large bed right in the middle and there was a woman on it. She had a collar around her neck with a chain attached to the bed. She was trying to yank herself free while a man was disrobing himself. I didn't think they called him Ravager due to his pervy tendencies. Zhang Dong looked around. The women looked to be fine for now, just naked and bare. They all were kind of shapely. Guess the demonic cultivator liked the voluptuous types. He was about to pounce on the sexual deviant, but then he looked at the woman on the bed. She was really familiar looking. Asterisk, wait, what is she doing here? Was she that fatty's daughter? Asterisk. The previous day, Lan Fei was going through her inventory checking if everything was in place as she was getting ready to head out once more. She arrived in Frost River a week ago. She was the daughter of the chubby merchant boss, but she didn't want to tell him about the fiasco back at Moonlight City as she knew that her dad was very overprotective. If it was up to him, she would probably not be allowed to leave her old home. Fei had to force him to let her travel as one of the caravan leaders in the first place. He didn't need to know what happened. She sighed to herself as she thought about the incident that happened back in that city, but more about the way she ran away from that cultivator. After coming back home and unloading the things that they got, she went to get some info on that Zhang clan. To her surprise, the man that she had a passionate night with turned out to be quite the warrior. He managed to defeat the invading forces single-handedly, driving them back and even slew a late-stage core formation cultivator. The man also became the new clan patriarch within a month's time. What was a clan patriarch? He was the leader of at least one city, but Faye knew that after he got settled in the clan would probably regain back their former land. That was a lot of assets and resources, ones she could have a bid for if she just didn't run. Darn Faye, you blew it. I could be getting my feet massaged while relaxing in one of those springs in that spiring spring city. She slumped her shoulders while thinking that she let a golden goose escape her clutches, plus the man was quite the looker, so there were no downsides. She, of course, didn't know that the Zhang clan was getting forcefully recruited to go back to that secret ground. She might have been singing a different tune then. Well, at least I got away with my head intact. Maybe Dad wasn't wrong when he told me that it was too dangerous to go out to other cities, but it's so damn boring here. If I stay here he'll just pawn me out to some ugly senior. She looked around the snowy surroundings and the chimneys that were spewing dark smoke. Due to the cold weather, people mostly remained in their homes. There wasn't that much to do around here, and Faye, being still in her prime, wanted to tour the world. She was also planning to nab herself a good hubby. He, of course, had to be loaded. Maybe if I visit that man he'll take me in. He was quite fond of me, though he did look quite silly when I was making my moves on him. Kind of cute, While thinking about some schemes to get back on good terms with the Zhang clan patriarch, she heard a rumble. This was the sound of the city's protective barrier breaking. Soon an ominous aura filled the whole city. The loud voice of a man could be heard everywhere. It's me, mighty Ravager. I demand 10 of your most right purty women as tribute. They will become Meh brides. The man flew around an eerie-looking flying sword. Somehow he could tell where the so-called purty women were. He pulled out a silver medallion. It had some kind of runes on it and glowed a purple hue. He pointed it at a woman. The female started getting surrounded by a purple light and then got sucked into the metallic trinket. Soon he found his way up to the merchant building. His demonic aura was making everyone kneel and unable to move. He looked at the trembling Lan Fei with a grin on his face. The man was surprisingly good-looking. He had long golden hair and strong facial features that made him look like Prince Charming. "Ah, you're a fine specimen. You're fit to be th prime vessel, I reckon." He didn't give the female much time as she got sucked right into his magical treasure like the rest. Faye landed on her butt in an open field and she could see more women around her. This treasure apparently transported people into a sealed-off space that looked like a grassy field. There was even a large building in there, right in the middle. How did the people in there know that it was a sealed-off space? Well, the women could see that they were standing on a small rocky island that seemed to be floating in the void. They could see the end of the small landmass that was about 5 kilometers in diameter, with the building in the middle and grass filling the rest. After the 10th lady dropped in from thin air, they could hear the kidnapper's voice seemingly coming from the void. "Don't worry, Meh Buttercups, soon we will be one." This was the only thing the man said while he flew back to his lair. Some of the women just collapsed crying while others checked the building out, hoping to find something in there to aid them. The house was quite unkempt, dirty on the inside, spiders and roaches everywhere. It was clearly not getting managed by the crazy cultivator. There was nothing in there besides bugs and some skeletons that gave the females a scare. It was quite large with many rooms. If Matt was here he would think that it looked like some kind of student dorm. After some time passed, the man finally appeared amongst the 10 scared women. He didn't say much before grabbing one of them and just vanishing into thin air. He returned after half an hour or so just to grab another to bring her out. He was undressing the scared females while hoisting them up in his ritual chamber, taking his time as he was having fun. Faye was left alone after the 9th female got removed from the small pocket dimension. She collapsed on the ground not knowing what to do. Why was she so unlucky? Did someone curse her or something? She wanted to defend herself, but the difference in cultivation was just too huge. She was dropped off on that large bed with a collar and chain around her neck, her eyes glaring daggers at the man in front. "Don't look at me like that, Meh lil vessel, I reckon. EFFN, that stupid sect didn't get rid of all th cultivatos around high or even awdnt dast to do this." She had a hard time understanding his dialect, but more or less the cultivator said that due to the drop in powerful clan cultivators in the area, the evil cultivator could come out of his hiding and do what he pleased. "Yo might be one Aaron yfo I brought yo all high ar meh ladies, well." He started disrobing himself. The only thing remaining on the man was his underwear and a glove on the right hand. "Os in need of your essence, os runnin' out of time yo see." He pulled off his glove, letting the women see a darkish looking hand. it had many warts, blisters, and boils with pus on it looking quite hideous. Yo will gimme your life essence so I may recover. Lan Fei was backing off on the bed but was held back by the collar and chain, she yanked on it but to no avail. Ravager started pulling down his underwear, presenting himself bare to the women that went wide-eyed at his little brother. The thing he had between his legs looked like a serpent, but the head was a mix of an alien and a predator. It wiggled around while baring its teeth at the naked woman in front. Don't worry meh dear, it's quite nice feelin', fo me. All the bondage crosses started to glow with a bizarre light. The women on them started squirming as they felt their spiritual essence getting pulled out of them. The essence was getting guided to the bed in the middle, the vessel would receive it all and then transfer it to the demonic cultivator as she got devoured by him. While the evil cultivator was focusing on the voluptuous woman in front, she was looking behind him. Faye could see another cultivator slowly approaching from the back, sword in hand. As the cultivator made contact with her eyes he moved his index finger to his lips. The demonic cultivator was not aware of the man behind him as his lower snake was thrashing about slowly pointing towards the bewildered woman. No. Stop, my father is a rich man, we can give you thousands of spirit stones if you let me go, you don't need to do it. She shouted out in a loud while trying to keep Ravager occupied with her, hoping that the man behind him was someone friendly. Her wording was quite natural, she was quite eloquent with words when it counted. Ha, what can you offer me that I can not simply take? Nuff Tolkien, time tea feast. As the man was ready to pounce on the defenseless woman, he suddenly felt that something was off. He got a bad premonition but was just a bit too slow because as he was about to turn around he felt something hit his neck. Wind pressure could be felt around the room as the cultivator dressed in black swung his sword, making sure to swing with all his might as he decapitated the evil cultivator. The man's head flopped down onto the bed while his body fell down like a puppet with its strings cut. The essence drawing ritual instantly stopped after the man lost his head. Well, that was easier than I expected. The man said while looking at the dead demonic cultivator on the bed, black blood shooting out of his neck stump while the women in the room looked on at the spectacle. They didn't know how to react. Was this man here to save them, or was he just another bad guy? He certainly had the bad guy looks. Faye was about to say something but then the man backed away while muttering something. Wait, there was no. Before he could say the sentence the snake-like thing that was between Ravager's legs shoot out straight for his face. His sword got knocked to the side but somehow the cultivator evaded while grabbing the serpent-like appendage with both his hands. The women could see how the cultivator in black started pushing and pulling on the elongated thing that spat yellowy white goop at him. He managed to dodge to the side, but the goo was quite acidic as it burned a big hole in the floor behind the two. Ah hell nah! Matt thought while Ravager's body contorted in unfeasible ways and stood up without the head attached. The body's knees and elbows were bent in the wrong direction and his hands and feet turned into claws. The whole body started turning to the way the evil cultivator's hand looked like as it attacked the man in black. Zhang Dong was a bit afraid to let go of this snake thing that was spiting suspicious-looking liquids at him. Instead, he used one of his skills that increased his grip strength. His fingers glowed with a metallic luster. The creepy-looking thing started swelling due to the pressure. The creature tried to back away but was held in place by Matt's vice-like grip. But this wasn't over as the demon suddenly felt electricity running through its body, lighting up like a Christmas tree. Its strange high-pitched screams filled the surroundings. While this was happening the woman on the bed felt something moist graze her thigh. She looked down in horror as it was the demonic cultivator's head. It had vacant eyes but its tongue was out and licking her leg. She screamed while kicking the thing away. The head just rolled a bit before going down from the bed and to the ground going in the direction that the fight was happening. Look out, behind you! Faye shouted out as the head was somehow making its way towards him as he was electrocuting the body. It somehow jumped up, its mouth opening showing off a huge amount of sharp teeth. Matt turned around to see the horrible-looking face coming towards him. He used his movement technique to dodge, grabbing his sword that was by the side going back to his fighting stance. Well now, we have an unwelcome guest. The demonic cultivator's head spoke while some tendrils burst out from the neck stump and reattached themselves with the main body. Zhang Dong grimaced as they were back to square one again. Guess this wouldn't be that easy. Why do these people have so many regeneration abilities, damn hacks? Matt thought that he had taken enough precautions in sneaking behind the unsuspecting demonic cultivator. He did manage to chop his head off but didn't foresee that he would be able to regenerate from that. He glanced around a bit. He didn't want to give the enemy time to recover but he also couldn't really launch a devastating attack while there were so many innocent people around. He needed to take the fight somewhere else. Best would be outside. The enemy was on guard but momentarily out of commission while regenerating as he wasn't attacking. Matt thought to himself that it was a bit of a drag to have to think about collateral damage. He then placed his force field around Ravager and then started yanking him into the corridor that he came through. The two soon vanished from the main room. The demonic man was thrashing around in his barrier bubble. The females found themselves alone in the main chamber, naked and bare. Most of them were a crying mess by now as they wiggled around shackled to the crosses. Lan Fei tried removing her chain but it was just too sturdy. She saw that Ravager had dropped his robe on the edge of the bed. She managed to reach it with her foot, yanking it towards herself, rummaging through it in the hopes of finding a key. She couldn't find anything in there as the man probably kept all his belongings in a storage ring. It wasn't in here. Luckily there was a huge boom outside in the mountain range. This made the entire room shake with so much force that the bed in the middle broke apart. The chain was still around her neck but it wasn't attached to the bed as it broke into several pieces. Fei ran up to one of the girls and tried to pry one of the shackles open. She still was a cultivator at the pinnacle of chi condensation, so she wasn't weak by any means necessary. The shackles started rattling a bit as she tried prying them open, but to no avail. This type of metal would be able to hold Foundation establishment cultivators in place. She wanted to help the woman out but couldn't. She looked around hoping to find something else, otherwise she would need to abandon these people. She spotted something on the side. It was round and metallic. It was the medallion the cultivator used to bring them here. Maybe she could use it on the girls the same way he did. She fiddled with the thing but couldn't make it work. Sweat was running down her forehead as she noticed that the booming sound stopped outside, which might have indicated that the two cultivators stopped fighting. She clearly couldn't activate the pocket dimension with her spiritual power level. You at least needed a core formation cultivation to do that. She bolted to the side, running around the room as she tried to find another exit beside the one that the two men had gone in. Then she heard it. There were footsteps. They echoed through the hallway that the two cultivators disappeared to. The sounds started getting closer and closer. The person took his sweet time as he was just walking towards the place where the women were still struggling in. Fei couldn't really do much besides pulling the chain to her body in the hopes of using it as a weapon. Maybe if it was an enemy he would be injured enough for her to make a break for it. Slowly a silhouette appeared. The steps were a bit heavy, which indicated that the person coming had quite the weight to him. Fei peeked out, seeing that it wasn't the demonic cultivator but the man that sliced his head off. The man looked kind of annoyed as he was rubbing his cheek that looked kind of red. Matt had managed to defeat the pervy strange talking cultivator. He found him to be a lot weaker than the dragon or Thul who look alike, just annoying to fight. He wasn't as sturdy as the two and his regenerative capabilities were a lot more limited than of the squid monster. He was rubbing his cheek furiously only due to the fact that the man's trouser snake had managed to graze him there. It didn't do any damage, but he felt dejected by the fact that he got attacked by a demon donger. He had promptly turned the evil man into minced meat before blowing him up with half of the mountain. He still had his spatial ring with him. There were quite a bit of spirit stones and demonic cultivation manuscripts in here. He jumped down into the circular room with a thud. The scared women looked at him with fright in their eyes, which made Matt drop his head in shame as he had scared them even more. No need to fear, that man is dead. Don't worry, I'll get you out in a second. The man walked over to one of the women and grasped one of the shackles, just tearing it apart while making sure to not hurt the ankle that it was around. After a couple of cracking sounds, the first girl was free and down on her knees looking at the scary-looking cultivator in front. Matt thought that maybe this wasn't the best face to use when rescuing fair maidens, as he looked like a bandit himself. Hey, you stop hiding behind that column and come help me. Matt coughed into his hand while he beckoned the hiding Lan Fei over. He was a little mad about the last time they met, but all things considered, he couldn't stay that mad as the woman was really down on her luck. He waved his hand as he took out all the female clothes that the man had in his ring, hoping that the females could use those. Time passed and the females started dressing back up while the cultivator that introduced himself as Lei Yinglo went around the lair. The females gathered together, crying and hugging but also discussing if they could trust this new man. Zhang Dong toured the surroundings, opening some closed doors while looking at his system map that actually helped him find some hidden parts. He started looting the place, grabbing everything he could find. He could just identify it later. The girls looked on curiously as the man started forcing his way into some closed-off rooms that were behind some sturdy walls, giving them a scare. They found it a bit funny that afterward he came back and apologized while rubbing his neck. They were all beautiful women, so they noticed how he was acting quite bashful around them, even blushing slightly while mumbling something about tranquility. Senior Yinglo, everyone is dressed. How will we be going back? Fei asked with a concerned voice. She didn't know if the cultivator could carry them all on a flying sword. Matt was also finished with his looting spree. This was quite a big haul as the evil cultivator had amassed quite the treasure hoard. There were many spirit stones and crafting materials, though they were mostly of the demon beast kind. I don't think I can carry you all on my flying sword, leaving some of you behind would be a bit. The man was pondering while the girls fidgeted as he mentioned leaving some of them behind. They surely didn't want to remain in this god-forsaken place anymore. Lan Fei, on the other hand, brought out the medallion and placed it in Lei Yingluo's hand. Sir, the demonic cultivator used this to transport us here, maybe you could also use it. Matt looked at the medallion and used his appraisal skill to examine it. Name: Dimensional Regalia. Grade: Immortal Medium. Attribute: None. Durability: High. Condition: Damaged. Advanced grade: A+. Special traits: this spatial treasure houses a world of its own. Due to its damaged state, the area within is limited, can be repaired to increase the size. His eyes bulged as he saw the grade of the item in front of him. It was the highest graded item he ever came across. He quickly sent his spiritual sense into the item. Due to its previous owner's death, it didn't offer any resistance whatsoever. He could see the small island floating in the void and the building in the middle. He did a little test and the girls saw the man get sucked into the medallion that promptly dropped onto the ground. They all looked at each other wondering if the man would be stuck in it, but soon he returned, appearing right out of the medallion. Okay, think I figured it out. Oh, and I left you something to eat, it's on a blanket on the grassy field, you can't miss it. Soon the females found themselves back in the small pocket dimension munching on some strange looking things. It looked like 2 bread slices stuck together with some filling. It were, of course, some system-bought hamburgers and cheeseburgers. Lan Fei was the last one that was in the room. The cultivator gave her a more meaningful look as he contemplated something. Is something wrong, senior? The woman became a bit uncomfortable, not knowing what this man was thinking about, but he probably wouldn't try doing anything weird at this point. She didn't know that the man in question was wondering if he should reveal his true face, but did he really want to continue this relationship? The woman showed a lot of character, as he overheard the women speaking. He heard that she didn't just try to flee on her own, but actually tried to help the other girls while he and Ravager were duking it out. She did drop him like a sack of potatoes back in Moonlight City the second she heard of his situation. This was kind of understandable, all things considered. He wasn't that mad, but his pride was still a bit hurt. But would she just do the same thing if she heard that he had to go to that secret ground, where death was very likely? There was probably no future left for the two of them, but at least he wanted to end the whole thing. He shrugged and leaned over towards the woman. He held out his finger in front of her forehead, flicking it. "Oi." Fei backed away, rubbing her forehead from the finger poke, not really knowing what it was for, but then she saw the man's robes changing white, his hair growing out and his facial features switching around. "Take that, that was for running away back in Moonlight City." "It's you!" Fei exclaimed in a surprised voice. "It's me, long time no see." Matt replied in a somewhat more relaxed tone. "We should probably stop meeting like this." He scratched his cheek a bit while looking at the smaller female in front of him. He could see the woman's facial expressions cycle through a couple of times. She didn't know how to react in this situation, as she did not expect to see this man again. Matt wasn't quite sure what he should say either. His experience with women had gone up lately, but not by much. He decided to speak up first, trying to use a neutral tone. "Well, why don't we leave first? We can talk on the way." He pointed to the exit and beckoned the voluptuous female over. He could bring one person onto his flying sword without having any drawbacks. "Senior Dong, or is it Yingluo?" Matt turned his head to the side, trying not to laugh as his great naming sense came into the limelight. "Dong is fine, you can drop the honorifics, the other one is just a pseudonym. It wouldn't look too good if the Zhang clan patriarch was bumbling about the place. We have enough trouble as it is with that Dark Palm sect business." Matt started talking, kind of blurring the Dark Palm sect thing out in the open, but not like it was that much of a secret. This made the woman perk up as she started asking questions. "Dark Palm sect? Trouble?" Fei asked, a bit curious about the clan situation. From her point of view, the clan was on the rise with the new strong patriarch at its help. "Ah yes, about that." He scratched the back of his neck while pulling up his sword, pointing to the large thing as he invited the female cultivator onto it. He took the rear position. He was a head taller than the woman, so he could see quite well. "You don't need to be afraid, you won't fall down." He brought his aura around the female's frame. He kind of naturally moved his hands behind his back as he stood on the sword. Lan Fei intuitively backed up into the man, grasping the hem of his robe even though the flying technique didn't allow any gravity or wind pressure to affect her. His new mind technique really kept his pervy tendencies at bay, as he didn't stare all that much but he still got quite excited due to the woman's close proximity. So he resumed where the two left off so that he could focus on something else. Yes, I'm sure you know of that expedition the Dark Palm sect ordered some time ago. Lan Fei replied with a yes. Due to the flying technique the two could hold a conversation even though they were flying above the speed of sound. The woman looked down at the passing by landscape a bit jealous of the core formation experts that could do this so easily. Well, those guys came right back and ordered the clans to do it again, ours included. I also have to participate. Matt said while his voice became quieter in the end. Is that so, Brother Dong? Lan Fei contemplated while Matt's sweat dropped at the fact that the female was calling him brother now. Guess he told her to drop the honorifics but he didn't realize that it would just switch senior to brother in her mind. This time Fei started talking, speaking out in a shyer-sounding voice. I have to apologize for the way I behaved back in Moonlight City. It was kind of a strange situation, the woman slept with him but then run away, the whole lead up to the act was mind-boggling. Ah, it's fine, it was a strange night, guess I lost myself to your charms, haha. The two started awkwardly laughing. The woman might have been a lot more experienced but people in this world conducted themselves differently. Relationships like on Earth didn't really happen as people were more materialistic, families traded each other's children just to have better relations. Well, I guess this will be a good learning experience for both of us. The two started chatting during the flight. The woman blushed after thinking things through at the way she acted, just going for broke at seducing the man the moment she got the chance. Matt did the same, thinking back to the way he acted like a teenager and allowed himself to get seduced even though he should have been the more mature one. It took him a mind skill to be able to relax and not be stressed out around women. This was kind of cheating but it let him see things more clearly. Brother Dong, you have to understand, times are tough. After a while, Lan Fei started unloading onto Matt, telling about her troubled times and her thought process. He just started nodding and replying with is that so, aha, and you're right, kind of getting lost while the lady chattered on. He also checked out the girl's stats while he was at it. Name, Lan Fei. Age, 24. Cultivation, Qi condensation 12th level. Potential, B. Trust, 40%. Alignment, chaotic good. 40%. I'm not sure if that's high or not, guess she trusts me more than the average person. While he was thinking, the trust level shifted to 41% on the fly, guess the more they spend time together the more it increases. Her potential was quite high as well, probably if she had some sort of good cultivation technique she could be in foundation establishment at this point. Or, it was due to her traveling too much and not focusing on cultivating. He could see her cultivation techniques. They revolved around the wind element but she didn't have many fighting techniques to speak of. He could actually get into more detail with his upgraded analyzing skill. He had dropped in more points just for this. Name, Lan Fei. Potential, B. Elemental affinities, Wind B+, Fire C, Earth E. Weapon affinities, Whip A, Sword C, Spear D+, Daggers D. He raised a brow at the weapon affinity. The one with the A made him imagine Fei in a black latex suit, whipping people around while laughing. Oh, boy. I think I made a perfect common grade whip while doing tests, asterisk. The woman continued talking while Zhang Dong thought about some things he could give here before he left. And that's when I smacked him in the face and run away from home. Do you believe the audacity of my dad, trying to wed me to that ugly toad of a man? Well, he had the money, but that face, nothing like you, Brother Dong. She looked up smiling. As she went back to those alluring gestures, the man just gave a forced smile. He didn't know one person would be able to talk non-stop for this amount of time. From what he gathered, the female was very foolhardy, running away from home and forcefully starting her own caravan business. Her father wasn't all that rich, so he couldn't really provide great security. It was a miracle that this woman didn't get sold off to some slave traders a long time ago. Guess her luck ran out recently, or perhaps it was his trouble-attracting aura that caused all of this. I think I better change. We will be arriving in your town soon. He started shifting his appearance back to his pseudonym, his hair getting shorter and face getting more scars. The woman looked at the change in appearance, astonished by the whole process yet again. I know what you might be thinking, but yes, the previous appearance is the way I really look. I'm just 30 years old. The woman just smiled while nodding. This answered one of her questions, as she was afraid that this big bro might be a big gramps on the inside, just changing his appearance to suit his needs. The two arrived in the Snow City. Everyone at the merchant building was surprised to see the rough-looking cultivator back so soon, and their young miss was with him. Just as Lan Fei stepped down from the flying sword, you could hear something in the distance coming at her. Matt could see a round blur just on a collision course with his female companion. This was, of course, the big round daddy, eyes all red and snot coming out of his nose. He was quickly kicked in the face by his daughter and fell to the side right into a stand with some fish. "Why, how can you do this to your father, little Fei? I was so worried." Sob sob. Matt looked at the comedic routine as the doting father tried hugging his child with fish all over him, the girl in question just kicking and punching him away with disgust on her face. "Stop it, Dad, you're all stinky." The man ended up hugging one of his daughter's ankles while she tried pushing him back with her other leg. While the two were busy, he started pulling out all the other girl. They soon appeared outside hugging each other as they realized that they were back in their town. More townspeople gathered, slowly rejoicing as they got reunited with their mothers and daughters. Everyone cheered as they thanked the scared-up cultivator that proclaimed that he slew the evil ravager and all was well. It had been about 3 weeks since he left the Zhang clan. It was time to return. He just needed to drop the dead body of the evil cultivator and pick up the spirit stones he was owed. His alter ego's name was slowly getting known around these areas as he had slain that cultist monster and now defeated a powerful demonic cultivator. Before heading out though, he handed Fei a spiky whip weapon along with a tome he got cheap from the store, telling her that she should probably practice with this as she had potential in it. "You should probably get your cultivation up and grow stronger, these are troubling times." The woman nodded, looking at the whip. She had never trained with a weapon like this. She didn't know how the senior measured her potential for this, but he was a powerful cultivator, she should probably give it a try. She also received a wind cultivation method for the foundation establishment level. He had gotten it from one of the rings the cultivators had. It didn't take many points to upgrade it to a suitable level that she could use it. He still felt kind of bad for the girl for getting in so many weird situations. He would feel more at ease knowing that she got stronger. The woman looked at the gifts with astonishment. As she read through the manuscript, she could tell that this was quite the refined technique. "Br. Senior Yinglo, this is a bit much. I don't deserve this." Her hands shook a bit as she tried giving the items back. As she fought against her materialistic nature, these were some costly things, and to be honest, she wanted to take them. "Ah, no need, think of it as a present from a friend to another. Hope you will do well in the future, no more getting captured." The man laughed a bit as he hopped onto his sword ready to leave. "Wait, will we ever meet again?" the woman asked while hugging the items she received to her body. "Well, it wouldn't be safe around me, but I guess you know where to find me." He flew away. He thought that this was probably not the best time for a relationship, he had other things to focus on. He also didn't know if he could trust this woman, though she wasn't a bad person, she just had a tendency for chatting and shiny things. He noticed her eyes glistening the moment he brought out the gifts. The way she was trying to resist the temptation was kind of cute though. Maybe if destiny allowed it they could meet in the future, but first, he had to survive what the Dark Palm sect had in store for him. After bidding the lady goodbye, he headed to where he could pick up his reward. Strangely enough, it was the same place that he got the spirit stones for the dragon. It would take some time till he got there though. He had to backtrack all the way there. It was close to the place he faced off against the dragon at the start of his journey. He wondered if the people would try to rob him again when he left the city, as he was wearing a new face again. Though his new pseudonym was gaining recognition due to defeating 2 evil creatures. Asterisk, took me over 3 weeks to get this done, guess I'm on track. Asterisk. He looked at some other wanted notices. This made him feel like a bounty hunter. He wanted to see if he could grab a fast one along the way, but couldn't really see anything worthwhile. Core formation beings were rare. It was even harder to find ones that you could hunt for money, as most people wouldn't even bother putting up a wanted poster. Maybe if someone offended some big shot, or was a demonic cultivator like that Ravager fellow. Well, guess my detection range increased a bit, maybe I can find some demonic beasts around here. He was becoming quite the monster hunter lately. He also had the white hair to go with it, just needed to get a wolf medallion to place around his neck. He had that one he looted from Ravager, but he was afraid to leave it out in the open. The sects were quite bloodthirsty and everyone was rushing for that immortal ascension thing. They would probably kill his entire bloodline to get something in the immortal grade. He also took a peek at his cultivation skill, mainly his next upgrade path. He had 3 choices, and after getting his first evolution into the empowered lightning tree he could finally see what those colors did. Golden lightning path. The cultivator's lightning imbued with more heavenly powers with an added holy element. Creatures of the demonic nature are highly susceptible to this type of energy. This path doesn't favor offense nor defense, boasting an all-around increase in combat prowess. Violet lightning path. The cultivator's lightning takes a more chaotic nature, harder to control but a lot more destructive than the other 2 types. This path favors offense, increasing the cultivator's chi reserves the most, allowing for prolonged use of techniques. Azure lightning path. The cultivator's lightning becomes in tune with the heavens. This is the most stable form and easiest to progress in. Favors defense over offense, increasing the resistance of all construct and defensive type techniques. He read through the information once more, wondering which path he should go for. The first option was quite interesting. It would aid him if he ever faced off against demonic beings like the Thulhu look-alike. He felt that there would probably more of that kind of monster around in the future, so this could be useful. Matt didn't really have a defined fighting style just yet, though he mostly finished his enemies at close range. The second one had mage class written all over it. He would gain the biggest chi pool from the 3 and would be able to spam his skills more. Guess bombarding enemies with overwhelming ranged skills could work. He also had his body refining skill for close range fighting. The last one looked the least interesting as it favored defense, but the increase to his construct type techniques like his avatar form and the light sword was tempting. Though would this push his constructs to another level, or would they lose out against crafted weapons and other items in the end anyway? He looked at the golden path. It looked like the most interesting one with the added elemental affinity. Maybe he should get some healing skills to go with it, or some auras like paladins tend to have in games. He could imagine him and the Zhang clan fighting in the secret ground together, him using some aura skills to boost everyone's stats, maybe using something to boost stamina and chi recovery. Well, it's always more fun in a group. Guess I'll have to check if aura skills like that even exist around here. He checked out the shop to see if there were any paladin or cleric-like skills. There were some, but there was a small problem. He couldn't use them unless he was cultivating a holy element-based cultivation method. This meant that he needed that upgrade before he could even use the cheapest healing skill. Well, that sucks. Can't even test things out. This upgrade costs quite a bit. He looked at the 1,000,000 spirit points next for the upgrade. The previous one only cost 100,000 points. By this logic, if he wanted to get that golden nascent soul upgrade afterward, he would need to spend 10 million points on it, maybe more, as this was a full large cultivation level. Yikes, think I'd need to kill over 50 core formation enemies in the late stage to get that many points, which wouldn't be that hard if I was some kind of murder hobo. Also not sure if I could find that many around unless I raided some section. Matt thought that this system would be really overpowered if he lost his morals and just started extinguishing lives left and right. This was the perfect system for someone that liked to kill. Well, I guess you could also rob some kind of spirit stone mine instead. The spirit stones mostly came from mines that were scattered around the continent. The only problem with that was that they always belonged to powerful sects or clans with nascent soul cultivators that were there to protect the assets. This was understandable, as spirit stones equaled wealth. It was the most common currency around the continent. I might be able to sneak in, but when they notice the drop in spiritual energy after I absorb the stones, I'd get murdered. Matt shook his head as he gave up on trying to rob a spirit stone mine. He could rob some convoys, but that would probably involve hurting other people. Someone might get killed or maimed. He also could get chased by some angry sect uncles, and he wasn't that desperate quite yet. I need to up my cultivation as well, need to at least reach the late stage in both body and mind. Matt had tested out spending points on increasing his cultivation with not very good results. He could dump points into it for an easy increase, but the more the percentage went up, the more he had to spend. It kept stacking, doubling each time, which made him stop. Due to this, he didn't want to spend his points, only if it was urgent and he needed a quick power-up. He also didn't know how many points he would need to upgrade his clan's cultivation manuscripts to a respectable level. It would really be nice if I could go into my crafting abode while flying on my sword. It said that this medallion is damaged, wonder if I can repair it. Well, I guess I have some time, I'll just do it at night. He parked his sword by a big tree in a clearing, then hopped into his crafting space to see if he could do something with this dimensional regalia that looked like a medallion. Guesses it belonged to some king once? He did upgrade some of his equipment before, so he placed the medallion on the big anvil and looked into his crafting screen if something would show up. He saw the item getting scanned by the system before he saw the medallion's status screen. Damaged immortal grade item detected. Can't process, please upgrade the crafting abode by at least one level. Meh, think I need close to 3 million to upgrade the crafting abode, guess I'll pass. He grumbled while removing the item from the large anvil. Well, it's still usable, people can still go in there and bring stuff over, guess I'll get some of the clan members to clean up the building in the middle. Matt wasn't quite sure what he could use this closed-off space for yet. He hoped he could use the crafting abode to expand the size or maybe add some upgrades. He hoped for things that would aid in training, like slowing the passage of time in the pocket dimension. Many such artifacts existed in the novels he read. Guess that's a bummer, but it still can be used for training. He went inside that space with his sword. He could leave the little floating island, but there was nothing around besides empty space. The air thinned out the further you flew away from the center as well. The peculiar thing about this place was, that if the ground was damaged it would recover after a short while. So you could train and destroy everything around you, the next day everything would be recovered. That is everything besides that unkept building in the middle. Maybe it was brought in by someone and placed there and it wasn't part of the treasure. He wondered if that secret ground would allow him to bring in more people if he placed them in this medallion. It would be unfortunate if it didn't, and they would somehow die due to this. That place was also made by an immortal, so he wouldn't risk lives. Well, time to rest for a couple of hours, then I'll go get my spirit stones. They should be done with the tournament by the time I'm back. Guess I could use this medallion as a secret training ground for my clan brothers. There is enough space to run around and train. The amount of chi in there is quite high as well. It also replenishes itself naturally for some reason. This chi is a bit strange, it lacks any kind of elemental affinity, but its quality is slightly higher. Matt thought about the future while time was running out. The people back home were close to ending the event. The people selected for the expedition were the most skilled and willing warriors that the Zhang clan could offer, but they still needed some training. Not much happened while he was picking up his reward. He left the chopped up remains of the demonic cultivator behind. He didn't feel like keeping that perv's body stashed in his storage ring. He also saw the idiot trio that he disrobed the last time he was around. They were acting a lot nicer though. They probably won't be bothering random cultivators for a while. Well, time to go home. Home, hey? He wasn't yet sure if he should call that clan city his home yet. He had only been in this world for a couple of months, so the feeling of longing wasn't quite there yet. After having some food, he flew back to his clan. He hoped that his clan members would procure those crafting materials so that he could start crafting. He could make quite the amount of items as long as he had the materials, as the rhythm game took between 10 to 5 minutes. If the blacksmiths of this world saw him making weapons in 5 minutes, they would probably get a heart attack. Zhang Kuo should at least be able to get the crafting materials for foundation establishment items. Even though I can't earn that much with them, they are a lot easier to make. Though also depends on how fast they can sell them. If he made perfect grade weapons in the hundreds, he could make quite a bit of spirit stones. The problem were the logistics. Unless you had a flying sword, traveling between the big cities took quite some time. Maybe he could get Ol Gramps to act as a courier, but he also wanted to upgrade the old man's cultivation method so he could get stronger. Guess I'll do it in the beginning so that our clan people can go between the cities and trade. Would probably take them a couple of weeks to a month to do it. Thunder could be heard as Zhang Dong churned his cultivation to the max, shooting off like a rocket towards Spirit Spring City. He needed to check those skills first. Maybe he had enough points for everything and he was just overthinking it. While he was on his way, he spotted an immensely huge mountain. On top of it a giant storm was brewing. Lightning bolts could be seen hitting the peak, while the hurricane-like winds were breaking nearby trees and scaring the beasts living in them. He stopped as he was passing by, thinking that he could use that huge storm to increase his cultivation. He still had time too, so he dived right into that thing. He got bombarded by lightning bolts left and right. Even he had a hard time absorbing all of this energy, coughing up blood as the rainwater drenched his whole robe. While Zhang Dong was getting electrocuted at a snowy mountain peak, the tournament back in Spirit Spring City was coming to an end. Lu and Shui were still fighting it out, as this wasn't an elimination event. The younger sister was barely keeping up at the 194 spot, hoping to survive among the 10th to 12th Chi Condensation clan members. Lu ended up around the 90th spot, his fighting strength being around the 11th level even though he was at the 10th level. The two hadn't adapted to the lightning arts just yet, but if they had more experience, they would probably jump a couple of levels above their peers. Shui delivered a wind-infused kick to one of her senior brothers that barely defended himself with the help of a saber that rattled after the impact. Zhang Dong's two disciples didn't have any weapons with them. They wanted to focus on what their new master was teaching them. They hadn't received any weapon training and their previous water-based techniques didn't really work all that well with the new lightning chi ones, or they just didn't know how to synergize the two. You've gotten quite strong, little Shwet, but not strong enough. She was fighting an 18-year-old at the 11th chi condensation level. She was barely holding her own. The youth swung his battle saber at her. She was barely able to evade the attack thanks to her nimble movements. The sylph physique added to her evasive repertoire quite a bit. Just after this happened, you could hear people cheering from the sides. Junior sister Shwet is the best. You can do it. Hey, if you hurt junior sister in any way, you'll be answering to me. I'll pummel you to death. What a stinky senior brother, you should be ashamed of yourself. Shwet was quite popular among her own generation. Probably it had something to do with her being one of those jade-like beauties. You could hear cheering and threatening shouts that were aimed at the opponent that she was fighting. The opponent gulped as he had heard that one of the opponents of this clan sister was found beaten up and left naked in the streets. The siblings were cultivating body-refining physiques that were transforming their bodies. Lu was getting more manly, his muscles were showing in all the right spots that made him quite popular with the junior and some senior members. Shwet, on the other hand, was getting her female attributes enhanced thanks to her slyph physique. It probably helped that she was wearing more form-fitting robes so that she wouldn't get slowed down by them. She was focusing on her speed and nimble movements. Hey, you guys stop, this is a serious event. Shwet shouted at the peanut gallery, with her brows furrowing, but that only made the people cheer more. Ha, she looked at me, look at that passionate gaze. One of the younger males said while another slapped his head from behind and the two got into a fight. In the end, the fight ended in a draw as the senior brother didn't want to get beaten up, also he didn't need to get any more points. The top brackets mostly consisted of people at the 12th and 11th level. There were a couple of level 10s at the end, with Shwet in tow. She was the only person that made it in while being at the 9th level. Both of the patriarch's new disciples generated a lot of buzz, some were envious, also wishing that they could get taught by the strongest member of their clan. The two have been rapidly growing at an unprecedented pace, showing everyone that Zhang Dong was quite the teacher with superior cultivation knowledge. Most of them didn't delude themselves into thinking that their patriarch would pick them up as disciples. They realized that these two had a lot more talent, being the strongest at their age range even before Zhang Dong came along. But they were hoping that if they got into the best 200 they could get some pointers and rewards from their leader, as they knew where all of them were going afterward. The clan members were mostly segregated by skill and cultivation levels. Matt was surprised when he previously toured the compound as the younger generation members went to something akin to a high school. They had normal classes that consisted of reading, mathematics, and the sort. Combat-aimed lessons were also taught. There were even classes on pill forging and crafting. The people of the clan even wanted him to take a teaching position for the more experienced students, but he quickly refused that proposal. There were 4 classes starting from common followed by mortal, then earth, and at the end was heaven class. The last class was reserved for people at the strength level of 10-12 th chi condensation. So depending on talent and resources, people of various ages attended. The 4th week was coming to an end, all the placements were set at this point. The place got busier as every placeholder was ordered to list out their cultivation methods and battle techniques. The patriarch apparently wanted everyone to get segregated by their cultivation method firstly, then by similar working combat techniques. Most people weren't sure what he was up to. Did he want to check out the skills before giving them pointers? That would be extremely hard to do without seeing them preform first. How could he even know what they were good or bad at? No one really knew what good it would do to look at some random clan skills, but they trusted in their patriarch's strength at least. The way his disciples were progressing was also a boost to his validity as a teacher. How's everything progressing? Zhang Jin asked one of the patriarch's new retainers, Zhang Kuo. He was mostly responsible for the calculating side of business while Zhang Ye was more in human resources, doing odd jobs. We are in the process of gathering the manuals that the patriarch requested. There shouldn't be any problems in procuring them as the clan members' techniques don't vary that much. Also, we have gotten reports that all the missions that the patriarch selected were carried out. Zhang Kuo gave a jade slip to Zhang Jin as everything was written down there, the older man looking at the report with a mixed expression. Make sure none of this leaves this room. If my grandson wants to stay anonymous, he has to have a reason for it. The old man was a bit surprised by his grandson's battle prowess. That lesser calamity dragon he took out would probably maul the old patriarch that was in the core formation late stage. That thing had a really tough hide and anyone below the Great Circle would get trashed. Also, he fought another monster and a strong demonic cultivator that was nothing to scoff at. and the boy just bested them without a setback. This grandpa would probably be less astonished if he knew that his grandson barely escaped with his life when he was fighting the first monster on that list. Still, the achievements were speaking for themselves. This patriarch was already stronger than the old one. The problem wasn't him but the rest. The other clan members weren't ready, they didn't make it into the last selection for a reason. Back at the mountain range, Matt was in a hole, pulverized rock all around him while he was twitching while laying on this back. The lightning storm had done him in a bit, but he managed to absorb most of its energies before they dispersed. He felt like an overcharged light bulb as the chaotic energies circulated all over his body, making him shoot of tiny sparks. Damn, didn't think this blasted storm would shred my clothes down to my boxers. His robes had begun regenerating already, but the chaotic energies in his body were making things difficult. Guess I should be careful in absorbing so much energy, but that was a nice boost of 10%. He dusted himself off the gravel and hopped up onto his sword. Guess if he flew high enough people wouldn't see that he was bare-chested. He set off towards the clan. He wasn't planning on stopping to cultivate anymore. The month was coming to an end and they only had 2 left. He had to start training his soldiers. He had gained over 500,000 points from killing the 3 mini-bosses alone, but he also gained another 200k through killing smaller demonic beasts along the way. He got close to 4-5k spirit stones that would translate to a bit less than 10 times of that in points. So he stood at about over 1,000,000 points now, having spent some to buy the sword arts, the disguise skill and the tracking skill, which paid off in the end as he would never be able to find that pervy cultivator otherwise. Some other people could have probably gained more points by killing more, like those 3 that he left naked and bruised. That wasn't his style though. It would be nice if he could get a fraction of the points for just beating up people instead. He also didn't run into any spirit stone convoys that he could try to rob, though he would probably be apprehensive about that as well. While in thought, he started noticing some familiar scenery as more water springs appeared on the horizon. The water elements started being abundant and the familiar smell filled his nose. Home sweet home, hey? Matt cancelled the disguising art during his cultivation period in the mountains, so he was back in his white robe looking like the patriarch that everyone knew and loved. Well, at least that was what he hoped for. People on the ground spotted him flying in. He cruised by the gate and just gave the guards a nod, this making the men freak out and do sort of a salute. At ease. He flew back to the main clan building, trying to slip in without making too much of a commotion, but the moment he landed he could hear footsteps coming. People were apparently waiting for his return. He could hear some youthful voices. Master! Welcome back! The shout made his ears ring as his male disciple greeted him with a wave followed by a small quick bow with clasped hands. Matt looked at the 16-year-old. His hair was a lot whiter than before, but you could still see the black strands in there. His sister appeared right behind her brother, a pout visible on her face. Ah, I wanted to greet Master back first, not fair. The girl puffed up her cheeks while glaring at her brother that was looking kind of smug. Matt didn't know how to react. Was it some kind of grand achievement to greet your master first? The kid sure looked like he had won some kind of prize, while the young lady pouted like a little child. Though their master started chuckling to himself, finding the siblings to be quite the comedic duo. Well, Lou, my student, for greeting your master first, you have earned the right to a reward. The brother perked up at his master's words. You could see his eyes shining with anticipation. Are really, master? Ha, you wish. Matt replied with a smile on his face, then ruffled up the youth's hair with his larger hand. The sister started at her squirming brother that was getting his hair rearranged by their master. This was a peculiar sight. Most master-disciple relationships were more no-nonsense, but Zhang Dong liked to keep a more relaxed atmosphere where people weren't that tense around him. After he was finished teasing the youth, he asked about the tournament. Well, I didn't see the report yet. How did you fare in your fights? Zhang Lu was grasping his messed up mop of a head, trying to calm down his long locks. Due to that, Shui answered instead. We both got into the top 200 participants. They had no chance against Master's superior cultivation and combat techniques. She meant to say that she barely made it into the 195th spot. Lu snickered under his breath while his sister's snow-white complexion started turning pink. Her eyes in the form of daggers were pointing in the direction of her brother that was having a good time. Matt crossed his arms over one another and looked at the two. The two would be going with him. Their life probably depended on his decisions. He sighed inwardly, hoping for the best. The two made the decision to come along on their own, but they were far too young in his opinion. Is that so? Well, I'll check your progress later, you two. First I have to speak to your grandpa. We need to start preparing for that expedition. The two quieted down. The atmosphere got a bit more serious as their master started talking about the impending quest into the unknown. The two bid their master adieu as he went to his chambers. His two retainers and Zhang Jin were already waiting for him. "I see that you are back, Donger. Were you successful in your travels?" Zhang Jin asked while the two people on the sides gave small bows of respect to their acting patriarch. "More or less, got some loot. I went through it all and there are some things that we can sell, but I'm not sure about some of these items. Here, take a look." While saying that, he handed one storage ring with some less useful treasures over to Zhang Kuo so that he could pawn them off. He handed a second storage ring over to his grandpa. This one contained a lot of occult-looking items and demonic cultivation manuscripts. Matt didn't really know what to do with those. Could they be sold of, or were things like these banned? Matt did look through all of them on his way here. He disposed of the more gruesome techniques, like the one that used women as batteries. He mostly left techniques and items that used the cultivator's life for bursts of power. If someone wanted to use things like those for a short-term power increase, they could go right ahead. He just didn't want more demonic cultivators popping up that used strange skills to bother the populace. Zhang Jin just scanned the storage device with his spiritual sense, his eyebrow quivering oh so slightly. "I see, we can't sell these with the usual channels, but there is a way. Don't worry, I'll have someone handle it." Gaining more spirit stones was always a good thing. He could absorb them for more points or buy more crafting materials to equip his soldiers. "So, did you do what I asked for?" Matt looked at his retainers that nodded. They handed him a storage ring with a lot of old parchments and manuscripts. Some of them looked like they would crumble at the slightest touch. He also received a jade slip with the statics that showed him which cultivation techniques were the most used by the Zhang clan members. Luckily, the costlier ones that the Foundation establishment seniors used weren't that varied. They all more or less cultivated similar water skills. Mostly depending on the family ties and bloodline, a Zhang clan member could choose a cultivation method from a limited pile. The higher the grading, the less of a choice there was, so most of the people tried their luck at cultivating the highest ranked technique or skill they would find. Due to this, there wasn't as much variety, which would mean that there were fewer manuals to upgrade. "Okay, I'll start with the Foundation establishment ones first." "Oh right, Gramps, give me your cultivation manual as well." The Zhang clan members still weren't sure what their patriarch was trying to do. What could he do with those old techniques? Could he learn them all and train the people in just 2 months of time? This was a hard pill to swallow. There were over 100 manuals in there. Even if you were a genius, you needed a couple of days to grasp even the easiest of skills. They didn't think that there would be enough time to do that. "Ah sure, here you go." Zhang Jin handed his grandson the cultivation technique. The group discussed some other things, asking Zhang Dong about his travels. They gave him a general report about the tournament and what happened in the past month, but there wasn't much to report. The three left soon after. Matt could now concentrate on his next task. He removed the big bed from his storage ring and started placing all the Foundation establishment manuals on the ground, segregating them by general cultivation manuscripts, then combat techniques, which were further segregated into ones that required and didn't require weapons. "There we go." He picked up one manuscript. It was called Rainwater Sutra. It was a general cultivation manual and this was the second part of it. This was the method the main family line practiced, along with his new disciples that switched over to his now. There were 3 parts to it, that went from chi condensation up to core formation, but the third part was incomplete. Due to this, it was impossible to cultivate it to the Great Circle and you could barely get into the late stage if you bumbled around. Rainwater Sutra Part 1, Common High Grade. The first part of a cultivation manual, suited for cultivators with water affinity. Gives a more than moderate insight into chi condensation. Rainwater Sutra Part 2, Mortal High Grade. The second part of a cultivation manual, suited for cultivators with water affinity. The foundation pillars forged through this method are more or less stable, but flawed ones can arise. Rainwater Sutra Part 3, Earth Low Grade, incomplete. The third part of a cultivation manual, suited for cultivators with water affinity. It's missing a lot of information. Cultivators won't be able to cultivate past the late stage if they follow the incomplete instructions and it will stifle their progress. Matt raised a brow at the explanations. The best cultivation method of the clan wasn't all that great. The ones the core formation elders were supposed to use even got them stuck in the late stage. This was the one his grandfather was using and the same one the previous patriarch used as well. He brought out a different cultivation manual. It belonged to the first man he killed. It was called Inferno Art. It had quite the cool sounding name, but the grading was just as bad as the one that the Zhang clan was using. Matt had checked every core formation manual that he got from his travels and they all were of lower grades, sometimes incomplete with glaring flaws. This was probably why no one was able to reach the nascent soul. The methods these people used were just abysmal. The manuals for foundation establishment and chi condensation are better, but still they aren't perfect. No wonder the sects treat the clans as lower class citizens. I bet they hog all the good methods to themselves and just laugh at the clans that bumble their way through the process. Matt could see that past the foundation establishment the clan was reaching a bottleneck in their techniques. The lower the grade of the method the more damage one suffered to their body. Like with the Rainwater Sutra, it outright stopped the cultivation process after the late stage. Also the advanced grade is quite low and that rainwater part isn't good either. Cultivation methods mostly fell into a certain Dao. The Rainwater Sutra was derived from a greater Dao of water and was a lesser Dao. The closer to the source of a Dao you got, the better it was. Zhongdong's lightning cultivation was from a greater Dao. The Inferno art was also something created from the greater Dao of fire, or Yang as the people in this world like to refer to it. What was the difference between a lesser Dao and a greater one? A person that followed a lower path would always be weaker than a person that followed a greater one. Also, you could not progress into the immortal stage if you didn't have any insights into a greater Dao. Most cultivation techniques in this world were just crude imitations of greater Daos, but they were a lot easier to produce. Guess I lucked out with my greater Dao of lightning. I wonder how many spirit stones I could get for my cultivation arts. This was a tempting motion, to start selling improved versions of cultivation methods. But then some scary sect uncles could come knocking, wondering where he got them from. Think I better wait till I'm in the nascent soul for that. He picked up the manuals that the foundation establishment members used and started upgrading them. Rainwater Sutra Part 2, Mortal High Grade, do you wish to upgrade this cultivation manual? Yes/no? Springwater Manual, Mortal Middle Grade, do you wish to upgrade this cultivation manual? Yes/no? Dragontide Manuscript, Mortal Middle Grade, do you wish to upgrade this cultivation manual? Yes/no? His points started going down and down, he got them all up into the Mortal Perfect grade. This wasn't the limit of the upgrading though, you could improve them further. He also used an Immortal Grade cultivation manual that was for core formation practitioners. The only rule was that a manual couldn't be of a lower grading than what the cultivation level was. So, if you were in the foundation establishment realm your cultivation manual couldn't be off common grade, that just wouldn't work. Should I upgrade them into the earth grade, or is this enough? Matt thought that upgrading a technique of a lower level into a higher one would probably be very beneficial to the cultivators that practiced it, even if it was only in the lowest of them. He was glad that there weren't that many of those scripts for his foundation establishment members, so it didn't cost that much but still he lost 8,000 points a pop. This better be worth it, could buy myself an earth grade skill for this. Though it's not that much at this point. There would be more spirit stones coming in so he could spend some points on these things. He needed to go through the other parchments before deciding if he could upgrade anything past the lower earth grade. Though there is one problem. The upgrading process didn't do anything to the manuals he was holding, the refined techniques were added to his system's library which he now had an icon for. He could click on it and read through everything, he also got the knowledge inserted into his brain as always. Damn, do I need to write these down myself now? The impartation skill was good and all, but it wasn't perfect so he needed to complement it with the written down texts. As always, the system came to the rescue as it had various calligraphy and copying skills that he could buy, and they didn't cost much as they weren't used for battle. He bought 2 skills, one called hypercalligraphy, the other beautiful penmanship, as his writing style was quite trashy. Thanks to the first skill that let him smoothly scribble everything down within seconds, he managed to write everything down within 15 minutes. Which was quite fast for so many complicated manuals. Think I should hand these over so that those guys can go to work, still so many things to go through. A person was standing with both of his hands on his forehead. The man's name was Zhang Ji, he had just turned 40 this year but due to his cultivation, he looked like a man in his late 20s. He was the one that took the first spot for the foundation establishment elders at the clan tournament. Due to his fairly young age and high cultivation level, he was highly regarded amongst the clan. Half an hour earlier he and the other tournament participants were brought into a room. There he saw some copied over manuscripts, even while they were walking in some women clan members were diligently working on copying them down from some nearby notes. He straightened out as he saw that their current patriarch was standing there, handing down some papers to people that were copying them over. Ah, I see that you all are here, could you all just line up? There is much work to do, best if you line up in order of your tournament placement. The patriarch ordered while waving his hand around, moving it in a certain direction. The Zhang clan elders looked at each other and just followed the instructions, lining up by the wall. Ji was the first one getting approached by their new leader. He was slightly shorter than Zhang Dong and had a more ectomorph-like physique. He looked at the silver-haired man in front of him as he placed his hand on his shoulder. He could feel some strange energy wash over him the moment that happened. Zhang Ji, Great Circle, 40 years old, you should probably switch to sword arts from those spear arts, you practice the Dragon Tide method, I see. Ji was a bit astonished that the man that he never interacted with started naming things that he shouldn't know. The man started claiming that he was better at the sword than the spear. He had followed in his father's footsteps that was quite renowned for his spearmanship. The white-haired patriarch mumbled to himself for a moment before placing his index finger on Ji's forehead. This might feel a bit funny, just bear with it. The moment Ji heard those words he could feel information getting forced into his brain. This knowledge was something that he knew by heart, it was about his cultivation method, the Dragon Tide manuscript. It was different though, the wisdom contained was far superior to the understanding of the technique he previously had. He backed away, holding onto his head in shock as most of the knowledge remained intact. He instinctively wanted to seclude himself and try out the improved cultivation method. This. Before he could say something, the patriarch looked to one of the people that was copying down his scribbles, talking to them in a pleasantly sounding bassy voice. One improved Dragon Tide manual, please. He said while one of the girls brought over the goods. Zhang Ji got the item shoved into his palms, his eyes going wide as it was the same cultivation method that was imparted into him, just written down, the ink didn't even look dry. If you have any questions, they should be answered in there, now go reinforce the foundation, you have a week. Zhang Dong had improved his impartation of knowledge skill, but it still wasn't perfect, so he needed those copied over manuscripts with all the required data. Zhang Ji, being the typical cultivator nut, started shaking furiously as he looked at the manuscript in front of him. He knew that improving cultivation methods that you didn't make yourself was extremely hard. But there it was, his family art improved, even he could tell that it was far beyond anything the clan had in their library. He was baffled, he wanted to hug the man in front of him and beg him to take him on as a disciple. But he managed to stop himself, for one, this man was the clan's patriarch and he already had disciples, two, he was 10 years younger than him. The others next to Ji glanced in his direction. They saw his eyes redden and his lower lip quivering, not really sure what was happening. Thank you, Patriarch, this Zhang Ji will never forget this act of kindness. What followed was a furious display of ass-kissing in the form of kowtowing, which made the Patriarch's eyebrows twitch momentarily. He coughed into his hand and moved over to the second person. He placed his hand on the older-looking man and within a couple of minutes, the man was down on his knees, thanking the young clan leader for being so benevolent. Zhang Dong started moving past the quivering clan members, trying not to look at their over-the-top behavior. Everyone was receiving the improved versions of their cultivation methods. The ones that had yet to receive their manual had stars in their eyes and sweaty palms, they looked like a bunch of puppies before you fed them. Most of the people were old men past their 40s, so the looks on their faces were priceless. Matt had to force himself to not laugh in front of them. Oh, you're Liu's and Shui's. About at the end of the line, was the mother of his graying disciples. She and Shui looked very similar, having that unhealthy white complexion that people in this world liked so much. She looked a bit more refined than her daughter that still had some baby fat stuck on her face, also she was quite flat. She made up for that deficiency with her back end, which was quite large in comparison. Zhang Ji greets the patriarch. She gave him the usual bow of respect before Zhang Dong went through the motions and imparted the improved Rainwater Sutra art to her. The woman was wondering what was the deal with this man, her children just couldn't shut up about how great he was. She finally knew how those two brats started progressing so fast, this man teaching methods were quite unusual. Her head was throbbing but her knowledge of the cultivation arts increased by leaps and bounds. You should tell Gramps to not cultivate before I look through his cultivation art, it has way too many flaws in it. She figured that this Gramps that the new patriarch was talking about was her grandfather Zhang Jin. She didn't know if she should laugh or cry about the way this man refereed to her adored grandfather. Ah yes. I'll be sure to pass it on, Patriarch. The dazed Zhang Clan Foundation establishment elders waddled out of the gathering room, their heads hurting a bit, but this was a small price to pay. They all felt invigorated as with the imparted knowledge, they were sure that they could reinforce their flawed foundation pillars. What was the foundation establishment cultivation realm? It was the first real step on the way to cultivation. Everyone could condense qi in this world, but not everyone was able to advance past that. If you wanted to further advance, you needed to create your Dao pillars. People that advanced to the early stage only had one pillar, while advancing further they formed more. Depending on the cultivation technique, the amount of those pillars varied. The thing that also varied was the state those pillars were in. The lowest kind were the cracked pillars. A myriad of cracks like spider webs would run through them, indicating a flimsy foundation that could be shattered at any moment. After that came the flawed pillars. They had fewer imperfections ruining through them. These types of pillars were very common among the Zhang clan practitioners. After that came the superior pillars. Flaws in those were difficult to spot. The last ones were the perfect pillars, the rarest and the most difficult ones that a cultivator could produce. A cultivator could have mixed pillars, flawed ones together with superior and cracked ones. Most people around the world that used average cultivation methods had flawed pillars with some cracked ones in the mix. Zhang Dong, having an immortal grade technique, was the owner of perfect pillars. Also, they were special lightning Dao pillars which increased their rarity even further. With the improved versions of the cultivation arts, Matt hoped that everyone could transform their flawed and cracked pillars to the superior version of them, maybe even add a couple of new ones in the process. The better your pillars were and the more you had of them, the smoother your cultivation path would be in the future. This was also the reason Matt was cultivating at such breakneck speeds. He faced no bottlenecks whatsoever. The only thing holding him back was the amount of spiritual energy he could absorb to expand his lightning core. Back in his chambers, Zhang Dong looked at his system screen. The shoulder touching wasn't only for figuring out people's names and what they were good at. He could actually save everyone's stats into his database. In it he could see the personal data of the people he examined. I'm sure glad that I took that analyzing skill. He couldn't see the progress of the people he analyzed as he saw it in his disciple section. He could pull up the database at any moment, update it and see how everyone was progressing. He could also plan ahead, like with Zhang Ji, his talent wasn't that great, only at a C+, but his affinity with the sword was at an A+. But for some reason, Matt saw that the only weapon techniques the man had were spear ones. Ji's spear affinity was much lower at AC. It was a travesty that this man was training in an art he had no talent in. Should I get him to try out some sword arts, or is 2 months not enough? Matt didn't know if retraining yourself before going to battle in 2 months would be wise. But the end indicated that the man had superior talent in swordsmanship, also he was a lot older, so some things should translate over. There were other people that were already using the sword as it was a common weapon type along with the spear and saber, so it would come in handy. I can't give him my sword art, it's for lightning chi. Due to being the patriarch, he had access to all of the best techniques that the clan could offer, though they were worse than even his lowest graded technique. He looked through the more advanced sword techniques the clan could offer. They were mostly in the lower or middle grade, but there was a high grade one that could be used. Rainstorm Blade, Mortal High Grade. Do you wish to upgrade this cultivation manual? Yes/no? He upgraded it to the low earth grade. The thing about this whole process was that he was learning all of these skills almost instantaneously while not even cultivating them. Matt didn't know if knowing so many skills would even be good for something. He looked through his technique library but he didn't see any options for combining skills which he could use. Damn, I can't even sell these as that would undermine my clan in the long run. He threw the motion of selling off cultivation arts out the window, as he didn't want a paper trail leading to his doorstep. Also, you couldn't earn much back for anything below the core formation as most sects and clans had their own stuff below that level. Training in some random techniques could impede your progress. Well, time to go through the youngster techniques. He gave out a sigh as there were 200 of those chi condensation juniors he had to go through. At least upgrading techniques from chi condensation didn't cost that much. Also, they weren't that bad as the foundation establishment ones, being a lot easier to produce for the lower level clans and sects like them. Matt flexed his cultivation aura which alerted a nearby clan member that was in his service. This was quite a nifty way of getting people to come over. He didn't even need to use his voice. Give this to the Zhangji fellow, tell him that he should try it out. Also, tell the junior members to come to my chambers in order of the tournament results. Matt didn't want 200 people looking at him silently while he analyzed others one by one. It would be less stressful if he just takes care of them one at a time. They were young so they could wait in line all day. Which they would have to, as he had to look at their cultivation method, write it down for them, then have others copy it over. This would be a lengthy process, they didn't have time and he also wanted to teach people some actual battle skills later on. Okay, let's get this over with. Zhang Dong needed about 10 to 20 minutes to process one person, but due to there being 200 people that he had to go through, it took him 2 days to finish everything. You could see a big line of nervous youths just outside his chambers. Matt made a mental note to have the clan members build him an office for things like this. There were a lot of people from the side families here, so they weren't familiar with the place, their eyes moving left and right as they examined every nook and cranny. They looked at the inner members with envy in their eyes, but now with the new patriarch also being from a side family, they felt like things would change. After the 2 days without sleep, Matt flopped onto his bed. He had 198 more people in his database as he didn't need to add his 2 disciples that were already training in other things that he got for them. After checking out their affinities, he noticed that due to his Dao of Heavenly Lightning, their grades towards the lightning element were increasing. He sure wished he could afford to buy Dao knowledge for the water element with so many water cultivators around, but he only had a small fraction required. The Dao of water was a greater Dao, so it required a lot of points. He laid on his huge bed looking up at the ceiling, but he was actually looking at his system window that was showing him the Qi cultivator profiles. Luckily the techniques didn't vary as much as he thought. This was probably due to this being a clan and not a sect, so most people specialized in similar fields. You didn't really have divisions for pill forging, crafting, or beast taming, as clans tended to stick to one profession. The Zhang clan specialized in restorative pill forging that went with their water arts that were suited for healing. Glad that their techniques don't vary as much as I thought. Got the basics down, now I need to prepare the regular weapon training techniques, the evasion techniques. They don't really use any body refining techniques, so still a lot of work left. The Qi condensation techniques were really cheap, so he got a water nymph physique for the female cultivators. It was similar to the sylph physique that Shui was using. For the male cultivators, he found the Leviathan constitution. This also belonged to the water element bracket. These two worked similar to the techniques that he got for his disciples. The girls got more agile while the men got more resistant. They were a bit worse than what he got for his disciples, but they were fashioned for water-type cultivators, so they would complement their strengths. He decided on those two for one reason: they would let water cultivators use their Qi skills even in harsh environments devoid of any water elements. The more they progressed in his refining techniques, the more Qi they could store in their body for later usage and the less they needed to use for their other techniques. Zhang Dong meditated for an hour, not sleeping just yet as he headed over to his dimensional regalia. Inside he saw many clan members shuffling about. They were crying various tools and resources. Some of them were sweeping, some of them were scraping the bricks from the moss. The more Matt gazed at the building, the more it looked like a university dorm that he was familiar with. It was long and made from bricks with many rooms that were connected to a hallway. It was several stories high. If you squeezed 2 beds into each room, you could fit about 250 people in. Maybe more, as cultivators like to sit down and meditate instead of sleeping, which took up less space. After the walls got cleaned up, you could see the reddish color of the bricks. It had that steep mansard roof that Victorian-era buildings back on Earth had. It had some sash and bay windows plastered in, making Matt wonder where this thing came from, as most buildings in this world were more or less oriental, but there was that one western-looking tavern back in the gloomy town. The moment the people saw him, they bowed and started working faster and harder, fearing that their new boss would start whacking them if they didn't speed things up. The place was getting renovated. Beds and furniture were getting carried in as Matt was preparing this place for the training that he was going to give his warriors. He thought that making the people live around each other and spar would increase their coordination. He was still of the mind that that whole place would be some kind of group activity, so he wanted to increase his people's teamwork. He wanted to implement some group exercises to elevate the synergy between his clan members. It would be good if they figured out each other's strong and weak points, then complemented each other's flaws. He wasn't going to do it alone, as he had some more experienced members help him out with the formations they could put the people in. They wanted to segregate people into groups. Each Foundation establishment elder would get a team of 10 Qi condensation juniors to lead. He wanted to assign everyone at the start so that they could get to know each other better. This wasn't anything out of the ordinary, as it was quite common to put soldiers into smaller teams. I guess 11 people isn't much of a platoon, but it will do. He would be the company captain while the 20 elders below him would be his officers. The Qi condensation members would be the grunts. He would need to either make specialized squads or more all-around platoons. Well, if I use specialized groups it would be easier to train them. But if everyone gets split up and my medics are lost without any combatants to cover their butts, they will be screwed. Naturally, everyone was good at something, most people knew how to fight, but the first ranker and the last ranker were miles apart. Matt thought back to his gaming days, mostly the MMORPGs he played. Most parties had a tank to keep the monsters busy while the damage dealers either used ranged attacks or flanked them from the side. The healers could then keep their party refreshed and ready for the next fight. There were also the buffers and debuffers and various other specialized classes, but he would be keeping it simple for now. The Zhang clan, being a water elemental clan, had some good healing arts which Matt would be upgrading for future use, as skills like those were a necessity. Guess I'll go for the more all-around team setup, better be safe than sorry later. Got 11 people in one platoon, would be good to have at least one medic/healer, then some frontliners to keep the enemies busy while the backliners either bombard them from afar. He looked at his database, focusing on the chi condensation members. There would be enough people with healing abilities to cover each team, but all platoons wouldn't have perfectly balanced setups as the people were picked mostly through combat. Teamwork was fine, but he also had to take into consideration that everyone would be separated and would have to fend for themselves. The cool thing about this world was that the cultivators had specialized techniques for team combat. They were called formation techniques. Matt also fought against one of those formation techniques. The people from the Tsai clan had combined into a giant volcano golem and gave him a good whacking before he turned the tide. He was holding 2 books in his hands. They were the formation techniques that he had chosen for upgrading. Flood Armor Formation, Mortal Low Grade. This formation allows cultivators to produce a large shield in a wide area around them from water chi. It can be used by chi condensation practitioners in tandem with a foundation establishment cultivator that acts as the core of the formation. People within the formation can still attack from the inside while being shielded. Minimum 8 cultivators required. Spirit Serpent Formation, Mortal Low Grade. This formation allows cultivators to transform into a large serpent composed of water chi. It can be used by chi condensation practitioners in tandem with a foundation establishment cultivator that acts as the core of the formation. Minimum 9 cultivators required. One was for attacking while the other was for defense. Matt hoped that with the increased grade the formation would shine even more, maybe allowing the people inside to reach close to the core formation level. The formation techniques didn't have any cap on how many people could use them, so in theory, if all 220 of them used that water serpent transformation, going into the core formation area wasn't that far-fetched. Would be good to get these up as high as possible. Formation techniques are indispensable in large-scale combat. He thought back to the rock golem. He still had that technique manual with him. It was of low grade of course, but he reckoned if it was of a high grade then he would have probably lost during the power struggle at that time. Matt sat down on a chair that was brought in by his fellow clan members as he was still in the medallion realm. He scanned through the most used techniques. Thanks to his library he could organize them like in a spreadsheet. Everything was nicely presented, from the most commonly used skills, the highest graded ones. He could compare everything and take out the most essential ones for further improvement. While he was busy with clicking the air, the Zhang clan members on the sides started staring at him while they cleaned the building. They looked with wide eyes at their silver-haired patriarch while seeing him poking at the air in front of him. Was this some kind of ritual for a new technique or something? It would be far too rude for them to ask, but the sight of their leader swishing his finger up, down, left and right was making these people have sweaty palms from the way their boss was frowning. Ugh, why are there so many of these skills? Just learn one and stick with it. Matt rubbed his forehead while staring at his decreasing points that were declining with each second. Soon he would run out. Luckily he got most of the skills that he wanted and more spirit stones would be arriving as well. The next thing on the agenda was the equipment. Thanks to his golden touch he knew exactly what each person had an affinity for, so he could design the right weapon and gear for them. Guess I'll have to use that dancing platform as well. The clan robes don't really have much to go for them. He vanished from the pocket dimension and appeared in a certain heavily guarded room. There were many intricate inscriptions on the walls that were pulsating with spirit energy. This was a secret chamber that the dimensional regalia was resting in. The moment he showed it off, his grandpa looked like he had laid an egg. He knew the implications of having this sort of item around. If any sect figured out that they had it with them, there would be nothing that could save them from extinction. Unless they just gave it away, but luckily this thing didn't give off any immortal artifact aura. You needed to get really close and actually touch it to feel the wondrous immortal radiation that it was giving off. So, they decided to hide it for now. The people that were working inside had sworn an oath of secrecy. It was something to keep people's mouths shut. Other clans used different methods. In Zhang clan's case, if a person tried blabbering out the secret they would find themselves bursting from inside. Guess there was a lot of water in a person's body, so a water clan would know how to come up with a technique that would use that and explode a body from the inside. Matt was a bit apprehensive about the methods, but kind of knew that this was the only way to be sure that no one spilled the beans. The people that were working inside the pocket dimension weren't against it at all, everyone knew that this safeguard had to be made. Also, the people inside the medallion didn't actually know of the treasure's grading. Most of them reasoned that it was a heavenly graded artifact at most, as the dimension inside wasn't all that large. No one actually touched the item as it was used by the Patriarch. Matt went out of the room and headed to his chambers. It was time to get some crafting done. After that he would start cultivating. He really needed to get into that late stage as soon as possible. In his crafting abode, Matt was looking through his system window. This would take a while. He had 220 people, so he needed to make the same amount of battle robes. The thing with robes was that higher graded robes could be used by lower level cultivators, while using higher level weapons taxed their cultivation more while executing attacks, due to robes having mostly passive buffs. Weapons past the common grade had a lot more spiritual energy in them, kind of a mind of their own. They would work against a cultivator if they weren't ready for it, so giving mortal grade weapons to the Chi Condensation Juniors wouldn't be such a good idea. But the robes, on the other hand, could be used for their passive enhancements. It's kind of strange, people in this world don't really pay attention to the armor side of gear, guess it is due to the body refining skills. They probably think that they don't need any more defense anyway. Matt wanted to give everyone a nice battle robe that would increase their defense and give them as many supplementary passive bonuses as possible. Luckily he wouldn't need to spend many points for this, as his clan had spent most of their spirit stones to procure the resources that he needed to fashion 200 mortal grade robes and 20 earth grade robes for his people. The biggest problem was the design. Matt didn't want any generic looking robe design, he wanted something cool. The color would be in the blue or azure, as he wanted to keep the water theme going. He didn't want one of those baggy robes that a lot of Xianxia people like to wear. They were good for long sleeve swishing but got in the way of fighting. He was thinking about certain space wizards that like to fight in robes as well, though theirs were a lot easier to move in and a lot cooler to look at. He went for the evil counterparts of them though, giving the robes a darker bluish hue. After upgrading his abode he could edit or even create his own designs. For now, he chose a design that looked the closest for what he was going for. He added a hood to it so that the wearer could use it for more protection. He also thought about adding a mask. It would add more protection but it would limit the vision. But an evil space wizard without a mask didn't feel right, so he scanned through the building options and found something that let the user see just fine. The helmet came out futuristic looking, it covered most of the head and the eyes were wide but narrow. By the mouth, you could see vent-like openings that filtered the air. The headgear could be used as a gas mask. It had azure stream patterns etched into the shiny metal and the helmet was kind of skull-shaped. Due to the enchantments, the vision wasn't impaired and it would even help with the breathing. Maybe I should change my robe too, then shoot lightning out of my fingers, though I can already do that. Matt kind of laughed to himself as he was geeking out while fashioning his battle robe for his clan members. The Foundation Establishment elders would get a version with a cape while the ordinary Chi Condensation members would get ones without it. Also, the masks would be a little bit different to indicate a different rank. Guess it's time to dance as I've never danced before. He turned on the crafting contraption and heard a tune from his Earth days. At least in here he could enjoy some music. These robes would all be mortal perfect grade, by this time he could do this without any worry. His reflexes had gone up with his increased cultivation, he had no problem in hitting all the right steps over and over again. The only problem was that he needed to repeat this procedure 199 times. While Zhang Dong had locked himself in his crafting abode and wouldn't come out before he had all the armor and weapons ready, the other cultivators were diligently working on their progress. Zhang Ji breathed in. His toned body was giving out a pungent smell as black sweat and blood were getting expelled. This was a common occurrence when you switched over to a good cultivating method. Your body would be refined from the inside while disposing of the impurities that arose from previous techniques. The man was quite stunned by the ingenuity of this new method that the Patriarch had given him. He felt like a new world had opened up to him. He already managed to patch up any cracked pillars that he had blundered in creating. The new insights that were presented in the improved version of this technique let him progress at an increased rate as well. It's all so clear now. This new development made him look at the young Patriarch in a different light. Before he thought that man would bring them to ruin, the moment the Dark Palm sect appeared he vanished. He was at that banquet as well. He saw how this Patriarch behaved, not knowing any decency while confronting the young master of a powerful sect. They were lucky as the young master didn't bother with any punishment, but that could have cost them dearly. But now, he saw potential in him. Someone who could modify an old cultivation method on the fly had to be special. He either was a genius among geniuses or he had some kind of fortuitous encounter and managed to find an immortal legacy. Zhang Ji was more prone to believe the latter. If someone can get us through this, it's him. He had made a decision, he would fully support this man in his future endeavors. If he got out of that expedition alive, then this clan could go even further. He also believed that maybe this man could get through the bottleneck that all the clans in the area were in, the bottleneck of the nascent soul. If Matt knew what this man was thinking, he would probably buckle down under the pressure of his expectations. But cultivators in this world weren't very difficult to figure out. If you showed them some love, they would repay you fully. The world was very cutthroat, everyone kept to themselves and daily battles for resources were common. People didn't receive charity often, and when they did, they liked to do melodramatic things like swearing oaths of allegiance. Though not everyone was like that, as you would always find some snakes among them. Things like this were happening back in the houses of the other clan members, each of them young or old was slowly reinforcing their cultivation base. Their bodies were getting cleared up from the imperfections while their foundation pillars increased, or got repaired. They were quite thankful to their young patriarch that at this moment was moonwalking while thrusting his hips back and forth, in his crafting abode. This act of improving techniques might have been easy to him thanks to his system. In reality, something like this required an unfathomable amount of knowledge. People could live for many hundreds of years, and this was how far the old members of the clan brought their techniques to. Even if someone was able to improve something, most of the time they would keep it to themselves in the hopes of rising up. Most people didn't see a reason to share their hard work with others, they wanted to elevate themselves first. If they managed to do that, then if they had the time they would throw some scraps at the others. Matt had a different mindset than these people. He would rather have more people uplift themselves together. He hoped that a domino effect would start and everyone would start improving together. But he knew well that it wasn't that easy, he would need to slowly change the mindset of these people. First, he would need to get past that dungeon. He already had something in mind for when they got back. He would introduce new institutions and laws, there would be more jobs for the common populace, so there would be a lot of work ahead of them. Time passed and Matt was finally out of his crafting chamber. He wobbled out and placed his hand on the nearby wall. His other hand was placed on his forehead, which he rubbed while giving out a loud sigh. He had to dance, not once, not twice, but over 200 times. He even managed to fail a couple of times, which resulted in something of a lower grade. If I have to line dance one more time, think I'll vomit. What's wrong with those Americans? The thing about the Dance Revolution crafting was, that if you crafted the exact item over and over, it tended to use the same song. On this occasion, it was the country classic line dance. It wasn't all that difficult, but the longer he did it the more annoying it got. Well, at least when I was crafting the officer armor I got to listen to some MJ. He looked into his spatial ring, he had all 200 elite soldier robes in there along with the 20 officer robes. All of the robes had the Chinese symbol for the Zhang clan on them. If you looked at the robes and the masks, there was one word that came to mind, that word was edgy. Even then, they were a lot more functional than the regular robes that the clan was using. The old ones were quite baggy and had long sleeves that got in the way. Besides looking cool, the robes had more advantages. They were a lot more resistant, being able to tank a couple of good hits that were above the level of the person that was using them. The user could even pump in some spiritual energy for a greater temporary defensive buff. They had a function that helped the user collect ambient spiritual energy, it had buffs to water elements and various other stat boosts. Should I get a mask for myself too? Probably better to just get my body refining up for defense I don't know if I need to make those common grade weapons for the kids. The clan has a lot of those in stock, even the perfect grade ones. But the perfect grade mortal ones are a different thing, most of those got lost in the first expedition He dived back into his crafting abode after massaging his legs. He had all stats for his officers, what type of weapon they liked and what type of skills they used. Luckily besides Zhang Ji no one was using a weapon that wasn't fit for them, so they didn't need retraining. He wanted to try maxing out those advanced grades, he had a lot of cores to use up. First, he made a sword for the man in question. This wasn't a long sword like he used but a katana. There were many types of swords and bladed weapons to make, but after further examining the man's affinity he could see that he was suited for the weeb weapon of choice. He could already imagine the man doing quick draw techniques and bisecting people, their bodies slowly breaking into two parts while he looked into the distance. I got lucky that the sword technique manual was fit for katanas as well. Even though the weapons fit into a certain bracket, it didn't mean that a sword technique could be used with any type of sword. It was different to wield a two-handed long sword than it was to use a broadsword, even though they both were considered swords. Luckily for our brainy patriarch, the Zhang clan technique was quite varied and could be used for swords that had a blade on one side. He would have to pay attention to things like this, otherwise, he would run out of points soon. Asterisk would be nice if I could modify more techniques as well, but, not enough time for that. He packed his gear after he was finished. It was almost time to hand the items out along with the techniques that he upgraded. After this, he would lock himself in his chambers and cultivate till the late stage both in body and cultivation. He would have Zhang Jin and the others instruct the juniors, for now. He would probably take a while to advance as the closer he got to the late stage the slower the progress was. A large group of youths approached a certain room. There were many people close to the walls acting as guards. Before they were let in, everyone was searched thoroughly. The atmosphere was tense as everyone was searched. No one knew what the fuss was all about. They were just ordered to come here by the top brass. These people were the 200 Qi condensation expedition participants that were chosen through the tournament. The oldest one from them was 20, while the youngest was Zhang Shui that was 15. Everyone here was devoted to the clan. No one with a shifty character would actually come this far. All of the people that valued their life more than they valued their clan, were already thinking about what they would do when the expedition probably failed again. It wouldn't be hard to leave the city on the pretense of a journey or business and just wait it out. Some people like that were already packing up. After everyone went through the check, they were guided further into another room. There were a lot of stairs going down. They went further into the inner sanctum and into places not many people had been before. They were led into the dimensional regalia room. Zhang Jin was already waiting for everyone. Zhang Dong could give partial ownership to his magical treasure. He was kind of the administrator who could give moderator spots to other cultivators. The medallion was hidden in the middle of the room. Without giving off any immortal treasure fluctuations, no one would be able to tell that the dimensional treasure was there. Most would just assume that the whole room was the portal to the separate small dimension. Everyone had already been given the finger poke of pain to the forehead by Zhang Dong while he was passing down the cultivation knowledge a few days ago. He would give an update about that a month later, but for now, he wanted to focus on his cultivation progress while everyone else did the same. Everyone gather up. Anything that will happen in these next 2 months cannot leave this room, is that understood? Yes, Grand Elder. Everyone responded while shouting out loud, but thanks to the silencing formations nothing could be heard outside. Zhang Jin looked at the promising youths in front of him. His heart started hurting as he knew that he was sending these poor children to a place they would probably never return from. He was hoping that somehow his grandson could pull off a miracle as he did before, but he was a special case. These youths were far, far weaker. I won't bore you with a long speech, but know this. A crisis can be an opportunity in disguise. Now go train well and train hard. The Zhang clan is depending on your success. Zhang Jin waved his hand. The youths in the room could detect a vortex forming in the middle of the room. They were all prompted toward it by the Grand Elder and started vanishing into the pocket dimension one after another. After everyone was in, the old man gave out a sigh and returned upstairs. He had other things to tend to. There were many things to prepare, like what he would do to protect the city while his grandson was outside. Even if he returned victoriously, some enemies might try to pull a fast one while the strongest cultivator from the city is away. It's always the old farts like me that are left in the end. The Grand Elder wouldn't be taking part in the training, he was just there to let people in and out. The 20 formation establishment's officers were already in the pocket dimension getting ready to introduce themselves to their squad of 10. They would be responsible for their formation training along with some helpers to do the dirty work. There was only one problem with the teams. Zhang Ji demanded to have her kids in the same squad. She whined her motion to her grandpa. He had the freedom in choosing as their patriarch left it to him. There was a conflict of interest if you had a close family member in places like the military. Others might see their comrades in arms getting preferential treatment, which might lower the morale or cause fights. It was slightly different here though, as this was a clan where everyone was kind of related. There were cousins and siblings everywhere, though most of the ties run quite thin. After some deliberation, Zhang Jin agreed. A crowd soon appeared. The cultivators looked around in astonishment. None of them had ever been to a pocket dimension before. Their eyes scanned the surroundings. There wasn't that much in here besides the big building, but they could also see other training areas getting set up. They could see some training dummies for close combat and long combat practice. Some spots were devoid of grass and they had symbols written down on the ground. These were to aid people in their formation training, helping them remember the spots they were supposed to stand in. There were some impromptu tents set up, with things like armory or cafeteria written on it. There wasn't much time to construct a proper building and the large dorm in the middle only had space for the living quarters and nothing besides that. The 20 officers greeted their soldiers as they entered, the juniors quickly straightening up as they saw their elders. Listen up everyone, when you hear your name you will go to your assigned team. You will be given further instructions by your team's lieutenant. The youths looked at each other, one of them raised a hand after the elder was done talking. The elder in question gave a nod, letting the junior speak out. Excuse me Elder Ji, what's a lieutenant? The people here didn't really have any military ranks, what did you need an army for if one guy could just bulldoze through a city? The clans mostly took the form of the soldiers and they had their inner family ties and rankings, the sects had all the outer and inner disciple designations. There was no organized military structure around here, most cities were self-sufficient city-states with the clans acting as the lords or kings. Lieutenants are leaders of a platoon. Zhang Ji replied while his eyebrow twitched a bit, but he just saw more confusion in the youth's eyes. A platoon is a team of cultivators acting as a unit. He tried to recall what the patriarch said while he was giving them the orders, he just gave them some unique names and divided them into smaller teams. Also for some reason he wanted to be called General Dong instead of the patriarch, he couldn't really argue with the man though. They also received new robes, these were some state-of-the-art garments as he could feel the flow of spiritual energy, these were clearly earth-grade treasures. Your lieutenant will explain everything to you in detail later, just follow the instructions. I'll begin calling out names for my platoon first then. People started getting called out, if Matt was here he would probably get dizzy from all the similar sounding names. Soon enough Zhang Ji stepped out and started gathering her own group. Zhang Shui and Lu were a part of it, besides that there were twin 18-year-old girls named Zhang Mi and Zhang Yu. There was a chubby fellow by the name Zhang Hong, a tall burly-looking male with a beard that looked older than he actually was, called Zhang Peng. Besides those 6 there were 4 more youths, the first one Zhang Tai he was a bit special as he was the person that scored the highest in the tournament. He looked like your average young master with a resting bitch face, he was already scoffing at his team members. The second one was Zhang Teng, his face was a bit elongated making him look like a snake, he was also grinning constantly. The third person was called Zhang Ai, she had a more mature vibe than the other girls in the group with a body to match. The last person was a small-looking youth by the name Zhang Bao he looked very meek, with his neck-long hair covering up his eyes. This would be the 9th platoon, they ranged from the youngest Zhang Shui to the oldest Zhang Peng that was already 20. Zhang Ji looked at the group of kids, she was ordered to help them train with the help of some other clan members. She was still apprehensive about her kids coming along, but at least she would be there with them if something happened. Well then young ones, first it's time to gather your equipment. Zhang Ji followed the instructions and went with the kids to the armory tent. In there they could get their battle robes and weapons, as they arrived they were already the 9th team there. They could see people leaving the tent carrying some things, there weren't enough spatial rings for everyone so they had to carry their gear manually. Oh, that's some good stuff. Zhang Teng mentioned while grinning as he checked out some of the things the other juniors were carrying out, no one was actually wearing the robes just yet. After going inside they started receiving their gear, everyone got excited as they felt the mortal-grade energy radiation coming off the robes. Though they were a bit skeptical about the designs, they looked at the ominous-looking masks, not sure if they were safe to use. You'll find these magical robes to be quite high quality, they are very resistant and don't get in the way at all. The quartermaster chimed in, while everyone was looking at the presented items. The kids could also pick out a perfect-grade common weapon for themselves if they needed one, but most of them already had theirs. On from the twins chuckled while putting on the mask, quite curious about the features it had. Hey me? How do I look? The helmet looked like a front mask at first, but when you placed it closer to your face it would envelop the entire head from all sides. The girl shrieked out a bit as the helmet shut itself around her head, but noticed that it didn't impede her vision at all. The eyes shined a bit with an azure light as she looked around. She could already tell that it enhanced her optical senses in various ways. You look funny. Zhang Mi snickered to herself while her twin looked around while wearing the new item. She also wanted to try it out, but before she could do so she heard a loud snort. Knock it off you two, just take the magical items and be quiet. It was Zhang Tai, annoyed by how the way these clan members of his were acting. This wasn't a place for kids to be playing. He just grabbed the robe and helmet and left the tent, bumping into Zhang Bao on his way out and making him fall onto his butt. "Watch where you are going, humph." He held his nose up high and headed to the large building in the middle of the closed-off space. They were told to do that after they were done with picking up the gear. Zhang Lu helped the shorter clan member up to his feet, a bit dejected how that other senior brother was acting. "Don't mind him, senior brother Tai is like that, but you can count on his skills." Zhang Lu didn't want to admit it, but he was weaker than that senior brother of his. Even with his new master's skills he still needed to catch up. But with the patriarch upgrading everyone's skills as well, he might have a harder time doing that now. The others stopped playing around after that. Everyone grabbed their items while Zhang Ji hurried them on as well. She needed to show them their rooms and then brief them in on the training schedule. The twins were staying in one room, while Shuat and Ai were together in another one. The muscular youth ended up with the stuck-up Zhang Tai. Lu shared his room with the chubby brother. That left Teng and Bao in the last room. The smaller youth was a bit scared of the snake-like youth that kept staring at him with a giant grin on his face all the time. Training would be starting soon, so everyone was ordered to change into their new robes and meet outside. They would mostly be training in the new body refining art and the formations, besides their regular cultivation techniques. The boot camp was finally on its way. The pocket dimension had its own light source in the distance. No one knew if it was real or an illusion because if you left the small rock formation you would quickly run out of air. Every platoon was gathered outside the dorm building. Each officer was standing in front of their squad while another member of the Zhang clan was in the middle. "By the order of the patriarch, I will be your drill sergeant. From now on you will speak only when spoken to, and the first and last words out of your filthy sewers will be sir. Do you maggots understand that? If you do, reply with sir, yes sir." The drill sergeant was a middle-aged man, with a military-like haircut and scars all over his face. The man was trying to keep a straight face as this was ordered by the patriarch himself. He had written down some mean-sounding quotes to him and told him to use them while training the juniors. The Foundation establishment elders wouldn't be part of the training drills, so they were free to train on their own accord for now. The formation training would be practiced later. First came the physical drills and some sparring among the youths. "Sir, yes, sir!" The kids shouted out, some of them feeling a bit dejected at the treatment. "If you juniors leave this island, if you survive the training, you will be a weapon. You will be a minister of death, praying for war. But until that day, you are nothing but unorganized pieces of amphibian excrement." Question marks could be seen above the youths' heads when the amphibian was mentioned. From the context they somehow knew that it wasn't anything good. While the Foundation establishment elder was belittling the new soldiers, he was exuding an aura that was making the chi condensation juniors buckle under the strain. Everyone in the surroundings was starting to feel pressured. This clearly wasn't going to be easy. After some shouting they finally left for a run. The robes they were carrying had a function to decrease and increase the weight just for this. The juniors quickly found themselves sweating profusely under the increased weight of their enchanted clothing. The first one to fall behind was Zhang Hong. Due to his increased body weight he wasn't really fit for cardio all that much and collapsed. The drill sergeant instantly was on him, shouting and even kicking his rear end to get a move on. Some of his fellow platoon members helped him up and they all started moving once more. The sergeant looked at the fatty wobble away, now remembering a certain instruction that he got. The clan leader had told him, that if there was someone that started falling behind the others, he should let up on him just a bit, even more, if he was overweight. He wasn't sure why, but he would follow orders to not be so hard on Zhang Hong. The drill sergeant pulled out a jade slip. On it he had all the lines that the patriarch gave him. He looked at it, his eyebrows twitching slightly while he sighed inwardly. Orders were orders and he would follow them to a T. He moistened up his lips and started talking while the youths were jogging around the compound. The patriarch kind of told him to try to sing this part. He wasn't sure about that though. He also didn't know what the totally original patriarch lyrics, "Please don't steal," smiley face, at the end meant. "Let's get down to business, to defeat our foes. Did they send me servants, when I asked for cultivators? You're the saddest bunch I ever met, but you can bet before we're through. Junior, I'll make a cultivator out of you." The training switched to hand-to-hand combat. The platoons competed against each other as they were learning some basic teamwork. Most of the time they were bumping into each other though. The 9th platoon wasn't doing all that well as Zhang Peng liked to solo everyone, letting his muscles do the talking. Zhang Ai liked to hang in the back while spamming ranged attacks, just using her teammates as meat shields. This resulted in her hitting Peng in the back of the head with a water serpent technique while he broke of defensive formation to attack an enemy. Some semblance of teamwork could be seen between the two pairs of siblings. The twins along with Shui and Lu were somehow not getting into each other's way. Tranquil as a forest but on fire within. Once you find your center, you are sure to win. You're a spineless, pale, pathetic lot. And you haven't got a clue. Somehow I'll make a cultivator out of you. A week had passed now, the members were still not doing that well as they were slowly learning the ropes with the formation arts. You could see the formation's blue lights all over the place as everyone tried to make the shield appear. Some of the platoons were succeeding while some were nowhere near finished, their shields breaking and the people suffering cultivation backlash from the rampant spiritual energies in the area. I'm never gonna catch my breath, say goodbye to those who knew me. Zhang Hong said while collapsing, his robe all sweaty from the constant running and physical training that he was being forced to do by the drill sergeant. Boy, was I a fool for not preparing more, now I really wish that I didn't come here. Said Zhang Teng as he suffered a hit to the face from a clan member during a mock battle against the 7th platoon, his team members just looking at him as he ate dirt. Be Zhang. We must be swift as the coursing river. Be Zhang. With all the force of a great typhoon. Be Zhang. With all the strength of a raging fire, mysterious as the dark side of the moon. Which of the moons did the drill sergeant even mean, thought the youths while their physiques were getting better and better. Their understanding of the two formations was increasing as they didn't blunder so much anymore. They were even close to moving on to the next step of every clan member forming a giant formation together. Time is racing toward us till the patriarch arrives, heed my every order and you might survive even if you are unsuited for the rage of war, don't pack up and be through because I'll make a cultivator out of you. 3 weeks in the juniors were showing promise, they were all working together with each other. You could see a large muscular man together with a wide chubby youth standing side by side while shielding their teammate from attacks while she charged up a finishing move. The team mentality was slowly clicking together as even the unlikable Zhang Tai was seen working together with a smaller junior, pummeling away at some other platoon people. Everyone was slowly singing the catchy tune that the drill instructor repeated each day, it started getting integrated into their minds. Be Zhang. We must be swift as the coursing river. Be Zhang. With all the force of a great typhoon. Be Zhang. With all the strength of a raging fire, mysterious as the dark side of the moon. After the training montage was over, they all returned to the dorms to talk. They had all increased their mastery in their techniques, but they still needed to do more. There was still about a month left before the time was up, they could still level up their masteries and get better. Due to spending so much time with people with the same mindset, everyone started slowly thinking as a unit. The petty squabbles between the purebloods and the side families were shoved to the side while everyone concentrated on the future of the Zhang family. At this time Zhang Dong was not in the vicinity of the Zhang clan, he was on a tall mountain experiencing an increase in power. The lightning energies in him were a lot more chaotic this time, which caused a huge explosion. Any creature in the vicinity would get electrocuted as the cultivator in white hovered in the air slightly. Yes, he was hovering. This was an early sign of a cultivator getting close to the nascent soul level, as experts of that caliber didn't require flying swords anymore. He couldn't fly just yet though, as you required a lot more juice to do that without a flying sword to hold you up. Matt was only at the late stage now, but he could give anyone at the pinnacle of the core formation a run for their money due to his immortal grade cultivation method. He was frowning though, looking at his opened palm on which the blue lightning energy was forming. Damn, it took me a whole damn month to finally get through to the late stage. He noticed a serious decline in his advancement speed, it still was swifter than any other cultivators, but it would take him at least a year to get to the Great Circle at this rate. Guess cultivating more won't make that much of a difference, but every bit counts. Maybe I should try getting some new skills, the guys should be back with the spirit stones by now. He had a minor amount of points left, not enough to do anything with them. He wanted to get enough to upgrade to that golden lightning art, but he needed 1,000,000 for that, and he didn't think he would be able to gather that many spirit stones from the sales. The clan blew through all of the resources that they had stashed behind, so there wouldn't be much more. What was left was hunting beasts, gathering points from his students, or just cultivating more, as even 1% more in the cultivation art made him slightly stronger. He looked through the wanted lists, but since his last hunt, most of the criminals were laying low. People were afraid of the strange cultivator that was hunting core formation criminals, so most of the evil cultivators decided to hide and wait it out. All of them had long lifespans, so waiting a couple of years wasn't that hard. Matt, on the other hand, didn't have much time left, so spending time on a needle in a haystack was out of the question. Hat, wonder if that guy actually followed my instructions. He got a bit curious as he returned back to the Zhang clan. A month had passed and he saw his disciples progressing in their skills a bit. There wasn't a big change though, as the focus was teamwork and formations instead of cultivation arts. When he arrived, no one noticed him as he was hiding his aura. He peeked at the youths that were training and could hear them singing the tune that he butchered a bit. Haha, they are really doing it. Matt was holding his hand to his mouth, trying not to burst out into laughter. Soon enough he was spotted by some people. The small floating land didn't really have many places where a white-haired buff dude could hide. He came out of hiding, which caused everyone to take notice and stop with the training. Everyone gave him a proper bow. They were all wearing the gear that he made, which made them look like a small army of chnibais. Well. I got myself an army of edgy teenagers, who can stop me now, He nodded at the people, telling them if they could show him the fruits of their labor. They demonstrated the formation techniques. Some of the youths were quite nervous while looking at their patriarch, which caused some fumbles here and there, but somehow they pulled through. The giant 200 people formation needed some work though. He told them to form the water serpent one so that he could test the formation's power. Matt watched as the crowd worked together like an almost well-oiled machine. They quickly got into their designated spots and started forming the large water serpent. It was quite huge, larger than his avatar form, with the many cultivators floating around in its spirit energy body. They were all in the lotus position, with the strongest member, that was Zhang Ji, in the snake's head acting as the core. He was controlling the giant thing. The snake gave out a roar that blew the patriarch's hair a bit. Well then, give me all you've got. Matt produced his lightning shield, setting it up in front of the snake. He was quite used to the technique now, so he was even able to layer the barriers together. He made it so that the first one was the weakest, starting off at the foundation establishment lower level, all up to the late stage of the core formation. He wanted to see how far the attack would breach in, hoping that it would at least get through the early core formation level. The snake opened its mouth. He could see the sharp watery fangs protruding. A large water ball was forming in that maw. He could see the spiritual energy getting sucked in from the surroundings like a whirlpool. Then a bright blue beam of light was fired off towards the shields. The cultivators inside the battle formation grimaced from the skill usage, the attack draining them of their spiritual energy. The beam attack hit the shield, going through the first 3 barriers without a problem, stopping briefly on the 4th one before blasting through it as well. When it hit the 5th one it stopped though. This one was the early stage of core formation. The beam continued as the snake kept it with the attack, the people within giving their best to not disappoint the patriarch. Due to this, you could see some of the youths passing out and flopping out of the formation due to spiritual energy depletion. After seeing that, Zhang Dong wanted to stop the test, but he noticed the determination in their eyes. The attack continued and the shield finally started to show cracks, and with a resounding boom, it shattered to pieces. The attack hit the next barrier, but before it could do any more damage the formation started breaking and it collapsed due to too many cultivators tiring themselves out. Okay, that's enough, you did well. It can be used as a trump card, you just need to keep the formation more stable. Zhang Dong nodded while trying to give his clan people a pep talk. The youth seemed invigorated as he saw some of them smiling while panting, probably proud of their monthly achievement. But don't get cocky, there is still much more work to be done. He ended it on a serious note. Time was of the essence and there wasn't much more left as the last month started ticking down. The people looked as the patriarch turned around and vanished into thin air after they showed off their skills. He didn't test them out on the defensive formation, but not like they had enough spiritual energy left for that. The Zhang clan members were in high spirits though. They managed to break through the leader's strong barrier quite a bit. The moment the man came in they could feel the high energy fluctuations from him. The younger members couldn't tell much, but people like Zhang Ji felt the increase in Zhang Dong's power after he formed the shield that could block an attack of a late-stage core formation expert. He wasn't showing the full extent of his power. The man thought to himself while sitting down into a lotus position to gather his energies. He looked at the youths around him. He didn't think that they would be able to train them up so well. The strange military methods seemed to be working. The catchy workout song was also doing its thing. The upgraded techniques were a lot easier to master and the youths, as well as the elders, were progressing at breakneck speeds. The spiritual energy in this artifact was quite pure, so that helped with the training as well. Everyone, you have an hour to rest, we will resume further training afterward, you did well. The younger members were sweating a lot more than the foundation establishment elders that looked slightly out of breath. Though they were invigorated after this test run, they just saw their new patriarch. He was quite the celebrity around the clan. Did you hear that? The patriarch said that we did well. One of the tired youths said while he flopped onto his back and panted. Yes, yes, I think he also smiled in my direction, such a manly smile. One of the females said while other members looked at her with narrowed eyes. Zhang Zi's lower lip quivered as he got ignored by the younger generation that started talking about the patriarch and didn't even reply to his comment. He let this transgression slide this time, as he also was a bit excited that the man that improved his arts gave them a passing grade. He was also right about my spear training. After he received the katana, he was in a bind as he had to train in the sword art manual that he got. He was apprehensive at first, thinking that if he didn't see any progress within a week he would just return the sword and skill manual to the leader. But to his surprise, after he started training he noticed that the sword was like an extension of his body. He was already a seasoned cultivator and warrior, he knew how long it normally took to learn a new fighting style. The speed at which he was immersing himself in the sword Dao was astonishing. Day by day he found himself improving, getting past the beginner stage and advancing further rather easily. The sword does indeed fit me more than the spear, wish I knew this sooner. But how did the patriarch know about this? He just examined me briefly with his spiritual sense, truly wondrous. The figure of Zhang Dong was getting bigger and bigger in the eyes of his clan members, making them think that the man was some kind of 1 in a billion genius. The cultivators in this world already tended to show sect-like behaviors, having the leader's opinion outweigh their own or their families. Matt was slowly getting put up on a pedestal in the mind of these people. He did make them stronger and did it for free. This was mostly enough for cultivators to pledge their allegiance to the person responsible. While people were overestimating Matt, he walked out of the secret chambers wanting to check out if there were any spirit stones he could gobble up. His system point tank was on empty after having upgraded so many techniques, and frankly, they weren't all that great anyway. The most he spent was on his grandpa's cultivation technique. Getting that thing to not halt the cultivation process was quite costly. Upgrading unfinished or incomplete techniques cost a lot more than just upgrading finished ones. Guess it was easier to renovate an old building than to rebuild a half-finished one. He was greeted by his accountant Zhang Kuo. Well, at least that's what Matt started thinking the man was, as he was mostly responsible for the numbers. After selling off all the weapons he had gained some spirit stones, but it wasn't nearly enough. He spent all the crafting resources on the robes and weapons for his clan members. The rest were used on weapons that he could absorb, finally managing to get his body into the late stage along with his regular cultivation level. This isn't enough to evolve my lightning cultivation into that golden one. Should I try hunting for some core formation beasts? There was less than a month remaining. The Dark Palm sect had given them instructions to gather their forces in a certain place at a certain time. The Zhang clan had one flying ship left. It looked like a large galleon with a dragon head at the front. It was different from regular ships. It didn't have sails or anything, as everything around this world worked on spiritual energy. It was the last one the whole clan had, as the ones that it previously used in the first expedition never came back, probably pawned off by the Dark Palm sect or some other clans. He would probably look into that later and get their stuff back. The trip there will take about a week, so that leaves less than 3 weeks to tie up loose ends around here. The option of running away was still open for Matt, but for some reason, he didn't feel like it. He was slowly bonding with these strange people and their quirky ways, finding it funny as they overreacted when they saw him do unfathomable things. They were clearly a violent bunch, but most of them were good people. There was also the thing that he promised to himself, not wanting to be a coward anymore. Well, hold the fort while I'm out, Kuo. I'll be heading to the mountains, but I'll be close by. You know how to reach me if something happens. Matt headed out to cultivate at the mountain peaks and maybe hunt some beasts for points. He might get lucky in his travels. While he was charging into the distance on his flying sword, the light in the hidden pocket dimension was dimming. The people there noticed that the place had a night and day cycle. The nights took about 8 to 9 hours. The dorm was quiet as most juniors were resting, but there were 4 youths sneaking to a certain place. The dorm was only used for living. There was nothing besides the rooms that could be used for sleeping, no plumbing or lights to speak of. But the water wasn't a problem around here, so the people just dug out a couple of holes and transported some spring water from the outside. The water had healing properties and could also help with stamina recovery. There was a separate place for the boys and girls, blocked away by a large bamboo wall. The youths in question were clearly heading for that wall. Elder brother Teng, are you sure about this? If we get caught, we will be severely punished. Zhang Bao asked while he looked at the grinning elder brother that was smiling and licking his lips. There were two large males behind him as well, the buff Zhang Peng and the round Zhang Hong that had replaced some of that fat with muscle now, but he still looked round as a ball. The smallest from the bunch was blushing, still wondering how he got himself into this. He was just outside to pee when he saw the trio sneaking out of the dorm. He went to check on them but they just pulled him along to go peek at the girls. No need to fear, my part of the family is renowned for their hiding skills and the patriarch even improved on our skills, so if you just follow my instructions, the lovely thighs of junior sister Shui and the lovely front peaks of sister Ai will be all for us to behold. The youth started doing obscene motions with his fingers, almost drooling while talking about the peaks in question. The other two members that got roped in had dopey expressions as well. The burly guy looked like a perverted older man, the chubby fellow seemed to be salivating as if he saw a jelly-filled donut in front of himself to devour. Little bro, hee, you remember how the elders told us to work together, we must get through this as a team. Yes Bayo, remember what the drill sergeant said, it's all for the team, it's a team-building exercise. The three looked like hungry wolves sneaking through the night. Due to Teng's sneaking technique their footsteps were muffled as he could produce a mist around the whole group, making them hard to spot within the dark night. The idiot quartet approached the bamboo wall, they could hear the girls chatting on the inside. The group clearly went out the moment they saw their female team members leave to take a bath, as the four girls were talking inside. Oh, little Shui, your hair sure is shiny, what do you use to keep your hair so smooth and soft? Not much, think it might be the cultivation art that master taught me, my hair turned white too. Not fair, I also want to be the patriarch's disciple, do you think he will take me in as well? He looks so dashing, not like the boys from our group. The males heard their names getting mentioned as the girls chatted, though it wasn't anything good. Teng was thought to be a big pervert, due to his snake-like appearance that gave the girls the chills. Peng was said to look like an old uncle and was too buff for the girls' taste. Hong, well, Hong was just a thick boy, the girls were scared of him crushing them. There wasn't much said about Bayo, Lu and Tai got some praise from the girls, though they didn't like the older one's stuck-up attitude. The girls laughed as they joked that elder brother Tai looked like he was constantly constipated. The pervy youths were listening but at the same time working on the next stage of their master plan. The next stage would be poking a hole in the wall so that they could peek on the girls. What could go wrong? It was just bamboo, they were high-level cultivators, they should be able to poke a hole in it with their fingers by now. But while the three hornballs were pushing their cheeks against the wall, as they tried to listen the bamboo started buckling under their combined weight. The wall started to shake as the young male's hormones got out of control. The females on the other side noticed the shaking wall, it was giving out under the weight. Hong had gotten too excited and tripped, slamming into Peng on the way, making the two large males fall face first on the bamboo, which gave out in seconds. The girls saw three males on the collapsed wall, one was missing though as Teng was nowhere to be seen, he had dissolved into mist the second the wall started falling down and made his escape. Using the commotion to get out before the impending thrashing. Asterisk kikik, oh well, guess I'll try another time alone. Kai damn perverts. A girl screamed loudly, alerting all the other women in the spring. Everyone started covering up while the three guys sweated profusely. They looked back to their leader but he had vanished into thin air, long gone. Team building my ass. The three youths shouted in unison while trying to run, but there were too many angry women around them cutting off their escape route. Teng sneaked away while the other three youths were pummeled by the angry girls on the other side. The four females from their platoon weren't the only ones in there, so there were many more girls eager to stomp them good. The three youths' faces looked like they were stung by bees and they had an allergic reaction after the beating was done. Their lips were swollen and many bruises could be seen on their bodies. The three were pulled away by an elder to get treated. The next day, the three were punished by Zhang Ji that was fuming with anger due to her daughter being in the bath while the three were peeping. Though after some scolding she let them go, they were beaten badly so there wasn't really a reason to punish them more. She didn't see the part where the three youths started chasing their snaky-looking friend with drawn weapons. The drill sergeant didn't know people could run so fast. He just saw a blurry snake-like youth sprinting away, with fear in his eyes. Get back here, I won't be satisfied until I punch your face at least 10 times. Zhang Peng shouted while wielding his knuckle-looking weapon, that covered both his forearms. Hey, it's not my fault that you lard asses can't keep quiet. Lieutenant Ji, save me. While this was happening the girls were looking at the four with shifty eyes. Zhang Lu was just laughing to the side while the last male member from the platoon didn't know what those four fools were doing, so he just jogged on. Matt was close to Spirit Spring City, bringing up his status screen, his brows were furrowed and his face was showing a frown. Name, Zhang Dong. Affiliation, Zhang Clan. Spirit points, 223,267. Cultivation base Qi, core formation late stage 2%, empowered lightning core. Cultivation base body, core formation late stage 7%, golden body. Techniques, empowered lightning Qi cultivation art, golden body arts, thunder light sword, thunder movement art. Dao, Dao of heavenly lightning, Dao of smithing and crafting. Other, senior aura, impartation of knowledge, mentor's eyes, appraisal. There was a big problem there. 3 weeks had passed and he had gained a small number of points. The plan was to find a breeding ground of some demonic beasts or insect-like beasts. He was aiming for creatures like ants, that multiplied rapidly, aiming for quantity instead of quality after failing to find anything at the core formation level. He did find a burrow of some termite-looking monsters after a while. There were many of them, but soon a problem arose. He wasn't getting any points. He stopped getting points for creatures below the 12th Qi condensation level, and for those he got 1 point. All the spirit points for Foundation establishment beings also dropped by half or more, so killing monsters or anything for points became a hassle. This all happened after he reached the late stage. If he knew this, he would just remain at 99% and wipe out some insect monster nests for quick points. God fucking damn it, I screwed myself over. He scoured the surroundings for more monsters to hunt, but due to his increased level, the mobs just kept running away. He couldn't hide that much due to the fact that his aura was radiating out as he flew on his sword. If he didn't fly around, he wouldn't get anything done as the world was vast and the distances between places were ridiculous. In the end, he managed to get some cores and demonic beasts at the Foundation level, but not nearly enough to get to 1 million points. There were some points though. He could get some battle skills to up his powers. He found one that would work nicely in tandem with his avatar form and his golden body. Spiritual Condensing Earth Perfect Grade. This skill lets the cultivator compress his spiritual energy into his body, works well with techniques that exude aura or enlarge the user via energy constructs. It compresses the energies to bring out a dramatic increase in both power and speed. It can't be sustained for a long period of time, or the cultivator might suffer a backlash. This looked like a skill that would work well with his avatar form. So he bought it and immediately tested it out. His body ballooned up past what he was able to achieve in his avatar form while being in the mid-stage of core formation. After reaching his maximum height, he activated the condensing skill. His avatar form started shrinking and shrinking, giving out strange crumpling sounds in the process. After reaching about 2 meters it stopped. He looked like a miniature version of his avatar form, but he could already feel a difference. He did some side dashes, utilizing his movement technique. But due to his now increased stats, he misjudged where he would end up as he did the sidestep. He promptly ended up hitting the side of a big boulder, pulverizing the stationary object in the process. You could see a deep blue glowing energy being walking out from the crushed boulder, lightning energy crackling with each step he made. Okay, this will take some time getting used to. He did a couple more tests, utilizing various attacking skills and defensive ones as he tried to feel out his new form. But after a couple of minutes he felt drained. His new form started flickering as he had trouble of keeping the two techniques stacked together, finally going down to one knee and panting. Damn, the power increase is there, but I can't keep it up for long. His hands felt twitchy and he could see his veins pulsating on his forearm. He felt that if he kept the form up for too long that his veins would start bursting from inside. The power and speed increase was immense. This was a trump card that could be used scarcely. He tried using the technique without the avatar form. It made his frame flicker with energy. The drain on his stamina was lessened, but the increase in power and speed was lowered as well. Just as the explanation said, the skill forcefully stopped his energies from leaving his body, condensing them together for a short-term power explosion. Matt also felt that the backlash was milder than it should be. This was probably due to his body refining skill that made him quite sturdy. Probably without it, he would be covered in his own blood by now. Damn, buying these skills without proper training isn't that smart. If I got this thing in the middle of the battle, I could burst like a tomato. He wanted to get more skills to get more powerful. He also wanted to save the points for his advancement. He thought he was covered in most places. He wished he could get some healing skills, but without the holy element, he couldn't use them that well. He even tried using the Zhang clan healing arts, but he found another problem. Besides his lightning affinity that was in the S grade, all the other elemental affinities were of the F grade. He would need to study up on the other elemental daos if he wished to use them. Guess this is the downside with a specialized build. Heavenly Lightning Terrain Earth Grade Perfect. This technique creates a limited field around the user, passively discharging lightning energies that damage the opponents without affecting the user. The field fills the area with lightning chi, thus lowering the battle power of enemies that aren't versed in the lightning Dao. This skill worked well with the new one he got and with all of his other skills. It was more or less an active buff to all of his skills. All of his attacks would be empowered in this field while the people that he fought would get a debuff and even receive damage over time effects. He was back at the Zhang clan compound. His edgy army had just left the pocket dimension and was packing up. Luckily, due to the spatial ring technology, there wasn't really much to carry around, so they just needed to say their goodbyes before heading out. The trip to the secret ground would take about a week, so they had to leave now. He had all of his things in his ring as well. He looked at the people that were hugging their family members. Some were crying, some were cheering their elder brothers and sisters on. Some looked angry, some looked dejected. There were various expressions plastered on their faces. Zhang Jin was standing next to him, not saying much as the two looked on. After some time, Zhang Kuo came to report that everything was ready and they could depart at any moment. It's time to leave, Matt said with a solemn tone, then nodded at Zhang Kuo. The man just bowed before leaving. Matt looked to his elderly grandpa. This time it was he who placed a hand on his shoulder. Well, I'll leave the place to you, don't stay up all night bothering the ladies, old man. Ha, leave it to this Zhang Jin. I'll protect the city while you are away. Zhang Jin just smirked, giving his grandson a nod as the two parted. The defensive formation has been upgraded slightly as well during Matt's upgrading spree, so it could work for months at maximum output. The clan would be safe for some time, but how long they would be gone was still a mystery. Zhang Dong hopped up onto the large dragon head on the front part of the ship, while Zhang Ji and some other clan members remained at the helm. He could see the citizens from the city along with the other clan members sending them off. They were bowing and waving while also cheering. The junior members were doing the same. They toughened up during the training a bit, but still, you could see some tears in their eyes during the departure. Okay everyone, I want you all to reinforce your cultivation further. The trip will take about a week. His tranquil mind technique had spread through the clan, so even though everyone was nervous they could keep a sharp mind. The days passed and the surroundings started changing. The trip was quite uneventful. Most of the creatures that wanted to try their luck were quickly dispatched by the patriarch, that seemed more than willing to deliver a killing blow to anything that came close to striking distance. His officers offered their services as they didn't want their clan leader to do all the dirty work, but their offer was refused. They only heard something about having to get more points while the lightning bolts rained down from within the ship. The junior members looking on in awe as they felt the strong energy fluctuations from those lightning strikes. The other people didn't want to bother their patriarch, so they just cultivated in peace. There wasn't much talking on the way there as everyone concentrated on getting stronger. Each second counted. Soon enough they arrived at their destination and could already see some other flying ships stationed in the area. The entrance to the secret area was close to a mountain range. The thing was shaped like a huge cylinder and it stretched right into the heavens, going past the clouds. It was huge as a mountain. How it looked reminded Matt of tower dungeons that had levels to them. Maybe you climbed it as you passed the trial? They weren't the first to arrive, but they weren't the last. They came to a stop. The people that were already there looked at them, but everyone was still sitting on their own flying ships, not descending down. Matt could see some people down below though. They were wearing the dark palm insignia on their back. They were probably waiting for everyone to arrive first before ordering them to move. They needed all 10 groups to take part in the expedition. While they were waiting, Matt took his time to look at the other core formation participants from the group. The closest group to them had a red-haired man sitting in a throne. He was drinking wine and some beauties were serving him food. You could see his muscular chest as it was only covered by a vest that was open and had fur at the collar area. He didn't even react when he was getting stared at and was enjoying himself. He didn't look like someone that was forced to come here. There were 2 ships with the same insignias. They looked like firebirds, making Matt think about a phoenix. More than likely this clan was a fire-based one. When he looked to the other side he just saw more regular old uncle-looking cultivators with more ships as well. There were multiple core formation cultivators there. There probably weren't many downtrodden clans like the Zhang clan that came with just one flimsy core formation patriarch. The other clans gave them some attention, mostly because everyone on their ship was wearing a strange-looking battle robe that gave them a ferocious look. The time started passing as everyone waited. The Dark Palm sect people looked a bit annoyed as they waited. With his increased hearing, Matt could hear what they were talking about. Apparently, everyone was here besides one clan that was taking their sweet time. Well, that clan matriarch is a bit, but she will be here. if she didn't turn down the young master, she wouldn't be here. Such a shame, she is quite the looker. One of the Dark Palm elders said while chuckling to another member of his clan. Speaking of the devil, the moment the sect members started talking, a large flying ship appeared. It was very long and had many white sails all around it. Light green energy was radiating off it and you could feel the dao of the wind coming off it. Matt craned his neck to take a peek. He noticed that most of the people on the large ship were females. He tried focusing on the strongest person there, looking for core formation members. He managed to spot two. The weaker signal was coming from an older-looking lady. She looked quite docile and was wearing a modest robe. The only thing out of the ordinary was that she looked like a baked potato. Matt opened his eyes wide, quickly looking through the people on that ship, his eyebrows twitching. He looked at the woman next to the baked potato elder. She had a healthy tan to her and she was wearing a short light green robe with ample cleavage showing, and she had quite a lot to show there. The female was quite curvaceous, but that wasn't the interesting part. Her nails were long, her hair was light pink, and she had a lot of makeup on. Is that a guru? Matt looked through the females on the flying ship. They all had bleached hair and tanned bodies. The makeup looked funny on some while fitting on some others. They all were showing some amount of skin and looked like typical gals with the strange-looking hairdos. The girls had facial accessories like shiny things plastered close to their eyes that didn't go well with the overused mascara and eyeshadow. He went back to staring at the matriarch. She wasn't as overdone as the rest of them, having the makeup fit her face, giving her a more mature look. Before he could examine the woman further, he felt an oppressive force wash over the whole area. He never felt something like this before. He got goosebumps and started feeling weak. He felt like someone stuck underwater, trying to breathe but not being able to. This was the first time Matt experienced an aura superior to his own. This was indeed someone in the nascent soul. Feng clan, you are late. This was truly an uncomfortable feeling. Matt felt like puking as the suppressive force crushed into him. His clan members were worse off than him as they started collapsing onto the ground, not being able to hold on. The oppressive force vanished soon after and a floating person appeared. He was floating right in front of them, his hands behind his back while his back was straight up. Our sincere apologies, Grand Elder Guo, we were attacked by some beasts on our way here. The older woman said while cupping her fists and bowing before the Dark Palm sect elder. The woman next to her just turned her head to the side, seemingly annoyed by the whole thing, which made the older one sweat bullets, not wanting to offend a nascent soul expert. Elder Guo just floated in the air. He was a baldy with a long goatee and a really wrinkled up face. I see that your matriarch hasn't learned her lesson yet. You're lucky that time is of the essence. The woman was quite lovely looking and had a high cultivation level while being fairly young, just having turned 39, though she looked like she was in her early 20s. A woman like this would have many suitors from strong clans going after her, even though her complexion was a less desired one than the pale one. She mostly found the old masters disgusting and the younger ones kept giving her perverted looks, so she always turned them down. One day she caught the eye of a young Dark Palm sect master. This wasn't any regular member but the son of the sect's patriarch. She, of course, didn't want to have anything to do with him, finding his character not up to par with her standards. Her clan members couldn't force her to marry the man even if they wanted to, as she was their matriarch. The sect started blackmailing the whole clan after a while, culminating in the matriarchal clan being recruited for this expedition that had a very low chance of succeeding. This was seen as a way of getting rid of the person that didn't give them face, without having to get their own hands dirty in the process. Matt didn't know any of this though. He was just staring at the people that clearly had some bad history. Soon the nascent soul elder went deeper into the mountain, ordering the clans to disembark. He had scanned the nascent soul cultivator, finding out that he was only in the early stage. The area was littered with tents and hastily constructed buildings. The Dark Palm sect cultivators were all over the place. There were many core formation cultivators around, even more foundation establishment ones, making Matt wonder why they even had the clans do their dirty work for them if they had so many resources. He was a bit surprised after seeing the guru's ship. Even the old elder lady looked peculiar with a lot of makeup and glitter on. Due to him staring so much, the leader of that ship finally noticed him. He kind of froze at the moment their eyes met. The woman took a look at him and then moved her index finger right below her right eye. She then stuck her tongue out at him, while closing her left eye and pulling down the lower eyelid under her right eye. Matt didn't know how to react, so he just remained in place. The woman moved away after a while after having stuck her tongue out at him. Well, that was a bit strange. After the strange reaction the woman gave him, Zhang Dong waved his hand forward, giving the signal to disembark. They all jumped down from the airship, only a couple of Zhang clan members would remain on it, waiting for their people to return later. Their clan did turn a lot of heads though, the peculiar-looking robes that they were using were quite unusual in the eyes of the other cultivators. The youths inside the robes puffed out their chests and took long strides forward as they followed their patriarch. Fear wasn't something that they felt now. They just wanted to bring honor to their families and return safely. It didn't take that long to arrive in front of the humongous tower. They all looked up but couldn't see the end. Clouds were just blocking off the view. There was a large gate in front with some cryptic writings above it. It was mostly faded away and unreadable. From what Matt could decipher, it had something written about chains and unity, but couldn't really decipher it further. Inside the tower there were more people. There was a wide corridor, and on the walls, you could see many murals depicting some fighting between beasts and people. Torches lined the passage. Only the footsteps of people could be heard as everyone walked forward without saying much. Not like they didn't want to talk, but they were getting escorted by the core formation sect members with the nascent soul Grand Elder in the front, so they didn't really want to say anything that could offend the man. After a while they came up to another large door. This one had more ancient writing on it. To the side were some stairs. They lead to the testing area that would teleport them somewhere. Matt looked around the place. It looked really old, but the large door did indeed give of immortal grade fluctuations. It looked more like a giant castle gate than a door. This was probably the one that had the immortal grade treasures behind it. Listen up, soon we will arrive. You all will be handsomely rewarded for your participation. As agreed, you can keep anything up to the heaven grade from the secret ground. If you find anything in the immortal grade, you are to relinquish it. You will get paid in spirit stones instead. The people in the room rolled their eyes at the mention of the immortal grade items. They knew that if they tried to take something like that out of here, they would get eradicated by this overbearing sect. The number of spirit stones that they would offer would probably also be a scam. But not like they could do much about it, might made right in this world. At most they could hope for some immortal grade pills that they could swallow before leaving. You could cut the tension in the air with a knife. The Dark Palm sect continued with their self-righteous mumbo-jumbo. Some clans were here on their own volition, but there were also clans like the Zhang and Feng that were forced to participate. Matt sure hoped that the clans with various agendas wouldn't start fighting against each other in there. He was thinking about a couple of possible outcomes after the initial teleportation, but wasn't sure which one it would be. He sure hoped that it wouldn't be one of those battle royale settings. Well, I did all I could, and this system is even denying me more points now. He looked at his Chnabi core. He was the only one wearing a white robe, which made him stick out like a sore thumb amongst them. He wanted to give them a pep talk, but couldn't really interrupt the sect elder's monologue. Soon they were led up to the platform room. There were 10 of them. The platforms were circular in shape and had many runic patterns scraped into them, making it look like something magical. Remember your training, everyone. Don't forget that we are all with you. Matt said after they finally had some time to talk. The other clan members exchanged some small talk. You could see people patting each other on the shoulders, some girls holding their hands while preparing for the unknown. They all could very well die in there, get teleported to different places and never see each other again. Matt walked over to his 2 disciples, trying to get some weight off their shoulders. Listen to your superiors when we are inside, don't worry, I'll be with you as well. The 2 nodded. They were wearing the masks already, so he couldn't really see their facial expressions, but thanks to his tranquil mind skill, he was sure that they were keeping their cool. These siblings were quite tough even though they were so young. He felt that if they made it through this in one piece they would probably soar to new heights. Matt was trying to play it cool, but he also felt butterflies in his belly. This was it, everyone was ready and the Dark Palm sect elder was slowly walking up to activate the teleportation mechanism. Remember, this is a test created by the immortal senior that designed this secret ground. Any forms of contact with the outside will be blocked, so you will be on your own once inside. You will get rewarded accordingly when you return. Guess this is it. I should be able to take down anything up to the Great Circle level. There shouldn't be anything above that level in there, right? He thought that the enemies inside shouldn't be above a certain level due to only allowing people of the core formation to go inside. It would be quite unfair if they made 10 core formation cultivators fight a nascent soul one inside. They would just get squashed like bugs. He looked at the Dark Palm sect member walk to the center. There was a strange-looking console there. The man placed his hand on it and then closed his eyes. The console started glowing, slowly illuminating the room with it as rune-like patterns started appearing on the platforms everyone was standing in. The floor slowly lit up, going from one platform to another as the contraption got activated. The people started hearing a buzzing sound each time a platform got fully lit up. the ground looked like some kind of magical circle. After each podium got activated, Matt felt a strange sensation wash over his body, more light covered all of the people around him and the scenery around started getting blurry. Finally, everything went dark as the people vanished from the spots they were standing in. The sect members just looked at the vacant platforms and snorted. Are the new communication treasures responding? A couple of people walked out from the shadows and approached the console the Grand Elder was standing in. Truth be told, the sect didn't expect much from these backwater clan members. The plan was to let them go inside the testing grounds just so that they could test out some measuring equipment they had some of the clan members carry inside. They wanted to get some information about what was happening inside before sending their own people in to actually complete the whole task. The sect members brought out some communication jade slips, trying to connect to the ones that were inside the secret ground. Then they brought out some other magical items, their brows wiggling a bit as they shook their head to the elder. No response for now, Grand Elder, we will need to wait and see if a signal comes through later. I see. Elder Guo rubbed his chin, not really expecting anything from this test run. They were poking inside an old immortal's secret ground. It was reasonable to assume that if they wanted to communicate they would probably need items in the immortal grade. They used some high-grade items this time around, but it seemed that it wasn't working either. Now they had to think if it would be wise to send their own people without knowing what was inside. Very well, keep sending the signals, maybe one will go through. He didn't think that the idiots that were stuck inside would amount to anything. They were either ones guided by greed or weaklings that couldn't defend themselves like the Zhang clan. This was survival of the fittest. The sect was trying to protect their own assets first. They didn't see a problem in sending some treasure-hungry cultivators to their doom if it furthered their own agenda. At this time Matt felt like he was riding a roller coaster. The teleportation was a lot different than what he expected. It wasn't instantaneous and he felt like he was getting tossed around like a rag doll. His feet suddenly landed on the ground. He had to muster up all his strength just not to fall down to his knees, cold sweat covering his back. Where did we end up? He looked around. The area he was in was a forest, not something that he was expecting. There was one problem though, there was no we here. He looked left and right, he even jumped up high to see if he could spot someone from his clan or from another one. There was no one here though. He spread his spiritual sense outwards trying to scan for life forms but could feel it getting blocked by something he couldn't really see past a kilometer from where he was standing. Damn, if everyone got split up the team training and the formation training was pointless. He facepalmed and then got ready to take his flying sword out to see if he could find someone. There was another problem though, the blasted spatial ring wasn't opening. The same thing that blocked his spiritual sense was cutting off the access to his items. He had everything in there along with provisions, weapons, change of underwear. Luckily he was at least wearing his long sword at his waist and he had ordered everyone to take out their weapons before arriving, just wanting to be ready if a fight broke out. But other than that, he had nothing. All his healing pills, magical items that he saved up for this expedition were in his ring. I've made a huge mistake. Matt took out his sword, ready for a fight, not knowing if anything would jump out at him from the bushes. This reminded him of the forest area where he was transported to this world in the beginning. He wasn't in an open field now though, but deep in the forest which looked more like a rainforest than a regular one. The trees were quite high and thick, blocking the sunlight with their large leaves. Where am I anyway? Why is there a sky in here? Am I in that big tower? He tried scanning the surroundings with his senses again and picked up some life signs, but something was messing with his abilities so he couldn't really tell if it was a human being or not. He brought up his system map to check, but after pulling it up he just got an error message. Error system map is being blocked by an outside source. Error. Wasn't this supposed to be some kind of super system? Why isn't it working in here? He wanted to give his system window a smack but he would just be slapping the air. He also tried using his crafting abode but was constantly getting the nearby enemy prompt. It never went away though, making him think that the system might be considering this whole secret ground an enemy of some kind. The second option would be that it was getting blocked like all the other system functions by the unknown force. He decided to check the nearest life signal in the area, hoping that it was some of his clan members. He wouldn't take any chances though, he was ready for a fight. He hid his aura as much as possible and started sneaking with the sword in his hand already drawn and ready to slice and dice. There were some nice footwork manuals that his clan had, not everything required water elemental affinities so he could use some of the neutral ones. His feet shuffled in a pattern as he moved closer, even if he stepped on some twigs they wouldn't snap, alerting any enemies to his location. He came up to a big tree and could feel that the thing that he felt was on the other side, he could even sense some movement from it. He slowly wiggled next to the tree, trying to not get spotted by the potential enemy, and peeked out to check. Wait, is that a goblin? Yes, it was something that Matt knew well. It was a creature that was a popular mob in a lot of games and novels alike. The goblin came up to his waist and was quite thin, it had a protruding belly and was wearing only a moist loincloth to cover its nether regions. It had no boots, as you could see the calluses on its feet, the nails looked more like claws. It was carrying a short sword that was rusty and probably would break the moment it hit something hard. The other interesting thing besides that it was a goblin, was the system indication above its head. Common goblin, formation establishment late stage, summoned creature. Why is a trash goblin mob in the formation establishment stage, even in the late one, and what is that summoned part? It was still weak, he could take it on without any problems, but how would his clan members fare when the strongest person was at the great circle of foundation establishment? He really hoped that his clan members were sent to some other spot with weaker enemies. If they run into a big group of these goblins they would get wiped out. While thinking about that he scanned the area, there were no other life signals close by, so he decided to test things out. He came out of his hiding spot, letting the goblin spot him, wondering what the creature would do. Would the thing gauge his superior battle aura and run away? Or would it blindly attack him instead? It did the latter part, its beady eyes going red, and it just charged at the larger man that was holding a sword. Matt didn't falter while just waiting. The monster charged, jumping upwards and grasping its weapon with both hands as it brought it down with an overhead swing. The goblin was flying through the air, focused on its enemy, but suddenly the man in front of it vanished. Appearing right next to it, the thing was mid-jump, so it couldn't really stop itself now. Matt slashed upward with his sword in a lazy fashion, cutting off the weaker goblin's head. The creature's momentum sent it crashing into a tree, its head went flying upwards and landed a couple of meters away from the fallen lower body. Common goblin slain, formation establishment late stage, earned 5 spirit points. What? How was that only 5 points? He wasn't sure if the system was just lowering his point count due to his cultivation level, or if he was getting fewer points because of the monsters having that summoned part in the name. This thing acted like a game monster. The moment I got into its line of sight it got aggroed. He rubbed his chin and then poked the dead body with his sword, wondering if this thing would have a beast core in it. But after a few moments the body started vanishing into light bubbles, nothing remained beside the used up loincloth and the sword that the creature was wielding. Matt looked at the chipped weapon, getting surprised that it was a mortal graded item and even at the middle level. It looked like trash but was apparently deadly. This is bad if my clan members get jumped by these things. He started to worry. This goblin looked weak but was carrying good gear and could hold its own against a foundation establishment cultivator. His chi condensation juniors were in trouble if they were scattered around this palace as well. Time was of the essence, so he decided to search for his team members. He wanted to take the rusted weapon that could be used as resources but couldn't put it into his storage ring. He started running into more goblins, taking care of them with his sword skills. There was a problem though. The further he went into the forest and killed more of these trash mobs, the less he knew where he was. The area was covered with bushes and greenery, so he had no way of telling where he was. His system map didn't work and his aura detection technique was getting blocked as well. Damn, I should have learned some regular tracking skills. Am I running around in circles? He brought up his system window, but he couldn't use the cash shop either, getting the same error message as before. This showed him how reliant on the system he really was. Before coming here he thought that if he ran into some trouble, he would just spend some points on some skills or items and that would be it. But now, he was left with only a sword in hand and couldn't even use his storage ring to get anything out. Guess next time I'll get a backpack. He thought while slicing the thick bushes with his sword, using it like a machete to get through. The further he went in, the more goblins he came across. They were variations of the creatures. There were warrior variants, scouts and archers, making him feel like he had changed genres and was now in an RPG world and not in a Xiangxia one. The goblins weren't the only things in here though. There were your typical slime monsters that spit acid at you, snake monsters that looked like vines. Luckily his detection skill still worked, it just had limited range, so he could tell when something was trying to hide and pounce on him. Still, the monsters aren't giving me many points. He didn't get much more from even the warrior gobos that were in the Great Circle stage, just between 6 to 10 points for them. He would need to kill hundreds of thousands of those things to get his upgrade at this rate, but he had other things to worry about. Where were his people? Was there something to eat around here? He had no water or food. though being a core formation expert he would last a couple of months without that by just meditating. Still, he would feel hungry and parched, he needed to at least find some water. This was a rainforest area so there shouldn't be a problem, it was even raining already. He finally saw some light as he was walking out of the forest, he could see a narrow river and some rocks that lead into a hill. In that hill, he spotted a cave, something he could use as he didn't want to be stuck in this rain all day. It was also getting dark, so he headed inside. He was sure that there would be some kind of monster living in there, though he hoped that there wasn't goblin poop all over the floor. Large fang bear, core formation early stage, summoned creature. He got startled a bit, this was a core formation creature but he could still handle it. The monster growled at him and tried charging as it used its huge body to attack him. The cultivator just gathered his spiritual energy into his long sword and held it in a somewhat fencing position, he then thrust it forward releasing a condensed shockwave from the tip that punctured a hole in the monster's head. Asterisk these things sure like to charge at you with no plan et? And only 500 points for that thing, asterisk. The bear dropped dead instantly, the glowy lights forming from it as it vanished into the ether. Matt wondered if everything in this dungeon area was a summoned creature, maybe he would have to find himself some fruits or berries to sustain himself. Also, he needed water, though that problem was solved by the clear spring that was close to this cave that he was in. It was still raining and was getting cold, the inside of the cave didn't lead anywhere, the only things he found inside were bones from some animals which made him think that some of them could be eaten and hunted. He had been trekking for 2 days now, there was a day and night cycle and some strange creatures came out at night. He was concerned about his people, but even after spending the entire previous day and night, he still couldn't find anyone. This place was huge and he couldn't use his flying sword so he had to move on foot. There was also another problem. When he tried to use his ranged javelin skill, throwing it high into the air, it started flickering and dissipating after about 100 meters. He wanted to see if this palace had a ceiling or if perhaps someone would notice his attack from afar. But due to this, he noticed that ranged attacks would fizzle up prematurely. Cultivators that were dependent on long-range skills would probably be severely weakened. The spiritual energy seemed to weaken the moment it left the cultivator, he was lucky that he always could go back to his body refining skill which left him unscathed from most attacks. Guess I'll stay here for the night. He wasn't sure how long he was in here, but it had been at least a day. He spotted some bamboo and having the knowledge of survival videos on his side, he knew exactly what to do. He found himself a sturdy-looking bamboo pole and sliced it up so that the segmented parts weren't damaged. He then poked a hole on one side, which would be used for drinking while the bottom was left untouched. He was surprised at how sturdy the bamboo was, guess it was some special spirit bamboo. He also used the bamboo narrow top part as a cork to the bottle so that the water wouldn't spill outside and ended the whole construction with wrapping vines around it so that he could even carry it over his shoulder. He filled it up, but before drinking, he examined the water wondering if he'd catch some parasites if he drank it. Luckily for him, it looked clean and this bamboo was quite special as well, as it could resist his lightning energy somehow and was partly heat resistant. He could heat it up like an electric tea kettle, which meant that he could even make some tea if he found some good leaves. For now, he just drank the boiled water and meditated, he didn't want to stay here for longer than he needed as he still was lost. He couldn't find anyone and he was even meeting core formation monsters from this point on. The night went by without much happening, so he filled up his water bottle and went further in. He started running into stronger and stronger monsters the more he traveled, there was quite an abundance of core formation monsters now. They weren't giving him many points though, but not like he could spend it on much at the moment with the cash shop closed. After 3 more days of travel, he felt something. There was a large gathering of life signals in a spot about a kilometer away from his position. From the type of the signal he reasoned that it were probably goblins but there was one that was a lot stronger than the others. Is it a boss? Maybe a goblin king? He couldn't really tell as he was still far away, so he slowed his pace and hid his aura sneaking up at the goblin encampment. He shuffled up getting closer and closer while almost falling to his doom as there was a large river below him while the goblins were on the other side, separated by a deep chasm. He could see their dwellings built into the side of the chasm, there were stairs leading up where he could see more of the green skins. They were gathering in a spot and they looked like they were preparing a feast with a large cauldron in the middle. But then he noticed something, there was a different life signal coming from there, it felt like a human. He used his enhanced vision to zoom in on the area, spotting a person there. This person was getting carried by 2 larger looking goblins, though they looked more like a hobgoblin. The person had their hands and feet bound to a large log and the monsters were carrying them out like a hunted deer. He could see the person's status, so he knew that they were alive, so he would help them. This was the first human that he came across after almost a week of traveling alone, maybe they had some answers. Also, he wouldn't just let the monsters eat someone if he could stop it. The chasm was about 500 meters wide. Matt reasoned that he should be able to jump this distance if he took a good running start. Before engaging the enemies he took his time to examine the situation. He could still see the levels and names of the monsters thanks to his system and analyzing skill. Okay, there are a lot of the small goblins everywhere, don't really have to worry about those. Besides a large number of regular goblins, he could see some hobgoblin warriors. They ranged from the early to middle stages of core formation. There were also a couple of goblin shamans around also in that power range, probably those were the long-range caster types. Perhaps they could heal their monster allies as well. There was also a really fat-looking hobgoblin with a stained apron by that large cauldron, looking like a green lunch lady. The strongest goblin from the bunch was a chieftain class and was in the late stage. He was sitting in a large throne-like chair not doing much besides looking at the human that was getting carried and about to get cooked. Asterisk don't see anyone in the Great Circle, so it should be okay. But I was wrong about them acting like game mobs. They are somewhat organized and even brought in a living human to eat. Asterisk. The goblin encampment was large, they had buildings and towers placed in front of the wide chasm. The area from the other side was walled off by a simple wooden log wall. Sharpened spiked logs were shoved into the ground so that other monsters couldn't just charge into it. They had some shacks acting as buildings past that wall, but by the way that gorge was looking, they had burrowed into the landscape as Matt saw openings and lights coming out of the side of that fissure. There were logs inserted into the rocky side, allowing the goblins to move along, but it didn't look safe at all. Can't even use my range attacks to snipe them, guess this is going to be close and personal. He didn't really have much time to prepare a throughout plan. The person on the log was about to get boiled alive. Thanks to his system, he could actually see who it was, name included. Fanglina core formation late stage poisoned weak bleeding. Matt didn't know when he started seeing status effects, but the woman in question looked like she was about to die. There was no more time to lose, he took a running start and started charging in the direction that the goblins were preparing their feast, hoping that he could vault this wide chasm. His feet produced thudding noises, breaking the ground and leaving cracked footprints in the hard soil. The woman in question was close to passing out. Just like Zhang Dong, she had been split up from her clan members and found herself alone in this place. She was a pampered princess, so she relied on others for things like shelter and food, so she didn't really have many survival skills. The only thing that she had on herself were her two fans that produced wind attacks when swung around. She found it difficult to use her techniques here as the wind blades weren't as effective in this strange place. Still, the weak foundation establishment monsters didn't pose a problem, so she moved along. After 2 days of walking in high heels, she was getting annoyed. There were mosquitoes everywhere. The monsters constantly attacked her, so she couldn't even take a break. Her skills were getting hindered by some outside force, so the encounters with the more evolved monsters were exhausting her spiritual energy fast. About an hour ago she had an unfortunate encounter with an evolved vine snake. This creature, as the name stated, liked to take the form of a vine, just hiding and waiting for some prey to come. While Lena was sitting by a tree, trying to rest after defeating some monsters, the snake pounced. Her sluggish reaction cost her dearly as 2 puncture wounds appeared on her thigh. She managed to cut the snake's head off afterward, but the paralyzing venom was already working. She felt feverish. All of her detoxification pills were in her storage ring that she couldn't use. The goblins came soon after, probably alerted by the high-pitched screams after she got bitten. She tried to use her cultivation to halt the poisoning process to a minor degree of success. Lena got overwhelmed by the combined goblin attacks. Cut wounds soon appeared all over her body. After she fell, the monsters took her away to their chieftain, who had ordered to gather up any non-monster intruders that they came upon. The goblins didn't need food that much, the energies in this strange place kept them alive. But they still felt hunger, so any being that didn't turn into ethereal energy would be taken back to the encampment to get eaten. Fanglina was battered and bruised, but still alive. She was barely awake, still squirming while tied on a long log and carried by some disgusting-looking monsters. She thought about the Dark Palm sect, cursing their name. She promised to herself that if she somehow survived, she would do everything in her power to destroy that blasted sect along with its pig of a young master that forced her into this position. She was placed over the boiling cauldron. She would slowly get steamed by the boiling liquid and then maybe lowered into it. While she was about to pass out, she thought back to her clan members hoping that they would forgive her for pulling them into this mess along with her. Her sight was getting blurry, she couldn't distinguish the faces of the drooling goblins anymore. But on the cusp of giving in to sleep, she heard a loud noise, it sounded like something heavy crashing into hard rock. This was Jiangdong, that didn't quite make it past the half-kilometer jump and crashed into the side of it. The goblins looked to the noise, grabbing their weapons as they prepared for battle. After the initial sound, they heard another one, a loud thumping noise followed by additional banging that continued and got closer. Matt's head burst out from the ground, right in the middle of the festivities. He held back the urge to shout out "Here's Matty" as he jumped out and delivered a devastating right hook to the closest hobgoblin, punching his head right off, his fist shining with a golden metallic luster. The wind pressure created from his fist strike made some of the lesser goblins fly backward, kicking up a storm. First things first, he thought while kicking the boiling cauldron to the side, right onto the fat goblin cook that screamed out in agony. He quickly grasped the log that the female cultivator was on and tossed her over his shoulder. He wanted to jump back over the chasm at first, but due to his previous blunder, he feared that he might hurt the woman. He ran in the opposite direction, wanting to get the girl to safety first before facing off against the monsters. The goblins weren't having it though, as they all started chasing him, with murder in their eyes. The girl felt that something was happening as she was now moving in another direction and someone was carrying her. The trip was quite uncomfortable as the person was zigzagging all over the place, dodging arrows and some fire bolts that the shaman goblins were firing of. Matt vaulted over the wooden wall and pulled out his sword. The girl got tossed into the air even further, she couldn't see much but could feel that the rope bindings were cleaved by something. Then she found herself in someone's arms, the person carried her like a princess and she could feel herself getting snuggled into a wide manly chest. Strength was leaving her body, but she could see the outline of the man's face that was saving her, followed by some calming words. "I've got you, everything is going to be okay." She passed out after that, her body going limp as Jiangdong escaped from the goblin encampment. It was more important to get this woman to safety, he didn't know how bad the poisoning was, he needed to treat her wounds fast. The goblins wouldn't let their breakfast just up and run, so they started chasing after him. But Matt was a lot faster. The small goblins had short legs and wouldn't be able to catch up as he bolted into the thick bushes, taking long strides, cracking the ground with each step he took. After running for about 20 minutes he stopped by a waterfall. He could see that there was a cave hidden behind all that water. This looked like a good place to lay low till he treated the woman. The falling water would also probably block the smell of blood that was coming off her. Though not like he was afraid of fighting the monsters, just first aid came first. He moved inside the cave. There were some strange green mushrooms that illuminated the inside. Luckily there was nothing strange living in the cave, so he placed the woman down on the ground. He started tearing up his white robe, making white bandage strips out of it as he still had no access to his storage ring and his clothes would just replace themselves anyway. The first thing he did was striping her down. He felt apprehensive about it, but he just had to bandage up all of her wounds. The woman was quite stacked, she could give his previous love encounter a run for her money. The most glaring thing he saw was a wound on the woman's thigh. He could see 2 puncture holes right there and pus leaking out. This looks like a snake bite, but the venom has already spread through her body at this point. He was no doctor and the people in this world mostly used pills for treating everything. He knew that sucking out snake venom from a wound was more or less BS and didn't work as the venom spread through the body quite fast. There were some people that claimed that you could neutralize venom by electrocuting a person, but it was never really proven to work. Well, not like this is the old world though. Matt had gone through the whole Zhang clan library, so he had a lot of knowledge in his brain. There was one method he could try because he didn't think he could produce anti-venom, or make pills with a similar effect. Firstly, he used the purified water from his water bottle to soak in some torn-up robe parts. He started washing the female cultivator from all the dirt, blood, and grime that she got over time. He bandaged all the cuts, slowly turning the woman into a cute-looking mummy. Then came the second part. There was a technique where you could share your vital energies with others. The technique in question required skin-on-skin contact, so Matt sat down with the woman taking up the spot in his lap. He was bare-chested due to having ripped up his robe. He brought his arms around her, her soft body was now pressing into, making him quite excited. He would nourish Feng Lina's body with his inner energy. The technique was slow working and you didn't need much practice to use it. It was also the only healing skill that he could use due to his low elemental affinities. Time passed as he leaned back against the cold stone wall. The calming waterfall could be heard from inside the cave. After an hour, Matt was more or less sure that the goblins had lost their trail or just given up on the chase. He looked down at the curled-up female in his arms. She looked quite cute if you got past the copious amount of makeup that had washed off by now. She was shivering and quite warm, probably having a high fever due to the snake bite. Well, at least the bleeding status vanished. His healing technique had managed to close off most of the wounds, but it was quite slow working. She would probably need a lot of rest before everything healed up. More time had passed and Matt sighed, he couldn't move from this spot. The only thing he could do was look at the glowing mushrooms and whistle to himself as staring at the naked body of the woman in his arms was a bit too stimulating. Ah, I hope everyone is doing well. Around this time, a group of 220 cultivators was marching through some rocky terrain. There wasn't much besides rocks and debris around, but there was something in the distance. There stood a large fortress. It had gigantic walls that connected into watchtowers. There were 4 gates coming from each side of the structure that was cubical in shape. The placement of this fortress was strange. It was as if someone took it and dropped it in a deserted area. The structure looked sturdy and all, but it could be surrounded from all sides easily with no natural defenses in place whatsoever. So, is this the place that voice told us to gather up? Zhang Ji asked while standing with his clan members. All of the officers were together and fine. The youths behind them had all of their weapons out and looked like they had battled something previously. It said that after clearing the first stage, we were to move to the fortress defense stage. One of the officers replied while wondering what that meant, but that castle-like structure looked like a fortress. There was no one in the surrounding area besides the Zhang clan. They might have been the first ones clearing the first stage. Very well, everyone get into formation. We will approach slowly, keep your guard up. 2 days prior. Zhang Lu collapsed to his knees while holding onto his belly with one hand, the other was used to push himself off the cold floor as he tried not to vomit. The teleportation had twisted his insides, making him feel like he had just finished riding some over-the-top roller coaster. Some of his friends weren't as lucky as he could hear Zhang Hong barfing right next to him, though he was still wearing his mask. He quickly gathered himself, moving off the floor wondering where they ended up in. He glanced about and could see the clan elders assessing the situation while the juniors were picking themselves off the ground. Quickly, everyone gather up, the general is missing. Everyone quickly jumped up to their feet, getting into formation as they all practiced. They did a head count and everyone was there, but their patriarch was missing. The elders used their detection skills to scan the area, but couldn't find their leader's aura signature anywhere in the vicinity. They were in a circular cavern. The ceiling was about 10 meters high and filled with stalactites. The place behind them was blocked and there were 5 corridors in front of them, leading to the unknown. Every corridor had a number above them and was lit by some torches and similar glowing fungus that Zhang Dong had come across. Everyone, check your equipment and gather with your lieutenants, said Zhang Ji, who was the second in command after the patriarch, taking up the mantle in his absence. The Zhang clan had designated a chain of command for situations where people got killed or split up. Matt didn't want to have clan members arguing on what to do, splitting up or infighting when one of the leaders was missing. The chain of command was quite rudimentary, starting with the first platoon and the 20th was the last one going in order. Zhang Hong had his helmet down now, rinsing it with some water that he took out of his spatial ring. No one really thought there was something wrong with that, as they didn't know that their patriarch was having problems with those at this moment. The 20 lieutenants gathered up at the 5 passages. They had a choice to make. Should they split up or move into one passage and hope for the best? The patriarch said that we shouldn't split up, or at most split the teams in half if we had to. Matt warned his people about the splitting up trope, which frequently weakened the whole group. Most of the time the smaller groups would encounter some overpowered monsters and get wiped out, due to having less manpower. Other times they would set off traps which ended in a similar fashion. Luckily, the Zhang clan members had their patriarch's detection skills, so they decided to look into the aura around the entrances. There were a lot of demonic and death energies around 4 of the corridors, with one of them having significantly less of them. This was the 4th corridor, and after some deliberation, everyone agreed that they wouldn't split up and try to follow this path together. The passage was surprisingly wide and the ceiling left a lot of room to maneuver as well. The first 3 platoons were in the front with Zhang Ji's team at the front. Zhang Ji's team was in the middle with the rear end guarded by the last platoon. The sounds of their boots on the hard rocky floor could be heard. They walked for hours without anything happening, the long corridor just continuing without end. Everyone was vigilant, but after trekking for so long they were wondering if this blasted corridor would ever end. Suddenly you could hear a strange crackling sound. Everyone stopped in their tracks. They looked around but couldn't see anything in front or behind them, but then they looked up. There were many holes in the ceiling, those openings were giving off the strange noises. They spotted the holes just in time as a greenish liquid was discharged from one of those openings, the people jumping to the sides as they couldn't activate their defensive formation in time. The moment the strange liquid came in contact with the floor, it sizzled and started to dissolve the bedrock. The Zhang clan members then saw many centipede-like creatures slithering out from those holes. They were all about 2 or 3 meters long and started pouring out of the openings like a tide. The cultivators managed to remain calm while getting into the defensive formation, quickly activating the water shield with about half the people in the large group. The rest that were the designated long-range attackers pulled out their weapons and trinkets. Some of them had bows, others had staff-like weapons that aided with their chi management. They started firing off their long-range attacks, blasting the creatures with pressurized water that mostly took the form of water serpents. The insect monsters spit their venom on the shield but couldn't get through it. The creatures got whittled down quite fast by the organized defensive and offense combination. The monsters weren't that strong either, just somewhere at the chi condensation levels. There were quite a lot of them, falling down from the roof gnawing on the watery shield to no avail. The officers didn't have to act, so they just remained vigilant, only acting if something stronger showed up. The creatures kept coming for quite some time. The large hall quickly filled up with the creature carcasses which started dissipating into bubbles not so long after. In the end, a stronger version of the centipede monster arrived. It was about 10 meters long and in the foundation establishment stage. It was taken out without any problems though. While the chi condensation members did their thing, Zhang Ji pulled out his katana and bisected the creature in one go, showing off his swordsmanship in the process. The monster attack wasn't anything dangerous, but without this shield, they might have been done in by the venom that the creatures used. They suffered no casualties this time around, showing off their teamwork in the process. Strange, these creatures are just vanishing, no beast cores either. The people were bewildered by this, but they moved on, not wanting to wait here, afraid that there might be more of these beasts. They continued walking for hours, getting attacked by the insect monsters on occasions. The further they went in, the more intense the fighting got. The creatures' levels and numbers had also increased. At the end everyone had their hands full. The officers had to chip in as they fought the larger monster centipedes that thrashed around, causing rocks to fall on their heads. Soon enough they could see the light at the end of the tunnel, prompting them to increase their pace. They ended in a room that looked similar to the first one. It was circular and had more tunnels leading out of it. But there was also a spring to the side. This spring had chi recovering properties. If Matt saw this room, he would probably describe it as a safe zone. More than half a day had passed since they set out. The juniors were feeling slightly tired, so this would be a good spot to rest up. There was enough space to set up their tents. People took turns in guarding while everyone got to rest for a couple of hours. They were still in a closed-off dungeon with limited light, so they had no idea if it was day or night time. "Where do you think Master is? Hope he is all right?" Zhang Shui asked her brother while munching on some bread. "I'm sure he is fine, Master is the strongest." The boy replied while shaking his fist at the ceiling, then just bit into his own piece of bread. "I wonder if the other clans are also stuck in a place like this." Zhang Bao chimed in, as all of the 9th platoon members were sitting by a makeshift fire, eating. Everyone was in deep thought. The place looked gloomy and they wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. "Stop overthinking things, just focus on the mission." Zhang Tai replied as he stood up, getting ready for more marching through new corridors. The clan elders were examining them with the same method. It seemed to work out the first time as the monsters weren't overly powerful. Soon everyone packed up and they headed into the corridor that was the safest. What waited for them was more monsters. This time around it were skeletons, but the Zhang clan members made quick work of those. Without the need of keeping the defensive formation up, they could just unleash their wrath on the brain-dead monsters. This pattern continued. They passed into another safe zone, rested up and then moved on to fight a different type of enemy. They were lucky enough to never run into a corridor filled with traps or a dead end, probably all thanks to their detection technique, which was the MVP of this expedition. After close to 2 days they ended up in a similar circular room, but this time around there was only one corridor leading out. This seemed a little fishy, but not like they could turn back now, as they felt that this might be the last one. Everyone got ready, with weapons drawn they all went in. The moment they entered the passageway, unlit torches started lighting up. The passage went up and they all saw the large number of torches getting lit. It looked like something was inviting them to go there. This corridor was a lot shorter than the other one, only taking 5 minutes of time to get to the end. They didn't get attacked by anything on the way up, this was the first red flag. At the end, there was a large room, bigger than the rooms with the springs in them. There was a big closed gate right opposite where they came out, but there wasn't anything in this room. They looked up and to the sides but couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Some people stayed in the corridor while others went to check out that gate. It was quite sturdy, it didn't look like much but they could tell that damaging this thing would be impossible for them. They decided to gather everyone in the room, trying to brainstorm the next move. But just at the moment when the last person entered the room, they heard a rumble. The passageway that they came from quickly closed itself as a giant rock wall slammed the thing shut. Everyone was at high alert as they got into their defensive formation. Quickly putting it up, not even waiting to see if it would be necessary. They could hear strange clicking sounds and gears working as the whole room was rumbling. At first, they thought that perhaps the gate was about to open, but then some members looked up and could see that the ceiling was splitting apart. Above us. Everyone reacted, the defensive formation running at full capacity as some kind of creature descended from above them and slammed into their shield. The monster was really ugly, looking like a fusion of man and a scorpion. The lower half was a scorpion while the top part was humanoid. It had a hideous head with many sharp teeth protruding from its mouth, its tail flailing around and slamming into the defensive formation that shook from the impact. The creature was holding a weapon in its humanoid hand, that looked like a torn-off pillar. It also possessed two claw-like appendages below the human torso. The monster's size was immense, it would be able to easily hold a person in one of its claw-like hands. Though the bigger problem was, that the creature was giving early-stage core formation energy fluctuations. Don't falter, switch to the attacking formation. The lieutenants knew that the only way to defeat this monster was their large spirit serpent formation, with everyone taking part. The monster kept pounding on their defensive formation, but they had trained to quickly shift between the two as well. The shield rippled, pushing the monster back for a couple of seconds before it started compressing back towards the Zhang clan cultivators. The monster flew back slightly, its large claw-like legs forming a skid mark as it got pushed back. The water energy started taking the shape of a water serpent that towered over the boss monster. The two large entities roared at each other, before charging out. The biggest problem for the Zhang members was that even though the room was large, there wasn't that much space to maneuver for this large battle formation of theirs. The water serpent slammed its head into the other creature's body while it tried to dig its crab-like claws into it. The formation was quite stable now and it would take more than that to take it down. Also the way to get rid of battle formations was going for the cultivators inside and not for the energy construct itself. The creature was a bit too dumb for that, as it kept slashing at the watery body that just mended itself back. It was looking good for the Zhang clan members, all their training came into fruition as the large serpent tail sent the creature flying into a wall. They slithered away, while the monster was momentarily stunned through the impact. The water serpent opened its mouth, gathering up energy as it charged its finishing move up. The boss monster didn't recover in time as when it looked at the enemy with its many eyes, it only to saw a blue beam coming its way. It raised those large claws to defend its upper body but to no avail, as the beam attack possessed an attacking power over the early stage of core formation quickly dissolving the monster into fine particles. To the Zhang members' surprise, the wall behind the monster didn't suffer any damage from their most powerful attack. The monster was slain and the cultivators rejoiced, but then they heard a strange robotic voice. Area 7 Gertabilo has been defeated, the first stage has been cleared. Please continue to the tower defense stage. The members looked at the dissipating monster, the closed gate opening soon after the strange voice delivered the message. The people had no other place to go but forward, so after eating some chi recovering pills they headed to the second stage. A monster's head rolled off its shoulders and plopped down to the ground. A silver-haired man was standing to the side with a sword over his shoulder. The night had passed and the female's fever had gone down. He had moved out to gather up some larger leaves. He managed to make a makeshift bed for the girl so that she didn't need to sleep on the cold rocky floor and placed a large boulder at the entrance of the cave so that no strange creature would wander in. He ripped up his self-regenerating robe to make a blanket, but that left him bare-chested yet again. I'm going to catch a cold like this. He came across a scouting party composed of some goblins and hobgoblins which he promptly sliced apart. He decided to pay them a visit. Maybe there would be something that would explain the situation at that goblin encampment. He was a bit apprehensive about leaving the woman back in the cave, but she should be okay for the time being. The monsters didn't really show any good tracking abilities, they didn't even find them after a whole night had passed. I guess it's time to slay some goblins. He vanished from the spot and appeared up on one of the tall trees. He started jumping onto the thick branches, heading towards the enemy headquarters. He noticed a pattern in how the monsters operated in this training ground. They tended to react to noises and started attacking you the moment you got into their line of sight. Well, at least the more stupid ones did. The ones above the core formation and with special classes had some intelligence to them. The goblin chieftain, for instance, didn't chase after him and the girl, leaving it up to his followers instead. Well, maybe it's a boss monster and needs a special trigger to aggro? He started thinking about the monsters as merpage mobs, that had a limited range and wouldn't chase you after you got out of it. Maybe someone from Earth was reincarnated here and he made this place to work as a game? This would probably be something that he would do if he got bored enough with time. Matt came to a stop. He was back at the front gate of the goblin encampment. The small greenskins were leaning up against their makeshift gate, sleeping on the job with some rusty-looking spears. He scanned the area again, wondering if something stronger than a goblin chieftain would be in here. Well, I guess I can let loose here. He formed a fist and raised it up, delivering a blow to his pec, looking as it turned to golden metal at the moment of the impact. The enemies he would be facing shouldn't be able to pierce his metal-like skin, so he could test out his techniques without worrying. He nodded to himself and took out his sword, forming a thin layer of lightning energy around the bladed part for added sharpness. He jumped up, causing the large wooden branch to snap in the process. Lightning energies gathered around his frame and expanded as he activated his newest heavenly lightning terrain technique. The sleeping sentry didn't even react before he got bisected by the energy sword, the downward slice forming a fissure on the ground as the wind pressure and lightning energies continued on, crashing into the large wooden gate. The makeshift doorway burst open, many large splinters raining down and delivering some residual damage to the unsuspecting goblins inside. Matt heard some kind of horn being sounded. Large amounts of green midgets poured out of holes in the ground and from the large wooden shacks in the surrounding area. They were greeted by electrical discharges the moment they entered Zhongdong's lightning terrain. The technique was less powerful due to the chi dissipating properties of this area, but it still worked as intended, passively delivering damage to the invaders while Matt delivered the finishing strikes with his sword. He was constantly aiming for their necks or hearts. Each strike meant death for one of the green attackers. Even the more powerful hobgoblins couldn't do anything against this human intruder. It was more or less a one-sided massacre, blood spraying everywhere but soon dissipating into nothingness along with the summoned monsters. The goblin chieftain was sitting in his makeshift throne, looking at the human attacker while gnawing on some kind of bone. Soon enough though, he roared out in fury, the scream causing Matt to halt his actions momentarily. He had taken out most of the hobgoblins and shaman goblins in the vicinity. Maybe this was enough to trigger this mini-boss to action. Oh, are you approaching me? The monster's small beady eyes went red and it snorted something in an unknown language at the human. Matt kind of imagined what his reply was. The goblin chieftain was about the same height as Zhongdong. He had some strange tribal tattoos all over its green skin. There was a big gash from his left eyebrow going up to his lip, letting you see some of his teeth as it hadn't healed fully. The monster was carrying a huge bladed weapon. It looked like a slightly elongated cleaver with a hooked part on the tip. The monster kicked itself off the ground, quickly closing the distance between itself and the attacker. Some smaller goblins that were in the way got trampled and turned into meat paste instantly. Matt didn't feel like evading as he took the attack head-on, the ground trembling under his feet as the monster's cleaver collided with his sword. Matt didn't budge a muscle as his feet remained firmly planted on the rocky ground, the monster gnashing his teeth at the human in front and then giving out another outcry. Ugh, your breath stinks. The goblin chief tried using a bite attack, but it was unsuccessful as he received a punch to his face instead. The monster's nose was now indented as he flew backward and crashed into a wooden shack. More goblins appeared to back up their leader, but they weren't much use after getting sliced up by the enemy's blade. I feel like I could kill these trash mobs faster if I had a second sword. He picked up a goblin sword from the ground. It used to belong to one of the hobgoblin warriors, so it was a bit better than the rest. He went into a stance, holding one of the swords higher and the other one lower. This felt a bit awkward. The monsters dashed at him, but he just started dancing around them, quickly slicing the weaker monsters apart. This did indeed make him kill the monsters faster, but he felt that he lost some measure of control and his defense suffered as he had to pay attention to his second sword as well now. Maybe it will be better if I put a third one into my mouth. He looked at another sword that was on the ground. The handle was just wrapped up with something and didn't look sanitary at all. Think I'll pass. He threw the borrowed sword at one of the goblins, impaling it to a wall, and then heard a monster roaring. This was the chief that burst out, swinging his blade at Matt. He looked slightly different. He was now a head taller and all red. Muscles bulging and an angry face as he tried to overpower his attacker once more. Is this the second phase? Matt glanced at the monster, but it was still in the late stage. It had the berserker prefix added though. He was slightly more powerful and faster, but not nearly enough to bring this cultivator down. He sparred with the goblin chief for a while, using the creature as a training dummy. He didn't have anyone to spar with back in the Zhang clan, so this would be a good training session. But after a while, he found the monster's attacks to be quite sluggish and easy to evade or parry. It was more brawn than brains, so the pattern was quite easy to get used to, so soon enough he delivered the finisher, sending the beast's head up into the air. There were still some monsters left though, so he used this chance to test his another attack out. He placed his palms together, making it look like he was praying. His heavenly lightning terrain technique started closing up, decreasing in size and gathering around him. The lightning energies inside the terrain started acting up though, becoming more random and chaotic. The chi started getting compressed more and more while the enemy goblins charged at him. The moment they closed in on him, he separated his palms, making a T-like pose with his palms pointing upwards. The energies burst out with an explosion of lightning energy. Everything outside where he was standing lit up like a Christmas tree and was surrounded by bright blue energy. The goblin silhouettes vanished within the energy dome that was formed, quickly dissolving into fine particles as he delivered a wide area attack. After the energies dissipated, he was standing on a little podium of ground. Everything within a wide radius was blasted into nothingness. There was a large hole around him now, some burnt-up hatchets and other broken items. Anything past that was blown back as well. He destroyed the upper encampment of the goblins in one attack, not leaving much behind in the process. Wait! In his battle excitement he forgot that he wanted to search this place for clues. He scratched his cheek while looking around the desolated area, wondering if anything of value was left behind. Well, luckily no one saw that. He started going around the place, managing to find the boss monster's hatchet weapon that was of a high earth grade. He also managed to find a fan-type weapon suited for wind elemental users. This made him think back to the lady that he saved. This probably belonged to her. He was glad that it survived his explosion. He didn't find much more of note besides that. The goblins were all dead now. He even went into one of their burrows, but most of the tunnels had collapsed after his chi explosion. He didn't really want to dig through the debris, and the fan weapon made him think about the sleeping woman that he didn't want to leave there for more than he had to. Time to go back. There were some fruits on the way here. I'll get them for that girl. She might be hungry. After being here for a week, he started thinking that his clan members were probably in another area altogether. This was probably a place to test the party leaders, making them fight without having an army to back them up. Though, still wonder what those guys are up to. Nothing left but to move forward. He thought to himself while going back to his temporary state of residence. Back in the cave, Feng Lina was dreaming about her childhood. She was running around with a ball in her hand, tossing it at her father, who did the same in return. She was smiling wide, hugging on her daddy while enjoying her day-to-day life. But then things changed. She was taken away, the scenery changing. She was now 10 years old. A woman was screaming at her, making her do various exercises, shouting that she had to get strong for the clan. The Feng clan was a matriarchal one. This meant that the ones on top were all women and they didn't allow men into the upper echelon. After a woman from the Feng clan got married to someone outside, a deal was made. Every female offspring was to be sent back to the clan after they reached the age of 5. This was a favorable agreement for both parties, as regular patriarchal clans preferred offsprings of the male gender, so they were okay with sending the females back while receiving the boys in return. The girls were trained hard, causing them to be rough and rigid. The Feng clan didn't really care about having their cultivators be very womanly, as power was the driving force. This was also the cause of their appearance. Most of the girls didn't want to be treated like jade-like beauties. Thus they produced the more Tangiru look, to mixed reactions of other people around them. They also tended to be quite tomboyish and aggressive. Feng Lina opened up her eyes slowly. She felt quite refreshed for some reason. She remembered that she was captured by some monsters, but the rest was a blur. When she opened up her eyes, she saw a large man above her. He was bare-chested and reaching out with his hand to do something. She reached out to him, placing her hands on the man's cheeks. The silver-haired man had a strange expression, that quickly turned to shock as the female cultivator gripped those cheeks with all her strength and delivered a headbutt straight to his face. "The hell do you think you're doing?" Matt had returned to the hideout with some fruits and water in his hand. He placed the cleaver he had gotten and the 2 green fans that belonged to the woman on the side. He looked at the sleeping beauty and noticed that the makeshift pillow he created from his robe and leaves was to the side, so being the nice guy that he was, he tried to move it back under her head. That was when she woke up though, her face quickly switched from one of surprise to one of rage as he felt his nose get hit by her forehead. Feng Lina noticed that she made a mistake as the moment her head connected with the pervert's face, she felt like she had butted a lump of spirit iron. He did get a bloody nose due to the hit, but she got a lump on her head as well. She fell back and finally noticed that she was covered in bandages all over, the wound on her thigh that the snake monster had bitten in was mostly gone. God damn, that hurts, what was that for? Matt wobbled back due to the sudden hit, his nose all red, luckily no bones were broken. Lena looked at the cave, her robe was to the side still covered in some blood but there were signs of it getting washed. She noticed the man's robe that was ripped all over, the bandages clearly came for that. There were some scattered fruits on the floor and she remembered that there was someone that looked like this guy back before they entered the secret ground. The gears started turning in her head as she looked at the situation, she moved her head a bit to the side, her mouth twitching between a smile and a frown. She slowly recalled what transpired yesterday, the snake bite, the goblin attack and the soothing voice that called out to her during the rescue. She then just moved her hands to her hips and started laughing. Oh ho ho, sorry there little bro. I thought you were just some pervert. Matt looked at the woman that started laughing like some old man, blood was running down his nose. He was a bit surprised that she managed to injure him through the head but. Little bro. Feelings one's age through their aura wasn't anything special, so the woman knew that the man in front of her was younger. She looked at her robes that were to the side, Matt didn't actually know how to wash things properly so he kind of soaked them in the river with not much success. Then set them to the side after drying them out with the use of his chi abilities. Could you turn around? He wanted to ask her some questions but then saw as she grabbed her robes from the side. Those robes were slightly torn up from the goblin attack. Normally he would be able to fix them in his crafting abode, but his system still wasn't letting him in there. Sure. He nodded and turned around, wondering if he should just leave the cave but as he was about to do so, the woman started speaking. You were with one of the other clans right? What was your name again? Matt stopped in his tracks as the woman spoke, the rustling of clothing happening right behind his back. She had gone from hostile, right to being quite buddy-buddy, guess she liked to do things at her own pace. Yes, I'm from the Zhang clan, the name is Zhang Dong. He didn't turn around, he already saw the woman naked so didn't really feel embarrassed or anything, just wanted to be courteous. The girl hadn't introduced herself yet, so he tried not to say her name that the system already showed him. He had a clear idea about Lena's capabilities. She might have been only in the late stage of core formation but she had a higher graded cultivation method. Zhang Dong, think I heard that somewhere. Oh, you're that young brother that trashed all those clans single-handedly. Never liked those old coots, they always gave me those lecherous looks. You can turn around. Matt craned his neck back, he had some questions he wanted to ask the woman. When he looked at her, she was just standing there and munching on a peach-like fruit that he found. He tried it out previously. It was quite rich in spiritual energy and was sweet. But as he was moving his hand up and opening his mouth to speak, Lena spoke up first once again. I must thank you for the timely aid, but I could have gotten away myself. Matt was holding his hand up high, his index finger outstretched as he wanted to say something but couldn't quite put his thoughts to words. His mouth opened but then closed again as he watched the tanned woman stick her chest out, proclaiming that she would have been just fine. Sure. Matt didn't really know what to think of this person, he thought she would be the silent jade-like beauty type. Or maybe, some sensual older sister type. She felt a lot more chipper than he expected, it felt more like he was talking with a dude than a chick. She even started punching the air with her small fists, showing off her battle strength as wind elements gathered around that cute fist of hers. He thought that this lady would be a lot more violent after the first headbutt. Most of the time in novels, they would misunderstand the protagonist and start battling or calling them a pervert. This girl on the other hand after the initial misunderstanding caught on quite fast and figured out that he was the one that saved her. The problem was the little brother part. So you see little Dong, you just need to leave the rest up to big sis Lena. If you follow my lead, I'm sure we can get through this blasted forest in no time. The hell, little Dong? This needed to stop. If it continued he would be a designated henchman of this older sister. He didn't really mind if she tagged along with him, but it would be another thing if it was he that would be tagging along with her. Soon enough, he would have to carry her stuff around and act like a retainer. Okay, let's get one thing straight Feng Lina. I'm no little Dong. I'm more of a big Dong, no wait, that came out wrong. Let's just forget about the names. He moved his hands over his chest and leaned back against the cold cave wall, making his face look solemn and all cultivator-like. He tried furrowing his brows to look extra serious and menacing. I have been wandering around this forest for about a week now, you're the first person I've come across. Do you have any clues as to where we are? I think this might be part of the test that the immortal that made this place came up with. I reckon our clan members are in a different section taking part in a different type of test. Fanglina moved her thumb to her chin and looked with her eyes to the side as she contemplated. Matt looked at the woman. Was that steam that was coming out of her ears? The woman wasn't much of a thinker, the old cultivator lady and her retainers did most of that, she only needed to cultivate diligently. So, she just stomped her foot on the ground making the rock below her shatter as she shouted out. Ah, who cares? We just need to beat up some beasts and move forward. Don't worry little dong, I have it all figured out. She proclaimed, her finger pointing at the ceiling as if she wanted to point it at the heavens. Matt realized that his first party member wasn't all that bright, he sure hoped that the woman wouldn't be a burden. Abandoning people wasn't his style, so he wondered what would be the best way to move forward. He tried asking about some other things, but the moment he spoke up. Miss Lean. Big Sis. Mrs. Lai. Big Sis. Lean. Big Sis. He dropped his head. The woman was probably used to getting called elder sister back in her clan. He wasn't sure why she was so adamant about giving up her title. Fine. Big Sis Lena, how about we travel together? I'm sure we can achieve more if we travel in a group. The elders from the other clans must be around here somewhere, maybe we can find them before those beasts get to them. The woman crossed her arms over her own chest, copying Zhang Dong's way of standing. Though due to being quite stacked, her forearms squished into those two mountains making Matt's heart skip a beat. She nodded a couple of times while looking to the side as if she was considering his proposal. I agree, but on one condition. Which is? I'm the leader and you have to call me Big Sis. He wasn't sure why the woman was acting like a middle schooler, but due to being an introvert he was getting tired of the prolonged conversation that was going nowhere. The woman didn't seem that stuck up. Was she really the stuck-up young matriarch that denied any men that approached her? She sounded quite friendly, well besides the headbutt part, but that was an understandable reaction in that situation. He just shrugged and nodded at her request. He didn't really care about things like being team leader, at least his new companion was cute. The two people headed out. Matt constructed another water bottle so that Lena didn't have to drink from his. It felt a bit uncomfortable when he was making it as she kept staring at him when he was skillfully wrapping the vines around the bamboo bottle. Did this woman never go outside or something? She was like a little kid with stars in her eyes looking at the construction process. They started running into more monsters as time passed. Matt could detect their life signals, so after getting an okay from his new Big Sis he was now the scout. The woman didn't get to fight that much as Matt still wanted to get the points from the kills, even though they were minor. There was another strange phenomenon that they came across. After killing some trashy mobs, they turned to spirit bubbles as always. Soon enough though, he felt a high concentration of similar energy particles. He looked at the spot it was coming from and could see a monster getting created or summoned in that spot. The fresh creature looked around and went on its way like it was a natural thing. Asterisk, they have a respawn time as well? So there is no way to kill them all, asterisk. He wondered if the goblin town he previously cleared out would be populated again. This would be a good thing if he had time to farm for things like this high-grade hatchet weapon. He took it with him not as a weapon, but as something that he could absorb later. The regular creatures only had lower graded gear with them, only the boss monsters had the good stuff with them. While adventuring forward the two people spotted something. It was a giant pillar of fire just shooting into the air along with a gust of wind that indicated an explosion. The two looked at each other and quickly headed in that direction. It looked like other cultivators were fighting. They arrived at the spot after a couple of minutes only to find a charred corpse and gore bits all over the place. The torn-up robe had a familiar-looking emblem on it. Asterisk, isn't this the emblem that Pimp Guy's ship had? Did he get killed, or was it another member from his clan? Asterisk. That person had more ships with him, and back in the teleportation chamber, Matt made a mental note to count how many clans were participating. His clan took out just one spot. Fanglina's took up two with the busta Big Sis here and with the baked potato granny that she came with as the second core formation expert. The red-haired male came with two other core formation cultivators, which left him with 3 spots. The remaining spots were taken up by 2 other clans, with 2 spots each. The Zhang clan was considered the weakest from the point of these other clans as they only brought one core formation expert with them. That's one down, I hope we find the rest before these monsters get to them. The explosion was fresh, so Matt could sense a fight in the distance. He followed the energy reading quickly, hoping that he would be there on time. Matt slung the large cleaver weapon over his shoulder and headed out while Feng Lina followed after him. He could feel multiple beings in that area, they were mostly in the core formation. After the two arrived closer to the scene, they could see the battle unfolding. The first person Zhang Dong saw was someone he was familiar with, he could see his name thanks to the system and it was Huo Jiang. It was the red-haired man that he saw before entering the secret ground. There was another person with him, an older-looking gentleman with mutton chops that looked injured. He was wearing the same clan pattern on his torn-up robe, it being of the same clan that the burly red-haired man belonged to. The two were standing back to back while surrounded by some monsters. It weren't goblins this time around but orcs. There were quite a lot of them and Matt could even see an ogre amongst the group. Most of the monsters were in the middle stage but there were some in late stages of core formation. The two cultivators were both in the late stage of core formation, so all things considered they were quite strong. There were many greenskins that were evaporating into dust after getting slain but they just kept coming at them. Matt wanted to jump in and help the two guys out, but when he looked to the side, his big sis was just scoffing and walking in the opposite direction. Wait, where are you going? We have to help them. Matt asked while looking between the battle zone and the female cultivator that had furrowed brows and a rather cute frown. PFF, just leave those bastards be, we don't need to help people like them out. The woman moved her face to the side, Matt caught on fast deducing that there must be some animosity between her and the people that were fighting. Though this didn't really sit well with him, the more party members they got the better their chances of survival would be. He was sure they could talk it out in the end, if not he could always show his hand to reel them in. He tried out some reverse psychology to get his team leader to follow him into battle. Ah, it's fine to be afraid, elder sister. There are so many of those monsters, it's only natural that you are hesitating. Just leave this to your little brother, you can just watch from afar. You could see the pink-haired girl fuming with rage the moment Zhang Dong insinuated that she was afraid of the monsters. He didn't stay long enough to hear her complain as there was no time, he just bolted for the battle area and felt that the lady followed behind him soon enough, at least she could offer him a bit of range support with those wind techniques. The two fighters weren't aware of Zhang Dong and Feng Lina as they were fighting for their dear life. The two belonged to the Huo clan, this was a fire element type clan with the younger-looking youth being the strongest son of the current clan patriarch. The man next to him was one of his bodyguards that his clan sent out with him to the secret ground. The Dark Palm sect had requested help from them and promised riches and even cultivation resources if they managed to figure out the testing grounds. Being the proud clan that they were, the patriarch decided to send quite a force consisting of the three strongest core formation experts from his clan beside himself. They all miscalculated that the whole expedition thing was a hoax and that the Dark Palm sect didn't actually expect anyone to return from it. Being the stuck-up clan that they were, they expected riches and an easy payout even though it was known that the previous exploration attempt failed. They naturally thought that the reason was that the people sent were just too darn weak. The Zhang clan was just a middle-sized clan and the Huo clan was a grade above it in strength even before the previous one lost most of their fighting potential. Huo Jiang was quite lucky in the beginning, he found one of his clan elders just a couple of days after being spirited away into the wilderness. After about a week they even found the second one as well, so now they were all together and fighting with the monsters in their own little group. But, the creatures just kept coming and coming. They had to constantly move and fight, the monsters were everywhere and they were getting harder to defeat the more time passed. The life-saving trinkets and talismans started getting used up, they only had a few out, the rest was locked in their storage rings. Soon enough they came across the large orc tribe village. The three masters weren't that good at sneaking around so they were spotted by the greenskins while trying to avoid the settlement. The monsters poured in like moths attracted to the flame while the three tried to escape, but they found themselves surrounded. One of their clan members tried buying them sometimes so that they could escape. He burned his cultivation base making himself burst into a flaming inferno opening up a path for his two clan members to escape. The plan didn't work though as even though they managed to run away from that group another one was waiting for them around the corner and they were surrounded by them again. What's wrong with these beasts? Don't they fear death at all? The red-haired man said while the gauntlets that he was wearing on his hands glowed red. He delivered a devastating blow to one of the nearby orcs sending the creature flying back, its head broken as its body collided with a close-by tree. The two cultivators were quite strong, but the monsters just kept swarming them, not caring for their own safety whatsoever. The two men were getting tired slowly, their spiritual energy was getting drained as they landed attack after attack, killing the monster mobs one after another in quick succession. Young master, you must save yourself. You are the future of the clan, you must not perish here. The mutton chop beard elder said, his fists were also covered by some kind of glove weapon along with his legs. From the way the two were carrying themselves, it looked like they were close-range specialists. The older man had a robust build as well, his body was already battered and bruised from the prolonged fighting. He was tasked with protecting this young master of his, he was a one-in-a-million genius of the Huo clan, his only fault was that he was quite the womanizer. The elder was contemplating doing a suicide rush as the other clan member, but before that could happen he heard a strange sound coming from afar. It sounded like thunder and lightning, but there were no clouds above them. The monsters were focused on the other two cultivators, so they didn't pay attention at the white-haired cultivator that was charging at them from behind, coated in lightning. Zhang Dong burst to the scene, swinging the large goblin cleaver with one hand and his charged-up sword with the other. Feng Lina just stood up on one of the large trees and started blasting the creatures with her ranged attacks, not keen on getting into a close melee fight. The orcs finally noticed the other intruders as they were flanked by Matt's charge. He managed to decapitate a couple of them with his two-sword style that still needed some work. The Huo clan cultivators saw this as a chance and started battling their enemies with more vigor as some backup had arrived. They recognized the white-haired man from the clan assembly but didn't know why he was helping them. They were sure about one thing, this Zhang clan patriarch was a lot stronger than they had thought. By the way, he was cutting into those monsters, he must be in the Great Circle, they thought. Thanks for the assistance, brother. Huo Jiang shouted while charging up his fist. You could see small red dots gathering around the man's fist. The metallic gloves he was wearing were made of a silver-looking alloy, they had various runic patterns etched into them, and as he gathered the fire energies they gave of a crimson glow as well. He struck a nasty-looking orc with an open palm strike, caving the monster's whole chest in and blasting it back into the orc group that was charging at them. The fight continued, the bodies of the monsters continuously vanished with the help of the Zhang clan patriarch and his lovely helper that was pouting in the back. Soon enough the large ogre appeared, it went after the red-haired man while swinging a tree, using it as a club. Chiang's punch connected with the makeshift weapon, the tree catching fire and turning into a mass of splinters. Mutton Chops was doing a bit worse than the rest of the group, he was still in the late stage, but if you ranked everyone here, he would be last in terms of spiritual energy. He was already battered as he and the other retainer were being overprotective of their young master and they used their bodies to defend him. He was about to get impaled by a similar-looking hatchet weapon that one of the orc warriors was aiming at his head, but just before it landed a wind blade came from afar and deflected the attack. This was enough for the man to land a killing blow on the creature that attacked him. He looked in the direction the attack came from and saw the Feng clan matriarch. She was standing on one of the branches and looking quite haughty. The battle continued. The cultivators managed to wiggle out of the spot that they were surrounded. This gave them some leeway as they didn't need to watch their backs anymore and could unleash a wider range of attacks. The monsters weren't letting up though, but with time they got whittled down by the combined might of the four cultivators that started working as a team. Matt looked at all the weapons that the monsters dropped. If he could just gather those up he might be able to reach the Great Circle with his body refining skill. Though he didn't really want to start absorbing it with people next to him, plus he would need to carry the pile of hatchets and strange-looking weapons with him. If it only didn't take so long to absorb one of these. Well, if it isn't Feng Lina, have you reconsidered my proposal? Huo Jiang asked in a cheery tone as he walked over to the Bustagal. Matt could see the woman's expression changing from a neutral one, to one of rage and disgust. He didn't know that a beauty like her could furrow her brows that much, that frown was quite impressive. I would rather marry a donkey than someone like you. How many concubines do you even have? Feng Lina stomped the ground while scoffing at the proposal. The red-haired man just looked at her and shrugged. Oh, just about 99, you could be the 100th one. He laughed to himself while looking at the woman whose face started going red. She was really fuming. She even took out her battle fans and went into a battle stance. The mutton chop uncle intervened, putting himself between his young master and the woman. Halt, you will not harm the young master. A fight was about to break out. The old guy was taking his job very seriously and he would pounce on the young lady the moment she showed animosity towards his young master. Matt just facepalmed while looking at the scene. Guess these people weren't good at working together. He raised his fist up into the air, it crackling with lightning. He activated his avatar form on it along with his condensing skill. He didn't need to cover his whole body with the technique. being able to use it on separate body parts which cost him less spiritual energy. He slammed his fist into the ground, making the group of 3 turn their heads. The slam caused the ground to shake, the residual blast kicked up a storm, the people using their forearms to protect their eyes from the sand that was blown up. Enough! Stop fighting, we need to work together to get through this, don't you get what this place is by now? Matt made sure to add some spiritual energy to make his voice sound extra menacingly, his fist glowing and discharging electricity into the surroundings. The 3 people gulped a bit after witnessing the strike, they clearly knew that if something like that landed on them they would turn into meat paste. They realized that the white-haired man was clearly the strongest from this group, probably at the Great Circle of Core Formation. Little Dong, didn't know that you were this strong, Big Sis is impressed. Matt wanted to run up and bonk the pink-haired dolt on the head after hearing that, she kind of ruined his cool move with just a few words. He gave out a sigh and moved over to the group, he wanted to ask some questions and also force everyone to cooperate as he was still sure that this was a place where you couldn't just do things alone. In another place, the Zhang clan members approached the large fortress. The walls were immense, making the cultivators feel like tiny ants. The moment they came close to the large gate it started shaking. The people took up their combat stance, ready for battle. The doors opened up from within, the loud creaking noises made some people from the group feel quite uncomfortable as they fought the urge to plug their ears up. They thought that perhaps some enemies would burst through that door, but after they opened nothing but silence greeted them. Zhang Ji waved his hand forward, taking 2 squads with him, forming a small scouting party. The insides were quite barren, the cultivators couldn't feel any life coming from the surrounding. The rest of the group slowly crept in, there was still a chance of a surprise attack coming like from those centipede monsters. Also, a boss monster might appear in that closed-off room, so they kept vigilant as everyone entered the large empty structure. The outside was quite basic, consisting of 4 walls connecting to 4 towers. Each wall had a large gate in the middle, it was made from some strange material and quite resistant. The fortress looked unsuspecting, the only thing out of the ordinary was the place it was in and its size. The inside of the structure had an inner area, the structure looked like a smaller castle that was protected by more walls. The Zhang clan members started looking around, they found barracks that had basic living quarters where they could sleep in. There was a kitchen area as well as a large well that was also close by, so they wouldn't run out of water anytime soon. The kitchen had a large storage area which surprisingly had some food in it, there were formations that kept it cool and from rotting. Zhang Ji and the other officers went into the castle-like structure, which had many smaller rooms and one larger hall. The moment the people walked in they heard a strange sound, green light filled their eyes as something appeared out of thin air. It was a miniature version of the fortress, just made from light. The people backed away, looking at the green projection. If Matt was here he would probably be able to figure this thing out as it was something a gamer would find interesting. These old-fashioned cultivators didn't know what they were looking at, there was a panel with some numbers in the corner. There were some blue dots spread out throughout the hologram, and there were exactly 220 of them. More people came into the room, in hopes of figuring out this strange spiritual treasure. The officers went closer, Zhang Ji was there as well and being quite curious she poked at the panel where the points were. This prompted it to glow and show her a tiny miniature version of a ballista with the number 25 hovering above it. The people were surprised, the small siege weapon could be picked up by them but when they let it go it vanished and appeared back next to the display panel. After investigating more, one of the people dragged the weapon to one of the towers. The hologram that was red started turning green for some reason. When he let it go, the weapon appeared to be stuck to the tower now. Soon enough a commotion could be heard outside. What's wrong? Report. A junior member appeared soon enough, it was a familiar-looking chubby fellow by the name of Zhang Hong. Reporting, sir. Just a moment ago we felt a surge in spiritual energy by one of the towers and a crossbow-like weapon appeared out of thin air. The Foundation establishment elders looked at each other, then to the miniature version of the fortress. They quickly looked outside one of the small windows and could see the weapon now being placed on the tower wall, ready to fire and with some ballista bolts included. They tried repeating the process and managed to place another one of those siege weapons on a different tower. But when they tried doing it once more on the third one, they couldn't pull the small weapon hologram anymore. Wasn't this number higher previously? Zhang Ji said while looking at the control panel. The number was, of course, the number of points they had for the building. They figured out that this number correlated to the one above the ballista, they had 15 points left and it cost 25 to build. But how do we increase this number now, and is there a use for those weapons out there? The people examined the siege weapon, it looked a bit strange in the way that it couldn't be shot manually. It was closed off and they couldn't insert any of the bolts that were lying next to it. Later on, the clan would find out how these tower defense items worked, but for now, they all headed inside. Junior members were stationed on the walls and towers, but the whole fortress was just too huge, so they had to spread themselves thin. This thing was clearly built for more than 200 people to run, they needed at least 1,000 people for it. The first night went by fast, nothing happened, no monster attacks and no enemies in sight. The cultivators started wondering if the voice had something else in mind with the second phase. The elders were in the control room, figuring out the game-like controls while the juniors looked at the gate opening and closing on their own. Just as the next day was coming to a close, one of the sentries noticed people walking towards them. Everyone peeked out from the safety of the fortress, they could see a small group moving towards them. The group was filled out by tanned ladies with way too much makeup, they looked disgruntled and tired. From the 220-strong group only about half of them remained. Open the gates, help the wounded. The gates were opened, the Zhang clan was quite good at the healing arts and they also had various restorative pills. Their patriarch ordered them to support the other expedition participants if it was possible. They were told to offer assistance, but react accordingly if the other clans or cultivators were hostile. The dark-skinned females were on their toes as they saw the large gates opening and cultivators pouring out. They recognized them to be one of the people that came with them to the secret grounds, mostly due to the eye-catching gear that made them look like a bunch Black Power Rangers. Don't worry, we are here to help, come inside of the fortress for treatment. Zhang Ji said while moving in with her platoon along with a couple more. The Feng clan members looked at each other and nodded, there were a lot of injured among them. They thought that if the other clan was hostile, they wouldn't offer them any help in the first place and just slaughter them instead. The Feng clan offers their respect. One of the older cultivator women bowed with cupped hands while all of them headed inside. Most of the deaths were from the Qi condensation members from the Feng clan. They went through a similar dungeon like the Zhang clan, but they weren't prepared as well as them for the things that were inside. Somehow they managed to get to the boss room while using up quite a lot of defensive trinkets and losing some of their members on the way here. Some died to traps, some to the monsters that kept pouring in. The last boss was a snake-like creature, spitting venom and thrashing its tail at the female cultivators. They managed to slay it with the help of some battle formations and treasures that allowed them to deliver an attack at the core formation level. Without the help of their treasures, they would have been wiped out by the strange-looking creature. The Zhang clan offered their help, placing the most injured people in the barracks while offering them their healing arts. They kept their pills to themselves, mostly worried that they would run out too fast if they used them all willy-nilly. Luckily most of the cultivator women that survived to this point, weren't in critical condition. Most of them would recover in a couple of days, with some meditation and aid of the water-based regeneration healing arts that the Zhang clan implemented. As time passed, more and more of the other cultivators started showing up, most of them being in a sorry state. Life in this world was harsh, most of the cultivators on top didn't really care about their weaker clan members. You really had to show that you were worth it, for anyone to throw a bone your way. The other way was through family ties, but even then the most promising offspring usually monopolized everything from his or her lesser siblings. The Qi condensation members of this expedition were the most likely to be tossed aside. The losses were immense among that power bracket. Even though the Zhang clan started off with the least amount of members of all the participating powers, they didn't lose anyone while the other people burned through their defensive and offensive treasures to survive their boss battles. The most people belonged to the Huo clan though, they did have 660 members participating. Though their numbers were cut by more than half, one team only returned with about 30 members. If you did a headcount, there were 220 Zhang clan members, 326 Huo clan members, 233 Feng clan members. From the remaining 4 participating parties, only one team from each returned, amounting to about 250 members. The moment that the last person set foot in the fortress, the people heard the strange robotic voice once more. Attention, the second stage will commence in exactly 12 hours. Please get ready for the first wave. The message repeated itself for a minute before silence fell on the cultivators. Everyone looked at each other, a commotion ready to break out. What was that strange voice? What was the first wave? From their experience, they knew that it wasn't anything good. The Zhang clan members were the first group to arrive, so they explained a couple of things. The Feng clan members showed to most respect for the help, but the rest was a bit reserved. Everyone from the top cultivators gathered in the big hall with the hologram to discuss the next step. Everyone got clued in about the strange magical treasures, the clan also revealed that they thought that the blue dots were the people that were around the fortress. The other people were a bit suspicious that this clan with the strange-looking combat robes was just revealing all of their secrets, but they were just following the instructions of their patriarch. That is why I hope we can all work together. The strange voice said that something will start in 12 hours, we need to prepare and station our people on the walls. Zhang Ji chimed in, while some other older-looking cultivators contemplated their next move. There were too many separate forces here, no one knew if they wouldn't get stabbed in the back by the other people in this room if push came to shove. The Zhang clan wanted to spread people around the walls to prepare for battle, they were the only force without casualties so they could head out at any moment. How about we station out people on the walls? We found a lot of bows and arrows stored in the fortress. The leading figure from the Huo clan was a grizzled old man, his beard was white and he had multiple scars on his face. His frame was imposing and he didn't look like someone that would follow orders. Don't think that just because you were here first, you can order us around. The Huo clan will wait and see what this wave is, then we will decide. He scoffed at Zhang Ji, spitting onto the ground before turning his back and walking to the side. The other Fire clan members came to their leader's side, they outnumbered the Zhang clan 2-1 with their foundation establishment elders so they didn't really fear them. The leading person from the Feng clan was an Amazon-looking woman, her midsection was covered by armor with her legs and arms exposed letting you see her bulging muscles. The brown skin just made her veins pop out even more. Well, if it isn't old man Tao, don't mind him. He was born constipated like that. She laughed out in a loud voice, making a lot of people uncomfortable in the room. But I agree, let's put our clan members on the walls and wait for this wave. She gave Zhang Ji a wink while licking her lips, the man felt a shiver run through his body when the almost 7-foot-tall woman did that. Though she seemed friendly enough and ready to cooperate with their members. Soon two camps formed before the first wave, one consisted of the Zhang and Feng clan, while the Huo clan absorbed the remaining members mostly by threatening them with sheer force. The first wave will commence in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The robotic voice proclaimed and almost instantly the cultivators could hear rumbling in the distance. Zhang Ji and her team were standing next to some battlements looking out into the distance. The woman was using a telescope-like treasure that let her see far into the distance. There was a lot of dust getting thrown up as something approached in their direction, after a moment some shadowy outlines could be seen. Those look like the beasts in that corridor. Zhang Ji said while the monster outlines changed to actual beasts. There was a swarm of centipede monsters coming at them, they were gnashing their jaws with their feelers wiggling. The beasts were running at full speed and would soon arrive close to the wall that the Zhang clan was occupying. Due to there being two factions in this fortress at the moment, the sides of the fort were divided. The Zhang clan and the Feng clan occupied the north and west area along with the two towers that were placed at the north wall. The Huo clan got the south wall towers. The monsters were only charging at the north wall at the moment, but Zhang Ji didn't feel threatened as even though there were a lot of those insect monsters coming at them, they were quite weak. They are far weaker than the ones we met before. Line up at the battlements, bring out your ranged weapons. Zhang Ji shouted to her platoon while other team leaders did the same. The cultivators didn't only have bows and crossbows that they could use for range attacks. There were various treasures that allowed the cultivators to fire off their chi that had more penetrative power than your typical arrows. While the junior cultivators were waiting for the seniors to give them the signal to fire, something strange happened. The ballista that was placed on one of the towers started moving on its own. Zhang Lu jumped back in fright as the siege weapon turned in the direction of the monsters and started firing large bolts. The projectiles were like small logs and the moment they connected with the advancing monsters they blew them to bits. This weapon is reacting to the beasts. Zhang Ji was there when the ballista was placed on the wall, this made her realize its use. The other siege weapon was further away on the east wall, so only this one was firing. She decided to observe it some more while also giving the order to bombard the beasts with their ranged attacks. Various projectiles rained down on the monsters along with colorful energy-based attacks that some of the cultivators fired off. The creatures were quite weak, each hit meant a dead monster that vanished into nothingness almost instantly after collapsing to the ground. These creatures were only at the chi condensation first and second stage, so they were nothing more than target practice for the junior members. One of the senior members would probably be able to decimate these weak monsters on his or her own if they wanted to. For now, they remained vigilant as the beast tide continued and the monsters couldn't get closer than 500 meters outside the fortress. The ballista weapon continued firing, releasing a large bolt every 10 or so seconds. Zhang Ji noticed another peculiar thing, the ballista bolts that were next to it started vanishing. The large ammunition evaporated into nothingness after a shot was fired. Soon there was nothing left and the weapon creaked to a stop and remained motionless. This prompted the platoon leader to frown, but she had thought about something and decided to put it up to a test. Peng, Hong, there were similar-looking bolts in one of the rooms we searched, bring as many as you can carry over here. She gave out the order, to the two that weren't really good at range attacking in the first palace. The macho and fatty nodded and bolted to the storage room where the ammunition was placed in. There was a peculiar thing about these bolts, they couldn't be placed in storage rings. The two juniors had the largest frames from the team, so they would be able to carry more of those mini log-sized bolts. Peng was carrying a bunch of them, propping them between his forearms and head with his arms raised in the air. Hong did the same, almost tripping on the way back. After the two were back, they just dumped the ammunition in the spot that the previous stash was in. The ballista twitched the moment the items were placed next to it and resumed firing. Zhang Ji nodded as her theory came out to be true. She instantly assigned the two to restocking the weapon, though with only one of these ballistas on the wall there wasn't really a shortage of the bolts. The weapon also had a slow firing rate, so one person would probably be enough. The first monster wave didn't take long, ending in under an hour after the last arrow impaled a monster in the rocky ground. The robotic voice soon announced that it was over. First wave complete, next wave will commence in 12 hours. Everyone stopped and looked out into the distance. They could see the monster tracks left by the centipede, many small legs along with a lot of arrows loitered around the place. Only the north wall that the Zhang clan was occupying was attacked, but every cultivator in the fortress moved to see what the commotion was about. Soon some people were dispatched to retrieve all the ammo that could be recycled or used again. Zhang Ji returned to Zhang Ji to give a report about the self-working weapon and the reload mechanic that it was using. All of the top brass returned to the hologram room. They wondered if there would be some way to place more of those weapons on the walls. There was a tiny problem though, the not-so-friendly Huo clan was also there. The Zhang clan officers deliberated if they should share their intel with the other clan, but under the order of their patriarch that said to work with the other clans, they gave in. You can place weapons on the fortress with this magical treasure. The one speaking was Huo Tao. He wondered why the other clan was sharing this information with them. Normally you would hold such information to yourself to gain an edge over your opponent, or at least trade the info for something in return. Oh ho ho! Shouldn't you at least show some gratitude, you old fart? We are giving you precious knowledge, how about you kowtow at least 5 times? The one walking was the large Amazonian woman by the name Feng Daiyu. She was lazily sitting in one of the chairs with her legs spread apart and a cup with some alcohol in her hand. Shut your mouth, you she-devil! Huo Tao went red in the face, spitting out some profanities at the well-built woman, that just looked amused by the man's outburst. After a moment she stood up, moving her neck side to side, her bones and muscles releasing some cracking noises in the process. Haha, want me to give you a spanking like last time? I bet the revered Huo clan would love to see their esteemed elder eating dirt. The woman laughed out loud while getting closer and closer. You just got in a cheap shot, this time it will be different. You could see a large vein expand on Huo Tao's forehead, his hands showing fists as he waited for the woman to get closer. Soon the two were standing right opposite each other. The woman was taller than the scarred man, but he was a lot wider. His frame was muscular and imposing, but the woman didn't seem frightened at all. She was showing her pearly whites, grinning from one side to the other while the other Foundation establishment people around the room got sweaty palms. The fight was about to commence, but soon the woman and man that were staring daggers at each other felt a chill run down their spines. It was like some kind of beast was staring at them, making them unable to move. That's enough. The one shouting was Zhang Ji. After all the training and all the improvements that the patriarch made in the techniques he was practicing, his battle prowess was second to none amongst these cultivators. The two glanced to the side. The man was giving off an oppressive aura as he was grasping the handle of his sword. You might not like it, but we are here together. You heard the strange voice, there will be another wave soon, and I bet there will be another after that one. He slowly got closer and closer to the two fighting peacocks. He walked between them and then towards the large glowing map in the middle as he got their attention. We have to assume that the monsters will get stronger with time. I'm sure you know that our clan previously took part in this expedition, right? Zhang Ji turned around to face the two bickering parties, his brows unmoving as he looked at the two. We have been here for about 2 weeks now, but even in the previous expedition, our elder members only started dying after a month or so. You know what this means. Huo Tao glanced at the man in front and rubbed his chin. You're saying that they arrived here just as we did, and started faltering after a month's time. The man wanted to blame the failure of the previous expedition on the lack of strength, but the other cultivators had to be at least competent if they managed to get through that dungeon area. That boss monster that they faced wasn't anything to scoff at. Their clan didn't really have much information about the secret ground, the sect didn't give them much and the clans that took part in it previously were mostly gone. The time it took for the people to die didn't prove much, though it could be an indication of the increasing difficulty of the task. What if they left this place and just perished elsewhere? That could be true, but what if they didn't and the monster's attack just continued? They are weak now, but what if something like that thing appears? By that thing, Zhang Ji meant the boss monster that every clan fought. You could reason that if there were things like that hidden here, they could also appear at this fortress. I believe that the key to this is this magical treasure. Ji proclaimed while moving the attention from the people gathered in this room to the large hologram map. He noticed that the points went up by 50 after the beast wave ended and he could demonstrate by placing another ballista on a tower. Tao rubbed his chin even more after witnessing the siege weapon appearing out of thin air. If you are willing to cooperate, we will tell you what we know. Zhang Ji spoke, trying to hook the others in. Work together. The Tao members knew well that even if they battled it out, the losses would be immense even if they felt that they would win in the end. It wouldn't be bad to wait for now and gather more information about this place. They could decide later if they needed to cooperate with the other cultivators, there wasn't any bad blood yet either. We can assist each other for now, but I want some of those weapons on our side. Huo Tao proclaimed and got a nod of acceptance from Zhang Ji. Feng Daiyu just looked at the smaller man and gave him a strange look. The man gulped a bit as he had the impression that he was looking at a beast that saw him as a juicy piece of meat. She even licked her lips. Soon everyone got clued in about the points and reloading mechanic that the siege weapons had. After some time passed, the second wave was upon them. The creatures came from another side of the fortress and had an increased number and strength. Back in the jungle area, the party of 4 changed to 5 after they came across a granny hiding in a hollowed-out tree stump. As they were walking next to the stump, she had noticed her matriarch amongst the group, which prompted her to peek her head out. This almost caused Huoqiang to punch her as the granny's face was similar looking to a goblin female. "Wait, it's me, Feng Mailing. Stay your hand." The grandma shouted out while still being stuck in her hiding place. She wouldn't be able to dodge the incoming punch if Jiang went through with it. Luckily the man jumped back, looking to Feng Lina with question marks hovering above his head. "Oh ho ho, you were fine, grandma." Feng Lina acted a bit surprised that the elderly woman made it out alive in one piece, mostly due to the old woman having a cultivation base in the core formation middle stage. The woman was good at hiding though, even Zhang Dong didn't pick her up with his enhanced senses. Matt squinted with his eyes as he looked at the old woman. She had really wrinkled up brown skin, which looked like the type of color you got from overusing spray on tan. She wasn't very good looking and the smudged mascara that made her look like she was crying didn't help either. He had the urge to dump some water on the woman's face and rub that mascara off but held it in. Why wouldn't I be alive? The granny managed to escape the tree stump, on which her butt got stuck after trying to squeeze out. She rolled forward and quite smoothly landed on her 2 feet. Matt wanted to hold up a 10 number and clap his hands. The old lady seemed to be quite nimble even for her advanced age. Feng Lina shrugged and stuck her tongue out at her clan member. The elderly woman shook her cane at the busta matriarch. The cane and robe that the woman was wearing made her look like some occult wizard. Matt didn't say anything just yet, as he just looked at the 2 women bickering. He wasn't sure what kind of relationship the 2 had, but it made them look like close family by the way they were interacting with each other. After a moment of some back and forth between the 2, the woman gave out a cough and looked at the cultivators around them. "Little Lina, I see you are traveling with the Ho clan young master, and this is..." Feng Lina immediately jumped in, moving closer to Matt and patting him on the shoulder. "This is little Dong, my little brother." Gloom filled Matt's face at the mention of his little title. He thought that the granny would talk some sense into the strange matriarch, but the woman just squinted at him, her hand moving to her cane as she got closer. "Are you sure, he?" Feng Lina just stuck out her overdeveloped chest and did a sideways peace sign over her eye, then stuck out her tongue in a strange pose that Matt only remembered some manga or anime characters doing back in his Earth days. "The Zhang Patriarch, could you give me a moment with the matriarch?" The old lady asked while the 3 men looked at the Feng clan members with strange expressions. Matt watched as the 2 moved away from the group and behind some trees. He had question signs in his eyes, not knowing what this was about. He sat down on the tree stump that the old lady popped out from and strained his ears, trying to listen in on the conversation the 2 women were having. "Yes, it was just like in the ancient texts. He could hear the two talking, it was mostly the young lady saying something about some old scriptures. Oh? So he carried you like in the writings of the great ancestor? Yes, yes, he even. Matt continued eavesdropping as Feng Lina recounted their first meeting, but he had no idea what these old texts or this great ancestor was. Supposedly his rescue was something that those texts were describing, or prophesizing, but when he tried to listen in some more as he tried to figure the situation out, a booming voice next to his ear almost made him fall down from his seat. Hey brother, I think we shouldn't stay here too long. The voice belonged to his new self-proclaimed brother Huoqiang. The young master had apparently taken a liking to Matt after the rescue party. After some bonding time which consisted of constant battles against various fantasy-like monsters, he started calling him brother. He even offered one of his younger siblings as a concubine to bring their clans together, though his Gurusis didn't take to that offer kindly and he had to pull the two parties apart again. Ah, sure, after they are finished talking let's move out. Matt rubbed his neck slightly before standing up. He gave up on the idea of listening into the conversation now as it seemed to be over. The two women returned, Feng Lina beaming with a smile while the lady looked at Zhang Dong with a mixed expression. If it is so, I approve. Feng Meiling cupped her hands and gave a bow to Zhang Dong, the man not really knowing what this was about along with the approving part. What are these two talking about, am I missing something here? The two apparently came to some kind of conclusion during their conversation, something probably related to those ancient texts. He didn't really feel like those things were important at the moment, as there were still some people missing. From the 10 core formation elders, 5 were here and 1 was dead. This wasn't as bad as it looked, but considering that if he didn't arrive to save them they would probably be all dead by this point, besides the granny that knew how to hide. They all headed out. The granny was the weakest member from the group and was more a backline attacker compared to the men in the party. They decided to keep the two ladies in the back along with Mutton Chop's elder, that Matt forgot the actual name of and was embarrassed to ask about again. Soon enough they spotted another casualty of the secret ground they were in. It was a mangled up core of an unknown cultivator, which left them with 3 more potential survivors. They decided to rest up for the time being. No one was sure how long they were here anymore. The day and night cycles kept changing. Matt managed to shoo his big sis away, for the time being, telling her that she should take care of her grandma while he cultivates for some time. She gave him a cute pout, then repeated the same motion she did the first time he saw her on the flying ship and stormed out. He gave out a sigh and squatted down on the floor. There were a couple of machetes and axes scattered around, all in various grades of the earth grade. He was slowly absorbing the scattered monster weapons from the hunted beasts. He found them to be slightly less potent for the progression of his body refining skill than the ones he was able to make himself of the same grading. Maybe it has something to do with how they are made. I get fewer points for slaying these monsters as well. His progress was slow, but he was at about 30% now. Soon enough his body art would pass his regular cultivation. The time required to advance his regular cultivation technique was just too much, so this was the fastest way to get results. His body was giving off a golden sheen. It illuminated the cave that he was sitting in. The people outside could feel their team leader cultivating inside getting goosebumps from the strange energy fluctuations the part of the cave he was in was giving off. Back outside, Feng Lina exited the cave passage that Matt was cultivating in and headed into a different section. They had found this monster dwelling not long ago and decided to settle in for the night after clearing out the creatures inside. The busted woman walked to a separate cave room, that the granny was sitting in a lotus position. She gave out a sigh and sat not so far away from her clan member. Were the texts wrong? I don't think he is willing. The old lady opened up her eyes and replied while still sitting in her cultivation pose. You must not doubt the teachings of our great ancestor, young matriarch. Feng Meiling was skeptical at first, but after seeing Zhang Dong's high cultivation and how he just bulldozed through monsters that she would have trouble fighting 1-1-1, she believed that he would be a fitting partner for this young matriarch. The teachings are clear, maybe you must create a new starting point as the text proclaimed. The baked potato announced in a wise tone and shut her eyes as she tried to rest up. Her matriarch thought about a couple of things and came to some kind of conclusion before departing, her face showing an odd determination that didn't fit her current character. Yes, I will create a new opportunity. After a couple of hours, Matt was done with absorbing the weapons. His golden skin glistened even more and he was sure that he would be able to reach the great circle soon. He hopped back to his feet and stretched out. He was a bit sweaty, so he decided to wash up by the spring, which was nearby the cave they were staying in. While he was walking through the cave corridors he felt a life signal close by. It seemed to be Feng Lina by the chi imprint. He wasn't sure what she was up to, but she was clinging to the wall waiting for something. Is she waiting for me? Guess I'll act surprised. He was bare-chested at the moment, so he put his robes back on even though he was still sweaty. He whistled a bit to himself as he approached the corridor in which his favorite big sis was waiting for him, wondering what this was about. At the exact moment that he peeked out from around the corner, the girl came rushing at him. She had a very cutesy way of running at this moment. Her arms were pushing into her chest, with her forearms to the side. She was waving them around with her feet shuffling forward at an amazing pace. This made her chest bounce quite a bit, thus successfully making Matt focus his attention at the display. She was holding a piece of flattened fruit in her mouth for some reason and running right at him. Oh no, I will be late, Kai. She bumped into the large bewildered man in front of her. She bounced off of him and landed on the ground with the piece of fruit flying out of her mouth. Then she just sat there, her legs bent a bit so he kind of could see the part between them. Still, there was some cloth covering the important parts. This made him swallow hard before shaking his head and finally reacting. Are you all right? He wasn't sure what to do as he kind of instinctively reached out to help her off the ground while trying not to look at her undies. Fanglina blushed hard as she grasped his hands back. Matt could have sworn that he saw stars in her eyes the moment he reached his hand out to her. Oh silly me, I didn't see you there. She stood up from the ground and dusted her posterior off, but before he could ask more questions she said that she was in a hurry and had to go. The man just rubbed his head and shrugged, leaving afterward to get himself cleaned in the nearby spring. While he was out, his elder sister was contemplating her next move as this was just the beginning. Matt noticed that his sis was acting even weirder than usual. She kept insisting that he eat some of the food that she made, though by the looks of it just looked like some nuts and berries she found in the forest. She even tried feeding some of those berries to him, treating him like a baby. Say ah. Matt evaded the feeding attempt. The woman was holding some sticks that were used as chopsticks. He started seeing a pattern in this woman's actions soon enough. It's as if she bumped into him with some food in her mouth. She tried feeding him some homemade food. She kept falling down while trying to act all cute for some reason. Aren't those just bad romance manga tropes? Are those the secret texts? The gears in his brain started turning. This would explain why the clan women all looked like Japanese gyras. Maybe the old ancestor was someone that actually lived there. Maybe due to the total worship these cultivator nuts have for their ancestors they decided to copy her looks. Well, saving a girl from bad guys is a popular trope in novels. Those two did say that the way I carried her was important too. He wasn't sure what this woman wanted from him before, but now he had the reason to believe that it had something to do with romance. The things she did and the way she acted sounded like stuff a manga protagonist would do. The going to school and the two leads bumping into each other was a really old one at that. Why do these people have to take everything at face value? He wasn't sure how this female clan ended up with this mindset exactly. Did their ancestor play some kind of prank on them, or was it some kind of weebo nut instead? The woman even tried luring him into peeking at her when she was taking a bath, though he didn't take the bait and just evaded that flag the other day. He started getting worried. Would she move on to worse tropes, like those bipolar ones, and he would end up getting assaulted whenever he glanced at the girl's cleavage? I need to nip this in the bud, otherwise she might end up stalking me later on, or even turning into one of those murder heroines that stab people for looking at her love target. He wasn't sure how he should go about this. How do you explain to a cultivator bimbo that the thing she is doing is total hogwash? Would they be seriously offended if he told them that their ancestor was an idiot? Or that they just found her manga stash and interpreted it wrongly? Maybe he could go with that angle. Ugh. I still hate talking to people. He groaned and palmed his face, contemplating on the BS that he should tell these two Feng clan members. Would probably talk to the two at once, otherwise they might talk themselves into some nonsense later when he isn't around. He found the two going through some large leaves. The elderly lady was pushing vines through it. It made the large leaf look like a green apron. The younger girl with the healthy tan was looking at some coconuts. Matt didn't really know where she got those from or what she needed them for either. Matt loudly caught into his hand to get the two ladies' attention. Could I have a word with you two? It's about your ancestor and those ancient texts. The two women looked at each other, their brows furrowing as they stopped doing their preparations. The two just nodded at Zhongdong and followed them into the cave, somewhere where the two Huo clan members couldn't hear them. The two then looked at the white-haired cultivator, that was standing to them with his back and looking slightly upwards, his hand resting on his chin. I overheard your previous conversation about your ancestor. Firstly, I have to apologize for eavesdropping on you two. Secondly, I think you are interpreting the teachings of the senior wrongly. He didn't want to talk while facing the two for two reasons. One, he looked more mysterious that way, and two, he was bad at keeping eye contact and he might break character if they stared him down too much. The tranquil will technique didn't do much for his sweaty palms. First to speak out was the granny, giving off a somewhat grumpy and annoyed tone. You dare? How did our Feng clan wrongly interpret the teachings of old? The old texts have been passed down through generations, they have been throughout studied by the previous matriarchs. Are you saying that they were all wrong? Do you even know what the old texts are? The granny started getting quite angry. This man was saying that the old seniors were wrong. That they somehow translated the texts wrongly. She wasn't even sure if this man knew what the secret texts were. There was nothing like it in this world, so she was skeptical of his knowledge, but then he spoke up. You might refer to the ancient texts as texts, but in reality, they are mostly drawings, with the writing portion placed in white bubbles of sorts, aren't they? The Zhang clan patriarch cut her off. The woman stopped. Feng Lina also looked curious. The ancient writings were in manga form. This form of art was something foreign in this kind of world setting, thus the two women were quite surprised as the man talked even more. Is it mostly about young teenage girls and boys, the girls wearing short skirts, everyone wearing a uniform, and they seem to go to some kind of place of teaching where they spend time in a group between 20 and 30, everyone having a desk? Matt wasn't doing much besides describing the usual high school setting that most of those mangas had. The uniforms varied but the school remained the same. There would always be some recurring things that he could mention while keeping the rest vaguer, as he had no idea about the core characters in this story, but he was sure that the female lead was a guru. How could you know that? Did you sneak into our clan and steal out secret writings? The woman's eyes were turning bloodshot. Even Feng Lina was looking strangely at Matt that didn't like where this was going. Nothing of the sorts. I've just come across similar secret writings in my travels, so I just thought I could offer you some insight into your own. The two women looked at each other. Feng Lina nodded and replied in an uncharacteristic mild tone. Please continue. Matt swallowed hard, as this would be the point in which he had to explain everything to them. I also came in contact with similar secret writings. In it, there was a certain youth. He was carrying a strange rectangle bag in his hand and rushing to the stated place where the was tough by his elders. I wondered why the ancient elders created it. Was there some kind of secret technique buried in the teachings? I wondered, and then also tried following the instructions, but then I realized that it was mistaken. He grasped his fist tightly, looking at it for more dramatic effect. The seniors didn't want me to follow the secret texts literally, it was all a test. In reality, they wanted me to follow my own path. Pave it with my own two hands and awaken the greater Dao that slumbered in me. He moved his hands apart, the greater Dao of lightning radiating from his being as the two women gasped. So you see, I think your ancestor wanted someone from your clan to create their own way. Following into the footsteps of your seniors is a noble cause, but only when you follow your own Dao the real path will lay in front of you. He wasn't sure what he was rumbling about, but the two women had strange solemn expressions on their faces. Was it working? He wasn't sure, but he at least hoped that Feng Lina would stop bothering him with her silly antics. Well, this is all that I wanted to discuss. Maybe if you pave your own path you might awaken the greater Dao of wind, instead of using those derived techniques that you are cultivating at the moment. He quickly left the room, leaving them with some vague explanations, hoping for the best. Well, at least it couldn't get any worse than this, right? Feng Lina stopped interfering with his affairs after that, mostly hanging out in the back with a complex expression on her face. Later that day Matt relaxed and thought to himself about his surroundings and this secret ground. He had gotten used to life in this strange jungle. The monsters kept out at the late stage, so he didn't have any problems with those. He was even able to defeat people of that level when he was at the middle stage mostly with ease. Time went by and they kept exploring. They even started drawing up a map on one large leaf so that they could keep track of the places they visited. They had to do this, as this place was highly disorienting and huge in scope. Soon enough they came across the last survivors, though they wouldn't last for long as they were tightly bound up in spider webs. If it wasn't for Matt's aura detection capabilities he would probably think that the people inside those cocoons were already dead, but he could clearly feel life force radiating from them, though it was quite dim. The young Fire Lord wanted to jump right in and trash those monsters, but due to the fiery nature of his attacks, they had to change plans. The webs were highly flammable, so one wrongly placed fire uppercut could incinerate the cultivators that were paralyzed in the spider webs. There were quite a few of those human-sized spiders up in the trees. The webs were spun all around them and one false move would alert those monsters. Huo Jiang wasn't out of the loop though. It would be a waste to not use his skills that were clearly the bane of these spiders. They only needed to get the people out of there first. The plan was quite easy. The three men would distract the monster spiders first while the women snuck up to where the captives were. It didn't take much to set off these creatures, as the moment they poked some of those webs and made some noises they appeared from the treetops. They were spitting venom at them, wiggling their spider legs in various directions as they came at the trio. Spiders always gave Matt the creeps. There was something deep down that made him fear that form even back on Earth. This made him fight at a distance, firing off multiple chi-filled sword strikes that sliced and diced the large arachnids to pieces. Zhang Dong didn't notice the looks the two men were giving him as they looked at his swordsmanship. The man himself got all of his skills thanks to the system, so he didn't think anything of it, but to the two the superb mastery of the art was mind-boggling. This man was about 30 years old and he had already mastered sword intent. The system had a strange way of inserting the knowledge into his brain. It was as if an old pro boxer picking up some boxing gloves and throwing a couple of punches after years of rest. The knowledge and skill were there, but it took some time for all of it to come back to him. The techniques that he bought came with the required knowledge to perform them. The sword arts had a requirement of sword intent, so after practicing for some time he naturally was able to use it. This sword intent was the most basic one, but even then he would probably have some large sword sects trying to recruit him as a disciple if they knew that he was able to do that at such a young age. Matt knew that his fighting strength increased by quite a bit when he was wielding his sword, but he didn't really correlate it to the sword intent that let him chop up his enemies mostly in one clean cleave. Soon Granny Baked Potato sneaked up to where the cultivators were being held captive. She had quite a nifty technique to fade into the surroundings. Thanks to this she was able to cut up the web that the two were hanging from with the help of Feng Lina. They carried the two to safety while the men unleashed on the monsters. Huo Jiang unleashed his fiery wrath, setting everything ablaze around himself. The screams of the spider monsters could be heard almost instantly. The spider webs were even more flammable than expected, thus the trees they were connected to them were quickly burning with them. The forest fire continued to burn, the spider creatures scattered escaping the flames. The group of cultivators didn't give chase as the reason for the attack were the two wrapped up people. After they brought them to a safer location they removed the white outer shell and saw two pale-looking men inside. Their veins were bulging out slightly from spots where the spiders injected venom into them. The elderly lady was handy for such occasions as she had extensive knowledge about healing. She found out that the two males were only paralyzed and should recover within the next 24 hours. The two were wearing a different kind of robe, making Matt think that they weren't from the same clan or party. Both of them looked to be in their late 50s with a cultivation level in the core formation middle stage. The two men regained their consciousness. They were indeed from two separate factions, and one even mentioned that his clan brother had been slain by some other monsters not long ago. This brought the number of core formation elders up to 7, 3 had passed away in the jungle filled with game monsters. The first man had a full beard and black hair, his stature was average, the same as his height. His hair was all over the place. The days in the jungle weren't kind to this man as he looked a bit sickly, probably some side effects from the spider venom. The second gentleman looked like a Shaolin monk. He had 6 dots on his forehead and a long white beard that went to about his navel. He was even wearing large round beads around his neck. The first man's name was from a clan called the Kwok clan, and the Baldi wasn't from a clan at all but instead from some kind of small Buddhist sect. It was quite a low-level sect. Core formation cultivators were the strongest warriors that they possessed. The name of the sect was Tranquil Lotus Sect, and it was also participating in this expedition to earn some resources and favor with the Dark Palm Sect. Matt's attention moved to the dark-haired elder though. He was grasping his hair tightly, eyes bulging out and red, his brows furrowed. Blasted Dark Palm Sect, they lied to us, we are doomed. He kept holding onto his head and trembling. He was seemingly in shock as he kept mumbling to himself and not really paying attention to the group that had rescued him. He was firmly slapped into shape by the Huo clan young master, that was getting annoyed by how he didn't even thank them for the rescue. What are you mumbling about, you old fart? Get a hold of yourself, what is this about the Dark Palm Sect? The man looked up at the crimson-haired man, then at the other people that were staring at him as he let out an uncomfortable-sounding laugh. Ahaha, don't you understand? They played us all, there will be no reward, there is no treasure, we will all die here. Everyone looked at him suspiciously. The man knew something that they didn't. Oh, why would you say such a thing? Matt chimed in, moving closer, as he was afraid that his new brother would do something drastic to the man that lost his marbles. The man just looked at him and took out some kind of jade. It looked like some kind of more advanced communication jade, but it was a bit cracked. He threw it on the ground and started talking, even without the other people having to ask. The sect contacted us a couple of months ago. They mentioned this forsaken place and promised treasures and riches if we took this communication jade with us and reported what was in the secret ground to them. We didn't think much of it, we only thought that we would go in and leave. They must have blocked most of the information about this place, we just assumed the previous people were incompetent. The man slumped onto his knees, clearly not thinking that he could get out of this alive. But there hasn't been any word from outside and these monsters just keep coming, they never stop. Matt placed his hand on the man's shoulder. Thanks to his tranquil will he was able to somewhat calm other people down. The calming feeling washed over the nervous cultivator, that slowly started to calm himself down. Calm down, everyone knows that we were probably sent here as some kind of experiment, but if we stay together we still stand a chance. Kwok Soon looked up at the man that had a strange positive outlook on things. He could feel that the cultivator was quite powerful, probably being in the great circle of core formation, but he wasn't quite sure. He wanted to believe him, but after having spent weeks running away and battling strange monsters he was just tired. You should listen to Brother Dong, but we can also just leave you here if you are going to be a hindrance. Huo Jiang chimed in, Matt's brows furrowing as he started threatening the dude that had PTSD. Though it showed some effects as after calming down, the man went red in the face with rage and jumped up. Me? A hindrance? He glared at the younger crimson-haired man, who was just grinning back, not really caring one way or the other. In his opinion it would probably be better to just leave this guy here, why would they need someone that was a coward? Though when he looked at Zhang Dong, looking for approval, he found the man staring daggers at him, which made his smile turn upside down. What are you doing, you meat for brains? I even managed to calm him down and you riled him up again. I'm sure you were through a lot, but so were all of us, before Brother Dong came and rescued us all. Feng Lina moved in. She was carrying herself a bit differently than usual. Matt expected her to threaten the guy, or even try to give him a couple of smacks. Instead, she was quite calm. She was talking softly while keeping eye contact and with a gentle smile on her face. Was this her normal character when she dropped the female lead act? She also called him brother without the little part, which was a sign of progress. While the tanned beauty was talking, he glanced to the baldy on the side. The man was remaining silent while sitting down. He was clearly in a cultivation position and by the chi signature, he was trying to heal his wounds. When he noticed Matt's gaze on him, he just nodded while clasping his hands, probably just his way of saying thank you. Kwok Soon looked at the lady, then back to Huo Jiang, who turned his face to the side, seemingly embarrassed when the woman mentioned that he was rescued by Zhang Dong as well. The man let out a long sigh before nodding and turning to Matt. He made a decision. Well, if you are willing I will accompany you. The man proclaimed while thinking that he didn't have any other choice if he wanted to survive. The group got reorganized. They had 7 members now, which meant that the overall battle strength had increased. Matt wasn't sure how to arrange the group this time around, but he decided to put the girls in the middle. The 2 new arrivals were in the back with Mutton Chop's elder and he and Chiang were in the front. They tracked along and finally, they spotted a change of scenery. There were 2 massive mountain ranges to the side, going straight up into the clouds. This mountain range formed a path of some sort as the path to the sides was blocked by them and the path forward was getting narrower with each step. It looked like the secret ground wanted them to move between these 2 mountains. Soon enough they figured out why. There was a clearing. In that clearing stood a massive monster. It looked somewhat like a snake, but it had 2 large legs protruding from the front part and the middle body part was a lot thicker than the rear tail part. It also had 2 serpent heads. They were a bit away from the thing that looked like the guardian of this area. Behind it was a large gate embedded into bedrock. I bet the next area is past that gate. We either have to beat this monster or sneak past it. The group looked at the monster while thinking about possible ways of getting through. Matt didn't think sneaking was an option. The gate would probably only open after the monster was slain and busting through it would probably be more difficult than killing the boss that was guarding it. Nether Serpent Core Formation late stage. Only in the late stage. Matt thought that a final boss would be stronger than the mini-bosses like the Goblin Chieftain he came upon in the jungle. Maybe the jungle part is harder than the actual boss. The thing was just standing there, probably waiting for trespassers to get into its domain. The party of cultivators was eager to move on. They spent many weeks in that god-forsaken jungle and just wanted to get out of here. Matt couldn't really see any problems in attacking this monster as it didn't pose much of a threat, so he decided to move forward along with the strongest members of his party to back him up. Firing of range attacks was still not working out, so the warriors had to get close and personal. The moment they got into what the monster deemed as its territory, it gave off a loud roar. It thumped with its two huge legs, making the ground shake, but instead of running towards them, it opened up that large snake-like mouth. Everyone was a seasoned fighter, so they knew what the monster was doing. Part of them dodged to the left while some to the right as the breath attack was fired off by the green beast. One snakehead was breathing regular crimson fire, while the other was blue in hue, turning the ground to ice the moment it connected. "Can you get its attention?" Matt shouted out. "Leave it to us, Brother Dong." Huo Jiang replied as he moved in closer towards one of the heads along with his retainer. Feng Lina moved over to the other head with the other cultivators, pelting it with weakened ranged attacks, the serpent head snapping angrily at them as they came closer. It didn't take long for Zhang Dong to move closer. He waited for the monster to fire off its breath attack at his party members. Soon the time came. Sword chi formed around his long sword that gave out a humming noise as if it was resonating with his energies. Just as the left head closed its mouth, moving slightly upwards to charge its attack up, he moved in. He stacked his condensation and avatar form onto each other for a speed and power boost, vanishing from everyone's sight for a fraction of a second and appearing behind the monster head that he was aiming at, the sword already having drawn blood. The monster's head flew up into the air and flopped onto the ground, green blood gushing like a geyser from the stump. The monster's remaining head quickly looked at the giant wound, eyes all red as it looked at the person that delivered the blow. The man in question only looked at it, a smile on his face. "Shouldn't you really be looking at me?" The monster, of course, didn't reply as it was getting ready to burn the puny human with its fire breath, but before it could do that, it felt something coming from behind. When it turned around, it saw a fist clad in fire coming right for it. The creature couldn't react and got sucker punched right on the chin. It fell backward, its lower jaw popping out of the joint and just flopping against its elongated neck in a gruesome fashion. Matt didn't really need to do much now. The other cultivators overwhelmed the monster with sheer numbers. It couldn't use its mouth anymore or use its breathing skill either. The serpent quickly turned into a punching bag. The ending came after Lina managed to decapitate the remaining head with the help of her battle fans. The heads remained on the ground. The monster was slain and unmoving. "Haha, there still might be hope," Kwok Soon declared while giving one of the giant heads a kick. But Matt was still remaining vigilant. The large gate wasn't opening and he couldn't really tell if the monster was really dead. He should have delivered the last hit, then he would know when the system gave him a prompt, but now he could only wait and see. Suddenly he felt something and quickly shouted, "No, get back!" Kwok Soon turned to Zhang Dong, who was charging towards him, not knowing why. But when he turned to the head that he just kicked, he saw something bursting out from it. He didn't have enough time to react, only being able to watch as a metallic glint was swiping towards his neck. He then heard a sound of metal colliding with metal as Matt intercepted the attack that came for the cultivator's neck. What was standing there was a human-sized snake man, holding two large sabers and locked in a battle of strength with Zhang Dong. The smaller monster somehow jumped out from the cut of head of the previous slain beast. The same happened with the other severed head. The two snake men were both giving of different auras, one of fire while the second of ice. "I'll handle this one, go help the others with the other one." Matt managed to push the creature back. He already noticed that it was a lot faster and more diverse with its attacks than the regular nether serpent. Luckily the remaining body didn't seem like it would be turning into more monsters. These two were just slightly stronger than the larger beast, and the surprise tactic would only work once. The peculiar thing about these two creatures was that no matter how much they stabbed and maimed them, they just wouldn't die. If they chopped off its head again, it would just grow back instantly. The wounds on its body regenerated at an astonishing pace. The cultivators were slowly losing their stamina and chi during the prolonged fight. Are these creatures immortal? How do we beat them? Then an idea popped into Matt's head as he moved. He sliced off both of his hands and legs, slamming it down to the ground, his foot placed on the monster's chest as he held it down on the ground. "Hey, quickly cut off the head of the one you are fighting!" Matt shouted at the other cultivators, that didn't think cutting its head would do anything, but the team leader was saying it, so they had to try. The moment the decapitation happened, Matt sprung into action. He cleaved downwards on the thrashing monster that was regenerating its limbs, being sure to decapitate it at the same time as the others did the other beast. Just as planned, the moment the two heads rolled onto the ground, the monsters' bodies started shaking. There was no regeneration anymore. The fight was over as the bodies dissolved into nothingness, leaving only the sabers behind. Finally, the large gates started creaking open and the cultivators could finally see what awaited them behind them. What it was a world filled with lava and a giant castle in the distance. The large gate-like door slammed itself open. The moment that happened you could feel the change in heat as the warm air started surging from the created opening. Matt didn't receive any points for slaying one of the snake men. Maybe it was the system acting up, or maybe the thing they were fighting wasn't considered a normal beast. HOH. Everyone's mouths opened wide as they saw a narrow path in front of them. There was lava coming out from the sides and dropping down into what looked to be a giant lake below. The path in front of them went on for a while, bending a couple of times before you could see a giant castle-like structure in the distance. This time around, there was a clear path towards the next destination. The lava was everywhere, so they couldn't really go anywhere besides forward. Before they moved onwards, Matt looked at the large sabers that the creatures dropped. They were quite high quality and there were 4 of them. Though he picked up the 2 that the monster he was fighting had on it, the other 2 were picked up by his companions. He was about half done into the great circle with his body refining technique by now. These 2 weapons would probably add quite a bit. Even more, if he got 4 of them, but the items were already gaining new owners. The mutton chop elder took one, while the other one got snatched by the new guy. He was thinking about getting them to cough those items up, but on second thought the new guy lost his weapon on the way and the Huo clan member earned his keep already. He would probably have a hard time beating the previous boss if he was alone. You have to share the loot sometimes, he thought to himself. He wanted to propose a short break so he could absorb the weapons, but the door started slowly closing itself. Damn, will those monsters revive or will this entrance be blocked for now? They had to make a decision. There could be other places like this that they could enter, or they could be lost in the jungle for eternity. Matt didn't feel like he wanted to gamble on that, so everyone rushed inside the lava chamber. It's hot. Feng Liana aired her robe a bit, sweat running down her neck and making her cleavage glisten in the red light. Everyone felt that this place was really stuffy. The 2 Huo clan members weren't as uncomfortable as the rest though. Ha, this heat is nothing. Huo Jiang proclaimed as he strode inside with large strides. Matt's body refining skill was keeping him safe from the heat, but he wasn't sure about the rest. I think we shouldn't linger here. That castle over there isn't that far. Let's go there, just stay vigilant. We have no idea if more beasts are going to show up while we are crossing. They were in a disadvantageous position. The path was about 10 meters wide, but the drop down was close to 1 kilometer. Even if they survived the drop, the burning hot lava would probably burn them to a crisp. This was closed off space. The door slammed itself shut behind them soon after they entered. There was clearly a ceiling with many sharp stalactites coming out of it. The walls around them had openings throughout which lava was rushing down, filling up the flaming hot river below them that run on both sides of the bridge they were walking on. They were about halfway through without anything coming out to bother them. The large castle started getting closer and they could now clearly see what it was. It was situated on an island surrounded by a lava lake. The path they were on was leading towards the gate. It was quite sharp looking with many pointy towers coming out from the structure, with the middle one being the largest of them. They weren't able to digest its looks as the moment they passed the halfway mark something started rumbling. They could feel the rocky bridge shaking below them. Something was clearly wrong. Oh no, the bridge is collapsing. Feng Meiling shouted as she pointed behind them. In the distance from where they came from, the bridge was collapsing. Sections of it just started crumbling and falling into the lava river below them. Everyone started running with all their might, quickly going towards the ominous-looking structure on the island. Matt looked back and could see one of the cultivators falling behind the others. It was the baked potato of a lady that was huffing and puffing. Clearly running wasn't her strong suit. Being the gentleman that he was, he stopped and backtracked. He grabbed the woman like a sack of potatoes over his shoulder and bolted for the fort in the distance, now having to catch up to the rest of the cultivators. Zhang Patriarch, you have my gratitude. Don't talk or you might bite your tongue. I'm going to increase my speed. Matt replied while gathering spiritual energy in his legs. His feet made deep indents in the rocky ground as he pushed off with long strides, quickly catching up to the remaining running cultivators with Granny in tow. The whole place was shaking and crumbling, but everyone managed to make it, the last one being the monk-like character whose sweaty head looked like a shiny marble. Sab Sataduka Pamakantu. He took off his beads and started doing some chants. A holy aura surrounded his being as it washed away his anxiety. The people had unwillingly charged into the large castle-like structure. The gate was open, but the bridge leading up to it had crumbled as the rest. At least this place isn't crumbling. Matt noted while he placed the granny that he was carrying back on the ground. The woman was blushing a little bit, but he couldn't really tell due to her dark complexion. Feng Lina ran up to the two, her finger pointing up as if she wanted to say something but stopping mid-sentence. Thank you for your help, Brother Dong. Granny isn't the youngest anymore. He wasn't sure why the woman was having a hard time talking now, guess the previous conversation was showing some effects as she wasn't acting all hyperactive anymore. Matt just smiled at the woman and nodded. No problem, you can count on me. He replied while looking at the girl. She, in turn, covered her mouth and giggled a little bit. Hee, Brother Dong is really reliable. The reply came with a cute smile, which made Matt stare slightly. What's with this comfortable atmosphere all of a sudden? He just nodded and tried steering the conversation away from himself and to the lair of potential monsters they were in. He couldn't feel any life signals for now, but a monster could just be summoned out of thin air here, so they have to be wary of their surrounding. How about we check this place out? Don't stray too far away from the group, though we don't know if there are any more beasts here. Huo Jiang's retainer chimed in while holding onto his new saber weapon. He looked like he was eager to chop someone up with that thing. There wasn't much inside the structure, the area looked deserted. The structures around here looked old and shabby, there was dust everywhere and no sign of life anywhere. In the middle of the castle fort stood a giant spire-like tower, there was a large door there with a peculiar familiar writing. Those who enter here abandon all hope. The door had a palm drawn on it, probably something used to activate the opening mechanism, so, for now, he told everyone to not go near it. This was also a tower structure, so there would probably be some levels with increasing difficulty. I think the next part is behind that door in the middle. I propose we rest and recover our chi for now and then try opening it. We might not have time to do that later. Matt proposed, wanting to absorb those two weapons that he got, and it was also good to take a breather for the other people. No one had anything against that. The cultivators already gave up the motion of working separately here. There were just too many strange things around for one or two people to handle. Everyone scattered to their own corner to prepare for the next battle, but before Matt could start absorbing those weapons, the more friendly version of the Feng matriarch came over to chat with him again. Could I have a moment? She said in a cheery voice. Matt just stood up from his lotus position, not really having a place to sit down comfortably for a chat, so the two just stood there opposite each other. Sure, how can I help, Sister Lena? Guess he could drop the big sis part and just go with how peers talk to each other in this world. They were both in a patriarchal position in similar clans. Could we talk about the ancestral scriptures? Matt gulped a bit, not really wanting to talk about those as he wasn't really sure how those people interpreted those manga panels like that. You see, the texts were incomplete, but they were supposed to guide us on the path of Dao. Lelyana asked while sitting on a more well-kept piece of the castle wall. Well, the texts that I saw were similar to yours. It's not like everything that's in the secret scriptures is false, you just need to look into them on your own, and pick out the truths. Matt replied while trying not to show his sweaty palms, arms behind his back as he stood straight up, hoping the woman would buy his response. Oh, truths. Lena looked to the distance, appearing like she was thinking about something for a moment, uncomfortable silence filling the surrounding, which prompted Matt to speak up. For instance, your lovely darkened complexion, it's a lot better than the pale one most female cultivators stand by, like you get a lot more vitamin D3, it's good for your health and will progress your Dao further. Matt kind of trailed off at the end, his voice getting fainter as he wasn't sure what he was even talking about. Why are you talking about vitamin D3, you dumbass? Vitamin D tree? Does he mean that I need to be steadfast as an unmoving tree, or bend like a slim tree that survives even great cyclones? Is that the name of some kind of secret technique? Did he say I had a lovely complexion? Feng Lina thought to herself, while Zhang Dong wanted to hit his head on the nearby wall. Tee, you sure have a way with words, Brother Dong. Maybe the texts weren't all that wrong, I'll have to examine them once more when we return. She looked at him while covering her mouth with her sleeve, she then walked away after excusing herself with a proper bow. Matt wasn't sure what the cultivator woman took out from his nonsense response, but at least she looked happy when she was going away. After the coast was clear, he gave out a sigh and went back to cultivating, managing to absorb the two weapons within the hour. His body refining progress jumped up by 10%, these last boss weapons were a lot better than the ones he found along the way in the jungle. Guess it's time to check that tower out, will it be that hell motive? Think Limbo came first. Everyone gathered up in front of the large locked door. Matt nodded as they decided that one of the weaker members would try to place their palm on the door. They didn't want their strongest members to activate any traps as they needed them for fighting. The monk volunteered for this, and after placing his palm on the door they heard gears moving as it opened up. The moment the door opened, a peculiar sweet fragrance hit their noses. Matt covered his mouth and churned his cultivations to stop the fragrance from going further into his body, not knowing if it was poisonous or not. Then they entered inside. The inside looked quite high class. It was only a short hall at first and another door inside. They tried opening it but it wouldn't budge, probably because not everyone from the group had entered through the door just yet. Okay, let's go then. The door shut itself behind them. The red carpet on the wooden floor guided them forward as the previously shut door finally opened. Inside it looked like a ballroom. Many crystal chandeliers lit it up and there were some people dancing inside. Matt narrowed his eyes. The people were wearing fancy dresses but there was something peculiar about them. They had horns and thin black tails. Incubus core formation middle level. Succubus core formation middle level. They were dancing in pairs around a certain woman. The woman had larger horns and a larger tail. Her eyes were glowing in a red hue. She was wearing something that looked like a Victorian-era dress, with a lot of space to see her ample cleavage. That corset was doing wonders for it. The Sin of Lust core formation late stage plus, half-step great circle. Wait, never saw that plus sign before. Sin of Lust? Did they mix up the genres? Matt was expecting the 9 levels of hell, but it looked like he would be getting the 7 deadly sins instead. Matt eyed the lady standing in the middle. She had a demonic air around her. She was looking straight at them. There was an alluring smile on her face. The other people in the room were dancing to the old-fashioned music in the rather large hall. Matt wasn't sure what this was about, but before he could think about it more, one of his party members moved forward. Ho ho, what a beauty! It was Huo Jiang. He had a strange look in his eyes while staring at the alluring woman in the Victorian-era dress. Matt took the time to look at his horny brother's status. He was even starting to drool while staring at the busta succubus. Huo Jiang core formation late stage, charmed. He thought that he had managed to pass the will or fortitude check. He wasn't sure himself as he didn't really play those kinds of games back in his day. Besides the hornball that had close to 100 concubines, the member from the Kwok clan was starting to pant. The monk was chanting as some kind of energy shield formed around him, giving off a golden light. Jiang's retainer was somehow holding up, but he was shaking a bit as well. The women in the group seemed unaffected. We shall not fall under your demonic plot, foul demon. The monk proclaimed as the golden light surrounding his body burst forward, encompassing the whole group. Matt could see the charmed status vanish after the shield formed around them. Jiang staggered forward while rubbing his head, not really sure what was going on. Hey? What was I doing? Well, I think you almost went and proclaimed your undying love to that demon lady over there. Matt replied to Jiang's question while pointing at the Sin of Lust. After the monk formed the protective shield, the woman's seductive gaze turned to one of rage. The music stopped and every succubus and incubus in the room looked at them. Insolent creatures! The horned lady shouted out as her body got surrounded in a shadowy aura, covering her whole body and only leaving the face out in the open. The aura looked like grey liquid and it moved around her limbs, quickly switching to a darker and sinister coloring. The reason for it was soon revealed as the clothing that the demonic woman was wearing switched from a classy lady dress to something out of a bondage dungeon. Matt gulped as he heard the loud whip cracking. The woman's high heels clicked on the floor as she moved slightly forward. She was wearing a skin-tight black latex suit, with a window to display her tightly squeezed bosom. Watch out, they have some kind of ability that deludes your mind. You might attack others around you if you aren't careful. Zhang Dong shouted it out while pulling out his longsword. He moved forward. He wasn't affected by the charm debuff, so he could go out of the shield and fight it out with the demonic woman. Though there were quite a lot of those lower monsters to clean up too, would be difficult if he had to face them on his own. But luckily he wasn't alone and one of his party members had just the thing for this occasion. Everyone, take a talisman, it will protect you from the demonic influence. The monk was coming in handy. He had carved out some talismans from some leaves that he plucked from the forest area. Thanks to his foresight, everyone in the group was able to attach an evil repelling talisman that would temporarily shield them. How much those would hold out was unknown, but it was probably better than having them remain in that small golden shield while he got whipped around by the angry-looking horned lady. The first stage of the tower was turning out to just be a boss area. There were around 50 of those dancing demons. Their clothes were also transforming to look more latexy get-ups. What was different about their apparel was that they had their faces covered, looking like gimps with spikes attached in various places. The men of the group were quite shocking, having a large metal spike right between their legs which made Feng Lina look away in disgust. When the battle started, the Sin of Lust gave out a shrill scream, shattering all of the crystal chandeliers in the area. She gave her own followers a couple of good whips with her weapon, the creatures screaming out in ecstasy as the pain washed over their backs. Kill them all, my lovelies, make your mistress proud and you might get rewarded. The Gimp army charged out, Everyone looked invigorated at the mention of a reward from their mistress. Matt wasn't sure who designed this place, but he wanted to give him a couple of smacks. They were outnumbered by quite a bit, but luckily the boss of the area decided to use her minions first while sitting back in a throne. Her legs were crossed over one another and resting on the back of one of her minions, the high heels were digging into the incubus back and drawing blood, but the person in question looked quite ecstatic. Should I engage the boss alone or should I help the others and whittle them down with them? He wasn't sure if the people behind him could handle the assault of the Gimp troop. He wanted to believe in them though. During the jungle part they showed to be capable, and there was even the monk with good anti-demonic abilities. Can I trust you with those creatures' minions? He asked the other cultivators. The boss wasn't all that strong judging by the system message, but if they truly thought that they needed his help he would play it safe. Fear not, brother Dong, we will handle these trash demons, go and give that bitch a good thrashing. Huo Jiang spat on the floor as he got to the bitch part. He looked quite angry due to the fact that he got charmed before. Leave it to us, young patriarch, replied the old lady, while already gathering wind energy into her staff. That's reassuring. He gave the people a smile, then turned around, looking at the charging monsters. Some of them were running on their hands and feet, some were clawing their way onto the walls and ceiling as they tried to surround the group from all sides. Matt ignored them as he pushed his chi into his legs again. He used his body as a battering ram and with a thumping sound took off running. The wooden floor burst open the moment he charged forward. The monsters tried to block his advance, but they just lost their limbs in the process. He burst through the small wall of latex-clad people and aimed his sword at the sitting seductress, but just as he was about to strike her down, his sword encountered a hidden barrier. Yufufu, what's the rush, little piggy? Why don't you play with my lovelies first? He smashed his fist into the barrier but to no avail, and then jumped back as one of the incubus men tried swiping at him with a clawed hand. The monsters around here looked like beings from a fetish video. They had hooks going into their flesh that was getting pulled apart. Some of those hooks were in their eyes or in their mouth as well. They truly looked grotesque. Guess I have to clear out those guys first. While Matt was battling the hellish guards, his cultivator friends were doing their best as well. The monsters were quite strong all things considered, but luckily they were attacking without any tactics, just rushing in blindly. They were still at a disadvantage though. They were outnumbered and there wasn't really any place to run. The hall was quite large, about the size of a football field, but even though there were windows to the sides they were indestructible. They found that out the moment they tried flinging one of the monsters outside. They expected the glass to shatter, but instead, the gimp's head burst like a tomato after it made contact with the transparent material. This was clearly a sealed-off space. Either they would kill the monster or they would die instead. Matt looked back while smacking a monster to the side with a well-placed kick, shattering its body in half while electrocuting it at the same time. The others were holding out. The Feng clan members were good at blasting the Gimp rush back, while the Huo clan members were quite adept at setting them ablaze. The new sabers were showing promise already, as many heads were rolling around on the hall floor. Enough! The woman on the throne shouted just as Matt managed to slay the last one of her guards. The barrier vanished and she strode forward. Her hips swayed side to side, but that wasn't all that was swaying with them. At this point, Matt was mostly immune to womanly charms as those, so he just gripped his long sword and defended himself as the woman's fingernails extended and she tried to tear his face apart. Who are you? You're the first one that can actually talk. Matt asked while evading a couple of high heel kicks to the face and groin area. The latter attack made him sway backward while sweating. Silence, pig, you could have had a pleasurable demise, but now you will only suffer. She clearly didn't want to talk, or couldn't if she was actually a real person with a mind was still up to debate. Matt wanted to pry some answers from her. Maybe she would be more willing to talk if he cut off an arm or two. His eyes started glowing in bright blue light, electricity forming around him as he got more serious. He activated his body refining skill, perceiving the surroundings in slow motion. Soon the attacks rained down. The monster woman was quite fast and the whipping attacks were quite hard to read, but soon enough she found herself with her weapon arm missing after Zhang Dong got a good shot in. You insignificant pig! She looked quite mad. Her body started executing a terrifying aura as it glowed in purple light. The next attack was a lot harder to receive as Zhang Dong found himself getting pushed back. Instead of the whip, the Sin of Lust used her remaining arm and legs raining down a barrage close-ranged blows. She suddenly powered up, similar to when a boss monster loses half of its HP and goes into a second form or changes its attacking pattern. She was quite fast and strong, but still, she wasn't in the Great Circle stage while Matt was content on fighting experts at that level without a problem at this point. Soon enough the monster's head was flying through the air. The only injury he suffered was a rip to his clothes and some cut hair while he was dodging. Maybe a shorter haircut was due. The moment the monster was slain, the remaining mobs disintegrated into colorful lights. The cultivators behind him gave off a sigh of relief as they also managed to survive the predicament with minor injuries. Congratulations on passing the first floor, you may now proceed to the library, the next floor will open in exactly 24 hours. The voice sounded quite robotic, like something a text-to-speech app would sound like. A new door appeared out of nowhere with a sign Library First Level. The cultivators that he was with were bewildered by the strange voice, but Matt kind of knew what it was about. This is probably some kind of resting area between the levels, might also be a safe zone. I think we should go inside, not like there is anything left in this room for us. The monsters had vanished and there were no weapons left for him to take with him. After some deliberation everyone headed through the door to the so-called library. What greeted them were books, scrolls, and manuscripts, quite a load of them. The door behind them vanished after everyone passed through it. The group found themselves in a corridor at first, torches on the sides as the only thing they could do was walk forward. Soon enough they could see some light at the end of that corridor and they were greeted to rows upon rows of books. A peculiar feeling washed through the people here, their stamina and wounds were recovered almost instantly after going through the library entrance. This is an actual safe zone, would be nice if it also had a save point. The so-called library was quite circular, the long shelves of books formed rings around each other as the collection expanded outwards. In the middle of the large library hall, there was a large circular tube. The tube went upwards and into the ceiling. In the middle there looked to be something akin to sliding doors and a number 1 above it. Is that an elevator? It looked like a normal elevator, it had all the required buttons like the ones that opened and closed the doors. While the other cultivators were glancing at the books, Matt walked up to the elevator and pressed the button that should open it, but nothing happened. The doors aren't opening, maybe it's locked until we clear the other levels. There were 7 buttons on that elevator, which correlated to the 7 deadly sins theme of this test. He left the elevator for now, as after poking every button nothing was happening. He then heard some of his companions speaking out. These books are all for chi condensation practitioners, but the quality is astonishing. He looked at them going through some scriptures, their eyes focused as they were going through the old knowledge. Matt didn't wait much before he picked up one book and used the help of his system to scan its worth. Crimson Phoenix Immolation Palm, First Scripture, Mortal High Grade. Oh, it is indeed a high-grade technique for a chi condensation manual, and only the first part of it. He glanced over it, his system gave him more statics than just the grade of the technique. He also had the option to save it to his system library without having to actually absorb the knowledge outright and get a migraine while doing it. Name, Star Phoenix Immolation Palm, First Scripture. Meant for, Chi Condensation Cultivators, 6+. Grade, Mortal High Grade. Requirements, Fire Affinity C and Grade and up. Chi usage, Moderate High. Description, this art has been designed with close combat in mind. The practitioners gather their chi into their palm, transferring it into their opponent's body during a clash. The inserted chi wreaks havoc inside the enemy's body, burning them from the inside. The correct use of this art will produce a phoenix tattoo on the practitioner's palm. Further scriptures allow the summoning of an actual phoenix that aids in the attack. This doesn't look bad, quite deadly as it's an internal attack, it might even go through someone's body, refining defenses. He started going through the manuscripts closest to him. They were all for practitioners in the chi condensation and they were all above the mortal low grade. He looked up at the bookcase, it had the symbol of fire above it. This was probably why everything in this section was for fire-based cultivators. Think this section of the library would be fit for the Huo clan. Matt brought this to attention as Huo Jiang came over. He and his retainer's jaw opened up wide as they read the previously picked up Crimson Phoenix Immolation Palm, but this wasn't even the best one amongst the techniques that were lined up there. There were various ones, punching arts, kicking arts, ones for using weapons, even regular cultivation manuals that were probably above anything that the Huo clan had in their own library back home. This is a treasure trove of knowledge if we could bring those books back with us. The 2 men had sparkles in their eyes as they went through some of the displayed cultivation manuals. Matt was a bit less optimistic than the 2 as he didn't think that the person that made this place would just let them clean the library out. He was more inclined in thinking that they might be able to take a couple of them later, or even worse as they would get none. With the second option, they would probably have to focus on learning the desired art in the limited time period they had in this library. I wouldn't get my hopes up, I bet the immortal senior that gathered all these books here wouldn't just let us take them with us. Well, this was just something that the others had to contend with. Matt, on the other hand, could just copy everything into his library with a couple of clicks. Thus he did that. While his party members were going through some scriptures and old texts, he started poking them while they were still on the shelves. Fist of the Supreme General, Mortal High Grade. Do you wish to copy this text to the system library? He clicked yes and moved over to the next book, repeating the motion over and over again. The people in the large room were a bit bewildered as they saw Zhang Dong move his finger up in the air while tracing his other finger through the lined-up books. Was this some kind of technique to find the best secret text or something? They didn't want to ask as the man looked quite focused. His fingers were moving at an amazing speed while he was squinting. Damn, is there no faster way to do this? There are thousands of books here, this is going to take a while. He was familiar with this procedure already, as he did the same thing back at the Zhang clan library. Though the clan's library wasn't as huge as this one and didn't have all these varying cultivation arts. He even found some lightning-related techniques here, focusing on copying them down as he frantically went through the entire place. He had to get everything down in those 24 hours, he might not have a second try. He was soon like a blur, hands kicking up whines as he copied everything down without even reading what the skill was for. Everything was going to be shoved into his database. He dreaded the day when he would have to write everything down or use jade slips instead. Thanks to this library being so orderly and circular, he was sure that he wouldn't miss anything if he just went in order. Time soon passed and the next stage was upon them. Zhang Dong managed to finish the plagiarizing procedure an hour early, so he had some time to think about the new stage and rest up. As the 24th hour ticked down, the scenery became a blur. There was no voice or message, the scenery just switched to a small room with another door in front. Everyone looked surprised. They were just reading some scriptures, contemplating the basics and foundation of their techniques as they got teleported here, the books that they were studying just evaporating into nothingness as they found themselves in a sterile room. I guess they won't let us take those books out of there, guess that was expected. Matt mentioned his theory to the others while going towards the door in front. Hope everyone is ready, there are probably be more monsters inside and I bet they will be stronger than the previous ones. Everyone got ready while Zhang Dong grabbed the handle and swung the door open. Soon enough everyone stepped through the door. They were greeted with a flash of bright light and a scenery change. The first thing that Matt noticed after taking a step in that the ground was strangely squishy. Ugh, what is this? He grimaced as he looked at the scenery. The ground and walls looked like they were made from pink flesh. They were in some kind of corridor once again, but it looked to be alive. Are we in some kind of beast's belly? One of the cultivators asked while poking the flesh wall. It was warm to the touch and when you sliced it blood would gush out. There were no spasming or trembling that would accompany attacks to someone's insides, so maybe they weren't inside some creature, just some badly created scenery. The person that made these trials sure has some strange fetishes. Matt thought to himself, but as he wanted to move on, Kwok-soon started grasping his stomach. What is this feeling? So hungry. He was looking at the fleshy walls and the surroundings with reddish eyes and drool coming out of his mouth. This prompted Matt to look at his status screen. Kwok-soon core formation middle stage, starvation. Yeah, figures, 7 deadly sins. Luckily they had the monk with them. He was surprisingly good against curses and debuffing effects like they were encountering in this place. Soon a golden shield surrounded them once more, letting Sun sigh out after the horrid longing to eat the fleshy walls subsided. I think these trials are going to amplify the humanly desires. How many of those talismans do you have on you? You never told us your name. Matt asked while looking at the monk that was chanting. You may call me Benkei. Forgive me, but I only have a handful left and I don't have any more materials to make more. He said respectfully while holding the barrier up. Matt rubbed his chin. He seemed to be unaffected by the mental game-like debuffs, probably due to his previously acquired skill that protected his mind. Brother Benkei, how long can you keep this golden barrier up? I can sustain it for 12 hours. Longer if I have something to replenish my spiritual energies. Zhang Dong nodded while looking to the side at the other cultivators. Think that should be enough. It's not a very hard skill to learn and I already upgraded my impartation of knowledge to a high degree. The answer to the problems was quite easy. He had the skill and he could easily pass it on to others. So he didn't wait much, before moving over to his first victim. I'm going to pass on a secret art to you now. It will protect you from the strange afflictions that these trials are putting us under. He was a bit ashamed that he didn't think about it sooner. If they were placed in a boss room from the get-go, it could have turned out quite badly. Kwok Soon was the first person that was left with a migraine, grasping his forehead after Zhang Dong poked it with his finger. This is truly astonishing, my gratitude. He bowed to Zhang Dong before going down into the lotus position to cultivate this skill. Soon everyone besides the Benkei was down on the ground, trying to cultivate the tranquil mind technique. There should be no problems with the debuffs later on after they were done. I sure hope that this place doesn't have a timer on it or something. Time passed and the cultivators finished at a varying degree. The youngsters like Huojiang and Feng Lina were the fastest, showing that their high cultivation stage at their current age wasn't just for show. The slowest was Feng Mailing, which caused the Tan Feng matriarch to blush a bit in shame. The effects of starvation was now gone. Even though Benkei pulled back his barrier, they could move. The monk didn't need Zhang Dong's cultivation technique as his sect had a lot of skills that shielded them from demonic influences. Matt passed it on to him anyway. He would feel bad if the guy was the only one not profiting while having to hold that barrier up for so long. The team moved forward, going through the fleshy corridors as the second trial officially begun. The second trial wasn't anything out of the ordinary, at least not for Matt. The boss monster looked like a giant head of an obese person with tentacles coming out of its neck area, which it used to move and wiggle around the main boss room. He was already 90% sure that the person that designed this so-called tower trial was someone from Earth. If they weren't from Earth, they must have either came from a very similar place or they visited it for an undisclosed amount of time. The monster went through some generic boss phases where it ducked its head into the fleshy wall and started attacking everyone with its tentacles. While doing so, the main body couldn't be damaged and the cultivators couldn't do anything besides dodging. It was even telegraphing some of its attacks, which allowed the people to dodge with ease. Soon enough the monster was dead and they were taken back to the library. That went rather well, Brother Dong. I'm sure we can get through this trial and get the treasure at the end. But even this library here is already a treasure trove, only if it weren't only techniques for Qi cultivation juniors. Huojiang furrowed his brows a bit while picking up a fire elemental cultivation technique from the side. Oh. I think there will be more than only those. Matt said while walking up to the elevator, Feng Lina next to him as she was curious about what he was doing. Do you know something about this magical door, Brother Dong? She asked while glancing between the elevator and him curiously. Matt smiled a bit as that face that she was making was kind of cute. I sure hope this works, otherwise, I'll look a bit silly. He pressed the button to open up the door and waited. Soon enough the doors opened themselves up and revealed an open area inside. See, now it opens. I bet we can go to the second level of the library with this elevator. The people gathered around him, slowly going inside and looking at the buttons that ranged from 1 to 7. So this is called an elevator? What a strange name. How do you know this, Brother Dong? Feng Lina asked, her face beaming with curiosity while Matt's palms started to sweat. I left my clan for 10 years and traveled the world. I came across a lot of ancient ruins and found a lot of wisdom that described things like these here. Feng Lina clapped her hands while smiling up to Zhang Dong as if she bought his excuse. That explains why you are so knowledgeable about these trials. When we get out I must also travel the world and visit those sites. The girl pumped herself up a bit while the old lady from the side started shaking her head. You must not, young matriarch, you are supposed to lead our clan now. We can't have you going around visiting strange dangerous places. The old woman was clearly against it. The happy expression vanished from Lena's face and got replaced by a cute pout. That was not something a woman in her 40s should probably do, which made Matt chuckle a bit. Brother Dong, you laughed, how could you? She pointed an accusing finger at the man that tried to cover his face up with his sleeve. I don't know what you are talking about, Sister Lena. You sure it wasn't Brother Chiang? Chiang looked from the side, eyes narrowing as he looked at Zhang Dong. Hey, don't get me involved in this. The atmosphere in the elevator became a bit light-hearted as the cultivators started laughing. Soon enough they heard a beep and the door opened up to a similar-looking library room. The people spread out to see what was on this level. Matt grasped one book and was surprised when he read the title. Oh! It's an encyclopedia about basic herbs found in the world. Hey, these aren't combat manuals or cultivation manuals, they are books about various occupations. This level had the basic knowledge required to be an apothecary or an alchemist that forged pills that cultivators were so crazy to devour at astonishing rates. This wasn't all though, there were crafting manuals, manuals about the anatomy of the human or beast body that would help you become a beast tamer or a physician. This is even better than the first level, if we could only get this out of here. Huojiang lamented while going through the books. He knew well that these books were a treasure trove of wisdom that you could build a strong clan or sect on. What was an apothecary? It was someone who could make magical pills that increased the rate of someone's cultivation. There were various pill formulas here that, even though they were most suited for chi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators, were quite the gem. This wasn't all, there were formation array manuals, ones for aspiring blacksmiths with a lot of blueprints for defensive and offensive treasures. There was everything to start you off and set you on the path of a master in a given occupation. Even though this level was even better than the first one, the people here gave out a sigh. They were mostly combating-oriented cultivators, none of them would really profit much from these manuscripts and ancient texts. Still, they still dabbled in a couple of occupations so they could use this time to read up on things they got stuck in. Zhang Dong just did his thing in copying over every last book into his system library. He didn't even know how many points he would have to spend to get these kinds of resources from the system cash shop. Jackpot! Ah, if you want to get back to the other level, just press the button with the letter 1 on it, it will bring you down there. When you want to get back here, just press the number 2. He gave out the information. Maybe the other cultivators wanted to read up on the combat arts more than about forging pills or swords. So hours passed and everyone diligently read, well, everyone besides Zhang Dong, that was running around like a madman and waving his finger around in rapid motions. Cookie clicker skills, don't fail me now. The people didn't know what he meant with that, but he looked absorbed in his task, so they left him alone. He was a reliable asset to this ragtag team of cultivators, but he still had his quirks, but that was normal, as most high-level cultivators were eccentrics. Or so thought the other eccentrics in the group. So passed the days. The group had been in the secret ground for over a month now, but they were still hanging in. They kept finishing the trials, which followed a similar pattern. Sometimes they had to move through a larger area, killing of monsters or gathering items that would open the path to a boss area. On other occasions they were dropped into the boss room from the start, having to cope with the sudden attacks. The library levels started opening up as Matt gained more and more books into his library. On the 3rd level there were more combat and cultivation manuals, but this time around they were for foundation establishment cultivators. They were of superior grading than what the people had in their clans back home, ranging from lower level earth grade all up into the perfect grade. As expected, on the 4th level there were more pill forging formulas and blueprints. They were on a higher level than the ones that were on the 2nd level. The items produced from here could very well be used by core formation cultivators, which made a lot of them try to memorize the pill formulas that increased someone's cultivation rate or replenished their spiritual essence. Maybe if I carve this formula onto my thigh I can take it out with me. Some of them had some crazy ideas. Matt just smiled as he went through the whole library, finishing up a lot faster than before, as the higher the level of the library was, the fewer books there were. On the 5th level, they encountered their first boss monster that was in the great circle of core formation. This was quite the angry-looking beast, looking like a behemoth, which fit the Sin of Wrath name quite well. The area they were fighting, it was in a coliseum. They even had some strange skeleton-like creatures in the stands cheering at them while they battled the ferocious-looking beast. The team of cultivators were already used to fighting these trials, so even though the monster's power was above them, they weren't afraid. They knew that they only needed to support Zhang Dong by activating various game-like mechanics around the stage. They already knew their own strengths and weaknesses, everyone kind of having a sense of camaraderie, as they were even able to joke around in the midst of battle. Soon the beast was slain and everyone returned back to the library, the new level finally having cultivation manuals that could be used by these elders. Everyone frantically searched for the best cultivation method they could find, hoping that they could remember them. They even begged Zhang Dong for a part of his robe on which they could write it down with their blood, as they knew that his clothes could regenerate. After hearing that Matt wanted to tell them that he could remember the cultivation arts and that he would write it down for them later. But on second thought, in their stead, he would probably write it down himself for safekeeping, even if someone else offered to do it instead. Always better to have a backup plan. He could share some knowledge with them later. Envy and pride left. This monster had an extremely hard hide. It took a while to pierce its defense. Think the only reason we made it this deep in, is due to not being affected by the mental attacks. If he were to get a berserk status like in the Sin of Wrath stage, he could very well wipe his entire team out by himself in a fit of rage. The whole party would probably tear each other apart. Think envy would give some kind of jealousy debuff, probably you wouldn't be able to trust each other and get paranoid. Not sure what pride would do though, being too prideful to ask for help. He had some free time as he wandered through the library levels, hoping to find more stuff than just the books, to no avail though. I'm close to the Great Circle with my body refining, but these blasted bosses aren't dropping any items. While he was saddened by the fact that he had no weapons to absorb, he looked at a metal candle holder. It was quite elongated and only had space for one candle. It looked like you could clobber someone good with one of those. He focused on it, his analyzing skill getting activated as he was spacing out. Candle holder club middle earth grade. What? He quickly snatched the thing from the table it was standing on, the library having various tables and chairs in which you could rest and read in peace. He instantly checked if there was a reaction to his body refining absorption skill, and to his surprise the candle holder was reacting. Yes, yes. He shouted out. Luckily the people around were already used to his strange outbursts, so they didn't seem bothered. He snatched a couple of those candle holders as quickly as possible as he didn't have much time and took the elevator down to get even more. He moved into a more secluded place and started cultivating diligently. The metal from the item started melting as it flowed into his body, increasing his body by refining percentages and pushing it towards that 100% mark. Body refining great circle, here I come. Golden candle holder body awaken. He cheered while thinking if there were some metallic plates or ashtrays that he could also absorb. The envy trial was over. The boss monsters weren't really hard to beat if you took care of the afflictions that the stages gave you. Matt felt like he was cheating with his skills, but not like he was complaining, as on the 5th level there were core formation manuals. On the 6th level, there were more crafting, forging, and pill formulas reaching towards things core formation and even some nascent soul experts could profit from. His cultivation nut buddies were drooling at the books that they were holding, some were of the heavenly rank. Matt was holding one of those cultivation manuals in his hand. This was the 3rd part of the series and he hoped that he would find the last one on the next level as well. Name, Supreme Thunder God's Penetrative Nirvana Finger, 3rd tome. Meant for, Core Formation, Middle Stage Plus. Grade, Heaven Middle Grade. Requirements, Lightning B End Grade and up. Chi usage, High. Description, finger attack focusing the cultivator's lightning chi into their fingertips. The longer you charge this attack the stronger it will be, possesses supreme penetrating power. Looks good, but who came out in that name? I feel like the FBI will come after me if I use that on someone. He didn't think he would be able to find some techniques that were better than the ones he bought of his system store. But there were ones of heaven grading, mostly the lower one, but still. The number of books on the 5th and 6th levels was quite limited, so he didn't need the whole 24 hours to copy them down. First came the body refining though. He had pried every metallic object from the walls or ceiling that had some weapon-sounding suffix and prefix. He didn't expect that the items around here would have a grading. Who would expect to find earth-graded items scattered here? But even then he didn't find much besides the candle holders or some metal quills. While his friends were on the 6th and 5th level scrambling to write things down, or remembering them, he was on the 2nd level cultivating. This was the one that no one really visited, having the most basic crafting manuals on it that no one really wanted. He could feel the warm metallic substance enter his body as he felt the familiar feeling. He was breaking through, his muscles tensed up and his body started shining brightly. He looked like a golden statue that had been polished and spotlights were pointed at it. After the breakthrough, he glanced at his status screen, which he didn't really bring up for quite a while. Name, Zhang Dong. Affiliation, Zhang Clan. Spirit points, 423,267. Cultivation base Qi, Core Formation late stage 2%, Empowered Lightning Core. Cultivation base body, Core Formation Great Circle 0,5%, Golden Body. Techniques, Empowered Lightning Chi Cultivation Art, Golden Body Arts, Thunder Light Sword, Thunder Movement Art. Deo, Deo of Heavenly Lightning, Deo of Smithing and Crafting. Other, Senior Aura, Impartation of Knowledge, Mentor's Eyes, Appraisal. Well, my cultivation base didn't increase at all, but the body refining is finally up there. I wish I could get that upgrade though. He still had some candle holders on the side. Luckily there were some chandeliers here and there, so the place wasn't all dark. But it was certainly darker than what you expect from a library building. I bet the guys have some magic arts to see better or spirit up some glowing wisp for it. Matt went back to cultivating, the remaining items not really pushing his cultivation forward that much as he was earning fractions of percentages even from earth middle graded items. He would take what he could get. Couldn't really complain about the free items, but he knew that he wasn't getting to the nascent soul anytime soon. The description on his body refining also had a new line in it. He required a heaven-graded item to advance after getting 100%. Here is hoping there will actually be some tangible rewards on the 7th level. Time winded down and the group soon found themselves at the last stage. They were walking down a curved set of stairs while the surroundings were just a starry void. There was a large platform above them where they were walking to. Lights appeared on the side of those stairs that looked like blue wisps. The whole place was dead silent. The only things that could be heard were their footsteps and breathing. This should be the last one. Wonder what my clan members are doing now. Matt said while walking ahead a couple of steps. He was in the front so he couldn't really see the other cultivators' expressions. The others were reminded about their own clans. They hadn't seen them for over a month now and had no way of knowing if they were still alive. I'm sure the junior members made it through. Feng Daiyu might not be the brightest but her strength speaks for itself. Feng Meiling proclaimed while looking at her worried matriarch that was deep in thought after hearing Zhang Dong mention his own clan. Soon the group was at the top. The stage was round and there was nothing on it besides one thing. A person was sitting on a large throne, looking at them while resting his cheek on his right hand. His legs were spread apart, his eyes wide open and red in coloring. He was looking at the group of people, seemingly annoyed at the cultivators' late arrival. It took you long enough. Sin of Pride Core Formation Great Circle. The man looked quite bored as he leaned back in his throne. He looked like someone in his 30s. He was wearing a red robe and had horns coming out of his head that curved inwards. His hair was white just like Matt's and he was of similar stature as the lightning cultivator. Let me congratulate you on reaching this point in your journey. Not many people manage this feat. He didn't look like he would be getting up from his throne anytime soon as he just switched the hand he was leaning on to the other one and continued babbling some exposition. Most people never get the sin of greed. I congratulate you on resisting your natural predisposition. Guess he was talking about how cultivators in this world would murder their own family just to get that one pill which pushed their cultivation forward a level. The trial he was talking about just showed them some powerful treasures. They were supposed to fight each other for them. But they were just illusions that were easily dispelled by Matt's mind technique, but he wouldn't tell the boss that the trial debuffs and tricks were useless against his tranquil will. Think I need to invest in better mind fortifying techniques. They will probably be crucial if I ever visit other secret grounds like this. The people making those always like to test people by showing them illusions or things like their worst fears to test them. The boss started recounting all the trials, congratulating the whole group while they looked at him trying to measure his strength. This one is strong. Huo Jiang mentioned while sweating a bit from the overbearing aura that the sin of pride was giving off. Matt wasn't quite sure, but thanks to his level up in body refining he was content on defeating this monster in a one-on-one. After saying this, you have two choices. The man finally stood up from his throne, his arms going behind his back as he stood like your regular senior cultivator. You may face me together, but if you do that you forfeit further rewards. The second option would be to face me in a one-on-one battle. If one of you manages to defeat me, you may take one item from the 7th level. The man grinned and spread his arms as he looked at the people in front of him. What say you? Will you attack me all together like a bunch of cowards, or are there any warriors amongst you that are up to the challenge? Some of the male cultivators behind Matt went red in the face after they got called cowards, but after feeling the man's aura they decided not to go forward just yet. While the people were hesitating behind him, Matt took a step forward chest straight up. His steps slow and steady. I'll face you. The horned man looked at Zhang Dong that was approaching him, his eyes scanning his opponent that was only in the late stage of core formation. You sure are a brave young man, are you sure about this? Matt walked forward, getting closer and closer while hearing the other cultivators shout at him from behind. Are you sure about this Zhang clan patriarch? This might be a trap. Feng Meiling chimed in while trying to look at the surrounding area if there were any other monsters around. Yes, brother Dong, maybe you should reconsider. Feng Lina said while looking worried. The idea of the treasures was tempting but it would be better to play it safe. Matt stopped for a moment to think about it, but for some reason, he didn't feel like he would lose. When he looked back to when he arrived in this place, he couldn't remember a situation that he couldn't just fight his way through. He had an easy ride thanks to the system so his ego was quite inflated at this point. The trial of pride was made for people like Zhang Dong. He only suffered minor setbacks which were mostly due to his inexperience in fighting, but due to passing the jungle and having fought his way through it with ease he was feeling confident. So what if this was the creature's plan? He was sure that he could just bulldoze through him like he always did. Well then, let the trial begin. The sin of pride smirked while a translucent dome of energy appeared between the area he and Matt were in and the area where the others were. Everyone looked on nervously as the two combatants moved closer to each other. They knew that Zhang Dong was strong, probably the strongest core formation cultivator that they had ever seen, but he was making a rookie mistake now. He was letting himself get pulled into the enemy's scheme. It would be much safer to fight him as a group. Still though, if he won they would be getting more rewards. On the other hand, if he died they would probably not be able to defeat this monster even in a group. Why are the young always like this? Feng Meiling shook her head while looking at the youth that, like many others before him, wasn't thinking with their brain and with their muscles instead. Let's believe in Brother Dong, he is strong. Huo Jiang cheered while poking the shield that appeared before him. After the smack he felt a repelling force that pushed him back. While the other side behind the barrier mat was now standing in striking distance of the so-called Sin of Pride. The man was quite handsome, well-built and smiling at his opponent while looking confident. The two stared at each other for a good few moments before the boss spoke up. Are you going to just stand there? Here, I'll give you the first one for free. The man laughed at Zhang Dong while turning his cheek to the side and pointing at it. It looked like he was willing to receive a hit without dodging. Matt raised his brow at this display and shrugged. Guess this guy was really sure of his strength. He would have to bring him down a peg. Matt could feel that the restrictions that he felt back in the jungle area weren't that strong inside this barrier. He could probably let loose in here. While thinking like that he started gathering energy into his fist. He pulled his fist back, blue lightning energy gathering into it as he charged his attack up. Matt's robe and the man's fluttered as due to gathering so much spiritual energy wind was getting kicked up. His muscles bulged as he moved his arm backward. He was going for a normal punch with all his weight behind it along with some lightning energy. The Sin of Pride looked at the large fist that was getting charged up. Matt wasn't sure what he was thinking about, but it didn't seem that he was going to dodge. Prideful, hey! The punch was finally thrown. A loud booming sound resounded inside the barrier as the fist filled with energy connected with a face. Matt could feel his strike going through, but he was surprised. The man's face was extremely hard. Even with his body refining skill at the Great Circle he felt the attack down to his bones. The man was forced backward, but he didn't fly as Matt expected but slid along the ground with his feet firmly planted on it, coming to a stop after about 10 meters. His face was turned to the side and you could see a red mark at the spot that Zhang Dong punched him. Sin of Pride moved his hand to his jaw, rubbing it slightly, a grin appearing on his face. Nice hit. He spat out some blood while cracking his neck slightly, his hand on his jaw as he rubbed it slightly. Hey, I had an idea. Do you want to play a fun game? The man looked quite excited now. His eyes were wide open as he moved back to where he previously was. He moved his hand back, in a similar motion that Matt did, and looked at his opponent. It's quite the fun little game. He replied with vigor in his voice, like he found something interesting. The ground shook. Feng Lina covered her face with the sleeve of her robe as she looked at what was happening inside the barrier bubble. She saw Zhang Dong receiving a devastating right hook right to his face. His face was bounced backwards and it looked like it would leave his neck and fly into space while he staggered. The residual shockwave from the devastating stroke tossing up a storm as even the sturdy floor was slowly showing a sign of cracks. Zhang Dong shook his head a bit as he looked back at his opponent, who was grinning widely. He was bleeding from a cut lower lip, the blood slowly dripping down onto the floor and his clothes. He looked quite happy though, moving his hand backwards and then crossing his hands over his own chest as he smirked. Your turn. Matt looked at the Sin of Pride, not really sure how the situation turned this way. He was having a good old-fashioned slugfest with the guy. The man wasn't blocking and neither was he. They were having a competition of strength and resilience. Something was pushing him forward though. The more he saw the demon man smirk and smile, the more he wanted to slam his fist into his face. Another devastating blow landed. The opponent slid backwards yet again, his jaw even getting dislocated as he lost a tooth from the exchange. Matt didn't rejoice though, as the fist that he hit the man on the face was hurting like hell. Go down, you fuck! He screamed internally while his enemy moved back into place. He could dodge the fist, he could put out his sword or use some tactics, yet something was compelling him to power through it. Did he suffer some kind of status effect that was making him so prideful, or was this how he really was deep down inside? He wasn't sure, but he thought that he would lose dignity that he thought that he didn't have if he gave up before the other person did. Soon 30 minutes had passed and the two were just going back and forth, hitting each other. More and more they ended up on the ground, but both of them kept standing up, burning passion in their eyes. If Matt didn't know better, he would think that he turned into some kind of meat-headed protagonist that never gave up. Always having to face their enemies in a fair fight, their will unbroken. While the two were continuing their punch-out, the other cultivators looked at them with mixed feelings. Most of the men kind of understood why the Zhang patriarch was sticking to this approach, while the girls thought that he was an idiot for getting pulled into the enemy's rhythm. Though all of them agreed on one thing, the man was really resilient. None of them felt like they could take one of those punches and be able to get up as well as he did. Do you think he can win it? I'm not sure, they look equally matched. What monsters? They have been at it for an hour, is their stamina infinite? Let's hope the boy manages, don't think any of us can face that monster. The people chattered while standing close to the barrier. They had gone around it, hitting it in various places, wondering if they could help Zhang Dong out. They didn't find a weak spot that they could slip in though. This barrier would probably hold off a nascent soul master. They could only twiddle their thumbs and wait for the silver-haired man to win this. Ah damn, my face hurts, is my nose broken? Will my teeth grow back if I lose any? He staggered backwards, falling onto his ass, his opponent huffing and puffing as he was showing signs of fatigue. Well, not like he was better off though. He was bleeding from his nose and mouth only thanks to reaching the great circle in his body, refining he was surviving this somehow. Think my body is harder than his, but he has a stronger healing ability. He would knock the sin of pride further back, breaking some bones in the process as his face was all bloody by this point. The problem was that after they switched turns, the man would start healing up and his broken jaw, chipped teeth all grew back into place. He, on the other hand, didn't suffer as much damage, but it was slowly accumulating. I guess that was his plan, force me into a battle of attrition that I can't win. But did he think that I would last this much? The boss monster wasn't grinning as much now as he was before. The two had been punching each other for over an hour now. Both of them had disheveled hair and bloodied clothes, but the sin of pride was looking slightly worse than Matt was. He also stopped taunting him after each hit. He would shout some cocky phrases here and there, but he was dropping the act now, his brows furrowing as Matt moved back into place with his fist ready to slam into that face one more time. Matt gathered more energy into it. He still had some left in his tank as he was smart enough not to go full throttle from the get-go. This looked like a turning point, or just a scheme of the other man to make Matt show his cards. Though he didn't think that would be the case, as going by the theme of pride, the sin of pride should be too prideful to pull any sneaky tricks on him. The fist shined in a blue hue, lightning energy filling the space around him as Zhang Dong applied his condensation skill along with his avatar form, just targeting his fist. Thunder resounded through the area as his wide fist smashed into the enemy's nose, shattering it on contact. The man's arms and legs remained stationary while his body was pushed back, which made it look quite comedic. The boss monster flew back, making a nice arc as he hit the throne that he was sitting on at the beginning of the stage. The last punch took quite a bit out of him, his hands spasming and his veins bulging due to the condensation technique's side effects. Luckily the enemy wasn't moving for some reason. He looked like he was sleeping on that throne with his head slumped forward. I win. He raised his fist upwards while being slumped forward and barely standing up on his own 2 feet. Matt was close to passing out himself. He wasn't sure how many punches to the face he took, but he hoped that he didn't get permanent brain damage now. He slowly walked over to the passed out sin of pride, not knowing if this was over or not. When he was leaning down, the man suddenly opened up his eyes, which made Matt stumble back and almost fall on his butt once more. Buahahaha, it's my loss. The man smacked his thigh like he was having a jolly good time, though he was looking quite awful as Matt had destroyed quite a bit of his face during the punching contest. Congratulations, oh prideful one, you may receive your reward now. Suddenly he started turning into small spiritual lights like the other summoned monsters when you defeated them, his face still showing a dumb grin. Hope you can entertain me again when we meet anew. Enjoy your reward while you still can, prideful one. Matt didn't get to ask about what he meant with that as he soon vanished and the barrier surrounding the area vanished. This wasn't over as the throne opened up and a small chest rose up from the sitting spot. It wasn't a large chest, something that you would use to store some jewelry at most. After opening it up he found a strange black cube inside. What is this? The system couldn't analyze it and it was extremely hard. Even when he gripped it with all his strength the thing wouldn't budge a muscle. Maybe it's some kind of key. Guess I should watch out for cube-sized holes. He shrugged and placed it in a side pocket of his robe, but just after doing that he collapsed to his knees. He didn't think his injuries were that bad, but the moment he felt the relief of beating the enemy his body started shutting down. He slumped forward, face planting on the throne out cold while his companions rushed in to check upon him. He suddenly woke up while resting on a large leather couch, books around him as he was back in the library building. Ah, guess I'm not dead, but my face still hurts. He stood up and found Feng Meiling studying some kind of occult-looking book. Oh hey, how long was I out? He asked without thinking much, but the woman ignored him, her eyes focusing on the thing in front of her as if it was something required for living. Wait, how long was I out? Fuck. He knew that this was the last level, it looked different than the previous ones. But this meant that he was out for an unknown amount of time and didn't get to copy any textures down, he might not make it in time. He started quickly running and poking the scriptures, realizing that they were mostly in the heaven grade. On this level, there were both cultivation manuals and ones for crafting and pill making. The amount was less than on the lower levels, but he didn't know how much time he had left, he had to copy them down as soon as he could. Wasn't there supposed to be some kind of reward as well? While Zhang Dong was shuffling through the books, his clan members were still stuck in the fortress. They had spent a whole month at this location and it looked a lot different than before. Firstly, the shape of it wasn't square anymore, or at least the outer walls changed. They had been spending their days killing a monster wave each day, the stronger the monsters the more points they earned for clearing them out. The cultivators figured out how the treasure map in the form of the hologram worked and had placed an octagonal wall that surrounded the old square ones. On the new wall, there were other weapons there beside the ballista. There were cannons placed lined up on the walls, shooting out blasts of condensed energy. They required specialized ammunition that was carried over by the chi condensation cultivators. At the spots where the walls connected to each other stood defensive towers, more cannons and ballistas being placed there. Inside of them, there were people, wielding some weapons like rapid-firing spirit crossbows that they also could exchange for points. It looked like they were doing fine on the outside, having constructed a larger fortress that was there before, but the atmosphere in the control room was a bit different. We used up all of the resources on repairing, the next wave will be starting in an hour, it's going to be worse than the previous one. One person proclaimed while glancing at the hologram of the fortress, the number of points being in the single digits, the amount not enough to buy even the simplest self-firing weapon. Zhang Ji, Huo Tao and Feng Daiyu looked tired, they had been actively participating in defending the fort, it wasn't strange for the walls to crumble and they having to bunker back behind the ones deeper inside. The number of core formation beasts is increasing, there was one more this time around too, it almost got through the inner walls. That formation that your Zhang clan possesses is really astonishing, brother Ji. Huo Tao declared while rubbing his beard, the Huo clan had long thrown out their misgivings about the other cultivators here. After having fought for a month, everyone realized that they had to work together, otherwise they would all surely die. There was some tension in the beginning, even some deaths due to some misgivings, people fighting each other out of stress. Luckily the people somehow managed to get past that first hump, mostly due to the Zhang clan listening to their patriarch order and not retaliating as much and instead trying to work it out together. Teamwork had a limit though, the ferocious beasts were getting stronger and stronger. Even though they could fortify this base of theirs, they were slowly faltering. Something was coming, past the 90th wave, the time of rest had decreased each time. This would be the 100th one, and they were expecting something big. Final wave will commence in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After the robotic voice resounded, everyone gulped hard, the people that weren't injured were manning the walls and towers looking out into the distance. The terrain was already destroyed, the ground bulldozed by all the previous monster waves. Soon people heard thumping noises coming from the distance. Soon enough 4 giant silhouettes could be distinguished, each monster larger than the other as they came from all sides. From the east came an azure dragon, it was floating slightly above ground as it moved forward. From the south flew a vermilion bird, spewing fire as it charged forward. From the west, they saw a white tiger charging right at them, while up north was the largest beast, a black tortoise lumbering towards them. The immense shell it had didn't look like it could be pierced by anything. The 9th platoon was standing in one of the towers, on their side was the large white tiger. It wasn't alone though, as there were many smaller feline-type beasts moving in front of it. The giant monster strolled while yawning like it was bored that it had to even leave its nesting place to take care of the bug-like cultivators. Great ancestors, in what realm is that beast? Zhang Ji looked at the faraway monster with her looking glass, the spiritual energy coming from the large tiger beast was immense. This kind of aura belonged to someone at the top of core formation, but she wasn't sure if it was in the late stage or in the great circle. This doesn't look good, everyone get ready, fire when they are in range. The junior members were ready, they had been doing this for a month already. Some of them were injured from the previous battle. Zhang Peng had a really large cannon and was holding it against his shoulder, making it look like he was carrying a rocket launcher. Zhang Hong was to the side, he looked a lot slimmer now than previously, mostly his upper body that turned all that fat into muscle. Still, his battle robe was protruding at the belly part. Zhang Teng and Bao were to the side, gathering ammunition in the corner, making sure that they had enough before they had to return to get some more for their brothers and sisters. Zhang Yu and me weren't here with them as they went to the barracks to help out with the injured, their healing arts having progressed quite a bit during this hard month of battling. Zhang Ai and Shui were holding crossbows that had a part that you could load bolts into. They were just making sure that everything was in place before placing the weapons against the small windows in the tower they were in and taking aim. Zhang Tai and Lu were sitting in something that looked like a cockpit. They had something that helped them aim the cannon that they were operating, as these cost a lot fewer points than the ones that were automatic. Soon you could hear cannon fire, the monsters exploding into gory bits as they were hit by the metallic shells. The whole place looked like a more futuristic fortress, with spotlights shining and heavy artillery getting fired from it by the cultivators inside. You could see Kira girls running around with boxes in their hands, quickly restocking the used-up self-working ballistas. Explosions filled the entire place. The monster wave didn't stop, as for every beast that exploded during the charge 2 more came from behind it, and like a tsunami they got closer and closer, finally arriving close to the walls. But before the creatures could start climbing and devouring the people inside, an energy barrier appeared to block their path. The monsters scratched it with their claws, bit into it and just charged at it in a fit of rage. The energy bubble wouldn't be able to stop them forever. The biggest problem were the flying enemies. The largest of them looked like a phoenix made from fire. It was circling above the large fortress, casting a shadow over it, while the people inside tried shooting it down with their spiritual cannons, to no avail as it was out of range. They had to leave it alone for now, as the smaller flying beasts started slamming into the transparent energy field. They turned into hedgehogs due to the many crossbow bolts that the defending cultivators fired into them. It looked like they were in a standstill for now, but that was only due to the boss monsters not really moving in. The monsters stopped and watched as their minions attacked the castle in an angry rush. The only huge beast that was constantly moving was the turtle that was almost as big as the whole fortress that the cultivators were defending. Time ticked down and minutes turned into hours. The monsters still kept coming. The people inside recognized a lot of those beasts from the previous waves, but due to the increased firepower and defensive structures, they went down a lot faster than before. Soon enough the monsters from the previous wave made their appearance, prompting the elder members from the clan to head out into battle. The battle looked bleak as the first defensive barrier got breached and the cultivators had to flee into the inner fortress. The automatic weapons were quickly destroyed, or they run out of ammunition as the beast burst forward. It looked like it would be a repeat of what happened on the previous wave. The Zhang clan members were already in their serpent formation, firing off their breathing attack to bring down one of the core formation beasts that made its way past the barricade. Everyone was desperately fighting for their lives, but the most powerful monsters were still just sitting outside the first wall and waiting. Only after the beasts moved into the inner sanctum and were defeated once more, the ones outside moved. The tiger roared out loudly, prompting the remaining feline beasts to part ways for it. The same happened on all sides. Damn, there is no place to run and those beasts are still coming. Zhang Ji propped himself upwards, the last attack that he performed along with his clan members having drained his reserves. The last wave was bad enough, but even though they defeated the monsters, the path was open. All the walls were breached, just a couple of cannons remained with some leftover cultivators still reloading and firing them off at the enemies. Was it impossible to win from the start? I have failed you, Patriarch. Huo Tao lamented while blood was running down his face, the man having a hard time keeping conscious after taking a serious blow from an angry-looking beast. Feng Daiao was to the side just sighing. They put up a noble fight, but this looked like it was it for them. The monsters outside just needed to move in, to dish out the killing blow. Their strength was immense, and even if they had the power of the fortress behind them, she thought that they had a slim chance of coming out on top. A bit outside the inner sanctum in one of the partially destroyed towers, the 9th platoon was still fighting. Monsters started flooding inside and they were battling them with the help of their weapons. Zhang Shui and Lu combined their lightning attacks to send one of the leopard-looking beast tumbling back, letting Zhang Peng smash his fist into its spine, taking it out in the process. They all looked injured, sweat running down their foreheads and dripping to the floor along with their blood. Zhang Ji was to the side, holding onto her belly. A monster had pierced it with its sharp claws before she could take it out. She was getting nursed by one of the girls. Shui and Lu quickly ran up to her, worry in their eyes. Mother! Leave me! I'll hold them off. You must reach the inner fortress with the rest of the clan members. They got separated from their clan members when the beasts burst through the walls, so they were sitting ducks for the incoming monster cats. The thumping of the largest one getting louder and louder as it approached them at an increased pace. No, we can't, we will survive this together. Zhang Shui replied with tears in her eyes, her mother glancing up at her children that she held dear to her heart. They were her pride and joy and she only came here with them to keep watch, but this would be the end for her. She would stay behind in the hopes of a miracle, even if she could just buy them a second of more time it would be enough. Silence, this is an order. Get back to the inner sanctuary. She glanced at the other platoon members with a stern face, which prompted them to grasp the crying girl pulling her back from her mother. Zhang Ji nodded as the others started evacuating, her eyes meeting with her son's on the way as he hesitated as well. Take care of your sister. The youth didn't reply and just made a small bow and then turned around leaving, a small tear running down his cheek as he lamented. The woman stood up going further up onto the tower, her wound was just patched up but it was enough for her to last a few moments. She saw beasts charging her way, their teeth sharp and their claws long. She was holding on to a chipped sword and plunged it into the beast's eye as it tried pouncing at her. The weapon snapped in half as she tumbled to the side, her battle wound opening up. The monster slumped after its brain got pierced by the weapon, turning into bubbles of energy soon after. The woman leaned about a cracked battlement looking back seeing that her children were running back they would probably make it to the other clan members. She smiled but was startled as she heard a startling deep growl. She turned to see a large feline eye just staring at her, the white tiger had made its way to the tower she was in. The beast was immense and wouldn't have trouble in gulping her down in one quick bite. The woman coughed up some blood and looked up into the sky, eyes soon closing and a smile appearing on her face. I'll be joining you soon dear, Jia did her best. She was tired from all the fighting, tired from all the bloodshed. The moment she accepted her impending death her legs gave out under her and she slumped on the ground. The beast just gave out a snort that made the woman slide backward and hit the wall, more blood coming out of her mouth in the process. The beast looked at the small bug in front of it, why wasn't the little human trembling like it was supposed to? The proud tiger didn't understand while the bug was smiling and just waiting there. But it wouldn't refuse free food, the woman was of a higher cultivation level and looked quite yummy. Its giant maw opened up wide, the teeth being almost as large as the human that they were going towards. The beast's warm breath hit Zhang Ji's skin and some saliva dripped on her body, soon the mouth would close devouring her whole. Crack K. The monster felt something slam into its head shattering its giant teeth in the process. Its immense body flew backward slamming into the destroyed wall and bouncing further and further. It kept rolling and bouncing in a comedic fashion soon leaving the premise of the outer fortress walls that it came through, its mind dazed as the hit rattled its brain, stunning it momentarily. Zhang Ji felt the wind hit her face, pushing her further back into the wall she was leaning but nothing besides that. The pain didn't come and she didn't feel the monster's breath upon her anymore, which prompted her to open up her eyes. What she saw was a giant blue fist in the spot that the monster tiger's face was previously in, lightning energy crackling from it. Patriarch. She said in a daze while staring at the avatar form that she knew that her clan patriarch used before. It was a bit bigger than the one he used when he saved the clan from the impending doom before, but it was clearly him. Sorry for being late, leave him to me. Take this and go back to the rest of the clan. A recovery pill dropped on her head, right between her eyes which she quickly gobbled up a relaxing feeling washing over her body and her cracked bones and wounds quickly recovering. She looked as the lightning giant moved towards the equally large white tiger. With each step the giant took lightning energy shoot out, incinerating the lesser monster in its path. It's the patriarch. Zhang Dong's appearance and overbearing aura was hard to miss. The Zhang clan members cheered out loud as they saw their leader sock the beast tiger in the face sending it flying backward. Matt was the first one to arrive but soon enough the tired foundation establishment and chi condensation cultivators could see other core formation experts appearing, each one of them attacking the four beasts that were in similar stages as them. Feng Lina and Feng Meiling headed towards the flying monster, everyone had recovered the usage of their storage rings so they could finally use their flying swords once more. Huo Jiang and his bodyguard went towards the dragon while the remaining two decided to stall the slow-moving turtle monster. They didn't think they would be able to crack its shell but they could buy some time till Zhang Dong and the rest took care of the other beasts. It's the young master. The matriarch and the elder are still alive. We are saved. Everyone cheered out loud as they saw their seniors arriving in the nick of time. Some of them were still missing but this was a massive confidence boost to all of the cultivators. While Matt was running towards the tiger Zhang Ji quickly returned to her own clan members, Shui clinging to her arm and crying her eyes out once more. Shue'er you need to stop being such a crybaby, mother is fine thanks to the patriarch. She replied while looking into the distance, the white tiger was in a chokehold thrashing around and trying to bite at the large lightning construct that was holding onto it tightly. Master is finally back. Zhang Lu had stars in his eyes and a grin plastered on his face, the faith that he had in Jiangdong was slowly going into overdrive. The rest of the Jiang clan members weren't far behind as they looked at the kaiju battle happening in the background, the white tiger suffering a slam that made the whole secret ground tremble. Everyone gather up, assume the formation, we are going to support the seniors. Zhang Ji stumbled forward, still fatigued from the previous battle but reinvigorated by his leader's appearance. Everyone shouted out in unison as they assumed their position. Soon the water serpent was formed. Ji realized by the battle that the patriarch didn't need any more help, so instead, they headed for the firebird, their water elemental serpent being just the thing to counter its fire attacks. There were still smaller beasts around, so the cultivators barricaded themselves in the innermost wall of the fortress. Using the remaining ranged weapons as well as engaging the monster in hand-to-hand combat. The monsters were finally getting pushed back, the sounds of battle filled the surroundings. Matt rammed his fist into the tiger, sending his sharp chompers flying into the air. He could tell what the theme of these beasts was from one look and from which directions they were coming from. The 4 guardian beasts, hey, not a bad choice I guess. He thought to himself nonchalantly while delivering another full power punch to the beast's side, sending it tumbling to the side. The beast didn't look like it would be putting up much of a fight against this overpowered patriarch, but he couldn't play with it for too long as the others weren't as strong as him. He started getting smaller and smaller, the tiger was on the ground shaking its head while recovering. He had enough time to deliver a finisher. He pulled out his sword, the weapon radiating with spiritual energy as it expanded into the heavens. He held his long sword with both hands, eyes closed, and right at the time when he opened them he brought the sword downwards in a slash. Sever the heaven! He shouted out, while the energy beam traveled downward. The monster could only look on in shock as the sword strike descended from the sky before it could evade to the side. It was bisected the ground, forming a chasm the moment the sword energy hit it. Lots of dirt and dust got flung into the air as the first monster got slain. Guardian White Tiger slain, core formation Great Circle, 90,000 points earned. Matt rubbed his nose a bit, blushing slightly due to shouting out the attack name before preforming it. Hope nobody heard that, embarrassing. The first beast fell, its 2 sides splitting and falling opposite each other. The peculiar thing was that the monster didn't turn into energy bubbles like the rest of them, but Matt was sure that it was dead. It was cleanly sliced in 2 parts, there should be no way of it to recovering its previous form. Also, there was the system prompt, and he even earned a good amount of points. I should go help the others. He thought while hearing a rumbling shout. He looked into the distance and saw Huojiang standing in a karate-like stance. His bodyguard was keeping the monster dragon busy. It looked like it had already suffered some damage, but so did the 2 other cultivators. The red-haired brother was gathering all of his spiritual energy into his fist strike, clearly taking his time while his clan member distracted the beast. This new technique. I only managed to cultivate it to a minor achievement, but it should be enough. Take this beast. Flame Emperor's Pure Yang Destruction Fist. Matt stumbled forward after hearing the long name of the attack that Huojiang threw at the monster. The moment the man punched out, you could see some kind of flame giant show himself behind him. It looked like a transparent hologram, and he was taking the same stance and had the same facial expression as the cultivator in front. The mutton chop elder fled to the side as he almost got hit by his young master's attack. He tumbled to the side. The flame fist cleanly landed on the dragon's head, promptly turning it to mincemeat and filling the whole area with fire energy. There was a huge explosion that made everyone look in the direction. Ha, not bad. Matt smiled as he saw Huojiang passing out after throwing that fist attack at the monster. His new friends were a lot stronger than expected. The 2 women battled the giant bird, slicing its wings with their wind attacks, the water serpent spewing beams out of its maw, interrupting the firebird when it tried to counterattack. The turtle, on the other hand, was getting its face slapped around by a big Buddha statue. Bangkei had gathered his remaining sect buddies and went into a formation of their own. The statue looked golden and had 6 arms. It was hovering above ground while in a sitting position, delivering strikes to the monster's head that tried snapping at it. Matt decided to go for the turtle now, as it looked a lot sturdier than the bird that was getting its feathers plucked by his clan members and the Feng clan ladies. It didn't take long for the cultivators to successfully eradicate every remaining monster in the area. The hardest one to kill was indeed the turtle, as even though its attacks were weak, it was really hard to get through that shell. After the phoenix look-alike fell, everyone gathered up and started blasting the thing from all sides. Soon enough the shell broke and the beast fell. We did it! Woo! I'm alive! It's over, right? This is it! I want to go home! People shouted out, cheering loudly. Their wounds didn't hurt as much now when they had victory on their minds. Everyone was tired, most of the fortress was in shambles, wall chunks were everywhere. Just as Matt was ready to shout out to his clan members, the robotic voice resounded around the area once more. Congratulations on completing the 100th wave. The bonus stage will start now. Bonus stage. Matt blinked, wondering what this was about, but then he felt that something was happening to the giant monster bodies. They started glowing and condensing into small balls. The four spheres then shot out into the air, gathering in one spot and fusing with each other. There was a giant shockwave that kicked up storm-like winds, and the cultivators felt a massive surge in spiritual energy in that area. No, this is... it can't be. The energy was far greater than what a core formation cultivator could have, so everyone gulped as the area where the orbs fused together started showing an outline. Soon enough, a large shout resounded through the destroyed testing grounds. Buahaha, I told you that we would meet again, didn't I, oh prideful one. The man was the previously fought Sin of Pride, but he looked a bit different. His body, as well as his face, was all red, his hands looked more like claws, and his horns that were previously meager were quite large now. He looked like a textbook demon, sharp teeth white as pearls and an armor of red covering his whole body. He even had large bat-like wings growing out of his back while hovering up in the air. But that wasn't the problem though. And Nascent Soul? How could this be? Demon Lord Nascent Soul, early stage. I must thank you for setting me free, I don't get many opportunities to stretch my wings. The demon smirked while filling the area with its overbearing demonic aura. Set you free? Matt asked while looking up at the monster. He was feeling the brunt of that force that was making even him tremble. Oh, did you forget about the little game that we had? I hope the rewards were worth it. Matt groaned. The reason that the bonus stage started was probably that he blundered and accepted the Pride Monster's offer. How could he know that even when winning it, it would bring doom upon him and the clan later on? Well, not like I made the rules, hope you can entertain me for a bit. The demon shrugged while grinning and charging out. He was so fast that he vanished from Matt's field of vision and appeared behind him in a fraction of a second. Demonic wings kicking up massive winds that sent everyone close in the area backward. Everyone was sent flying in various directions while the demonic being looked at Zhang Dong. The attack was clearly aimed at the cultivators beside Matt, as he was mostly unaffected, but everyone else was tossed aside. Matt took on a fighting stance. The demon in front was in the nascent soul realm. Could he even damage him? The grinning demon crossed his muscular arms over one another and just waited there, his head turned to the side as if he was beckoning him to strike his cheek, just like when they had the punching contest. Matt clenched his fist. If the monster was willing to let him deliver a strike, he would put everything into it. He gathered all of his spiritual energy into his right arm, activating all skills that would let him enhance this hook. His forearm bulged out, veins protruding from it. His whole arm started crackling with lightning energy, the chi getting pushed forward as the glow on his fist got brighter. He jumped forward ready to strike, the monster unmoving as if it didn't care about the puny attack that this human was preparing. The ground trembled under Zhang Dong's might. He charged forward each step, leaving a large hole behind, the other cultivators only seeing a white blur flying towards the demonic being. Boom! The whole place shook as the strike connected, hurricane winds blasting everything to the side, people looking on in awe. Nothing should be able to survive a hit like that. This strike was extremely close to the nascent soul level. Even a master like that shouldn't come out unscathed, or so they thought. Is that all? A demonic voice could be heard which made everyone shiver. After the dust cloud subsided, everyone could see what actually happened. Zhang Dong was kneeling down on the ground, holding his right hand with his left. The right fist in question looked mangled up, the skin was torn and some fingers were broken. Arg! Matt screamed out while grasping his hand. Did he punch an iron wall or something? His hand was broken and bleeding. He looked up at the demonic being, the man in question looking quite smug. He didn't have time to recover as a swift kick sent him flying back, the demon finally attacking. I had high hopes for you, but you are this weak. Matt bounced a couple of times before managing to regain his balance, his good hand digging into the hard bedrock as he slid backward and finally came to a stop. He got kicked in the chest and felt that his ribs broke in a couple of places. He spat blood onto the ground and looked in horror in the direction of the monster that was flying towards him. He grasped his sword, pushing all the energy that he could muster into it. When the demon got into his domain, he released a barrage of sword strikes, applying the same technique he used to slice up the Thulhu-like creature. The demon just walked forward, looking relaxed as the sword energy collided with his body. Matt expected to see blood, but instead of slicing the demon apart, his sword broke into tiny fragments after it got smacked by the red monster's large hand. Pathetic. Another kick landed to his side. he tried blocking it with his good arm but it got folded in half along with his body as he got blasted to the side. He screamed out in pain, blood spurting out of his side as he tumbled along. Fuck, it hurts. He couldn't move his other arm at all, it was just dangling like a wet noodle while he gathered himself up. The monster was just toying with him now, he had no way of retaliating. He was flung around the area like a punching bag, his legs soon broken while the demon grinned from seeing the previously prideful cultivator finally having a look of despair. That's it. Those eyes, that's how you are supposed to look. Despair more and grovel. He held Matt up with one hand, delivering some backhand and forehand slaps to his face before tossing him to the side and stomping on his legs some more. The man below just a broken mess now, tears, snot, and blood coming out of his orifices while he squirmed. Quickly, support the patriarch. Some cultivators charged out from the side, but with a small gesture from the monster's wings, they tumbled backward like paper planes in hurricane winds. Their low cultivation levels not being able to resist the overpowered monster in the slightest. Ha, little worms! I'll leave them alone! Matt shouted while coughing. He pushed his broken stump of an arm into the ground as he was trying to stand up, but the only thing that greeted him was the monster's swift kick that sent him flying once more, his chest denting inside as most of his ribs got broken. He ended up somewhere on his back, he had no strength to move at all, his vision was blurry and the pain was getting unbearable. You care about those insects so much? Bahaha, then watch them die. The demon grinned even more and strode towards the other cultivators, leaving Matt down on the ground so that he could watch as he killed those pesky humans. Haven't had so much fun in thousands of years, I must thank you, my friend. I'll be sure to kill them slowly. The monster laughed out loud while eyeing some of the cultivators that were further away. Matt's vision was fading as he was close to passing out, he had no way of saving anyone, his body was beaten and battered. Is this it? Am I going to die? Why was I even brought to this place? I don't want to die. I still haven't done anything. His mind was filled with thoughts of failure, he lamented his incompetence if he wasn't so stupid and didn't take the monster's offer. Why did he always fail in everything? His life started flashing through his mind, a life of loneliness and mediocrity. Even with this system, he was unable to change his destiny. He started laughing, more blood coming out of his mouth as he chuckled at his inability. I'm sorry everyone. He wanted to apologize to the people that put their faith in him, he truly felt like he let everyone down. Everyone would die and he felt that he was to blame, maybe if he was a little smarter, listened to the wise words of the senior members, or if he tried a bit harder, it wouldn't have ended up like this. But suddenly in this moment of weakness, he noticed something to the side. It was the cube that he received after the 7th trial, it must have bounced to the side after he got smacked by one of the demon's attacks. It was slightly cracked, its outer shell filled with spider web-like fissures. What? The cube was giving off some kind of strange aura from all those small cracks, it was faint but it was still there. Like a man grasping for glass while falling from a building, he inched his broken body forward. He got closer and closer, not really sure why he was even bothering, but something was pushing him forward, telling him not to give up. Spirit energy source detected, do you want to absorb it? He moved his arm upwards, his bones were broken in several places and he felt excruciating pain, but he needed to tap that yes prompt. Starting absorption process, please stand by. Error, an abnormality has been detected, system overloading. He saw his status window that was a bit blurry, the points were shooting up by an unexpected amount. 893,291, 1263145, 467, 8231, 85233135. He didn't just twiddle his thumbs though. After the absorption process started, he felt that his body started getting healed. He didn't know why it was happening, but he was going to make it count. He quickly brought up his up cultivation window, spending the required points on the golden lightning option. His body started crackling as lightning energy got summoned. This wasn't all though, he started dumping all the remaining points into his cultivation base. Just as fast as those points increased, they diminished. He was nothing but a glowing light in the distance, the energies filled the area as this body began changing. In the distance the demon was holding onto a certain young man, this young man had peculiar salt and pepper hairstyle. The demon was interested a bit as he and a younger girl had charged at him with murder in their eyes. Ah, you are his disciples, wonder what face he will make if I kill you in front of him. The monster grinned but then felt something strange, he quickly tossed the brat to the side, not caring if he was dead or alive, and took flight. What is this? He saw an energy sphere floating in the air, golden lightning was shooting out and randomly destroying the surrounding areas. The demon got closer but then quickly retreated the moment he felt something being off. Holy element! He wasn't stupid, he knew that it had to be the puny man that he had trashed a moment ago. Was he breaking through? If so, he had to be stopped. The demon's eyes started glowing purple as he took in a deep breath, his chest expanding. He opened up his mouth, a beam of purple light shooting out and aimed at the cultivator inside the energy sphere. At least that was the plan, but just before firing off his ranged attack he felt various spiritual energy attacks coming his way. They were coming from the various half-dead cultivators from the area, trying to use the moment that the demon wasn't alert as a last-ditch effort attack. You dare! The demon shouted in anger as his beam whizzed past Zhang Dong by a hair, the cultivators in the area slumping down tired. He was about to lash out at them but then turned around. Zhang Dong was hovering up in the air, looking different than before. The demon could feel that disgusting holy aura coming off of him, golden light and lightning bolts were randomly shooting off his body and the golden aura that he was now producing made his white hair seem yellow. Nascent soul. No. Not quite. Matt had no more points to spend, he poured them all into his cultivation and body, rising both of them to 100%. But this left him with absolutely no more to spend, so he couldn't further upgrade his cultivation into the nascent soul realm. This will have to do, not it will do. The demon looked relieved that even though the man in front of him got stronger, he still was only at half step into the nascent soul. Matt was done playing though, he would go 100% from the get-go, not leaving the monster any chance as he had a way to temporarily bridge that gap. He clenched his fists, shouting out while quickly activating his avatar technique as well as his condensation art, his body turning slightly larger and making him look like a man made from pure golden energy. The demon looked bewildered at the sudden increase of power, and before he could react he felt a strong smack to his face, the hit making him burrow into the ground a kilometer from the spot that he was previously in. He quickly burst out from the ground, rage on his face as he scanned the area for his opponent. He was greeted by a swift kick to his face as he was turning around, tumbling backward, his nose bent in an awkward position. You worm! He shouted while glaring at the golden human that was charging towards him once more. He punched out trying to catch the enemy unprepared but got caught in a clean counter-punch instead, which sent him back into some rubble. The creature found his opponent to be faster than him. He started getting forced into a defensive stance as Zhang Dong's kicks and punches rained down on him. The addition of the holy element in the attacks was weakening the monster even further. Black blood rained down on the ground, sizzling and burning everything in its path as the monster coughed up copious amounts of it, just like Zhang Dong did when he got previously thrashed. Matt was in a hurry. He knew that he had precious moments before he would suffer the backlash of the skill he was using. He could already feel his veins bulging and his internal organs ready to burst from the stress. He bit down on his lower lip, shouting out loudly as he delivered a massive hit to the monster, managing to blast its shoulder to bits. The demon flew backward, grasping his side. His arm along with the shoulder got blasted to the side and the holy energy was preventing him from regenerating. You damn insect! The monster's eyes glowed purple once more. He was preparing to fire off another of those ranged attack. He was taking his time in gathering the spiritual energy into his lungs, but Matt wasn't being idle either. He grasped his right wrist with his left hand, his index finger on his right hand pointing upwards as he gathered copious amounts of energy into it. This would be it, this would be the last attack that he was going to put all of his soul into. Everyone looked on in shock as they saw the two face each other. They knew that something big was coming. Everyone scattered, hiding behind walls or using all of their defensive trinkets, hoping for the best. Soon Zhang Dong pointed his finger at the monster and he in response breathed out. A giant wide beam of purple light was heading at the golden cultivator. In response, a beam attack was released from Zhang Dong's finger. It was the finger art that he leaned back in one of the levels of that library. This was the strongest attack he could muster up in this situation. His once muscular body started getting thinner and thinner as the beam slammed into the wider one and started pushing against it. Die 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 die, you damn worm! The monster shouted as he as well was withering from using up all of his energy in this attack. Matt was sweating profusely, but he couldn't give in. He would kill this monster even if he had to die. He mustered up everything he had, all of his life force was pushed to bring all of those skills that he was using to a new height. His finger beam expanded in girth as it penetrated through the purple light and slammed into the monster's chest, penetrating right through him in one fell swoop. I am possible. I am immortal. The beam burrowed through him, the holy energies invading the monster's body and incinerating him from the inside, turning him into dust soon after the attack passed. The monster was slain and the beam hit something in the distance. The generated explosion looked like a small atomic one as it produced a giant shockwave. I did it. Matt managed to mutter some words before the backlash came. All of his blood vessels burst open, making him look like a ripe tomato. He couldn't move a muscle and started to fall down from the sky like a deflated balloon. He crashed into the hard rubble down below, his vision getting blurry. He could hear people running towards him, shouting some words, but he wasn't sure what as his hearing was giving out. The Zhang clan members that ran up were looking at their fallen patriarch. He looked kind of peaceful, a small smile on his face, which was a stark contrast to the state of his body was in. He looked like a starved beggar. His disciples gathered around him, trying to hold his hand that was losing its warmth. They gathered around him, forming the strongest healing formation they could muster up. Anyone that was adept at healing was trying to help. But to no avail, the man's life was fading and they could not do anything about it. Ha! I hope everyone is safe. I'm so tired. I'm just going to sleep for a bit. Yeah, sleep. Soon he couldn't feel any pain, all of his senses shut down, leaving him only with his thoughts which were slowly fading away. He was a bit sad that he couldn't do more, but this was fine, those guys should be safe now. He was sure that the people from the other clans would help them out in the future. He could rest easy. Critical error detected. Host body in critical condition trying to restore bodily functions. Host beyond saving, switching to transfer protocol, transferring remaining resources to origin point. Error, program is getting overwritten, resource transfer aborted. Anomaly in system detected, error. Overwriting original programming. Transferring all remaining resources to life-saving protocols, prioritizing host survival. Insufficient resources, removing devouring seed protocol from the system. Altering system, please wait, removing redundant subsystems, cache shop protocol removed. System rebooting. Activating life-saving protocol. Thump. Thump, thump. Thump, 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 thump. Heart rate restored, host stabilizing. The Zhang clan members were kneeling around their patriarch, crying their eyes out while something strange happened. They were sure the man had died a couple of minutes ago, his heart had stopped and they couldn't feel any spiritual energy from his dried up core. But suddenly they felt something, the tiny spark igniting deep within his depleted core. He was coming back to them.